Yes, hello everybody, welcome to Oulton Park, the 6th meeting of the season for Caterham Motorsport. In fact, it's rounds 16, 17 and 18 of the 2025 season. After here, we go to Silverstone, and that then will be that. Here we go though, we're about to go racing for the 270Rs, the first race of the day. Qualifying has been jam-packed out on the circuit. We're on the full circuit as well. Let's head over and have a quick chat with our pole man, shall we? Mr. Nick Sutton. Hello guys, how are we doing? Nick, how are we doing? Well, you're in the perfect spot right here, aren't you? Qualifying obviously went well for you.
Yeah, it was all right. There was definitely a better lap in there, to be honest. Yeah, there was quite a lot more in it. Got held up a bit at the end, but a good lap on the total, yeah.
We're on the full circuit here at Oulton Park. Do you prefer it?
Yeah, I've never done the short one. No, only ever done the long one, so yeah. No, it's a nice circuit, yeah. Really nice. Enjoy it. Seems to be going all right, so.
Listen, one thing we love about Caterham is we talk about the toe, and Oulton Park's a little bit more twisty-turny, a little bit windy. Is this one of the circuits where the toe doesn't quite have the same effect as maybe it does at a Silverstone or a Snetterton?
Sort of. You've got to time it right, because you can get, if you time it wrong, you get held up in the twisty stuff. So if you time it right, there's a lot to gain, like a lot. But I think it should be right. We should be able to get ahead still. So
I was going to say, no, you've got nobody in front of you anyway, so you'll just be worried about them coming up behind.
Yeah, there's some quick people behind, so yeah, will be interesting.
Good luck, mate. Thanks for talking to us. Really appreciate it. Yeah, let's go move around a little bit further, shall we? Oh, look, it's Laura Payne. Hello, Laura. Good morning. How are you? We always seem to bump into each other.
Yeah, we do, don't we? Yeah, lucky me.
Oulton Park, you like it?
Love Oulton Park.
Yeah.
The sun is coming out.
What time's lunch today, by the way, in hospitality?
1 o'clock?
What have we got on the menu?
I actually don't know, I'm sorry.
Oh. Well, we'll find out later. Thanks, Laura. Let's keep moving on. Let's go have a quick chat with Louis Darling, shall we, over here as well. Just Caterham's on the bill today. Caterham's everywhere we look. Louis, how are we doing, my man? Are we good? Are we confident this weekend?
We're confident, but we've got to keep it clean, so there's not much time between races, so can't go full send straight away, but we'll see what we can do.
It's quite tough, actually. Normally, we've got a qualifying session, maybe a race, and you've got a day to kind of relax a little bit. Do you prefer this sort of hectic, frantic, go, go, go?
I do, because you keep the rhythm.
Yeah.
But you got to be careful.
What are you doing? What are you doing tomorrow then? You got a day off tomorrow. What are you doing?
I'll be sitting at home probably, getting quite pissed. So.
Top man, there we go. Let's move on. Yeah, Sunday off for these drivers. That's unusual. Let's move down a little bit further. Sure, let's go have a quick chat with Arif over here and say hello, see how we're feeling. Arif, how are we doing, my man? Are we good? Good to see you.
Thank you.
How are you feeling? Oulton Park, full circuit here. You looking forward to this one?
Yeah, I really am. Yeah, it's only my second race of the season, so yeah, I've not raced here since Academy, but yeah, really looking forward to it.
What have you learnt then from last time out that you're going to bring into Oulton Park?
I guess the difference with the 270s are there's no scope for making mistakes. You know, everyone's at a very similar level. There's only 20 of us in the grid today, so I need to just get a clean race with no mistakes.
Well, you're right in the mix here, aren't you? You're going to have cars all around you. This is going to be quite frantic for you.
I am, yeah. So just with my second race, it's the best qualifying I've done this season. So I'm hoping to kind of get up maybe another couple of spaces for each of the races. So 3 races in a day, which is a new thing for us today. So wait and see how that goes. Are
you glad about that, or do you prefer it to be a 2-dayer?
The kids will be watching, so I'll say, yeah, I'm absolutely glad about that.
Oh, come on, give it.
Time to go.
Go. Sorry, there you go. Sorry, Laura. Cars are headed out on track. There we go. Time to go racing. Helmets on here. First race of the day for the Caterhams. It's the 270Rs. We have a treat for you today in the commentary box as well. By the way, Sam Parker will be joining me a little bit later. She's just finished qualifying for the Roadsport, so she's going through her little bits and bobs. She will be on the microphone today, so don't worry. You won't have to put up with me for too much longer. Sam will be here soon. I'm delighted to say, though, I can introduce you to your commentary team. It is the wonderful, please give it up for Paul Walsh and Chris Hutchinson. Boys, over to you. Enjoy this one.
Thank you, Ian, and good morning all from the commentary booth here at Oulton Park, ladies and gentlemen. What a day we've got in store, and Ian just setting us up lovely there. We have got 11 races, and our first one is only a few moments away, and well, in the commentary booth alongside me is none other than Chris Hutchinson. Chris, I mean, you live and breathe Caterhams. It's a fantastic day ahead of us.
Yeah, I can't wait. 11 Caterham races all in one day. What more could you wish for? Well, let's hope our voices last. But the weather's perfect for racing. Still air, cool air, and the engines are going to be loving it, and the drivers will too. As we've already heard from Louis there, though, we've got to keep it a little bit under control because they've got 3 races today in the 270s, and obviously you don't want to have any issues in these early races. You've got to keep in that championship battle all the way through.
Oh, 100% with that. And keeping in mind as well, in terms of where this is staged in their respective seasons, this is the penultimate round or race weekend of all of these championships. So therefore, there's going to be plenty of points on the doors here. Drop scores, of course, become a bigger factor as we go deeper into this season. But all the drivers will know they'll need to give it their best impression because they'll only have one more opportunity after this, and that'll be in October at Silverstone. But as we get set for the Edge Caterham 7 270R Championships race number 16 of their calendar, we'll shortly have that grid up on screen for you, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll be able to walk you through how they line up. But as we do see there, the Marshall cars making the way on through. Well, Chris, we do have a packed schedule, and I think everyone itching to go racing.
Yeah, absolutely. So coming into this round, Ben Wheatley's been the man on form all season, but he's been chased hard by Louis Darling. But Ben does have an opportunity this weekend to take that championship, so he needs some strong results, and Louis really needs to get ahead of him on the finishing rostrums. And he's just qualified just behind, so he just needs to keep that pressure on, and we'll see how it goes. We'll keep you abreast of those points as best we can over the course of the weekend. But yeah, Andrew Bailey, Henry Speaks and Nick Heighton and Nick Sampson have all been fully involved in that battle, and there's a really good battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th in the championship, so we'll keep an eye across all those. As you say, this is the 270R races. This is the 3rd step of the Caterham Motorsport ladder. We haven't got the Academy with us this weekend. They'll be back with us at Silverstone in October for their final round of the season. But yeah, the 270s, we're going to start the action, and they've had an action-packed season, and we'll be looking forward to seeing how they get on today.
Oh, 100%. And of course, if you are tuning in live from home or alternative circuit side, but you're not quite looking out across the circuit, if you're on YouTube, whether it be the British Automobile Racing Club YouTube channel, of which we say hello to a few of you there, including Carl Brownsell, also Berry Racing and L4L, or if you're tuning in on the Caterham YouTube channel there, well, don't be shy, feel free to say hi and let us know how you're doing and what you're excited for, because we'd be very happy to have you give us your thoughts. And if you've got any questions, well, if I can't answer them, I can definitely tell you one thing: if Chris can't answer it about Caterham, then nobody can, as he is a highly decorated respected racer, and I do believe, Chris, unless I'm mistaken, runner-up in the 270s a few years ago. I might be wrong on that.
Yeah,
I might
not
be wrong
270s. I've done well. I think it was my worst. It was called Track Spot in my days, but yeah, I think fourth was my best in this one. But I got drivers' excuses as to why that was. But it was a good season anyway, nonetheless. But you can see here at the Oulton Park circuit and in Cheshire, we're on the full 2.69 miles, 4.3 kilometres around this. I've got my lap records to keep you abreast of whether we're getting anywhere near those, as well as the course of the race. And you can see here, just looking down the start-finish straight there, so the cars will be lining up on the grid, and they'll be coming towards us into turn one, which is it's Old Hall Corner, which is always action-packed at the early parts of racing.
Oh, 100%. And the one thing that's a little bit unique about this circuit compared to the others we've visited over the course of this year, you may notice, ladies and gentlemen, that the camera angles make the circuit look wide. I mean, any circuit is wide for Caterham racing, to be fair, compared to other disciplines. You get a whole range of GT3s through to Caterhams and even the likes of Citroen Saxos racing around here. But as we did hear from our pole sitter for this race, Nick Sampson, say earlier on, Chris, you have to be a little bit more tactical about when you go for moves around here, because there's some places you don't go too wide.
Yeah, right. So somewhere Silverstone next up, we can probably get about 8 cars wide, and sometimes do. But around here at Oulton Park, I would say, yeah, 3 wide is still possible at Caterham, but there's not much room to play with, and much more of a tactical race. So drivers will be able to block and will be able to, defend corners a little bit more effectively, and that means we get little queues of cars where they're all a bit clogged up behind the driver in front. And Caterham's famous as ever for the draft, and as you're following another car, you can be going sort of 5 to 10 miles an hour quicker than them just by following that draft. And obviously, as things get clogged up, that's where we get exciting racing, because it all comes to a head as they're getting into these chicanes, and it's quite a technical track, the Oulton Park circuit. The drivers really do love it. It's a nice little journey that they go on. But yeah, the 2 chicanes really do have some technicals, and we've got the Shell Oils hairpin, which is a really banked corner as well when you actually come and drive it, and I'd say lots of elevation change as well, which again you don't often get, but here is the Shell's corner. You can see that banking as they head around. They're coming from the left of your screen and heading to the right around that Shell Oils hairpin. But you can see that there's no real wind. The trees are pretty still, so we don't have to really cater for that this weekend. Here's the Britain chicane. Again, plenty of action, but it's very, very single file through there, so they have to figure out how, if they're coming in side by side into that sport complex, they really have to figure out how do we get single file by the time we're coming out.
Oh, 100%. And that's one of the big challenges as well around this circuit, is the fact it's all the minuscule adjustments you have to deal with as you go around. Like you say, Shell Oils corner, very heavily cambered, so therefore you can really dig the car in, dig those left-hand side tyres in, get the power down. Just watch out for a little bit of understeer on exit as you're ejected out the corner. Other points, meanwhile, not on camera. Of course, we've got the Britain chicane here. The likes of Druids Bend, for example, off camera as you make your way through those apexes, a double right much later on in the lap, but it also has some camber changes as you go through the corner. And that's one of the things that Oulton Park really delivers, is there's a lot of subtleties. And if you do a track walk around here, if you ever get the chance to, ladies and gentlemen, you'll notice just how much it changes as you go from apex to apex and straight to straight. And this is the final part of the lap as they will make their way up towards the start-finish line from Lodge to Deer Leap, and well, that's where it will all end. I need to do it all over again unless they see that checkered flag. Yep,
so they're 20-minute races. All of the races today for Caterham are going to be 20 minutes, and the road sports have 2 20-minute races. Everybody else on the billing has 3 sets of 20-minute races, so it really is relentless. You really have to get off that line well, and you have to defend your position. So the finishing positions for each race are the starting positions for the next. So it's really important that you keep that momentum throughout the course of this day, and remember that, remembering that all every finishing position is important today. You can see the cars lined up here in that assembly area where Ian was talking to them. You can see Nick Sampson in the red and white machine there. A little bit further up, you can see that double blue car of Ben Wheatley ahead of Louis Darling then on here. So that's the championship battle for the top. And Ben Wheatley, he's been so dominant in the early part of this season that he's really got he can do it today. He's going to need some good results, but we'll keep abreast of that. But Louis Darling, new into the academy last year, so he skipped a step and went straight into this 270R, and after some learning in the early parts, he's been quick from the out the box, but he's been having some learnings to do on how do you keep that consistent. And as the season's gone on, he really has solidified that, and he's been gathering wins and podiums galore as well.
Oh, 100%. And keeping in mind, if you take a look at the statistics in terms of Ben Wheatley, the statistics say 8 wins I've got on the log here, double the next highest achieved by any other driver, and coincidentally it would be the current runner-up man in the championship championship of Louis Darling, and then you've only got a couple of wins scattered amongst other drivers, including the likes of Nick Hyton, also there I believe a win for Paul Oglesby, and also a win there for Andy Palmer. But without further ado, they make the way out of the assembly area to roar the way onto circuit. We've been waiting, we've been itching for this, and in fact, Chris, we even have a viewer tuning in on the Caterham YouTube channel. Landestroy741 says, hello from Arizona, USA. I can't imagine what time in the morning that must be, but he loves these cars and he's looking forward to the racing.
Yeah,
or they, I should say, because we can't assume gender.
Absolutely, and yeah, Caterham Racing is always worth tuning in for, so I can't wait to see how we all get on. And yeah, so you can see how there's quite a few cars on this 270R grid with us today, so there'll be there's going to be action-packed all the way through. So whilst we'll be looking and talking about the championship at the front, you can see the battles happen all the way through and see how colourful these cars are as they all get to add their personality. And on this slightly grey overcast day right now, but say perfect for racing, and due for a bit of sun maybe later on.
Oh, 100%. We are expecting the sun to come out gradually over the course of the day. No rain expected. Rain is going to come in full force tomorrow. Thankfully, we managed to book the rain off today and we booked the sunshine instead. So as they all tiptoe their way around on what will be this initial outlap, well, I think drivers at this point, Chris, I mean, they've been out there this morning already for qualifying and they've absolutely pumped in some laps there. They also got in some practice yesterday. But if you're in the driver's shoes right now, what are you looking for as you gradually make your way around here? Are there any sort of little subtleties that perhaps you're becoming alert to? Because, of course, you don't get to do the full circuit on this lap.
So they're getting dragged around the short track to get to the grid. We'll have to keep an eye out whether they're doing a green flag them as well, because normally you would get to see an opportunity to see all the green flags and see where the marshal's posts are. So you are checking all your dials, making sure everything feels good, that your belts are in. You're checking that as much as you can. You'll be weaving the car a little bit just to check the grip is starting to come up. You can see they're being held by a pace car for this assembly lap, but they will get then a green flag lap following, and at which point they'll be looking to make sure their brakes are all up to temperature, they're ready, everything feels good, and also looking at track condition. It's been maybe an hour or two since they were out for qualifying, so things change as the morning goes on, and grip improves or lessens depending on whether people are bringing dust and dirt onto the track. But you can see them all just there gently weaving to sort of make sure the surface of the tyres are nice and clean, clear of dust. But yeah, they'll still have a full lap, I believe, under a green flag conditions, just to see everything, see the whole state, and even get to go around shell oils. You can see the marshals, and first opportunity of my day to say thank you to every one of the marshals out there today, and we're looking forward to putting on a show for you, and I know they enjoy the Caterhams, but thanks to all the volunteer marshals for letting us do what we do.
Oh, 100%. If the marshals were not here, we could not go racing. So a huge thank you to the proverbial Orange Army, enabling us to go racing today, enabling us to go racing year in, year out here in the United Kingdom. And indeed, we're extremely grateful to them. And well, as all of our drivers will be as well. And I do believe, particularly when you do run in the academy, I think some drivers are even encouraged to get to know the marshals a bit more and perhaps even volunteer as marshals themselves.
That's right, in the academy, so pretty unique in British motorsport. So everyone is a beginner when they start in the academy. They can't have had a race licence before, but they gain an extra 10 points in their championship if they do a marshalling day, so they can volunteer, and many do, to go and stand on the banks with the Orange Army and see what it's like from their perspective. Obviously, when you're new into motorsport, you think the whole world's about you and your race, but actually you learn very quickly how dynamic a race situation is, especially from those marshals points. But yes, we're very proud of the fact that we give our drivers the opportunity to do that, and also encourage them to do that with championship points. But you can see the 270R grid then lining up resplendently on the Oulton Park start-finish straight. So we're going to see this shot many times throughout the course of this day. A green flag frames at the back, so that it's going to send them off onto their green flag lap.
They all get set to pull away on their green flag lap. In terms of a little bit about these cars, the 270s, for the uninitiated, so this is the series that's seen as the Coming of Age Championship for drivers who have either progressed from Academy to Road Sport and then got to here, or alternatively gone straight into Road Sport and then moved into the 270s. The 270, I believe, is in reference to the power to weight ratio of these machines, so 270 brake horsepower per tonne, effectively. Keep in mind these Caterham kit cars are very light. There's a whole story behind kit cars and how Caterham came about. We don't have time to cover that right now, because otherwise we could be giving you a bit of a lecture all day. But these machines are powered by 125 brake horsepower, 1.6 litre Ford Sigma engines, 5-speed manual gearbox in there. They feature all the modifications these cars would have picked up from Road Sport, but they also introduce things such as a stiffer suspension and also a wider track front suspension. Also see the windscreen and the lights removed. You'll see the windscreen and lights put back on the cars for the purposes of the Road Sport series, and this all naturally makes makes this into essentially what is a real race car. The Academy and the Roadsport series, which come up to this level, they're not quite completely a race car, but this is the real first step where it really feels as though now it's clicking. That's not to belittle the previous series, of course, for our more novice drivers, but now you really are in the thick of it in the 270s.
Well, the Academy and the Roadsport are road legal cars. You can drive them away from the circuit to the circuit, whatever you want to do. So and many drivers do that. So you can drive that car. But this is the first level step of the ladder where they are no longer road legal. You can easily put the lights back on and the number plates and off you go again. But very much more race focused. And as a driver, you feel the extra stiffness in the car, in the suspension, in the setup. It's very much more dynamic. You get quite a lot less rollover in the corners and things like that. So it is a full ladder of development throughout the cars, and each step of the ladder has an important part to play in your learning how to be a racing driver. And as they get up to the top, the 310s and the 7 Championship UKs really are very competent drivers. It was Nick Sampson, though, that did put it on that pole position ahead of Heighton, Django Jones, Ben Wheatley and Louis Darling. So it's all our normal kind of contenders up at the front. Henry Speaks following on as well. It's all our normal contenders right up there. They've managed to sort out all that difficulty and the dynamic nature of the qualifying positions, and they'll be ready to set off on their 20 minutes of action.
So as all the drivers make their way on around, roaring the way on through. Well, to quickly give you a walkthrough of that grid, I believe some graphics may have come up on screen, but we haven't quite seen them here in the content booth. But not to worry, of course, because we'll try and sync things up as best as we can. Always the little gremlins. And, well, as we do see our drivers make the way towards the end of their warm-up lap, it's Nick Sampson on pole position, setting a 1 minute 54.623 in qualifying. Joined on the front row, it will be the battle of the two Nicks, because Nick Heighton will join him there, a further 2.5 tenths behind. On round number 2, we'll have Django Jones and your championship leader, Ben Wheatley. The two of them separated by only a tenth. And then on row number 3, the second place man in the championship starts 5th, Lewis Darling, ahead of Henry Speaks. Row 4, it's Paul Oglesby and Arif Hanif, who we heard from only moments ago. From Ian, we gave an interview. And then we do see Gary Cross and Andrew Bailey lining up on the 5th row to complete your top 10. On row number 6, it's Dean Burden, who's best of the rest, ahead of Tim Hardcastle, with Harrison Cavers and Jasmine Shaw on row number 7. Row 8, it'll be Brian Joyce and Graham Finlayson, ahead of Andy Palmer and Andrew Mackay. And then completing your top 20, all 20 of your starters on row number 10, it'll be Anne Hall and Craig Jarvis. So that's how they line up, ladies and gentlemen. And our final row is just getting itself into position here. All these drivers have been very eager to go racing, and perfect camera shot there because we can see in the top left exactly when the lights are going to go out. The green flag goes up, and without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for race number 16 of the Caterham 7 270R Championship. And it's lights out, away we go as our Caterham racers roar the way away. Great start there from our pole sitter as he makes his way into the opening corner. Nick Sampson holding firm, but meanwhile the scramble for second and third looking quite tight. 3 wide they come into the corner, but they exit out what will be too far at most. Somebody runs very wide there in the Mazda 787 livery machine, but as he roars his way back onto the circuit, they're trying to discern who that was.
I think that was Graham Finlayson, I think.
There's Finlayson going a bit wide. Well, he's been able to rejoin, but lose some places, and down through Cascades they go for the first time. And immediately now, Chris, a good start for most of our drivers, and everyone's settling down, it would seem.
Yeah, let's look who's, I think it looks like Nick Sampson has taken that lead early on as they head into Island Bend, and it actually looked like it was Ben Wheatley up to second, or in fact Louis Darling there sitting in second, and then Ben Wheatley now looking down the inside as they head into Nick Heighton just ahead of him, not making that position. And I can see that Bailey looks like, Jones has lost out a little bit in that early manoeuvring, but here comes then is Nick Sampson in the lead as they head in, and it looks like Louis Darling's made his way all the way up to second place, so really making early positions. He knows he has to beat as he goes through Wheatley as he goes through the course of this weekend.
100%, and Darling, no stranger to taking victories, took 2 at Zandvoort and almost made it a trio, but as they all roar the way here into his top chicane, goes around the outside to the inside. That's a lovely move there, that's going to put him right into the lead. But of course now the big game will be how long can he stay there before everyone starts to exchange battles once more. In the way up the hill, you can already see how our top 8 now starting to abscond a little bit as the battle for 9th and 10th becomes centre stage further back. So pack racing starts to form, into Druids they come, and our top 4 try and make a small break here, albeit I get the feeling that Speaks is not going to let them run away.
No, he's been fully involved in that battle, but we're side by side once more. Louis Darling on the inside here, then Sampson on the outside, and Heighton seeing whether he's got anywhere to go, trying to shove it through. He shows about 7 different lines there, but now we've got another driver going around the outside, but Louis Darling will have the the advantage as they head up through Deer Leap, and he'll have turn 1 advantage. It looks like Heighton trying to see whether he can hold on as they go then straight towards us, and Heighton's going to have a look down that inside, and Nick Sampson around the outside. When Wheatley shoves it down the inside of Sampson, and that's going to give him the position up into third.
Well, up into third he goes. Lovely move from Wheatley there. Jones and Speak still fighting in the rear there for 5th and 6th, and then we do have Hanif and Hardcastle a little bit further back. They're falling off slightly, but they'll probably be looking to work together now to try and catch up to that top 6 to make an 8-way fight for the podium places. Also further back, we've had some good battles between Burden and Cross, and Oglesby in the fight for 10th place. So there's action everywhere as Levites 2 by 2 in towards turn number 4 they come, and as they do, well, our leader makes a bit of a break for it, albeit now our pole sitter is being forced backwards here as a move up the inside comes from Speaks there versus Navan Jones.
Yeah, absolutely. So Speaks is moving up down the inside there to be fully involved in that battle, and as they all said they were going to keep their powder dry and settled into this race, well, I think they were lying, because that was 4 wide as we were going down through Cascades. I said we could only go 3 wide, but somehow they managed to squeeze a few extra car widths out of that. Like Heighton, though, is over the top of Sampson. Darling getting a tiny little bit of a breather gap into the chicane this time, so it's defending over. Sampson looking really early, a bit of contact there, a little tiny bit of nose to tail contact. That's left Ben Wheatley with an outside run around Sampson. Sampson squeezes onto the grass, so Ben Wheatley decides he can't make that move stick, and it's Harry Hanif as well. So Barry Hanif, you're back in with us here. In fact, it was Arif Hanif. I'll work out which of the Hanif brothers is with us this weekend, but he was delighted in the assembly there to be racing with us. But you can see Louis Darling has extended that braking gap just a tiny bit out front this time round.
Oh, indeed, and well, as they roar the way on through, very close moment between all the drivers there, but it does look as though everybody now has separated a little bit after a bit of theatrics there. But keep in mind, of course, that for Sampson, well, his nickname, you could say, from Zandvoort was Mr. Second Place, because it was second in all 3 races. We do have a 10-second time penalty, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, for Paul Oglesby for a false start. So therefore, wherever he is, his time will now have 10 seconds added to his race. That's going to demote him quite sizably at the end of it. But as everyone comes through, 2 wide again there between Speaks and Jones through the opening corner. They're definitely getting quite firm with each other, and Arif Hanif behind in 9th, trying to keep Bailey behind, as it looks like the lead battle, at least for now, is taking a bit of a breather. But whilst it's taking a breather in the mid-pack inside that top 10, I think they're all getting a bit feisty again.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see all those manoeuvres happening. As I said, you tend to get these little battle packs forming, and you know, as they hold each other up, they do it. But the lead battles right back together again. Wheatley has got over the top of Speaks then, and into that 4th place. He needs to do that to keep hold of those front 3 who have broken away just a little touch, but Darling still holding them clear. But Heighton and Sampson were right with him. You can see Heighton and Sampson now battling as they head into Britain's this time through. There's not a lot of room to make your way through there, but they're going to give it a go anyway. You're going to have to go single file. We said single file through the middle of this corner. Ben Wheatley has now closed that gap, but Louis Darling once more looks like he's the threat. As soon as the 2 battling behind him start tripping over each other, he looks like he's got the speed in that car to pull away.
Oh, 100%. And of course, for Louis Darling, he needs this win. He needs the fastest lap. He needs every point he can. As further back, that's about on the break in there, but in the end, it is still going to be the 31 of Bailey that keeps Burden behind. Well, they make the way now single file back up the hill into the second half of this lap, and as they do, well, a bit of a run wide there. That was Hanif going for a little bit of an excursion coming out Knickerbrook corner, but as he avoids going any wider, well, our leader definitely trying to tear away here, and Heighton and Sampson right now is the battle of who's the ultimate Nick out there in this race. I get a feeling that they're probably looking at Darling and thinking, hold on a second, he's being allowed to get away here.
Yeah, definitely that'll be part of their thought process, is that, you know, do I go for that battle? So Sampson holding behind then to say, you know, I won't make that push, because actually we've got to catch up with this guy who's slowly pulling away. But he's also got to look in his rear view mirror now as Wheatley comes back, and he's drawing Speaks and Jones with them, and they've all been fully involved in the lead battle. Absolutely maximising the track there by Louis Darling, so really using every single millimetre of this Cheshire circuit here at Oulton Park, and that's what you need to do when the track's not so wide. You do really need to make sure you're using every single last bit, but he still leads this, has led most laps over the line as they're into starting their 4th lap now.
Oh, indeed, and what we saw at the rear of that camera shot there was the battle for 10th place between Hanif, Burden and Cavers. They were going 3 wide almost there into Denton's, but they all got sensible right at the last moment, decided not to. Fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 55.26, currently sitting with our championship leader and 7th fastest lap timer for this season of Wheatley. But as we see going very high there, completely out of sorts, that is Nick Sampson. He's got elbowed out effectively, whether it was contact or whether he just made a mistake. But Shell Oil's corners demoted him now down to 4th place. Wheatley has snuck ahead, and well, now our top 6 all back together again. I think they're listening to us in the commentary booth here, our drivers, Chris, because every time we talk about things calming down, they immediately bring it back together.
Yeah, so it's 6 cars here for the lead, so Sampson now having to defend. He took the wider line round Shell Oil almost as a defensive manoeuvre there. He was side by side with Ben Wheatley on the way in, decided he would stick with the outside line, but it does mean that you lose a bit of momentum as we just got Heighton there touching the grass, and you saw how the rear end wiggled on him as he just lost the momentum. And there's Jones with nowhere to go in his blue car there as he heads up the hill. He's again absolutely blocked from being able to make any use of the momentum he had. And there's Louis Darling again with a half-second gap over the top of Heighton, who's doing a good job to maintain his 2nd place, and it's the battling behind with Wheatley now looking like he's got that solid 3rd place under his belt. Remember, he's trying to make sure that he stays as close to Louis Darling, and Darling wants to put as many cars in between him, but he's doing everything he can at the moment by putting himself in the lead.
And you can see it, Louis Darling, the way he's trying to literally weave on the straights a little bit. He's allowed to do it so long as it's not excessive. He's trying to break that distant toe to make sure that Heighton and Wheatley do not get close, but Wheatley says, caution to the wind here, into Old Hall Corner. He tries to go for it, doesn't quite get it there on Heighton, but you can definitely understand now that he wants to move into 2nd and really say to Darling, well, it's fine if you win, I'll just finish 1 place behind you don't really gain anything on me. But down the hill they come into Cascades here, and well, that whole game, because of course of Ben Wheatley, he's not daft about this. He knows that he's got to be tactical when he makes this move, because he doesn't want to lose any places to the likes of Speaks, Jones and Sampson behind. Always keep in mind that Hardcastle's caught up to this, and Oglesby, as that is Oglesby making a move there to try and take 7th place. So they head in towards the fast left of Island Bend, but as they exit and now going to Shell Oils. That was contact between our 2 drivers there. Go on, Chris.
Yeah, that was Sampson actually making contact, and one of our drivers off is that Heighton, so he's thrown him out to a 2nd place, and that means Wheatley's now up into 2nd place. Darling will be looking at his mirrors going, oh no, he's here again. He does get an extra point, you get 2 points advantage in that for finishing 1st, so he does still gain a point back, but it's not enough. He needs to have more of a gap there. Wheatley just needs a set of solid results, but because it all came to head there inside Shell Oils, a little bit of contact. Oglesby, remember, in the green car, who is chasing onto this group, has got that 10-second jump start penalty, so he's not really where he is on track, but he will certainly figure. Henry Speaks in the 37 there, hanging the rear of his car out as the Heighton behind him is now looking to see whether he can recover. He's going up the inside, and that'll be the outside for Druids. That's going to be exciting as they come into Druids. They're really only getting one single file move, but they are side by side on the way in. It looks like Sampson's going to hold it down the inside. Louis Darling and Ben Wheatley do what they've done for much of the season and be in 1st and 2nd place, but it's still trying to defend in 3rd place. Henry Speaks up into that 3rd place, and it's an Heighton down the inside of him as they head into the start of their next lap.
Well, as they roar the way onto another lap, half the race complete. We've still got half to go, but this is not over for 3rd place yet, as Heighton right now tries to hold on for dear life here versus Jones. Speaks, looks to the inside as well. It's going to be 3 wide into Old Hall Bend, but the driver on the inside backs out there quite sensibly. Decides no, there's not enough space to breathe as they both they just squirm coming out of the opening corner in towards Denton. That's going to hit the barriers. Big man. That's going to the barriers. And well, Denton's corner claims a couple of drivers. I wouldn't be surprised if that starts off with yellows and potentially ends up being a safety car at least, just because of where the cars are placed, Chris. But looks so there, too many Caterhams to one corner.
Yeah, dangerous place there. 3 wide as they went through Denton's. That's not really a very comfortable place to be in. As we showed there, it didn't work out. And I think that was that Sampson and Speaks maybe who have ended in the barrier. So one of the 2 leading contenders there. So and there was significant contact with those barriers, and I think even a bit of bodywork. I can see more contact from Oglesby, not seeing that maybe the safety car. I haven't seen the safety car board yet. No, so we're still under green. So yeah, Oglesby actually making contact with the rear of Heighton there as they went through. As I say, Hardcastle back up to run with them. So there'll be I think we will see a safety car. It didn't look like those 2 cars were mobile. I think they would have moved already, but it's a disappointing end to race 1. And like we said, that's going to put them towards the back for the start of this next race. So the marshals now making their way for making sure the drivers are okay, and then they will make the call back to the race control, who will then do what they need to do. Here you go, safety car has been deployed, so they will neutralise this race. All the drivers will form behind that safety car. Louis Darling will be sad to see that little lead he had over Wheatley, and he'll have to deal with what's going to happen at the safety car restart. That's what his mind will be immediately moving to.
Oh, indeed. And well, as the racing is neutralised and brought down to a much more gradual pace, well, something we just heard come over in our ears from one of our spotters is that there's also some debris on the circuit from Denton's in towards Cascade. So understandably, this safety car is to extricate the two cars that are parked on the grass, make sure the drivers are okay. Looks though both, well, at least one of our drivers there has made it out the car. And as they make the way onwards, it'll also be for the marshals to do some clean-up work there, because you can see the debris just behind the timing tower, ladies and gentlemen. And well, that'll be moved in due course. But both drivers look to be out of the car. That's the most important thing. They look to be okay. Of course, they'll go to the medical centre to be checked. Even the small list of contacts to be for Motorsport, a driver always goes to the medical centre just to make sure everything's okay and there's no hidden ailments. But in good time, as here's the safety car and the whole field, the clock continues to tick away. But some big permutations out of this, of course, Chris, because of the fact, if we look a bit further down, of course, the headlines are Ben Wheatley versus Louis Darling. But in the battle for third, Andrew Bailey came into this weekend only 8 points ahead of Henry Speaks. Red flag, so that's going to stop the race whilst work's done. We'll have to wait and see if we get a restart to the race with the remaining time. But Speaks really needs some big points to fight for third. Suddenly, this is going to be a big torpedo, as we're going to get a replay of... Well, we've got a replay here.
Oglesby on the inside of the two on the outside, and he did seem to move across very slightly. It's a natural thing to do as you're heading towards Denton's, because even though it's a fairly sort of shallow curve, it is an awkward position. But that was the 3 and 2. One didn't go, and it certainly looked like Oglesby was tucked on the inside there, and there was contact. We saw him having contact a little bit further around the lap as well. But yeah, it would be normal, depending on, we've got such a tight schedule today. I'd imagine this is going to be a 5-minute restart, would be my guesstimate at this stage. But we'll see what that means, and they've obviously got to check the barriers as well to make sure they're all right. But as you say, Andrew Bailey started sort of 10th on the grid today, which isn't where he wanted to be, and he is losing points at the moment to Henry Speaks, until the point that Henry Speaks ended in the barrier there. And that's, like you say, it's going to help his cause. And Bailey is in that 6th place. So actually, by being a bit further behind the action, he's helped himself out a little bit.
Oh, indeed. And, well, with the fact we do have the pause to racing, talking a little bit about our tight schedule, I do feel sorry for Ian right now, because I think he's going to miss out on lunch at this point for the hospitality suite. But joking aside, we'll miss out on lunch as well here in the commentary booth, and our stomachs will growl for it. However, I'm sure our hunger will be sated by plenty more racing to come. But understandably, ladies and gentlemen, at any race weekend you'll find around the world, whether it be in the United Kingdom or not, they always try to run things as far ahead of schedule as possible for moments like this. But given the packed schedule today, we'll have to wait and see whether we do get a restart, and if not, then we might be hop, skipping, jumping away into our second race of the day. But we'll tell you more about that when we can. But at this point, of course, it does look as though, to be fair, Chris, with what played out there, a few shunts, but these Caterhams, they can take a knock or two, and I do expect that we'll most likely see both drivers back out there in their other 2 races today. Yeah,
absolutely. I would fully expect that. They can certainly, they're very strong little machines, deliberately. And absolutely. We see it contact. It's part and parcel of really tight, close racing in between packs of cars. There are millimeters, and literally a lot of the time it all ends well. But as you see, they will pick up those cars. They will go back to their respective parts in the paddock, and they'll be back out with us racing. They'll have got a few cars in front of them though to overtake, because they will be at the rear. It's 270R we're with now, but we've got, like I say, plenty of action across 4 of our steps of the ladder. So we've got the 310Rs out a little bit later on, along with Roadsport, which are exciting. See Sam Parker, our presenter, as well. She'll be out there presenting, but she's going to be racing as well today, so she's got an absolutely packed day. Which is hence Ian's out there as well, helping to fill in those gaps. But also the 7 championship UK cars, the absolutely rapid, slick shod cars. They're going to be out next up, I think. Yeah, so we're going to see them next on the track, and you'll see how purposeful those cars are. As you can see, the safety cars really moving them around this circuit slowly. So they're going to take them back. They will pull up and pull short, or they should pull short of the grid to the stop, and then they will be regridded, or they will be pulled back to the pit lane as
Well, as they all make their way along into their positions, and potentially we do get a restart there, well, we do say hello to a few more of you in our respective YouTube chats there. We say hello to Andrew Wycherley, who is tuning in from a safety car at Snetterton, so he's doing 2 jobs at once. We also say hello there to Holly Brownsell, also to Stephen Codman, and also to Watcart there, and Swozzles. We've also got there the Sensible Streamer in our Caterham chat, so it's so good to see so many of you tuning in. And if you have got any questions at any point, feel free to chip in, as it looks like everyone's getting into line formation now. I would suspect they're perhaps parking a bit further back from the front, and they'll peel into their positions.
You can see here that Louis Darling's holding short at the front of the grid, and they will go. They'll get news, or the marshals will get news from race control, who will give them from the timers what the order is. They last completed a full lap, and that's where they will be gridded up if we are going to go through the full grid up procedure. And like I say, they will then work out how much time is left, and we'll often see that a couple of seconds ahead of them getting going, because we'll see it in the timing screens as to how many time they will add. But all that news backwards and forwards. So Caterham, all the race control staff, the circuit staff, the stewards and the clerks of the course will all be working out exactly what's going on now with the timers, the TSL timing, so they can figure out exactly where the cars. But you can see cars being loaded onto the low loader, and they'll be moved back quickly to the position. Those low loaders have a specific place they have to get back to on the circuit, but they'll be dropping those cars off into the paddock area. You can see Nick Sampson's car being reversed down towards the cut through, so that he can then just make his way as quickly back as he can. So I'm seeing 7 minutes 27 showing on the clock, but that is what they finished on.
Yes.
Right? So like I say, I think after this timing tidy up, they will reduce that slightly. That would be my expectation anyway. So as a driver, you've just been in the middle of this fraught, frantic race. You've been flying around. You can see how busy it is. This is where you can see Oglesby in the green car down the inside there. He gets pushed towards that grass, and then he just moved to the left very slightly. It's hard to see whether there was contact which made his car move to the left, but it just sent Sampson and his Speaks into the car. You can see here from this angle quite significant contact into that barrier, and that is their suspension will do it. So I'm just hearing that it is going to be 5 minutes until the restart happens, and they're going to have 7 minutes on the clock. So yeah, as you can see, they will now figure out the order is the only thing they've got to figure out now. But yeah, so you've just been part of this manic, busy race. The adrenaline's been flowing. You have to calm yourself down. You have to get ready for that full race start procedure. And it's not that first part of the race now is as if it didn't happen.
Yep.
They will be. I think they might well start behind the safety car. Let's see what they do. I don't necessarily know that they'll go for a full grid restart. But either way, you've got to then work out, how do I get back in the mindset of I've got to go racing again.
And some drivers, to be fair, excel in these situations. You might have some drivers out there who they like to get themselves up to a tempo and a rhythm as time goes on. And we did hear a couple of drivers earlier on saying about the fact that they really enjoy finding a rhythm at Oulton Park. And once you're in the zone, the lap time's really coming in. Other drivers, meanwhile, they can just switch it on immediately, but perhaps they're not as consistent over the longer distances. But 20-minute races, they are normally sprint races. We're now going to go from a 20-minute race into what effectively will be a 7-minute micro sprint, and as a result, you can imagine anybody who gets a really good launch to start, they could really be a driver who just not runs off into the distance, but they could gain multiple places early on and potentially just upset the momentum of their rivals.
Yeah, and you've just got settled in. Louis Darling was comfortable out front, watching his rearview mirror to see Wheatley slowly catching up with him, but nevertheless had the race under control. And now we add all the dynamics of it. You can see that we've fully cleared up though with where those cars were. They've been tidied away, tucked away. They'll just be clearing the big machinery off, and it does look like they'll be doing a safety car restart, doesn't it? It doesn't look like they're going to be gridding, so it'll be Louis Darling will pull up to the rear of the safety car. The marshals will direct them to what's going on. But yeah, so that gives him a little bit more of a calm restart. It doesn't have to think about an actual that lights out moment, but nevertheless, with the tow, with the fact that everyone's right back nose to tail again, we've got absolutely. That will really focus them.
Well, as we do wait for this race to get restarted, I think, ladies and gentlemen, we might potentially be getting a word from down in the paddock from Ian, who does have Sam Parker with him as well. We're just waiting to get confirmation if that's going to go ahead. But if we do, we have got a couple of minutes. And in fact, I think we are definitely going to cut down to Ian down in the pit lane with Sam. We'll get to introduce Sam Parker. She'll be presenting later on, of course. So over to Ian and Sam for a little bit of an interlude.
Oh, yeah, I can hear in my ear, but yes, look who I found, everybody. Sam Parker has joined us for today. We've just got the red flag at the minute. I have been told 5 minutes to restart. That was about 2 or 3 minutes ago, so we're not too far away from going. It's going to be about 7 minutes on the clock. But Sam, you've been out and about already qualifying this morning for Roadsport. How was it?
It was great. This track is brilliant. Like, I love it. It's suited to Caterham's. It's just, with the undulations, and there's some tight, twisty corners, and yeah, it's really, really good fun. First time here was a couple of weeks ago, just learning it on a track day, and then I've had the 2 test days. But yeah, so qualified 11th. pretty happy with that. So it's really close in our group. So yeah, as it was on all the Caterham groups, to be honest. But
I've never ever seen a Caterham race that hasn't been about 0.1 of a second over the line. It's remarkable, isn't it?
It is remarkable. Well, the toe is so strong as well. So if you've got a long straight, that's why it keeps them, keeps everyone close. So whistles are blown. So that means.
Look, we are about to go again. So I suppose actually we better go back to the commentary team. Sam, we will catch up with you a little bit later. In fact, you're going to be in here, apart from it, after this race. So let's go back to Paul and Chris on the commentary box. We're about to go racing again. 7 minutes on the restart. Let's go.
Well, that was none other than Ian Waterhouse and Sam Parker there. And good to see Sam. She's in absolutely high spirits, looking forward to her racing later on and looking forward to interviewing some of the drivers after our races. I mean, I don't know how Sam does it, Chris. A 1 minute racing, the next minute presenting. I mean, at this point, surely yourselves at Caterham haven't thought about the idea of perhaps having to present whilst racing as well.
Get a commentary mic in the car itself. But yeah, no, absolutely. It's a busy day anyway. So the fact that she just jumps out and then does the presenting as well, it's remarkable and it's great. We love it. And she really does get that insight straight away. She's just been out on the track where you get all that feedback. But you can see the safety car lights are flashing. It won't be long before they pull away. So with the restart order looks like it's going to be as they kind of pulled up behind. So Louis Darling is going to, in that black with the gold highlights car, will be in the lead ahead of Ben Wheatley in the kind of two-tone blue. You can see the cars now moving away. Then we got Jones in his newly liveried, I think, blue car following on from behind Wheatley. Then we got Nick Heighton, who had a bit of an adventure, didn't he, out there one of those corners and lost a lot of places, but he's gained them back over the course of the action. Oglesby, who's got that 10-second penalty and was involved in that accident, but looks like his car is okay. And then Hardcastle in the blue and orange, very easy to spot his car. And then Bailey just behind him in his sort of reddy orange car. He's also involved in that battle to try and get third place in the championship, so he's going to want to see whether he can move even further up. He was 10th on the grid and now is into 7th, so he'll be looking to see whether he can make any further progress. But Louis Darling has to keep Ben Wheatley behind, and he'll be really hoping that Jones and Heighton can do a move on him and put some more points between themselves.
Well, indeed, as they make the way around here. So we are officially under safety car. Oh, goodness me, something's gone a little bit wrong. Where's it gone right? That's our number 62. That's Hall, and behind him, I can't quite discern who it is. Is that number 4 Jarvis parked up? I think they might be both making the way out. Perhaps they've had some technical issues, and they'll be heading back out into circuit.
Unsure, but obviously they did pull in for a reason, so maybe were directed there or unsure about where to go, but hopefully they'll be released so they can go and catch the rear of this snake before they complete the lap. There is Louis Darling, very young driver. I think he's only 18, so really learning his craft. And you say he was in the academy last year, so he's developed those skills and moved up to this 270R and finds himself at the front of that grid. His father still racing in the Roadsport with this year as well. So Ben Wheatley so dominant in the early part of the race, but has controlled it very nicely, very rarely off the podium, if ever, this season, and that's not an easy thing to do, given how dynamic the racing is. They head through the Britain chicane, and you can see how severe these curbs are. As a Caterham's only a small car, and those curves are sort of a quarter of the way up the wheels, so if you hit them you can see how much the cars get bumped around. They only weigh about half a tonne, so old-fashioned mini kind of weight, and let's say they've got 135 horsepower in this 270R, which is why, given they are half a tonne, why they're called the 270, so it's 270 horsepower. So there's a real serious bit of race machinery. It's not until you drive a Caterham, if you've never done it, it's a fantastic thing to do, and I recommend that you go and hire a Caterham. You can do that through Caterham, and or maybe go on their drift days and have Sam Parker, who is one of our drift instructors, teach you how to fling one of these amazing little cars around. As they come to the second part of this lap, then they'll be making sure everything's up to temperature once more, waiting for the lights on the safety car to go out. They're still on at the moment, so I wonder whether they are going to do another lap around. Normally the lights would have gone out, but we'll keep an eye on that. Are we going to have a restart this time through, or will it be next time through? The clock is ticking down, so we're going to start. There are the lights indeed, so they're going to have about 4 minutes as they come across the line, so maybe 2 laps, maybe 3 if they're lucky, of this Oulton Park circuit.
Well, as they all get queued up there behind our leader of Louis Darling, he gets set to restart race number 16 of the Edge Caterham 7 270R Championship here at Oulton Park. And well, he goes before the final corner. A lovely way to restart the race. That's going to catch everybody napping, and he roars as well as the safety car is well clear. The full course yellow is going to be clear as well. We are green flag racing, ladies and gentlemen, and now it's a 4-minute showdown. This is going to be 2 to 3 laps, and the question is, can Louis Darling hold off the charge and intentions of Ben Wheatley? Can he gain some ground on his championship leader rival? And elsewhere, who will finish at the back end of the podium? Will it be Jones, Height and Oglesby? Well, everyone's safely on the way there. Already a bit of a too wide, a bit further back. I think that's too wide between Cavers and Burden as they come roaring on down through to Cascade. But everyone's safely on the restart. And at the back of the field, a swap of the places there between Mackay and Finlayson. And while leaders side by side, Chris.
Yeah, Ben Wheatley going down the inside of Ireland. There's not really much room to go too wide as they head into Shell Oils, but Ben Wheatley definitely had the momentum as he went down the back straight that time through. Again, you do get a nice little bit of toe, and it's going to be maybe when we next see them, it's going to not be our Louis Darling who's in the lead. But wait for them to get here is Ben Wheatley, so he is down the inside. Louis Darling's going to have momentum around the outside. They're going to squeeze him onto the curb, a little bit of a bump and a bash as they hit those curves, as we were talking about just when Wheatley's car launching as they head down the start finish. This is going to get complicated as they head into the Nick chicane this time through.
Away they come on down then, and it's too wide at the front, it's too wide behind. It's not Noah's Ark, it's Caterham racing at its finest, and that is a big up the curve.
Ben Wheatley on the grass.
Wheatley has to cut across the grass there to avoid making his way to the tyre barrier, and that is going to enable an opportunity for our number 8 runner there of Jones to get into second. So Wheatley being caught out there. Cold tyres perhaps on the restart, just costing Oglesby there. Takes Rallycross to try and make his way around the outside through Clay Hill. That's versus Hardcastle, and as they come in towards Druids Bend, Darling is running away here as Wheatley comes back again versus Jones. He's not giving up at this. He's digging in his teeth into this one.
No, absolutely. Django Jones started third on the grid, disappeared back down the order just a touch, but now he is firmly back in the battle with Ben Wheatley in the middle of 3 people. Heighton is looking down the inside there, so that's exactly what Louis Darling wants to see. All those battling, but Wheatley somehow manages to come out in front. There was a car off wide as they headed up through there. It's all coming back together again in this little chase group, but Louis Darling doing what he needs to do. You can see the nose cone there slightly adrift on the car of Jones there as he, in fact, as he heads through. It's not Jones. Jones is now tucked up behind Oglesby, and Hardcastle out wide there, as it also looking like absolutely everywhere you look there's battles, and Jones in onto the curbs and over the grass once more. We've already seen one incident down there. Let's not have another one. Thanks everybody. And as we've got 1 minute 46 of this clock, I think they might well get to do one more lap. It's going to be awfully tight. We'll look out for the checkered flag next time through, but Louis Darling's got a really good comfort gap over the top of his rival. In fact, his rival's all the way down into 5th or 6th now, so he is Wheatley's lost a lot of places as he went through Cascades that time through.
Oh, indeed, it's incredible fighting at the front, and well, our leader might be running away and may, by coincidence, force an extra lap into this race just by being comfortably ahead. And well, there is our leader carrying on his way. Behind, meanwhile, that battle for second place is still right to the 4A there, and the rest of the field second through to none other than 7th altogether. There's 6 drivers fighting over the runner-up spot, and Ben Wheatley finds himself all the way back in 5th place in that scramble at the moment, trying to get involved as the rest of the field is playing catch-up. And there you can see Wheatley having to go defensive into his lots. Things are not working out at all for Wheatley. Oglesby, of course, is in front of him, but has a 10-second post-race time penalty, so wherever he is, add 10 seconds on. That's going to put him all the way down, most likely practically to the back of the field, behind Joyce in 15th. But for Oglesby, whether he's aware of it or not, he's not letting it diminish his enthusiasm, as all of these drivers right now, well, we've got 40 seconds left on the clock. Chris, we're definitely getting a third lap in this sprint.
It's going to be tight as they come towards the line. Let's keep an eye out for that. Like they can call races early, so we'll keep an eye out. But Darling has got that comfort gap over the top of Heighton. Then it's Jones and Oglesby. Then we've got Wheatley coming along, so he's got some work to do if he wants to make any more positions up in this final lap, especially given the person in front of him, and that's not going to gain him a position. Let's see whether that checkered flag is out over the line. It doesn't look like it. Looks like they're going to go on and have one more final lap then. So on to the last lap, the last tour of this 4.3 kilometre Oulton Park circuit.
Well, they roar the way around then, and now this is going to be things where things get really dicey. If your name's Ben Wheatley, you've got to be thinking about chasing down that podium position. Heighton and Jones, meanwhile, they'll be looking at each other and thinking, right, it's game on now, keeping in mind that both drivers outside the top 3 in the championship. For Nick Heighton, it's worth a little bit more, in that he has not picked up a podium in some time, so he would love to be on that podium, pick up a second place, and that would leap him into 4th place in the championship. But you can see there, too wide through Island Bend, and right now Heighton having to go as defensive as possible versus Jones. Jones scrambling over the back of him like a bad rash, and well, the rest of the field further back, Bailey, Burden and Shaw together, as we do see the return here from our race leader, 1.5 seconds. Gap is coming together, however, given the natural graph of the slipstream around here, but for Louis Darling, he knows if he keeps his pace up as is, he's not going to be at risk of losing this lead. But Heighton and Jones pushing each other along, and Oglesby in fourth place there, just staying ahead of Wheatley. I think Wheatley might have taken his foot off the gas here a little bit and decided, you know what, I know fourth is going to be guaranteed, or at least I'm guaranteed fifth, as meanwhile Jones's car is trying to shed some bodywork towards the rear. I think it's going to stay together for now as he just hunts down Highton.
Yeah, it's actually though where Highton's got the one with the flapping rear wing there, but yes, behind him Oglesby, like I say, he is acting as interference to Wheatley's progress back through. I wonder whether Wheatley's going to give it a go. I doubt he's the kind of personality to completely let his foot off the gas, but nevertheless Oglesby protecting the inside. Only one more corner before that line. There is another Oblio taken up. It's got more contact as they head up then. More contact between Highton and Jones, and those cars are shedding parts, and Wheatley looking to see whether he can get down the inside of Oglesby into Lodge, and he is going to do that, so he might well make that position up, but it is going to be Louis Darling who takes the win then.
Oh, a fantastic drive, and Louis Darling rewarded for his efforts after an extended race, takes victory in race number 16 of the Edge Caterham 7 270R Championship ahead of Jones, and Highton completes a run to the podium there and returns to the podium after a hiatus. Ben Wheatley will take fourth, with Cavers in the end being promoted to fifth as a result of Oglesby's post-race time penalty, and it's Hardcastle, Bailey, Shaw, Burden and Hanif who complete your top 10. Side by side, they're right at the finish between none other than what is Finlayson and also there Mackay, but they managed to come across together. That was 13th place going the way of Finlayson. Best of the rest, we should point out, Cross. Oglesby in the end up being demoted to 12th place as a result of the post-race time penalty, and our last finishers there, they made it out from technical issues in the pit lane. We're very happy to see that we do have both Hall and also Jarvis finishing off their races in 17th and 18th respectively. But goodness me, Chris, I mean, that was really a race of two halves, or should I say 3/4 and 1/4, given the way the safety car intervened. But plenty of excitement, plenty of body parts of cars out there to be cleaned up towards the end. But for it all, Louis Darling stood the test at the time, stood the test of the grid, and he brings home another win, makes it 5 wins this season.
Can't do any more, can he, than that? And he did end up exactly where he wanted to be, at the front of the grid.
Well, there's the results, subject to any stewards' inquiries, ladies and gentlemen, for race 16 of the Caterham 7 270R Championship, sponsored by Edge. Louis Darling, your winner by 8 tenths over Django Jones, and Nick Highton rounding off your podium. And I believe that might be one of a very limited number of podiums for Jones all season long. Ben Wheatley took 4th in the end, but I don't think he'll complain too much about that. Harrison Cavers finishing in 5th there, good on him for taking a top 5 ahead of Tim Hardcastle in their brilliant battle. Andrew Bailey was a further 7 tenths behind, but did a good job to hold off Jasmine Shaw. Keep in mind as well, Bailey recovered well after an early race fall for the order, and Dean Burden and Arif Hanif completed your top 10. And Hanif having only his second exposure to the series and enjoying himself out there, and he'll be happy. I think he's going to have a grin on his face that he's picked up a top 10. Gary Cross was best of the rest in 11th, only the best part of 1.4 seconds ahead of Paul Oglesby with that 10-second post-race time penalty. And then it was Graham Finlayson and Andrew Mackay who completed your top 14 finishers. Fastest lap, well, now he makes it 8th fastest lap. He has got 300% more than anybody else this season, Ben Wheatley. He doesn't know how to go slow, that man. A 55.193, comfortably fastest lap by 2 tenths.
Yeah, the good old times there on the board, and like I say, that is an extra point to get that fastest lap, so it's really important in the championship as well. But the cars will just be making their way back to Parc Fermé. We'll catch up with them there. But yeah, Darling doing what he needed to do. A couple of points over the next chasing car. You can see the car is being directed then into that Parc Fermé area. But that was race 1 of 11. We're going to have a struggle to keep up with this all weekend long, but it won't be too long before we can get to go and hear from our drivers.
Oh, indeed. And I think, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be cutting to Sam Parker, who's down in the pit lane, gives us a breather in the commentary booth. And what have our drivers got to say to Sam? Let's find out.
Well, I have some very happy drivers behind me. When they pulled in here, I could hear the cheers across the cars here, and look, you can just see them hugging each other there. They're very, very happy, because that was quite a tricky race with the red flag and the safety car. But well done to this guy here, Louis Darling. That was amazing. Well done, and fantastic control after the safety car, because that's always hard, isn't it?
Yeah, it's my first time ever doing a safety car, so I wasn't quite sure what to do. So I was like, right, I'll wait till the last corner, do a bit of weaving and just go for it and then hope for the best. But Ben had a really good run on me, and it was the second chicane, and I launched over a curve and I sent him off. I felt really bad for it, but yeah, I did what I had to do, so I got the win, so that's all that matters, really.
That's it. No, it's very good, and it was obviously a bit, two or three of you into the chicane.
Yeah.
Doesn't really go, does it?
No, not at all. Lucky I had the inside, so it kind of was my corner, but yeah. Can't go wrong with that, can you?
Well, very well deserved. Well done. Django has just gone to congratulate his team. I'll go and move around here and have a quick word. And his dad, Django, congratulations. What a crazy race for you.
It was a mental race. I mean, I'm surprised any of us really finished, to be honest. I think, yeah, we'll see. Verbally second at the moment, but a lot of SD cards have been taken, so we'll see. But wow, it was brilliant.
Yeah, I'm glad. I could tell. I could hear you guys, you and Louis, when you came in. I thought, they enjoyed that one.
Yeah, me, Louis, and Nick were all driving around at the end, just basically yelling at each other, congratulations. So we're all thrilled to be up there, to be honest. And first one on the podium for me this season. A few last season, but it's nice to be back. So yeah.
Absolutely. Hopefully more to come.
Thank you.
Well done. And Nick Hyton, let's go and have a word with Nick. He is here. Nick, come over. Congratulations, Nick. Yeah, did you enjoy that?
I think so. It was quite intense. That really intense. Some really close racing with Louis at the start. That wheel inside wheel. It is really sketchy.
Very.
Going through Ireland. Ooh. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's quite scary, that really. It's enjoyable.
You probably didn't think that right at that moment. Just thought, I'll get round this corner, and then afterwards.
I maybe did think that at the moment. No, I really enjoyed it. It was really good. Really good fun. I don't know what happened to Nick Sampson.
There was, Nick and Henry Speaks got taken out, unfortunately. Yeah.
No, it was really good. On to the next race, I think. P3.
Yes,
yeah,
that's
good.
it. 2 more to go in this day.
If the car holds up, I think. It's missing already.
Well done.
Thanks very much. Good luck.
Thank you. Right, obviously we're back to back with Caterham Racing, but I haven't heard any cars on track yet. Oh, hang on, are they coming? Maybe not yet. So should we have a quick walk around and have a word with but we'll have a quick word with Ben. Hello, Ben. That was quite eventful, wasn't it?
It was a little bit, yeah. Just trying to stay out of trouble, I think,
yeah.
And bring it home because, the first few laps were a bit tense. And then obviously Lou and I managed to get the breakaway, and I didn't fight him just before the safety car because I could see that we were gapping the field, and I thought, right, well, let's gap the field, we guarantee 1-2, and then just go at it hammer and tongs on the last lap. But obviously the safety car put pace to that. But and then Louis already come up, but he went clattering over the curb at Knickerbrook, and I had to dive across the grass to avoid it. So that obviously put me back into P5. P6, managed to get a couple of places back and bring it home P4, so not a disaster. I know I got fastest lap as well, so it's all good points really. But we'll
roll on the next one.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you. Right, Ian spoke to our 420 drivers a little earlier, so I'll hand over to Ian.
Right, everybody, here we go. Time for race 2 here at Oulton Park, the 6th meeting of the season for Caterham Motorsport, and it's the big boys now. Yes, it is time for the Dutch Blonde Vodka Caterham 7 Championship. We come down to have a quick chat with Gary Curtis down here, because Gary, you don't have to worry about anybody behind you at the start, but what's the plan then to gain a few places from the line?
I think so. It's difficult to overtake here. There's not really open opportunities.
Yeah.
So I think you really rely on from here to use people's errors, capitalise on their mistakes.
Let's talk
about a steady race.
Let's talk about Oulton Park, because it's different to certain other circuits. It's certainly different to places like Silverstone, where we know it's all about toe. We saw it at Zandvoort, all about toe. We know it's still important here, but perhaps not quite as important. Is that fair to say?
I think it's because you get the toe in the first sector, but it doesn't give you enough speed to pass them before you already enter the next turn. So the toe will keep you with somebody, so you can get somebody that's faster than you can keep up with them, but there's a whole world of difference then to pass them,
Do you like this style of circuit?
I think it really suits this car.
Yeah.
I think it's great for the car. I think it's a great style of circuit, and historically, it's a great circuit. It's got changes in latitude, and it's got everything, really. It's a brilliant circuit. It's a mini Nürburgring, I think people say.
Yes.
It's probably true.
A mini Nürburgring, I like that. Now, why is it so great racing with Caterham Motorsport, Gary?
I think they put out, every weekend, they put out fabulous races. I think, there's lots of complex things that they have to deal with, and none of it ever reflects back on what they do. It's always rock solid, on the point. Great cars, great racing. Can't beat it.
Right, here's your chance to big yourself up, right?
All right.
After lap 1, you're coming over the line. You're 15th now. Where are you going to be at the end of lap 1?
I'd like to be 14.
Good luck, mate. Thanks for talking to us. Really appreciate it. Right, here we go. Let's go racing, everybody. Let's hand over to commentators Paul and Chris. It's going to be a blinder. Let's go racing. Come on.
Oh, that was absolutely brilliant there to hear from none other than Gary Curtis, who starts right at the back of the first race of today for the Dutch Bottom Vodka Caterham 7 Championship UK for 2025. But he set his expectations to make at least one place at the start, and let's walk you through their grid. So line up on the front row, taking pole position, is Championship leader Matt Armstrong. Well, in fact, we do have a slightly incorrect grid on screen, ladies and gentlemen, but we're going to walk you through it verbally. So Matt Armstrong lines up on pole position, your Championship leader, and he will be joined on the front row of the grid by Harry Senior. The top two will be battling their way away today, and well, of course, Armstrong having quite a comfortable 32-point advantage over Senior, and well, as they make their way downhill on the green flag formation lap, we'll try and get the grid back up on screen very shortly. In fact, here we are, so it is correct this time. Matthew Armstrong and Harry Senior there, your front row starters. Craig Story lines up in third place, and the reason why there's a slightly different colour behind the driver's door number is that represents drivers who are AMs if they're in the turquoisey colour, whereas if aqua light blue, like Matt Armstrong, they are your pro-AMs. But Craig Story, our pole position in the AM class, starts in third, ahead of Justin Armstrong. Keep your eyes out for both of them, because Justin Armstrong is the leader in the AM Championship, and he's looking to try and run away with it. Tom Eden lines up in fifth place in the number 64 there, a good lap from him, ahead of Mark Farmer. And then you have on row number 4, Dale Head and Darren McCormack. Completing your top 10, it's the company of Carl Jones and Harry Cook, and Harry Cook having a dismal qualifying session given the fact he's third in the overall championship and right now needs to try and hunt down Harry Senior as quickly as possible. We've got a running theme here, Chris. We've got the Battle of the Nicks in the 270, the Battle of the Harrys in the Caterham 7 Championship, and a bit further down in this order, starting 11th, you're going to have Chris Fraser, best the rest of 11th, ahead of James Hall, and then on your final complete row of the grid is Mark Kendall and Steve Metcalf, with Gary Curtis, who we heard from only moments ago, starting 15th, and he's targeting Steve Metcalf and Mark Kendall on the open lap and to move up from there. So 15 drivers, and for race number 16 of our 420 Championship, as it's also known. But Chris, the Dutch Bottom Vodka Caterham 7 Championship for UK, it's the premier championship of the Caterham Motorsport ladder. This is the best of the best, and these cars, they are the most lively of them all.
Not only that, they're racing for the title of British Caterham Champion, so it's actually a national championship. Really is a high prestigious championship. They run on slick tyres. They've got the 2-litre Duratec engine in here, plenty of power, all uprated Bilstein dampers, and real sequential box. So you don't have to use the clutch on the way up, so you only use the clutch on the way down. And everything about this car is incredibly focused, and it's these two out front, Matt Armstrong and Harry Senior, who have been near the front of the grid. They've lost Donkin this weekend. He's not with us. And as you see, Harry Cook's drifted all the way down to 10th place. He had a spin in qualifying, which cost him a lot of places. So he's not where he wants to start, but he will be trying to make his way through the field, so we'll keep an eye on that. But yeah, Matt Armstrong just wants to stay ahead of Harry Senior, and Harry Senior needs to put as many cars as he can between himself and Matt Armstrong. And it looks like Matt Armstrong is doing everything he needs to at the moment, but it's, as I say, there's a lot of points still on offer before the end of this race weekend. And looking forward to this. Top flight of Caterham UK Motorsport, and these drivers always put on a good show, and as you heard from Gary, the cars love this circuit.
Oh, indeed they do, and we absolutely love to see them going roaring. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, the green flag waves at the back of the grid. You know what that means. It is time for lights to go on once again, and we look to the top left-hand corner of your screen. You'll see the red lights are on, and for race number 16 of the Caterham 7 Championship UK, it's away we go, as we have a yellow flag there.
That's
for
Matt
a static
Armstrong.
starter. Matt Armstrong failing to get away, so he finally does pull away there, but our championship leader in arrears, as meanwhile Harry Senior immediately romps off into the lead, but not without everyone chasing after him.
Yeah, Justin Armstrong, so Matt's father actually following him now into that second place. He's fighting for the AM Championship this year, so doing what he needs to do. Then Craig Story comes along. Dale Head looks like he's following. Matt Armstrong has got his car up and running, but that's absolutely not the start. We said there are a lot of points between now and then. We've got Gary Curtis. Is that Gary Curtis in...
It's the 22, so that's Gary Curtis,
yeah,
yes.
So that he really hasn't ended his first lap. That looks like it's on the outside. So there's going to be, he looks like he's moving around in the car. What a sad end to the start of his race weekend. There's going to be a little bit of damage there. You can see he's hit the Aerotech barriers, but all the marshals there making sure he is okay. We've got a red flag, so we will have a complete restart. That will be a relief for Matt Armstrong, who will now actually get to recover his position. They're asking for the recovery crane, because that's what they're going to need to get that car moved away. Matt Armstrong is being given a reprieve. He will be able to retake his second place on the grid, and Harry Senior will be a bit disappointed in that, I am sure. But yeah, the driver's out and happy there. Gary will be pragmatic about that. coming over from Monaco to come and race with us each race weekend, so he'll have a bit of a car to see whether DPR Motorsport can get that car all put back together for him as they head into race 2. So they've got a little bit of time before they have to do that. But the doctor with him now checking over. And it looks like it is on the outside of turn 1, and he just looks like he may have had some contact there, which just put him into that barrier. And like I say, DPR will do their magic, I am sure, and get that car back out there. Thank again to all our marshals, doctors, and all the staff that go ahead and make these race meetings possible. You can see how many people it takes to make sure all our drivers are safe out there as well.
Oh, indeed. It does definitely look as though that Caterham machine there buried quite deeply into the gravel. So that's going to take a bit of time to extricate. But of course, priority being, is driver okay? Yes. Is driver out of the car? Yes. Then they can begin to look at the clean-up procedure. But like you say, Chris, it really does mean now that this will really have been a bit of a rehearsal for the race start, or at least in the mind of Matt Armstrong. That's the thing he's got to convince himself now, is it's not going to happen again, whatever happened, whether he stalled it. And also, one of the things that's perhaps not noticeable compared to other circuits is the fact if you start on the front rows of the grid here at Oulton Park, you actually do start slightly uphill, and that, not necessarily in these cars perhaps, depending on how they're launched, but in cars that are launched using clutches, you have to take a slightly different procedure getting underway, and I can imagine these cars as well, you have to do things slightly differently either way.
It's still very much clutch-based start, and yeah, the gradients on the track can be. At the front of the grid it's not too bad, but you can see if you're ever using this tail end of the grid how steep it can get. But yeah, the marshals here are very strict on false starts as well, so they keep an eye on jump starts as far as any car moving ahead of the lights, but also any car outside of their grid spots. Here's that Druids bend. It will be a full restart, I would imagine. They'll reset the clock back to 20 minutes because we can get a full lap complete. It will go. The only time that will be reduced is if we are really tight on time for that, as we're heading towards curfew, etc. You can see them just hooking up Gary's car to the tow. We'll tow that car back onto the track. It is buried, isn't it? Halfway up the rear tyres there as he's headed into that first corner, but not the start Gary would have wanted. But like I say, Matt Armstrong, given that reprise, he'll be put back onto that pole position. So he can see what he can do. It's very easy to do if you've got a lot of heat into your slick tyres and you don't have enough revs off the start. It's very easy. You don't want to have too many revs. You don't want to spin the rear wheels too much. So it's very easy to misjudge that, and it just seems like maybe he didn't have quite enough revs as he lifted that clutch. He's been a fantastic starter for the early part of this season, so he'll be just a bit disappointed with how that went, and would be saying a few words to himself in that into cockpit, but like I say, reprieved and will be positioned back at the front.
Oh, 100%.
I see 20 minutes back on the clock as well.
Indeed, reset the clock there, so it is going to be that once we do get restarted, it'll be another 20-minute race. We'll get a full restart of this one. But as all the drivers get ready to go, of course, a very interesting year this year in the Caterham Seven Championship UK because of the fact our defending champion, back-to-back 2023 and 2024 champion of Lewis Thompson, not on the grid for this year. So we are going to see a new champion come the end of it at Silverstone in a month's time. And it does mean with a bit of a void to fill. Matt Armstrong has been the one to try and fill that void at the moment. He's been Mr. Consistent. Also, we have seen some absolutely brilliant running for Harry Senior. But one driver we haven't talked about, Harry Cook, of course, dismal qualifying session with that spin. But the thing about Cook is, out of the trio at the front, he's been the fastest of them all because he has the most fastest laps.
He's also the reigning 310R champion, so he's taken a step up this year into this championship, and we always say it's a massive step to take. These cars are serious business, and the racing that goes on, everyone has a lot of experience out there on the grid. There's really no quarter given, and they're very skilled at what they do. Many multiple champions in this grid, as you might imagine at the top end of Caterham Motorsport. So he has done a fantastic job to be fully involved in that battle, and I know he's had a good year, and I think he is planning on coming back next year. It would be great to see him try and push that a little bit further forward, but he's been fully involved in that lead battle, and like you say, the 10th place on the grid is not a great start, but nevertheless he'll be seeing what he can do. And it's a shame they haven't got Paul Donkin. He's here actually watching, but we've not got him racing. He had an engine problem at Zandvoort, and just with the tail end of the season he decided in the end that no, he was going to give these last 2 rounds a miss. As we see the Oakmere Motorsport car just being moved back into correct position, and our title sponsor there, Dutch Barn Vodka, you can see just behind that number 24. That's Chris Fraser. He'll be disappointed to be so far towards the back, but he'll be back there. Looking to say, Mark Kendall also had issues in qualifying. You can see this fluorescent car at the back there. So we watch the lift happening on Gary's car.
Well, they're going to gradually lift it away there. Of course, the marshal's just gradually steering it also onto the flatbed there to make sure it all settles down nicely. But whilst we do wait to go racing, in terms of talking a little bit about the Caterham Motorsport ladder, Chris, I mean, keeping in mind, if we go all the way back to when we started with the Caterham Motorsport Series in 1986, back with the official Super 7 racing, since then, I mean, we're coming up to the best part now, if my mental mathematics is correct, apologies if it's not, but we're coming up to the best part of 40 years next year since official series run by Caterham, and in that time we've seen the best part of over 1,200 drivers start their careers here, starting with Academy. Many of them have gone all the way out the ladder into the Sevens, and it's not just here in the UK as well. There's also Caterham racing around the globe, on the Iberian Peninsula for example. I mean, it is an international phenomenon, Caterham racing.
Absolutely, ever since the old Lotus 7 design was released, it's been famously too fast to race, as they were banned from many race series for just being outclassing a lot of the competition. And yeah, since I think 95 was when the scholarship started, and it's but the Caterhams have been around for longer than that. But the scholarship and the moves through, like you say, it's quite unique in that we bring drivers, turn them into racing drivers. People who are at home watching now thinking, oh, I'd love to go racing. Well, the Caterham Academy as it is now is a fantastic way to go and do that. And yeah, with the new engine, the horse engine coming in next year, it's a great opportunity to come and, to do that. And go to caterhamcars.com and you can go and sign up. But like I did in I signed up in 2012 to start with the 2013 season, and I raced through all of the steps of the ladder, and it's such a family atmosphere. And I've got history with the drivers out there, and all the drivers have their same story. Gary bought my championship winning 310R off me. I know Gary very well from DPR Motorsport, and it is worth me saying as well at this stage of the weekend that we DPR and other teams around are dedicating this weekend to Doug Christie, who unfortunately he died not too long ago now, and he was one of the drivers that I started with in the academy. So it is a real family atmosphere, and we really do feel it when we lose people, especially when we lose people like Doug so early. So yeah, I know that a lot of the drivers will be carrying stickers for him this weekend and dedicating these races to his memory.
Well, indeed, and like you say, it is a huge family community out there in the Caterham Motorsport garages, and everyone really comes together. We may all go racing for the purposes of glory, but at the end of the day, that glory is shared up and down the grid between drivers, as well, everyone eager to go racing. I'm very pleased to say, ladies and gentlemen, that we have just had confirmation that we should be restarting the racing in about 5 minutes' time. Although we did have briefly a camera shot of a gentleman. Oh, look at the two youngsters there with Dad, albeit I think Dad right now is wondering if his youngsters are going to push him backwards off the tree stump. But when we did have the I think the dad's even watching the stream potentially, and if so, well, we do say hello to the gentleman there with sunglasses up on full display. And well, I did notice a chap doing a crossword. I wonder if there was what was number 7 across, 8 letters, very fast kit car originated with Colin Chapman, and if so, well, we might be able to help him out with that one. I think it's Caterham.
I think that's as far as my being conversed at crosswords would go. Yeah, that would be all right. But it is a real family atmosphere. A lot of the people out on the banks enjoying Caterham racing, but also a lot of them will be involved at some level, friends, family, and out there watching action-packed racing. And if you've never been to a race car meet before, a Caterham weekend is really one to be recommended. So we've got Silverstone on the later in October, 4th, 5th of October. It's a great place to go and watch Caterham racing, and the action is absolutely fantastic. And especially if you're interested at all in getting involved, you can come and chat to Caterham. How do you get involved in British Motorsport? The Caterham Academy is a perfect opportunity to do that. You can see their flatbed there, just delivering Gary's car back. Safety cars, just checking everything's clear and getting sign off from all the marshals. You can see he's waiting at the halfway mark, ready to deploy should he be needed as the race restarts. It will be a full restart then. They will get a green flag lap and a reset to the grid. We'll see Matt back at the front there. It'll be as if the first part of that race never happened, and then we'll go. I know the Clarks will be hoping that we do get this away nice and tidily now, because we are starting to push a little bit against that timetable, which we don't want to see towards that strict cut-off that we have. See, noise limits around circuits nowadays is a very important thing, and we do have to keep to that ultimate cut-off point. But you can see the drivers restarted uniquely in the top flight of the Caterhams here, as opposed to the others that we're going to see today. They have a staggered start grid, so they are 1 by 1 by 1, whereas everyone else runs up 2 by 2 by 2. So they have a little bit of a breather off the line. You see them getting waved away on that green flag. Very strict procedures that all motorsport happens in the UK, and this is no exception. So the procedures are very, very similar on every single race meet. The only time they vary is if there's slight track differences, maybe to how they do the green flag lap, for example.
Oh, indeed, as they make the way on the way, I'm just looking out behind us out of our window, and it's still very cloudy out there. The sun's not breaking through yet, but I can definitely feel the temperature is coming up a little bit at the moment.
But it's perfect for racing. Drivers appreciate it because as they're getting hot behind the wheel, and they'll have the cool air feeding them, and there's no windscreen on these 420-hour machinery. So we said the 2-litre, 180 horsepower Duratec powered car, full race suspension via Bilstein, and off there on their slick tyres, dedicated slick tyres for this. They have to only have one brand new set of tyres per race weekend. And I know that Harry Cook was actually using a used set from a previous race weekend in qualifying, so he's actually got a brand new set of tyres, whereas a lot of these drivers would have used some of the life of those tyres over the course of qualifying today and Superpole if they were involved. And that's another thing that's unique to this championship, is the top 5 in from qualifying go ahead and do a single lap shootout where they all get one chance, and it was actually Matt Armstrong who came away best in that with Harry Senior, as we've seen them many times this season. Yeah, you can hear the noise and difference in this engine as well compared to the other championships. It really is several seconds a lap quicker, quite significantly quicker. In fact, we're talking in the order of 7 seconds per lap quicker. Real big step up. These guys go around this track at about the same size speed as a GT4 machinery. And, again, this is why it's such a prestigious championship, and the drivers we get in are top notch, and looking forward to welcoming some new names next year as well.
Oh, 100% be brilliant. Although, as we look back towards the very front of the field, of course, the big story is who's going to be your overall champion for this year, but between Matt Armstrong and Harry Senior. Let's not forget how the AM Championship is very close. Absolutely. In the fact there is a battle between Justin Armstrong and Tom Eden primarily, with Craig Story being the third person in that battle, and the top 3 of the AMs separated by only a grand total of 46 points. So keep your eyes out for Justin Armstrong, Tom Eden and Craig Story, because depending on how things fluctuate between the 3, they could go to Silverstone on even Stevens, or they could go there with a sizable gap. But that's the theory that we'll get to at the end of the day. There'll be mathematics, there'll be calculators and abacuses out there, but right now we talk about the practicalities of going racing. Everyone gradually rolls their way into position, ladies and gentlemen, and we are not too far away from restarting race number 16 of the season for the 2025 Dutch Barn Vodka Caterham 7 Championship UK here at Oulton Park.
As the final car just pulls up there, it's a green flag at the back of the field, so look to the lights.
And the revs rise and the lights go on, and without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, it is lights out and away we go for the restarted race. Matt Armstrong doesn't have any trouble getting away this time, and it's the lead battle we wanted to see. However, Harry Senior's definitely had the better start of the pair of them. Into turn 1 they go behind them. Cook and Jones getting quite close together, and well, 2 wide further back. Small bit of a love tap there between our 11th and 12th place starters.
Harry Cook and Chris
Fraser.
Fraser.
In fact, falling backwards.
Yeah, so he didn't get the best start. He's not been good at his starts this year. It's one thing he's going to have to learn how to do. But yeah, that was side by side, but there were millimetres between them, and they did all survive it as they're going to head up towards us here at Island Bend then. So it is Senior still ahead of Matt Armstrong, then Justin Armstrong is farther behind Craig Story, then Tom Eden as they head down into Ireland.
Well, heading down towards Shell Oil's corner they go. That lovely camera shot there showing how quickly they make the way through, and very quickly they'll be coming back to us coming out of Shell Oil's corner. And there, well, they left us and they returned just as they were, and right now Harry Senior continue to hold on, but it's going to be one line formation all the way through at the moment now. Everyone settles down. I wouldn't be surprised here if all the drivers might be thinking, you know what, let's just get one lap on the board at least, then let's start to get a little bit curious as to try and make places. Of course, they don't want to see another restarted race. As I say that, they immediately take umbrage and go battling.
Yeah, looked like Darren McCormack having to see whether he could make a move up, locked up his tyres, and now he's got Farmer in a great qualifying position. They've got 3 wide as they try and get out with Nickelprick. That's not going to necessarily work, but they've made it happen. To McCormack still ahead of Farmer, and that was Cook trying to tail on and see whether he can get through. He wants to really move through quickly because the lead 2 drivers have regularly pulled away into the distance, so he knows that, and he wants to really break through this mid-pack, but the mid-pack is solid. You can see Cook there up the inside of Mark Farmer then as they're coming towards Lodge this time in the background. So Harry Senior does lead us over the top of Matt Armstrong, so pole position, well, just losing 1 position this time rather than the whole field. Justin Armstrong acting as defence behind him. He's battling for that AM. Then we've got Craig Story, Tom Eden and Dale Head.
Well, they roar the way into lap number 2, a brilliant opening lap here. It's really setting the scene and building up gradually, and keeping your eyes on there in the fact that we do have 5 AM drivers all inside that top 8 scramble. Further back there, that's a run wide for one of our drivers who's dropped down. And well, that's not gone quite right for Hall, but right now as he exits the corner, which he shares a name with, well, they are all the way through Cascade this time, and what's going to happen on lap 2 is the question. We'll see here, and Matt Armstrong seem to be still trying to bolt out the stable, but the rest of the field playing the game of catch-up. Oh, goodness me for Matt Armstrong there. That's using all the track and then a bit more, and well, trying to find the limits there and find out a little bit quickly how wide you can go for Island Bend, as Story watches on behind there in 4th place, and he's of course trying to take the AM lead off none other than Justin Armstrong. Can't quite do so at the moment as they make their way through the Britain chicane, but Senior and Armstrong really right now, they're starting to gap a little bit on the field, and I do wonder here whether we can see Matt Armstrong potentially look for a move at the end of this lap, because he's getting close.
He'll be looking to see what's happening in his mirrors though, and will be balancing it. He doesn't need to make the move now, it doesn't count until the end of the race, and Harry Senior has clearly got speed in that car, dragging them. Clearly got cars going through that's Chris Fraser with I think that's a tyre rub against, or if not an engine problem, but he was ended up through. That might well be a safety car if they have to recover that car. Chris Fraser is getting out, so no issue there, but there was a lot of smoke there, which I wonder whether that was a lock-up. But nevertheless, back to that lead group, so Harry Senior over the top of Matt Armstrong, Justin Armstrong just behind, Craig Story, then Tom Eden having a look down the inside to see whether he can do anything about that position. But yes, as they head then to start their second lap now, and let's having a look. So see whether we are going to get a safety car. It doesn't look like it, so they're going to cover that under yellow flags, it looks like at the moment. But yeah, Harry Senior being absolutely drawing the cars free. That's Tom Eden really out wide behind Craig Story. There is the Cook, so he is got through that kind of the rear of the pack, but he's now got the hard job seeing what he can do about moving forward.
Oh, 100%. So Cook's got to try and craft his way up the running order. He is the fastest driver out there at the moment in terms of fastest laps, even though we are only a couple of laps in. So wait to see what he can do now that he's got a bit of clear air and breathing room, whether he can really start to reel in at the top 7. And well, meanwhile at the very front of the field, that's a change of lead. That is Matt Armstrong ahead of Harry Senior. But like we're talking about only moments ago, Chris, I think for Armstrong and Senior, it's going to be the game of to me to you until that very final lap, and then it's going to be really weak. No, it's me all the way to a checker flag, as Armstrong goes very wide there, carries too much speed. A lot of enthusiasm with it. That's going to be a swap of places as they go over Hilltop, and Justin Armstrong and also Craig Story being brought right back into this. Small mistake, change of lead once again, and now it's Harry Senior's yellow flags there, so that neutralises any opportunity of overtaking coming through the Hislop chicane. That is going to just cause the field to concertina together a little bit more. It's going to be covered under local yellow. It's the only reason I think at this point it might be converted to a safety car is if they identified some fluids gone down the circuit, if that. But it looks like this top 10 coming back together as they head into Druids.
They will cover that under yellow for a couple of laps to make sure the drivers are aware, and then I believe they'll withdraw those and it'll go back to green flag racing through there, even with the car still in that. Interesting dynamic though between Justin and Matt. Matt obviously looking for the championship, and Justin doesn't really want to interfere with that. So if Matt does get in front, I think you'll see Justin really pressuring Harry Senior to see what he can do. But I think he will just sit in the tails of his son there, just to make sure that he can act as rear defence. So there's interesting dynamics there about teamwork, we might call it, might we? Dale Head goes down the inside of Harry Cook, who is looking to quickly come across, but he's got Jones back in his machinery there, just following on behind as well. So back in the battle, back in this lead pack, which is now sort of 8 cars long, isn't it? 7-8 cars long, as the rest of them sort of just looking there, we've seen whether they can get back on target.
Oh, indeed, and I think Farmer, our 9th place run on the 17, will be very eager to try and get involved in that. But our top 8 continue to roll the way through. Really good fight there, and some big stories inside this top 8, not just the front 2, but also the battle for the AM lead, which is Justin Armstrong ahead of Craig Story at the moment, and Tom Eden, who really needs the AM win, wants to get a bit closer, but Craig Story right now could really be the fork between the two of them. He'll split them. But coming in towards Britons this time, well, no problems there for Matt Armstrong. I think more comfortable running in the draft than running outside of it. I think he's just wondering where the speed went the last lap. Too wide a bit further back as they come over Hilltop. That is the fight for 6th that very quickly calms down. Head, Cook and Jones still together, and well, the yellow flags seem to be withdrawn there at the Hislop chicane, so we can now go racing all the way around the circuit. Top 2, however, well, that's Matt Armstrong again, just getting back into this rhythm again, all over the back of Harry Senior. Fight for 4th heads up through Klein in towards town. that story. And Tom Eden, that's going to give Justin Armstrong a bit of a something to smile about, because if he sees his two main rivals of the championship who need to beat him fighting, well, I think he'll be thinking to himself, you know what, if they're too busy fighting each other, I'll just walk off with a win. I'll extend my championship lead a little bit. But at the very front here comes Matt Armstrong. It's a feint to the inside, just getting to Harry Senior's head to say to him, don't forget about me, I'm looking for a move as they come towards the end of this lap.
You can see how much it costs time though between both of them, and Justin does get straight back on the rear of that car, but again, he won't be looking for that. He'll be using the speed of these front two, and he's doing it very well to draw him away from that AM battle and give him maximum points so that he can see whether he can capture that AM battle. So Jones has been dispatched by Cook, but Cook is looking like he's a little bit held up now behind this gaggle of cars in front. What do you do when you've got a wall of Caterhams in front? There's not much you can do other than be patient. Mark Farmer has drifted back through the field after a good qualifying, so he'll be a bit disappointed with that. As we go side by side, actually he's looking down the inside then of Ireland, as has made that stick, and as soon as that happens, we know that Justin Armstrong's going to really be hounding the rear end of Harry Senior's car. You'll see him immediately try and see what he can do to act as interference and help Matt pull away in front. You can see how much closer they are as that move happens. They're going 107, 108 miles an hour as they go through the middle of Island Bend, and they come in there about 120 something. So they really is a really fast corner to be side by side with another driver. It really gets your attention. But Matt Armstrong has got that protected as they come down then into Knickerbrook this time through.
Well, they roar the way on through there, further back that battle. It does look as though right now Harry Cook should be made his way as somebody takes a trip across the grass. That's Dale Head then, making a bit of an excursion. I think just missing his braking point and deciding to play it safe rather than try and force the car through a corner it's not going to make. And well, we're talking about Harry Cook trying to find his way through. Of course, the problem he's got in front of him is the fact that he's got a battle for second place in AM, and it really does make a huge difference where Story and Eden finish versus each other. So as far as they're concerned, Harry Cook is just some sort of interloper. Cook just wants to get clear of it, so he's got to try and pick his way past two drivers who will be looking more at each other than looking at him coming through. And well, it's no expectation that Pro-Ams and AMs are not to fight each other. It's an overall championship for everybody. That's what makes this so interesting.
Absolutely, and they're all identical machinery. There's no difference in the machinery, so it is just down to the drivers. You do tend to see the Pro-Ams heading to the front of the field just with that skill, but you can see here Justin Armstrong, absolutely, he's been racing Caterhams as well. He started with me in 2004. He started in my year too, and has been racing Caterhams for donkey's years, and is still out there racing now. And you can see how quick he is, but he's classed in that AM Championship, so it shows that there's not much speed difference between them. Say anyone racing in this championship has quite a lot of skill there. Harry Senior though retakes that lead, gives himself that comfort gap. Tom Eden slips in behind Craig Story in that battle for second place in the AM Championship. And Cook making another position up there then over the top and looking to see whether he can do anything about those three in front.
Well, he's going to have to push a bit harder, Cook, because he does own the fastest lap at the moment, at 43.896. He's the only driver to hit a 43. That will have been assisted by the slipstream. But at the moment, the pace of that second pack, so from 4th all the way through to 8th, is running in the mid-45s, whereas our top three, they were running in the mid-44s. But I think the way they've now started to have a little bit of a battle in, as we do have Senior back ahead of Matt Armstrong, means that all this pack is now going to come back together. And if you are Harry Senior, surely at this point you'll be thinking, you know, I've got to get us to go back towards that pack, because I can't afford the Armstrongs to gang up on me here.
He might be thinking that, but it doesn't look like it. He's got serious speed in that car. He is. You can see as soon as Harry Senior goes in front, he is pulling them both clear of Justin Armstrong. He's got more speed in that car in the early part of this race weekend than Matt Armstrong has, and he is in that lead. Nevertheless, Matt Armstrong is still clinging on in there. You can see him, so just that little gap there, which means that he's not quite in that perfect tow that will give him full extra speed. But 9.5 minutes at the halfway point of this race then, and you can see Matt Armstrong's having to look in his rearview mirrors rather than out front. Cook is ahead of another driver, ahead of Tom Eden. Just got Craig Story now before he gets towards that lead battle. Mark Jones looking down the inside of into Hall Bend as well. See whether he comes out. He does come out ahead of Tom Eden. So Tom Eden losing a couple of places there in the course of that single lap. But Harry Senior is pulling that little lead gap the last time we saw, but it will all be gone again by the time we see them at the end of the straight.
And it does mean now that Tom Eden is down to 4th place in the AM runners there, so 7th place overall, so therefore he's going to have to try and find a bit more pace out there if he wants to try and recover some points, some very important points. He wants to keep his championship hunt alive versus Justin Armstrong. And well, as all drives them through, it's slightly further down the order. We do have McCormack trying to get a little bit closer to Farmer in the battle for 9th place, and also Hall and Kendall in the battle for 11th. They might be swapping places at some point, given they are closing on each other. But our top three again now starting to open up the gaps between each other and pulling away from the rest of the field. Harry Senior is definitely going for it at this point. He's put his foot down and the pace is starting to show. But from them, well, Craig Story right now, leader of the second pack there. It feels as though we're watching the Tour de Caterham here at Oulton Park, but that's the way the racing goes. Brilliant pack racing, and it is all about knowing the right time to attack. As Dale Head, meanwhile, in the number 6 here, well, he's got Farmer McCormack over the back of him. Where's Dale Head gone? It's only gone backwards.
Yeah, he will be back there. It's just as soon as they battle, they're losing them, costing themselves time. Side by side, Matt Armstrong down the inside of Drew is there. Not an easy move to make and not a common overtaking manoeuvre, but he's made it stick this time. He knows he has to keep interfering with that super fast car. I was just watching Harry Senior through Britain's that last time through. He is super accurate and quick through there, really carrying a lot of speed out of that bend, and that's really good for him to be able to act as defence into the Knickerbrook corner. But we're going side by side once more. Then as they head over the line, will Matt Armstrong slot back in, or is he going to push it? He's going to push it. He knows he really does need to keep in front of Harry Senior to hold him back. He's seen the speed that he's got. Justin Armstrong now doing what he's going to be able to do, which is act as a distraction in the rear view mirror. He's going to shove it down the middle of Cascades. Exactly what I said would happen as soon as he got behind him. He is now going to make that move up, I think, over the top of Senior. Oh, got McCormack.
That's McCormack into gravel. That's at turn number 1. Oh, both of them together. I wonder if they've had contact with each other.
Yeah, they were right next to each other on track, having that battle all the way through Druids as well. With they've definitely had that contact. You can see the skid marks in the rear, and that is the end of their race 1. They'll have to lick their wounds. It looks like the cars are going to be fine, just buried, and a safety car is almost certainly going to be deployed.
Well, as the racing continues, at least for a brief moment, safety car will probably be on its way. But right now, if your name is Matt Armstrong, where you want to be is right at the front. There's Justin Armstrong. There goes defensive, and the safety car is literally called as Harry Senior is about to try and blast his way around the outside. Now, they will have got the call, and I think it is going to be Justin Armstrong who just holds on to second there, at least for now. Of course, safety car comes out, time continues to tick away, but this neutralises the racing at this point, and we're in a similar situation like we were in our previous race with the with the 270s, whereby 7 minutes left on the clock, or a bit less this time, safety car comes out, and a question now of whether we're going to get a late sprint to the finish.
And whether they are going to cover this all under safety car, or whether they will put that red flag out. I think given the timings, they might well keep this under safety car, and there's a chance at least, isn't there, that we might get one lap, but I am not sure that 6 minutes is enough to get both those cars out and the low loaders back into the paddock area. See that Justin Armstrong's really giving it. He's done exactly what he needed to do, which was act as interference and telling Matt just to get off down the road, really. But he's done exactly what he needed to do. They will have to be careful that once the safety car does pick them up, they don't have too much of an extended gap. It's the responsibility of the drivers to keep within 10 car lengths of the car in front as they head on behind that safety car. But yeah, Justin Armstrong doing exactly what he wanted to do, which was act as interference, and that should guarantee, I would say, Matt Armstrong the win if all goes to the book, because they can't overtake till the line, and even if there is a single lap shootout to the line, Senior's got to get past Armstrong, and well, both of them. Armstrong squared.
Oh, indeed, and you can imagine that Justin Armstrong will make his Caterham so wide that you would think it was a GT4 machine at the width of it. As well, 5 minutes still left on the clock, but it is ticking away, ladies and gentlemen. And well, you can see the cars there. We removed the timing tower there to give you an idea of what's exactly going on. And the first thing the marshals are doing are scooping out as much gravel as possible from the underside of the wheels to try and loosen the car up to enable it to be potentially rolled, or at least rolled slightly forward, so they can then winch it away. But as the Hyundai Ioniq 5N safety car makes its way on around, of course these machines are relatively new. Used to see BMWs be the safety cars and the Marshall's cars, but a recent agreement between MSV and Hyundai now means that we have seen the switch to the Korean manufacturer. Well, it's an electrifying safety car for electrifying racing, and everybody just gradually picking the way on around. But that gives us an opportunity to say hello to a few of you in our respective YouTube chats who enjoy the racing, including none other than Sam Hugh. We also say hello to James at Bostock there, and also to Krista Halsoy. All of them enjoying it, and also we say hello there to Dark Cherry Movies, who's excited about all the racing. So great to have so many of you tuning in, and well, as we always like to say, feel free to say hello if you haven't already. Don't be shy, feel free to say hi. We don't bite here in the commentary booth. The only biting you will see is the biting of brake pads here, and the occasional lock-up as a result of that, where drivers have chewed off more than their brakes will allow. But as that clock continues to tick down, I think you're right, Chris. I think this is going to be run the distance of a safety car, because I think putting a red flag out at this point is only going to cause some complications with the wider schedule of the day.
They might well even just throw the checkered flag the next time over the line to save themselves a little bit of time. When it becomes clear that they're not going to get it cleared by the time the racer is going to finish, it makes no difference. There's no point them circulating for another couple of laps. But as the sun looks like circuit is coming out down there towards the Knickerbrook chicane there, doesn't it? So you can see the bright sky there, and that will make a difference on track for our drivers, especially in the racing coming up. So the temperatures will rise a couple of degrees, and that does make a difference on the tyres. So this championship running those slick tyres, dedicated slick tyres. So the other championships all running off of the Toyo AAA Rs, and they will, like I say, they do get affected by the heat, and it does make a difference on tyre pressures and things like that. But you can see 3 minutes and 2 cars still in the gravel. I can't see this as going the distance other than maybe throwing the checkered flag this time through. But yeah, that's good for Matt Armstrong and his championship. Another opportunity for Senior to make points up is lost. He's only got 5 races before the end of the season, and how different this would have been had the first race got all the way through. Matt would have had to fight his way all the way back through the pack. I'm not saying he wouldn't have been able to do it, but certainly he has had all his presents given to him nice and early for Christmas this year, hasn't he?
Oh, goodness me. I think he'll be writing to Santa to say thank you very much, nice and early, because like you say, Chris, I mean, that literally was a complete reversal. If we hadn't have had Gary Curtis in the gravel there, we would have had to see Armstrong just roar his way through the field, and well, the question mark would have been then, would Harry Senior just bolted away? Would Justin Armstrong been able to perhaps stay with him, or any of the other AM drivers behind? Because keep in mind, it was 2 primes on the front row and then predominantly an AM field, and that AM field consisted of all the title contenders for the AM crown, so they probably would have perhaps been caught up more in their own battles. But again, we can theorise all the big what ifs and that, but as all of our field trundles its way on through, well, after this lap it definitely will be a checkered flag, because as they make the way on through, well,
I can
wait for the
see
field.
some sort of flag waving right in the back of the field there. I wonder whether that is the checkered flag. It could be a yellow flag,
I think
of course.
it's a yellow.
Yeah, it could be. It's hard to see from this distance, and there's no checkered on the timing screen, so it does look like we're going to be going round again. It doesn't look like they're going to be able to clear 2 cars out of the way in that time. Although the cars will be under their own steam, it'll just be the fact that it's just going to be doing that. As we see, Mark Farmer's car then started the day so well up in that 5th place on the grid, but has slowly slipped his way back through, in a contact with the number 62 of Darren McCormack's car, then sees them both in the gravel out of turn 1, and that will be the end of their race 1. They will be starting from the back of the field for race 2 then, that we'll have a little bit later on. So 3 20-minute races for this Caterham 7 Championship UK field. So we're going to see them all out twice more over the course of today. But next up on circuit, once we've heard from our drivers after the race finishes, will be the 310R Championships, the 4th step of the Motorsport Championship ladder here with Caterham. And we're looking forward to. They've had some fantastic racing all through the course of the year, and I'm looking forward to seeing more of the same as we watch them then heading down towards us. So it's a much reduced speed into Island Bend, not the 107 miles an hour that they take through the apex on a regular lap. Still no window, really important on a Caterham race weekend, that affects the toe. But yeah, still breathless, but still perfect conditions here at Oulton Park for racing.
100% and was. They all gradually make the way around. We'll be seeing the checkered flag at the end of this one, ladies and gentlemen. So therefore, this becomes a bit of a formality, but there's going to be your 1-2, and it is going to be an Armstrong family 1-2 of Matt Armstrong and Justin Armstrong. It'll be the winner overall and in Pro-Am, followed up by the winner in Am right behind, and Harry Senior there will be in 3rd place. But as they all make the way through, one question I think, Chris, our audience might be wondering about. We're saying earlier the fact that in all these series, they're all identical cars. But are there any things that the drivers can perhaps change on the setup? I imagine tyre pressures is perhaps an example, but are there any other things they can tweak?
Yeah, so there's again, within limits, you can change the suspension geometry at the front and the rear, so you can have what we call camber on the tyres. That's where they're slightly narrow at the top, and you see when they're coming towards you can see the front of the car slightly angled out towards the bottom of those tyres. So you've got, within limits, you're allowed to add some camber onto your tyres, and toe as well, so that's how much the tyres are facing out, or, you know, basically making your car into almost a banana. But ultimately there's a few minor changes like that you can do, but you've also got the rear anti-roll bar and the front anti-roll bars, which you can change. So you can change the stiffness or the relative stiffness of the front and the rear of the car, and as you say, there's you've got adjustable suspension as well with the Bilstein dampers in this championship, so you can adjust the balance of the car like that. And so yeah, it's all very minor changes, and it's all about just making the car to your taste. So these cars are identical by the regulations enforce that and are very strict on. You can't have any non-standard parts. They are all absolutely the same car. So yeah, it's brilliant to see them out there, and like say, yeah, just drivers have their own little. I preferred a slightly understeering car. Other drivers prefer a slightly oversteering car, and it's those kind of differences that the drivers can request, or they can go and set up the car themselves.
Well, as we do then cut from one part of the circuit to the other, we come back to the very front, ladies and gentlemen, and without further ado, the safety car will bring them all to line, and it is going to be your winner there. He'll take the checkered flag for race number 16 of the 2025 Dutch Barn Vodka Caterham 7 Championship UK. It is Matt Armstrong, your winner overall in Pro-Am, and he extends his championship lead towards a maiden title ahead of father Justin Armstrong, your AM winner, who takes second place. It'll be Harry Senior. He wraps up the podium. A great job there from Harry Senior. Unfortunately missing out versus the Armstrongs, but you always knew he was going to be up against the family. And then it will be Craig Story who takes fourth place ahead of Harry Cook. There's your provisional results on screen. And well, Harry Cook in the end fights his way all the way through, falling down to 12th place at the race start. He fought his way all the way back to 5th. Well done to him. Carl Jones took 6th place ahead of Tom Eden. And well, that's going to add some intrigue there into the AM Championship battle, because Justin Armstrong will extend his lead. Craig Story will start to level the picture versus Tom Eden, who struggled in this one. Dale Head in the end took 8th place ahead of James Hall, with none other than Mark Kendall completing a top 10, and then it was Steve Metcalf who finished in 11th, with quite a bit of attrition here, with the unfortunate incident for both Mark Farmer and also Darren McCormack, and also we did have difficulties for both Chris Fraser and Gary Curtis, who's off screen there and would be 15th as non-classified. Fastest lap, well, it went the way of Harry Cook, and that was a 1 minute 43.89, an absolute lightning lap there from Harry Cook. So he extends his run of fastest laps this season, no doubt about
lap
it.
Record as well.
Now 6-hour lap record. Well, we are setting margins, perfect conditions for racing and perfect conditions for fast lap times there. So it may not have been a perfect result for Harry Cook, but at least he has one accolade over everyone else. He is proving himself to be Lightning McQueen of the Caterham 420 machine.
Yep, the safety car will bring them now right back to Park Fairmont. We can get to hear from them, but we're looking forward to a couple more races before we get a lunch break. So the 310 hours next up, so that's the 4th step. And then it's Roadsport are going to be on after them. So that Roadsport is the 2nd step of that motorsport ladder we've been talking about, and the lowest step that we got here racing with us. The Academy aren't with us. They had an extra race at Snetterton a few weeks back, and they will be I think they've got one more round at Silverstones left to go on the 4th, 5th of October, so we're looking forward to that. And they also have potentially another sort of a voluntary race as well, so we'll keep an eye out for whether they get to, we call it the Autumn Trophy, and we'll do that. But Darren McCormack, can see his car absolutely unaffected, and will be sent back, I think, backwards maybe down the pit lane, but let's see. In fact, no, they've asked him to jiggle. You can see him wiggling the car to get rid of all the gravel that's underneath, so that he doesn't deposit that on the circuit. So he's doing exactly what the marshals have just asked him to do. He'll do the cut through, I think, at the bottom there, and rejoin the rear of the field and get taken back to Park Fermé. Again, all these part procedures as we have at Caterham Motorsport. But yeah, so 310R, I've got 3 races today, 20 minutes. There's Chris Fraser in the Dutch Barn Vodka car, not the way he wanted his race to end. Hopefully that car will be all back together again. He looked like he sort of locked up, and there was a lot of smoke, so I wonder whether there was an issue. Maybe he did make contact with the car in front. It does look like his car's not running, otherwise he would be driving back. So hopefully his car will be back out with us there.
Well, indeed, quite a rate of attrition in that one, but still, let's get all the bugbears and all of the technical issues with the cars out the way, and they'll have plenty more racing this afternoon, because they've got 2 more races absolutely into this packed schedule, and we look forward to seeing plenty more from the Premier Championship in the United Kingdom to see who is the official British Caterham champion for 2025 in our Dutch Barn Vodka Caterham 7 Championship UK. But into the pit lane they come then, and well, he got his celebrations out the way early, did Justin Armstrong, when the safety car came out.
By being where he's done, he's denied another point to Cook. So again, part of the 2 Armstrongs, it's another point that is not available to Harry Senior, and that's so even though they're in different championships, they share the overall points.
Oh, 100%. It is, like Chris says, ladies and gentlemen, whilst we do have multiple classes, everyone is competing for the same set of points, and that's what makes this interesting. When you have multiple driver classes, you sometimes end up in situations whereby drivers don't battle each other because they know it's not worth it. In this, it really, truly is. But enough waxing lyrical for us here in the commentary booth. Let's hear from, I believe, Ian or Sam down in the pit lane. All the drivers are making the way on in, and we're going to get a word from Ian Waterhouse from our drivers over the course of all this racing. So over to Ian.
Yeah, welcome down everybody to Parkville. Matthew Armstrong, Justin Armstrong, father, son. It's an Armstrong duo on the podium. Fantastic stuff. Of course, interrupted race indeed, but this is going to be quite special, I think, isn't it? Let's just wait for them to get out of the car so we can have a quick chat. Look at there's Justin there. Hey, Justin, that's a big smile on your face, isn't it? It's quite a special moment for you, this, is it?
Yeah, absolutely. Following your son home to a win and winning your class as well, it doesn't get much better than that.
Perfect. Hey, look, talk us through the race. A bit interrupted, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a shame. Obviously, Matt thanked the racing gods for the red flag at the start, which meant he had a second chance at it. And then, yeah, it's a shame with the gravel traps here and the instant with 5 minutes to go. It's such a shame. Just glad everyone's okay. You never want to finish a race under a safety car, but them's the breaks.
That is. Look, congratulations. Well done. You can't rest too much. You've got to do it again. Where's Matthew gone? Here he is. Matthew, come on. How does this feel? 1-2 with the old man.
Yeah, I was very lucky to be fair, but yeah, amazing. So yeah, it's pretty cool coming across the line 1-2. So yeah.
Have you ever both been on the podium together before?
I can't remember. I don't think so. Not in overall podium. I don't think so. No.
I was expecting a big hug. He's just walked straight past.
It's because you put a camera in our face straight away.
No, go on, go give him a big hug. Well done, mate. Congratulations. Look at his father, son. Look at that. How nice is that to see? I do want to find Harry Senior as well. Where's Harry Senior gone? He came home. Harry, where are you? He's over here. Sorry, Danny, you're going to have to come with me over here. Let's grab a quick chat with Harry, shall we? No doubt, if the race had gone the distance. You all right, Harry? Very quick. Not quite how you wanted it to go under the safety car, but you were quick, though.
Yeah, I was the fastest, by far. But sometimes you get lucky, and went the other way today. That's racing, I guess, but congrats to them. Nice 1-2 for the first time. I'm sure Caterham are very happy with that. It looks good next to the number 1 sign, but
got it again later, mate. Don't you worry. Good to see you, Harry, as well. Thanks for talking to us. Don't seem overly joyed there, but never mind. Let's go have a little walk around. Shall we find some other drivers to have a very quick chat to, shall we? And pop over here. I think we've got a little bit of time. Next race heading out very shortly. The 310 hours. But boys, how was that out there? A bit interrupted at times, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a bit, but all fun and games, really. We saw Chris's car smoking everywhere.
Yeah, quite far back.
Really, what's that? What going to happen there? Thought that might have been a safety car, but it wasn't one he managed to get out of the way. The
racing was good when we had some. I put it that way.
Yeah,
it's just not a great way to end the race, really. That's
bit gutted on the first lap red. I think I made 4 places on the start, and then.
I wish they had put us back up in starting order.
Guys, well, thanks for talking to us anyway. On those bombshells, I suppose we better hand back to your commentary team for the next race. Paul, Chris, over to you, my friends.
Thank you, Ian. Well, ladies and gentlemen, from the very top flight of Caterham Racing in the United Kingdom, we now take a step backwards, and we're going to now be going racing in the Vertex Caterham 310R Championship. But as our drivers make the way on out, well, I think we might have a little bit of pre-roll from earlier on, and I think we're going to get a word from one of our drivers who Ian was able to catch up with earlier on today.
So I've got Will Coop here in assembly area. Normally I race with Will in the Roadsport Championship, but he's in a 310 this time. So how did that come about?
So I had a bit of a crash on Thursday testing, put it into the barrier in turn 1, and then Johnny, the team principal, happened to have his old 310 available for sale. So here we are now. It's a bit of a step up though from Roadsport, isn't it?
Yeah, it's it's the same car, but there's so many different changes on it, isn't there? You've got a limited slip diff, you've got wide track suspension, obviously
brake.
A lot more power.
Yeah, that's quite tasty.
So very steep learning curve for you.
Yes, yeah. I mean, the turn-in is so much more planted and a lot quicker compared to the Roadsport. The Roadsport, now that I think back, it feels like what Academy used to feel like, all wallowy, so... Yeah, it's a bit of a learning curve. I need to get used to it. I've not had much running in this, so hence being right at the back. Hopefully I'll be able to move forward through the weekend. That'll be quite nice.
Yeah, exactly. You've got to start somewhere, haven't you? And as long as you enjoy it.
Yeah. And back for Silverstone, hopefully in the mix.
Yeah, brilliant. Well, good luck. Enjoy it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Will.
Thanks.
Well, we just heard there from William Coop, who was interviewed by female Ian. I do apologise, that was Sam Parker there. And, well, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we are getting set now for race number 16 of the Vertex Caterham 310R Championship. And this is how they line up for their first race of the day here at Oulton Park. On pole position, it is Charlie Lower, third place driver in the championship. And he's joined on the front row of the grid by the championship leader, Taylor O'Flanagan. On row number 2, you'll find there the partnership of Philip Bianchi and James Empton. They'll let's go battle as quickly as possible, with Lars Hoffman starting in 5th, our second place runner in the championship. Not a happy qualifying session there, albeit I say that with the fact it was only 6 tenths between pole and 5th, but still slender margins, and that was the delta. With Ryan Wilby line up in 6th place alongside. Keep your eyes out for Wilby on that 88, because he'll be looking to try and absolutely tear his way towards the front of the field. Alex Vincent starts in 7th place on row number 4 in the company of Harvey Lawrence, and then you have Stephen Lancaster and Peter Mott completing your top 10. And well, keep in mind, of course, that you do have a distribution of Pro-Ams and AMs on this grid, with the Pro-Ams represented by the aqua black backgrounds and then the turquoisey background being there for the AM drivers. But that's your first 10 drivers. We've got a couple more on this grid, which we'll get to very shortly. And in fact, here they are. Starting best the rest in 11th, it's Jeff Price ahead of Gareth Lucas, with then on the penultimate row of the grid, Richard Coop and Oliver Kibblewhite. And then on the final row of the grid, it is going to be Robert Lowe in 15th place, and the man we just heard from, William Coop, who starts 16th of 16 runners. Well, Chris, we take a step back perhaps in the performance capabilities of these machines, not far off of the ultimate machines we already saw moments ago, but this has been a 310R Championship this season, whether it's been in Pro-Am, overall, alternately in AM, it's been keeping us interested all the way through.
Some of the best racing we've had all year. The front of the 310R Pro-Am grid has just been spectacular racing to watch, and really nice and tidy and clean as well, which is really what we pride ourselves here at Caterham with. But as you say, this is actually when you start the academy, the start of your racing career in the academy, this is actually still the same academy car, just with 4 years worth of upgrades added to it. You to get to the next level, the 7 Championship UK, which we just watched, it's a brand new car, so it's a different car. But we offer over 4 years of racing with your single car that you buy. It's again very unique proposition, and by the time they get up here, as Sam was saying earlier, they've got 155 horsepower, they've got a wide track suspension, none of the windows, and the difference between this and the 270R, other than a bump in power, is the limited slip differential they've got at the rear of that car, which means that power oversteer is now possible, and they will make use of that. But it's a fantastically balanced car, one of the best sort of power to weight ratios that you get, and again, these are seriously rapid machines as they head around this circuit. There's very little in Club Motorsport that comes specifically close to these drivers. But there is William Coop then in that Oulton Motorsport car, seeing how he's got an awful lot of learning to do. From Roadsport to 310 is a big jump, but it's Charlie Lower who is on that pole position. And I think that's his first pole position this year, and he'll be seeing whether he can hang on in there. Taylor O'Flanagan just has to have a good set of results and beat Lars Hoffman. Lars Hoffman finds himself in 5th place. He's not going to want to be there for too long, and he'll need to get up and in front of Taylor O'Flanagan if he wants to remain in that battle. Emson as well has had a really busy end to his season, and will really sort of coming forward into the grid. So great to see him there in that Kermit the Frog, and Bianchi has been part of this battle all the way through the season. Ryan will be also there in that Pro-Am, and then Vincent, Lawrence and Lancaster have been having battles with Mott, Price and Lucas all year long. So again, let's see how they get on as this 310R Championship. They have 3 20-minute races. This is the first of those, and let's see how they get on.
Oh, indeed, and as they all make their way into position, of course, coming into this race weekend, Taylor O'Flanagan has come off the back of 3 wins out of 3 at Circuit Zandvoort and almost had a perfect score, bar one missing fastest lap in race number 2, which went the way in the end of none other than Philip Bianchi. But as they all fall into position, we get the green flag waved at the back, and well, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to say that race number 16 of the Vertex Caterham 7 310R Championship is about to get underway. We look to the top left of the lights are on. and out they go as our drivers roar the one away. Now, who's had the best start of them all? Well, Flanagan's had a really good run off the line. In fact, he's going to try and scoot round the outside here of Lower into the lead. Behind him, meanwhile, that's James Empson, who's had a quick start, trying to take a bit of inspiration there as Aura drives safe on through the opening corner. Into Denton's they come and down towards the Cascades. But who is going to be leading? And the answer is, it is going to be our championship leader. O'Flanagan has done it. He's taken the lead. Nation's got to hold on to it for 20 minutes.
Yeah, the simple matter of holding on with a battle pack of cars behind you as we look then down the long straight as they come towards the Taylor O'Flanagan, the yellow machine then, the turquoise, the fluoro yellow of Charlie Lower in second place. Bianchi is in that third. Hoffman trying to make his way up, but it's Ryan Wilby who's diving down the inside. Empson has had a bad start off the line as he's now going side by side with Harvey Lawrence and another driver there as they head round Shell Oils this time too. But it's Taylor O'Flanagan doing what he does and has done for most of the season. He is out front. Charlie Lower seeing whether he can hold on as Bianchi again gripping in their absolutely bumpy ride over the curves as they go through Britain's that time. But yeah, Hoffman not had the start he would have liked.
Oh, indeed, not start with a light, but as the field comes on down here, well, there's a scramble in the fight for 7th place there, and, well, it looks so no change at the moment. A bit of a lock-up further on down. That's whole 11th place runner just about stopping it in time before going straight on at the Hislop chicane, and now it's going to be lying astern for a brief moment as they head up towards Clay by Knickerbrook. But we see there a bit further back the number 10 of Lucas trying to make some progress. He's had a reasonable start, albeit currently where he started this race, albeit we're leaving, trying to look for a move around the outside into Watertower Bend. That's not normally where you go for a move, but still, he's going to try and rip up the rule book of overtakes here at Oulton Park. Back to the front, however, and as this first lap heads towards its completion, well, here comes Lower looking back up the inside of Flanagan. It's just a feint for now, as meanwhile Hoffman, he's still stuck there in 5th, 6th place. He's not been allowed to go forward.
Yeah, William Coop off the back of the field then, 2 seconds off in qualifying. He's showing he's learning really quickly because he is now just on the back of this pack. He's going to have made up at least 4 places, I think, on this opening lap. Taylor Flanagan, though, as you said, is still in front, and Charlie Lower not wanting to push that at the moment. He can see that the front 3 of them are breaking away from Ryan Wilby and Hoffman just behind. The wheel arch goes flying there. Someone collects it and punts it into hopefully the side of the track, and therefore we won't need to go and tidy that away. But yeah, it's looking like Lancaster and is the next on the fighting list for Richard Coop there. So William Coop in fact finds her 14th over the line that time through. Side by side once more Ryan Wilby. Charlie Lower, the front 3 remain the same at the moment.
Oh, this top 3 right now leading around a whole pack of primes, and quite coincidentally the field now split itself into the top 6. It's all your primes and then the rest of the field are the AMs playing catch up here, so therefore this is only going to intensify the battling because now everybody knows they are fighting against drivers who matter most in their respective championships, even though, again, just to remind you, this is an overall drivers championship with driver classes interwoven into it, so therefore every point and place is worth something regardless of who you overtake. But our top 6 of primes right now all trying to, I think, just get the sensible head on here and push each other along a little bit. But Hoffman's the one to watch in 5th in that group because he really needs to get towards the front. He needs to get close to O'Flanagan. If not, O'Flanagan will open up his championship lead further. A big slide loose there from Vincent, your leader in the AMs. He's got the pressure of Lawrence behind him, and Lancaster's not too far behind. So it does look as though Vincent might be just starting to feel as though the pressure is on. He's losing the leaders and he wants to get a bit closer. And as they make the way towards the end of this lap, at the very front, Lower takes another little peek there. He keeps looking to the inside, doesn't want to go for it right now because of course for Charlie Lower, he's got to worry about the fact Bianchi right behind him. If Bianchi were to beat him, it will close the 2 of them up in the third place battle in the championship. So for Charlie Lower, you're in a bit of an odd place here, aren't you? You don't want to fight too hard, although I think he's going to go for it. Yes, he is. He sees an opportunity here. You've got to put your battles right, because if not, you may suddenly find yourself escorted down the order.
That's exactly what he's doing there. He's making sure he lost least time, and actually Taylor Flanagan saw that and did exactly the same. They can see that Hoffman is up into 4th place now, so he's dispatched with Ryan Wilby, who's now fighting hard with Empson there. But yeah, so they know that Hoffman's coming back to them, and they'll be working together as best they can around this track to not lose out on the speed. But it is still Charlie Lower ahead going. In fact, no, Taylor O'Flanagan back in front, and Hoffman looking like he's going to take 3rd place. He does, over the top of Bianchi that time through. It was really tight as they went through there at over 100 miles an hour in this 310R as they slide around Shell Oil's hairpin using all that banking to carry as much speed as possible. Taylor O'Flanagan's got a little bit of a break there, and it's a Hoffman with Bianchi right on his tail this time through Britain's.
And Hoffman now is really starting to go. I wonder whether he's needed the first couple of laps just to really get comfortable in the car, and now he's flicking the switch and saying, right, I'm going to absolutely bite into leaders here and try and pick off these places one by one. Some drivers, again, depending on how they've set up, say, the tyre pressures, they might find as it takes a bit longer to get up to temperature, plus the sun's coming out as well. That's something they've got to be mindful of here. Track temperature is going to rise a little bit now, but as we do see our top 10 roar the way past us here at Knickerbrook Corner, where's Hoffman, who's on a mission. He does hold the fastest lap at the moment, a 53.399. We'll probably get some slightly faster laps as this day goes on, but to leaders, I think they've got the message now, which is we've got to try and break away. Hoffman, meanwhile, says, no, you don't, I'm coming after you today. But he's bringing Bianchi with him, and then Wilby and Emson, they complete the rear of that group. Too wide, we come down towards the final corner. That's a change, well, not quite a change there. Charlie Lowe still holds on, but O'Flanagan thought about it, and I think he's trying to send the same message back as the previous one.
It was a change. It was a coordinated change. They both worked together on that. So yeah, Charlie Lowe was was behind, and they did do that swap as they went in. They can again see that they can do that put swap without losing too much speed. It's better not to persist with it until this pack catch up again, and as soon as they catch up, all deals are off again. So it's almost like a contract that you work with your fellow drivers around you. You see Lancaster looking to see whether he can make a move a little bit further back there, but can't do. Harvey Lawrence has got that position over the top of him in that AM Championship at the moment. Jeff Price on the rear of that pack, looking to see whether he can get through. Gareth Lucas losing speed and place there with Richard Coop just behind him, side by side, and a coordinated swap once more into Ireland this time through. They're trying to work out how do you do that wheelbarrow racing, how do you do the leapfrog racing that's going to maximise their speed around this Oulton Park circuit. Hoffman, though, overall hasn't worked. 2 by 2 by 2, one person clinging onto the rear of the others in their wheelbarrows as they head into Britain's End, but that gap is still persisting between Hoffman. We're going to see whether they can reduce that, but yeah, Hoffman is got a work to do. Taylor O'Flanagan doing what he needs to do. They're going to have another coordinated change as they head into Knickerbrook this time.
And what's noticeable as well, coming through these chicanes, is the fact that our two leaders love to absolutely assault the curbing, particularly at what is the Britain chicane. I mean, Taylor O'Flanagan, I think if he took any more curb, he'd have all four wheels off the road. He does like to take flight, but now trying to get back ahead there. They do the swap, working together as the saying goes. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, and in this context, they're definitely trying to be friends at the moment. I can imagine the gloves may come off in the closing laps of this one, but we've still got a long way to go. We've got 12.5 minutes left on the clock coming the end of this one. Hoffman and Bianchi, they're still trying to push each other along, and Wilby and Emerson the same. And then you get the long scramble behind them, which Alex Vincent leads, and I don't think they've quite got the same memo, which is let's work together and close up. I think they're all more interested in fighting. As O'Flanagan now around the outside of the lower, going through the final major corner, retakes the lead, at least for now.
Further down the order you get, the more variables you've got to play with, which is why it's harder to work out exactly what the other drivers want to do around you. This time through, they decide they're going to go nose to tail. They're not going to try for that pass this time. I think that was the right choice to extend their lead, and that gap has remained persistent there, 0.6 of a second. And Hoffman will still be getting the tow and will still be getting the benefit of the cars in front, but it's just not able and doesn't have quite the speed in this car able to drag himself forward. So we watch Jeff Price, Peter Mott there just tailing that group, and a little bit of a gap then back to Lucas and Rich Coop.
Indeed, but there's fighting up and down the field every which way you look. If only we could have multiple cameras all in the shot at the same time, but of course we'd lose definition of what's happening on at the primary battle on our screen. But that goes to show you how brilliant all the fighting is here between our drivers, as we do see our top four now very firmly in the grasp and wheel tracks to each other there. So Hoffman and Bianchi have caught up to the two leaders, and now, well, this will take a slightly different turn of events here, because of course it's not going to be as easy anymore for O'Flanagan and Lower to swap the places, because whilst they'll be able to do it, now they'll know they've firmly got the two behind us. We'll see Lower duck to the inside here, coming down from the hilltop.
Yeah,
still coordinated.
Yeah.
And well, roaring the way on through here now, they'll be both looking in their rearview mirrors a little bit more.
Bianchi's got a decision to make now. He knows that Hoffman's car isn't quite quick enough to really catch these two when they're working together, and he knows he has got the speed in that car to keep up with them. He did so in qualifying and in the early part of this race. So is he going to start attacking Hoffman? He's been very patient to date. If he attacks him, they're both going to lose time, and then it's the trade-off. Am I going to lose too much that I'm then not going to be able to catch back up again? So he's got a really difficult decision to make in that car. As these cars behind that we've got got Emson and Ryan Wilby, but then we've got the lead battle in those AMs as well. Vincent, I think Harvey Lawrence is back in front of Vincent now.
Well, look at that. A move being attempted there around the outside by Hoffman. Took a sneak peek versus O'Flanagan. So it really now is getting to the crescendo point here of the fighting, albeit we've got a lot of time left in this race. The fight for 5th place. Well, Emson back ahead by a nose there. They're 2 wide heading into the opening corner. But Bianchi on the back of our top 3. He's watching and waiting for an opportunity. He's in a really nice spot, to be fair, because being at the back of that group, you can essentially watch everybody in front. Now you've got the pace to stay with them and think, right, if they all start doing silly things, if they potentially start pushing each other to the grass and that, you might not just pick up one place, you could pick up all of them.
Absolutely, and he's been good at working that through, and the tactics of that, being patient all through the beginning course of this race. Again, they are running on the same set of tyres for the course of this race weekend and qualifying through to their 3 races. So again, looking after your tyres and not scrubbing them too heavily, especially if the temperatures are rising, is going to be pay dividends by the end of the race weekend, I would say. So Bianchi doing very patient action out there on track. So a lack of action is actually an action in this case. You see them all riding those curves once more through Britons as the cars bounce and settle themselves again as they head over the hill into the Knickerbrook chicane. Charlie Lowe is trying to throw some of that toe away and making Taylor Flanagan work for it, but I don't think that's going to be too persistent. But he knows now that Taylor Flanagan's having to look in his rearview mirror. Remember that Hoffman needs to get in front of him for that championship charge. Emson and Ryan Wilby are now being brought in by Harvey Lawrence in the lead of the AM Championship. So Harvey Lawrence has now got a problem. He's ahead of Vincent right now, but if he starts battling, he may well drop himself behind again.
Indeed, and keeping in mind a bit of context in this AM Championship, Harvey Lawrence is the leader coming into this race event, and well, he's come to ahead. We'll come back to that in a moment. However, more excitement at the very front of the field, and well, that is Hoffman looking one way than the other. O'Flanagan covers him off, but does he close the door? No, he doesn't, coming out of the final quarter. So Hoffman there gets a nose ahead. That's a squeeze for a dear leap. That is very tight to the wall. Goodness me. I think if they're any closer, they would have been rubbing some paint on that wall, but here they come in towards the opening quarter, and Hoffman's up in the 2nd place. That was brave.
Yeah, we've seen as Robert Lowe out in number 44 car. I think that's a new livery this weekend. I don't recognise it from the previous races, so he's out there in his red and white machinery, but he's looks like maybe down the bottom of Cascade. Is there a yellow flag? No, so we'll figure out where that car is, see whether they can recover it, see whether it's in a position of safety already enough. And so we'll see how that comes out. But 8 minutes of this race to go, so that would affect this race quite a lot. Hoffman takes the lead, though, over the top of Charlie Lowe. That didn't look possible a couple of laps back. Harvey Lawrence having to fight with Ryan Wilby as they go in. They head round and into Shell Oils this time through. But yeah, so Hoffman, in a car that didn't look like it had the speed, now finds himself in the lead, exactly where he wants to be. And if a safety car does get released, he is exactly where he needs that car to be, with another car in between him and his main championship rival. Charlie Lowe also needs as many points as he can to stay in that battle for potentially the lead, and in fact he's already alongside as they head down to Knickerbrook this time through. He's going to be on the outside, though. He may well have the momentum, and does, to carry him round the outside all the way down into Knickerbrook this time. So it's still the same 3, but just all in a completely different order.
Oh, indeed, as they make the way to us, then coming through Knickerbrook corner. Well, now the thing is, of course, all the tactics and strategy will go slightly out the window, because the Taylor Flanagan and Charlie Lowe partnership, well, that's been concluded, and now Hoffman's decided to stick himself right in there as Lars Hoffman, and he's going to try and make sure he's ahead all the way to the end. Oh, here they come through Druids Bend, and well, for Bianchi, meanwhile, Philip Bianchi's just watching this and waiting for the opportunities to come. And well, as we said earlier, inaction is a form of action here, just for the simple reason he gets the popcorn seat view. But down the braking, they come at Flanagan right up the inside of Hoffman there. Does what Hoffman did to him on the previous lap. Are they going to be too wide heading up through Deer Leap? The answer is no, not quite there, as I think Flanagan made a mistake, and Bianchi's ahead.
Yeah, cost him another position, didn't it? It's that trade-off, and that was a really last-minute dive, and Hoffman left him no millimetre on track, and you saw that around the last time. They've been doing it all season. It's absolutely millimetre to millimetre. There's wheel arch to wheel arch, and but Charlie Lowe is looking in his rearview mirror. Yep, I'll take that right now. He's got Hoffman there, which we know is just slightly off that ultimate pace, and the green flashing light. So it was first bend at the car we saw off on the other side, but green flag as they go into Cascade. Racing on, Hoffman looking to the outside of Island, got the speed once he's in that full toe, and managed to sweep around the outside of that bend. What a move.
That is commitment going around the outside of Island Bend, because you really are running through a corner whereby all the loading goes to the right hand side of the car and you're carrying on entry the best part of 100 plus miles an hour as well. But still, Hoffman absolutely brave as they come, and he's going to put that car everywhere. It's almost as if he said, you know what, I've paid to be here this weekend and I've paid to use the track. I'm going to use every square millimetre of the track in order to go for victory. But that's what separates drivers on the grid from being champions versus runner-up. You have to use every part of the circuit to make magic happen. But Charlie Lower sweeps his way back there, coming down off the hilltop. Through the Hyssop chicane to Nickelbrook they come, and as they do, 5 minutes left on the clock. Your top 4, they're fighting, but the thing with this fighting for the top 4, they are gradually falling backwards towards 5th through to 10th. I mean, it's a very gradual closing. I don't think it's going to be close enough by the end of it. It's still the best part of 4 seconds, but goodness me, can you imagine that, Chris? If suddenly we had a 10-way fight for the win right at the end?
And it's happened before, but these front 4, so the front 3 of this car, they're all, Bianchi is in 4th place at the moment. There's Lower, Hoffman and O'Flanagan have all won championships. They all know how to do it. They, just as like we saw in the 7 Championship UK, they know when to push, when not to push, and they don't leave themselves any sort of margin for error, because, as I say, we've seen it all year. It looks like Taylor O'Flanagan is going to have a bit of a run into turn 1 this time. Then that will be the inside of turn 1. Is he going to be able to get it done? Hoffman denies him, squeezes him a little bit, and actually makes him think twice. And now Bianchi's going to have a run round the outside. That's going to get awfully close as they go out, and I think Terry Flanagan's going to be able to hold on. But he knows he doesn't have to beat Hoffman. He just has to keep him right with him, and that's what he's doing at the moment. So he's been around the block a few times. He'll have done all the calculations and know where he wants to be over the course of this race weekend, and he's doing what he needs to right now.
Oh, I need 100%. When you come into the penultimate race weekend of the season with a 39-point advantage, you now start to think to yourself, what do I need to do as a minimum, rather than what do I just need to do, which is win. And really it becomes a bit of a game of mathematics. Albeit when you're out there, you've still got to keep a level head, because the adrenaline can take over, and suddenly the proverbial racing red mist descends, and we can see Hoffman there still under pressure from O'Flanagan. O'Flanagan right there with him. This is giving Lower a little bit of breathing room, so Charlie Lower's got to try and use this as much as possible in his number 21 to try and extract a little bit of a gap and give himself comfort heading towards these final laps. Wilby versus Vincent, meanwhile, the fight for 5th, that's still ongoing, with your leader of the AM drivers continue to move forward. And quite intriguingly as well, it's interesting coming into this race weekend, because Harvey Lawrence, the AM Championship leader, he's really fighting for his 5th place in the overall championship versus the likes of James Emerson, Ryan Wilby and Ben Lopez-Appleton. So he's kind of got this dynamic going on, Chris, whereby he's leading AM comfortably by 85 points. But I think he wants an overall top 5 versus these pro-ams, but they're not going to pull the punches. They're going to give it everything they've got to make sure he doesn't finish ahead of them.
Yeah, absolutely. And the only difference between pro-am and AM is just classification. So if you've won a championship before or finished in the top sort of X percentage of a championship, that's how you become a pro-am in this, and the AMs are just people who haven't done that. If you, over the course of the race weekend or the race season, get 3 podiums, that will move you up a class. So he has to be careful that he doesn't get onto the podium now and move himself out of the AM class. But we've got side by side for our championship contenders then. Hoffman and Taylor O'Flanagan going wheel to wheel. We've seen it so often this year. Good to see the speed back in Hoffman's car then. And Charlie Lower is just seeing whether he can do anything about holding off that gap. I don't think he'll keep that to the end of the race. They've got at least a couple more laps, haven't they? 2.5 minutes on the clock as they head around this 4.3 kilometre circuit. Nice little journey as they head. Still no real wind to speak of, so not affecting the toe in that respect. But Hoffman now back on the tail of Charlie Lower, who's had a little bit of a relaxing mid part of this race, but now has had to turn it on again as the championship contenders and rivals come into his rearview mirror big and strong.
Indeed they do, and well, out of shell as they go, and O'Flanagan looking one way then the other. Hoffman right now putting the car right in the middle of the road and saying, what are you going to do? And O'Flanagan says, I'll just park it up behind. But every little micrometer of movement here is really now changing the dynamic of this battle as they come down from the hilltop, and it's going to be Hoffman defending on the left hand side of your picture. O'Flanagan trying to go around the outside, squeeze literally the white line. He has to go straight on there. Was there contact tonight? It looks like there might have been a tender tap, or if not, O'Flanagan decided, I'm not going to make that. He rejoins and he pretty much resumes the racing from where he left off. Meanwhile, in the fight for 5th, Wilby right now has got the entire pack of himself, Vincent, Emerson and Lawrence all queuing up behind, and I think Mott says, I want to play too, please. He's trying to catch up to that, but we come back to the very front, and as we do, Will Lower right now, he's still settling down, and it looks as though Hoffman has been able to hold a bit of a gap there to O'Flanagan, albeit I don't think O'Flanagan will be too happy about this lap as played out.
So Hoffman has to leave him a car's width, and I would think that Taylor O'Flanagan would argue that he only left him 99% of the car's width, which is when he was interlocked with his wheels. That's it does get quite dangerous at that point, and that's why he abandoned to the zone. He had no real opportunity. Hoffman absolutely holding every single last percentage of this track, and real date taking any margin away. So anyway, everything's continuing on, and I believe that's exactly as the stewards would want it at this point in this race. Looking around the outside or down Denton's into Cascades, no move on there, but that will have put the needle in him. I think they are onto their final lap then of this Oulton Park race 1 of 3 for them this weekend. They do want to make sure they finish, and it's really important, but you can see how important this is for Hoffman, how much weight he's putting on it. He's going around the outside of Ireland. Taylor O'Flanagan to see whether he can carry his way through. I don't think there's room for 3 of them there.
Brave.
Yes, I don't think there was room, and there wasn't. So it's now Hoffman with what he wants, which is a 3-point gap over Taylor O'Flanagan.
Well, now he's got to hold on to it for the second half of his lap, but Charlie Lower says, no, I want a win as well, and this would be Charlie Lower's first win of the season if he pulls it off. All the wins have gone to Hoffman and O'Flanagan frowned, and well, Lower takes it back, but the lock up there into Britain's, it shows you how much he wants it, and Hoffman now's got to think, okay, I've got 3 drivers around me, 2 of which they clearly do not want me winning at all. One because of the championship, the other because he wants his first shot at the top step of the podium. But if you're Hoffman, what do you do at this point? Well, priority's got to be make sure O'Flanagan can't get through, but the problem is the more defensive you go, the more you expose yourself towards the end of this lap. And well, making the way out Knickerbrook Corner, Lower now with a 6/10 of a second gap heading up the hill. He's going to feel a little bit comfortable there for a brief moment, albeit they leave us and they come back to us now into Druid's view, and as they do, that's
side by side
they go through, and O'Flanagan around. He's around the outside. My goodness, that's an incredible move. It's not over yet as they come into focus here. Lovely run down for Charlie Lower, but O'Flanagan and Hoffman here side by side. They roar the way under braking. I don't think O'Flanagan's going to try and go for the move here, but for Charlie Lower, the clock strikes 0. But is it going to be time to go from 0 to 1 win this season? And yes, it is for Charlie Lower. He is going to take victory, but who's going to be second? I think it's O'Flanagan just over line ahead of Hoffman, and Bianchi will complete your top 4 with Wilby finishing 5th, holding off the long pack behind him. We will have a win in the AM class, Alex Vincent in 6th, ahead of James Empson, with then Harvey Lawrence in 8th place, runner-up of the AMs. He won't be too upset about that, and it'll be Mott and Price who complete your top 10. But goodness me, Chris, what a way to end that race. I mean, Hoffman in the end, he threw everything at it, but O'Flanagan pulled out an ace from up his sleeve and said, watch this, and went round the outside.
O'Flanagan just flung a little dummy jink to one side as they headed up towards Druids, and then Hoffman had to protect from the dummy, and that made he had the momentum around the outside of Druids. It's a brave move, though, shows a lot of trust between those drivers, even though there was that incident a couple of laps before. And yeah, Hoffman had to concede round the outside of Druids. That's yeah, pretty frightening from all of them around there. But O'Flanagan using all of his skill and knowledge out there to throw the dummy, and that brought him back to the second place. He heads ahead of Hoffman, which is exactly what he needed out of this race, and he just needs to do that a couple more times for him to look solid. But Charlie Lower taking his first win this season. He's been close, had some bad luck, had some tyre issues at one point, which cost him a lot of momentum early on in the season, but he'll be happy to be back on that top step of the podium.
Oh, 100%, he'll be ecstatic about that, and he did not have an easy race to do it when you've got the 2 championship contenders fighting for the win and fighting behind you non-stop. I mean, that is pressure, and for Charlie Lowe, he absolutely tamed that pressure. He looked as though, really, he may be 3rd in the championship and he may be falling away from the top 2 to a degree and under pressure for 3rd, but he looked to be so in control. We looked at the lovely scenic view there of Druids Bend, and as all our drivers come to us, I think we'll be getting some results up on screen very shortly. But as they make the way on around, well, all the drivers here looking as though they've definitely earned a bit of a brief breather. And here are your provisional results, ladies and gentlemen, for race number 16 of the Vertex Caterham 310R Championship for 2025, brought to you at Oulton Park. And Charlie Lowe, your winner in the end by 2 tenths over championship leader Taylor O'Flanagan, who extends his lead slightly ahead of Lars Hoffman, who rounded off the top 3. Hoffman took the fastest lap with 53.39, but behind him it was Philip Bianchi, who stayed in 4th and played Mr. 4th place for the entirety of the race. Ryan Wilby was 5th ahead of your AM winner Alex Vincent. Well done to Alex, absolutely solid drive there, keeping James Empson behind. And it was Harvey Lawrence who took 8th place there, but still maintains a comfortable AM Championship lead, with Mott and Price round off your top 10, and then Lucas, Coop, Kibblewhite and Will Coop rounded off your top 14. But without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we're going down to the paddock to Ian for some very happy drivers and some post-race interviews.
Yes, Charlie Lower. Look at him, just look at this, look at what it means. Charlie Lower wins round 16 of the Vertex Caterham 310R Championship. Charlie, I'll let you get your helmet off because I want to see this smile. Look at that, you were beaming as you came in.
Absolutely, I love that. It's well overdue, definitely. The boys did a really good job. We bottled a new engine in after we blew up at Zandvoort.
Yeah.
She's on fire. It's absolutely amazing. So, yeah, a long season of doubt in my driving, but now we've bolted a new engine in, we're back on top.
How much confidence does this give to you? Because you've got 2 more races today, so how much confidence do you have?
Yeah, I know. Between these two, Lars and Taylor, it's very feisty. So if they get wheel to wheel, it gets really interesting and easy for me to get away. So I'm happy, I'm confident, I've got the pace. So if I just back them up, shoot off, should get another win.
Maybe don't ever shave this again.
Well, maybe that's my good luck.
Well done. Let's grab Taylor over here for a quick chat as well. Taylor, you and Lars, but in fact, Lars, can we get you in as well? Because you two boys right at the end, 0.079 over the line, pretty close, huh?
Yeah, super close. I thought he had it, to be honest, and we had a good dice on the last lap, some very, very close moments, but yeah, brilliant driving, and yeah, very happy.
Lars, this is what it's all about, Caterham racing, isn't it? Fine margins.
Absolutely, yes. Close racing as ever.
Look, boys, you've got to do it all again. Oulton Park, do you like it?
Yeah, it's a great circuit. It's a bit of a tense format today, back to back, but great for spectators, so I hope you're enjoying it. But yeah, we've got to get straight back and on to the next one.
Yeah, how do you find it, Lars? Because you've got 3 races, how did qualifying today? Busy day.
Yeah, very stressful for me.
Right, I'll let you go, go. And there we go, yeah. Plenty of racing, Lars. Very stressful for Lars Hoffman. Right, more racing action coming up. It's the first Roadsport race of the day. So let's hand over to commentators Paul and Chris to take you through the action. Enjoy.
Burmay for our 310 race. But ladies and gentlemen, as we get set for race number 4 of today, well, now it's time for the lowest pace of our races, the Bilstein Caterham Roadsport Championship. But we're not going to talk too much about it. Let's cut to an interview that Ian had with one of our drivers earlier on this morning and get the story from those who'll be on the grid.
Right, everybody, time for the next race of the day, the Bilstein Caterham Roadsport Championship, and it's going to be another cracker. It's always tight, close racing. We've come down to have a quick chat with Tim. Tim, I don't want to. I'm going to say it. There's quite a lot of cars in front of you. So what can you do from here?
Things can only get better. So I'm going with the D-Ream song.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. D-Ream. What year?
Oh, I'd say 96. Maybe.
D-Ream drink, things can only get better. I'm going to say 94. Somebody in the comments section could let us know. D-Ream, things can only get better. What year? I'll let you know after the race. Look, Oulton Park, what do you make of it?
Probably one of the best circuits I've driven.
Yeah.
It's technically difficult, which is probably why I'm here, but
I like that.
yeah, hopefully we'll finish a bit higher up the order.
I'm sure you will. Look, best of luck for the race.
Very much.
You look cool with the shades on anyway, so at least you've won that one. Let's just go have a quick chat with Zena over here very quickly and say hello to her. Zena, how are we doing? It's good to see you. Are you feeling confident?
I'm feeling wonderfully happy and confident. We have fun wherever we are in the grid. I didn't have a great quali, but you know, it is what it is, and you know, let's move forward and just have some fun and safe racing.
You've got a massive smile on your face. That's all we care about. So
let's
go race. Thanks for talking to us. Really appreciate it. Here we go. The Bilstein Caterham Roadsport Championship. Let's go racing. First race of the day for them. It's going to be a cracker. Paul, Chris, over to you, my friends. Enjoy.
Well, from Ian back to our circuit then, ladies and gentlemen, and it's time for us to get excited for race number 11 of the 2025 Bilstein Caterham Roadsport Championship here at Oulton Park. And what a packed grid this is going to be. Let's walk you through it. Line up at pole position, it is going to be Brian Thornton then taking pole position on a 57.21, a great lap there, 2.5 tenths faster than Alistair Morton, who lines up in second place. In third, it's going to be Luciano Caruso versus Oliver White, who starts in fourth. And then on the third row of the grid, we're going to have the pairing of Charles Harris and Craig Evans. On row 4, we'll have Scott Helm, and well, he is your championship leader coming into this one, but comes into this race weekend off of the back of difficult form at Zandvoort, so therefore he's going to need a big result here, and starting 7th is not going to necessarily deliver that. However, he'll be in the company of William Harris, his championship rival, both of them struggling in qualifying, it would seem. On row number 5, you'll have Chris Buck and Daniel Crawley. They line up together. They're separated by only a tenth of that. So that's your top 10 as they all make their way into position on the grid there. And then looking a bit further back, you heard from him earlier, Sam Parker starts 11th, best of the rest there, and looking to be the very best over the race distance. In the company of Jimmy White, who starts 12th, and it's Andrew Davison, I should say, there's no second D in there, and Aaron Oliver, who make your 7th row. On row number 8, it'll be Eduardo Pontes and Liam Baslington. And then on row number 9, we've got James Platt and Benoit Khan, with row number 10 being to complete your top 20, Heinrich Watson-Miller and Ivan Searle. We do have a couple more drivers to cover, however, because on row number 11 it's Charles Chapman and Chris Morling, with Stephen Harris and Alistair Kinnear on row number 12. On row 13 it's Zena Al-Jalili and Scott Darling, with Tim Newman starting 27th, last but not least, on row number 14. Chris, is a packed grid. Our championship contenders at the very front, they're all scattered in amongst that top 10, if not further afield. It's the perfect recipe for excitement here.
Yeah, absolutely. Scott Helm coming in here in the lead over William Harris, Craig Evans. But yeah, they've been sharing out those orders and throughout the course of this season. Have they still got their green flag lap? We've got to find out whether this is the start. I think they might still have their green flag lap, but we'll get confirmation of that. But anyway, yeah, it's been a fantastic battle all the way through the course of the season, and as ever, we're looking to see how Sam can get on. 11th place, great qualifying for her, and seeing if she can make her way back through this pack as well.
Oh, indeed. Well, as we wait to see whether this is going to be the green flag lap or not, all of our drivers in position, 27 cars. This is one step up from Academy, of course, and some of the drivers here won't have raced in Academy. They've gone straight into road sport. Well, we'll wait
We'll
and see.
know whether we see the red lights, so that will be the start of the race. If we don't see the red lights, then that is the green flag lap. So we'll just wait and see. But if you see the lights top left of your car, your screen come on, they will be it. But 20 minutes for this, two 20-minute races for those road sports. There you go. It's a green flag lap. So we have got a circuit of this Oulton Park to go as they get their tyres all warmed up. These are all fully road legal cars. You will see that they even got number plates on them. Some of them actually run their road legal number plates, but they can run their own messaging if they'd like to. But you can see the windscreen lights and everything else that goes with making a car road legal. Yeah, and many of these drivers will drive in between the race meetings, drive to and from track days and test days and all those kind of things as they head out round there. And worth them. This is the second step. They were all in the academy from last year, so the vast majority of these drivers. So they can't have, they've only got one season's racing under their belt, and this year they get 2 races rather than 1, so it's expanding your experience massively. But especially by the time you get to this stage of the season, you can see how many cars there are out there on this grid as well. Then they've got the narrower front track suspension, which means that they're slightly narrow at the front, and because they haven't got all the roll bars and extra tools and stuff, and the stiffer suspension that the higher level cars have, you will see them leaning through corners. They don't lean half as much as the Academy cars. They're not with us this weekend because they have got the rear anti-roll bar. They've also got a brake bias valve this year. But other than changing of tyres and the bias valve, there's very little difference between the Academy car and the Road Sport. But the tyres give them a significant amount of grip extra. The Academy tyres are deliberately designed to be low grip, and these cars on their Toyota AAARs have a high level of grip. And it's the same car tyre that they will then use through the 270s and the 310 that we've already seen, and then we get to the 420s where they run on their slick tyres. But it's great to see these cars out there. Sam Parker just coming through now in this sort of lime green with the pink number plate there, so you'll be able to spot her as she goes through. One of our drift instructors, and as the Caterham presenter, has been around Caterham's for absolutely a long time, and it's great to see her out there racing. She couldn't turn down the opportunity last year of doing the Academy, and when they offered her the chance also to do road sport, she took that with both hands, and doing a great job out there. 11th place on the grid. Can she move forward and try and get a top 10 championship finish? That's her aim.
Oh, indeed, and we look forward to seeing whether she can achieve that, given the fact in the championship Sam is currently in 12th behind Chris Buck and Aaron Oliver, and the trio are separated only by 15 points. So it's very tight there at the bottom end of the top 10 and just outside of it. But as they all make their way around, well, that question that Ian pitched to you guys and girls tuning in at home, which is about the song D-Ream, when was it released? Well, we do have John O'Willits there suggesting it was released in 1993. Goodness me, that was the year I was born. Oh, I'm starting to feel a bit old.
They were both wrong. Yeah.
Oh, goodness me. We say hello to Dan Bartlett there. He says, good afternoon, Park team and chat. Well, very good afternoon to you too, Dan. But as all drivers make the way through, let's come from D-Ream and dreams from our drivers to what is now the reality here. And the reality is that we're a shuffled grid and our championship contenders all right now intermingled in amongst the top 10. None of our top 4 are on the front 2 rows. Well, excluding, in fact, Brian Fulton. Let me correct myself there. Our 4th place man championship, he's on pole. He's only the best part of another 29 points off of Scott Helm. This is a golden opportunity for Brian Fulton.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit mixed up, isn't it? And and as I say, Scott Helm, I think it won't waste too much time trying to come through the field, but it's an easier job to say that than to actually do it. And you'll see as they fan out with this 27-car grid that there's not a lot of space out there. They have got slightly narrower track front suspension, but the rear of the car is exactly the same width as any other Caterham that we've got here. They will get affected by the tow a little bit more. The windscreen and the lights and whatnot do make the car a little bit less aero efficient, so the tow is even stronger with the Roadsport, especially as they've only got 125 horsepower, so a little bit less power to push through and pass that air as well. But this time we are definitely heading towards the start then of their first of 2 20-minute races for them. So everyone else has got 3 races. Roadsport have 2 races over the course of a weekend, and that'll be plenty for them to be getting their teeth into today anyway, as the Bilstein Roadsport cars then line up. And the final few cars getting there in the back, and we'll see the safety car or the course car, and then the green flag will signal that we're ready to get this race underway.
Oh, indeed. Well, safety car peels in, and, well, lights gone, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for race 16 of race 40, I should say, the Bilstein Caterham Roadsport Championship, and it's away as they roar the way down towards turn number 1. And, well, Brian Fortuné gets a good start as to cover everybody off. That's adventurous to the grass there from our second place start of Alistair Morton, but he manages to keep it on track in the end. Doesn't use the rallycross line to try and make moves. A couple run wide there. There's a dirt cloud running up. That'll clear very shortly, and when it does, well, we'll have to see where the dust settles with regards to who's made progress and not. But it looks like all drivers safe on through the opening couple of corners. They will squeeze now down to Cascades. It's always a bit tight here on the opening lap, given the fact that you are trying to shuttle the best part of 20 plus cars all into one corner. But at the front of the field, here they come to us, Chris, and it is still Thornton holding on, albeit Caruso and White, I think, have made some progress.
Yeah, we're going to have to, there's also so many cars out there that we're going to have to wait for them to go over the line to really figure out who everyone is out there. But Brian Thornton still in his blue and orange car, holding on out the top and over as they go round Shell Oil hairpin for the first time. Morton did make that good, so in fact he's lost out now, hasn't he, in that, so he's in second place as they head around the Britain chicane. All single file, yes, just about making it all single file as they funnel themselves through. You have to do that, and they'll head over the hill then down into the next overtaking opportunity, which is into Knickerbrook this time through.
Well, coming back to us now, and as we can see, their change of lead, a big lock up there, just about survives it and squeezes through. That was threading the needle and then some, but to be fair, great awareness from all drivers involved in that situation, as one of the drivers there just missing their braking zone and had to go straight to the grass, but the field around respecting that and deciding to just back off the throttle a little bit, otherwise that could have been tears, but not quite so. Our number 26 runner there, going a little bit slowly coming out Knickerbrook corner, that was none other than Al Jalili, who has made up several places since the start, should be pointed out. So a good drive there from Al Jalili. Well, looking back to our very front here, oh well, licence plate shows, but who is it who's leading? Well, it is our number 12 driver of Morton who's into lead after a very tricky start, who ended up putting 2 wheels on the grass. He's now got the lead of this race, but it's going to be Thornton and company giving chase. Our top 3 now coming to you, Chris.
Yep, so Thornton, Morton, and then it is White, Caruso, Evans, Helm over the line. So Helm not making those, but only picking up a single place. A couple of drivers losing out there. So Charles Harris and William Harris, we've seen them, they've been winning races this year, so we're seeing them further drop down that order. And as we watch Aaron Oliver also making up a few places there after a tricky testing session for him, but the biggest winner of that everyone was Kinnear back in 18th place, making up 5
somebody's
places.
off.
Ooh, we've got a car off on the left hand side there, haven't we? So a bit of bodywork flying as well. He disappeared off to the left of our screen. I wonder whether he'll be able to get going again.
Well, big sideways, went backwards into the grass. I think there might have been a bit of a tap alternative. The rear of the car let go over Denton's. There is a bump in the road coming down the hill, but not necessarily on entry. So we'll get you more on that when we can, ladies and gentlemen. But in the meantime, well, as our leaders head out of Shellwell's corner, it is going to be Morton back ahead of Thornton for at least now. In fact,
Thornton.
They are the other way round. My apologies there. It's the rhyme of the names catching me out a little bit, but our top 3 push each other onwards, and Caruso trying to catch up.
Yeah, absolutely. And Caruso is with and White sort of holding on in there for that front battle. I was expecting to see Scott Helm coming through, but at the moment he's a little bit caught up as behind, and it is Thornton who does take that lead into Nickelbrook this time through. You can see everyone else still single file as they come down, so they are all managing to sort of keep it under control. Buck we just saw going through the screen as well. 17 is the Crawley. He's had a sort of mixed bag of results this year, sometimes in the top 10, sometimes higher up, but this time finding himself at the rear of that top 10, but fighting with Buck and Tam Parker as well. They've been having battles all the way through the course of this season as well, as we watch them all through Druids as they come towards us and up towards the final corner of this, their second lap already. So Thornton still protecting Morton, having a look, and Caruso seeing whether White's seeing whether he can do anything about that.
Well, it's absolutely brilliant fighting between these two, and White just watching on at the moment as Thornton and Morton really are trying to take each other to town here, roaring the way on to the next lap they go. And well, our two leaders here, 2-1, they come into Old Hill Corner, but that's only for a brief moment, and they settle on down. Further behind, well, it is Helm who's now trying to pick up the pieces, as that's somebody very sideways for turn number 1. It goes sideways and backwards. That is at number 86, and that is Evans there, who got escorted into the grass, and well, not quite sure who he made contact with, but he definitely was turned around. But what I was about to say is that Helm has moved up into 5th and now seems to have found a bit of momentum to take on Caruso, but we do see there are number 86 gradually making its way away. So Evans has survived that.
Scared.
Well, indeed, and well, a lot of grass there. It seems like a bit of grass actually getting caught on one of the exhaust pipes there, but I'm sure that'll clear off, and if not, he might be told by the marshals to come into the pit lane. But still, not coming into the pit lane right now, staying out on the circuit. Battle there for second. White is now on the charge.
Yeah, looking to see whether he can do anything about Morton in front of him. He's not going to be able to do it that time through, so Thornton's still in the lead and protecting that gap. And as they go nose to tail through the Britons, there is the number 33 looking resplendent in his blue and orange machinery. A little bit of a gap there as the White and Morton do go side by side once more, and it looks like it's still going to be Morton with the advantage down the inside, but he's going to have to work hard to hold on to that position, and around the outside he'll have to take the grass, just as we saw with Ben Wheatley and another driver there. Is that Scott Helm? I think that was Scott Helm, so that's not going to help his charge back through, and it was 42 of Scott Helm, so he's lost an awful number of places. He finds himself behind Charles Harris and William Harris now, so he's got it all to do once more. But Charles and William, be thankful to see him making that mistake. But Thornton has got that nice little gap. He comes off of a win, doesn't he, I think, in the last round, so looking to see whether he can keep the momentum, and certainly looks like it. He threw away a couple of wins earlier in the season, so he'll be looking to see whether he can recover that. But it is the number 12 of Morton, finds himself still in that second place over the top of White just for now, but they'll be both looking to see that they don't want to make that gap come to, as you see Thornton working really hard at the wheel there as the rear of this car just wanted to step out on him.
Oh, indeed, he is absolutely hustling that car, is Thornton. And well, you can understand why for Brian Thornton, because he's only had 2 wins this season, both of them coming in round number 4 at Croft, where he really was the man to beat when it came to race wins. But last time out at Zandvoort, it was the Harris show, with William and Charles both separated and win a piece. But as we do see a 3-wide fan down there coming through Denton's, well, it did look as though Helm was really struggling under brake. A big lock-up into the Hislop chicane on the previous lap, and now he's put it to it all again. And of course, the only problem is once you locked at the brakes once, they get a little bit hot, and well, the tyres whip it, and you're at a risk of locking up again if you push too hard. But at the front right now, the only thing that's been locked up here is a lockdown the lead battle, and Thornton and Morton still pushing each other literally all the way through. I think we're going to be saying that, and I think we're going to be getting the jingle of Thornton and Morton stuck in our heads for the entirety of this weekend. Not that that's a bad thing. White, meanwhile, he's just watching very patiently with Caruso there in the Rothmans Williams inspired livery machine, or at least the Rothmans livery from the days of endurance racing a Porsche and then to Williams in Formula 1. Well, it's catching up a little bit at the moment, so the top 10 is coming back together,
yes,
which is what we love to see.
Yeah, Scott Helm also fought back through that pack and has found himself back chasing again, so he's done a good job of recovering his last time through in this world. 1 lap ago, wasn't it? But he's back in front of the 2 Harris brothers, so he's made quick smart to them, and they've been battling each other, which is holding them up a little bit. But yeah, Luciano Caruso in that 4th place then. He's again being patient with that. I wonder whether he's got the pace in the car and just being patient. He's being very patient if he is, but nevertheless, him and White just watching to see whether anything is to pick up the pieces from Thornton and Morton out front. But the Harris brothers also firmly in that battle, but Scott Helm doing what he needs to do right now to make sure that he stays relevant in this championship, as he comes in here as the leader in that championship, and he wants to maximise those points with side by side into the final corner. Thornton has got the advantage though, and Morton has to settle and tuck back into his toe. He'll try and get the toe out of the corner, although he's a little bit compromised and had to take a tighter line, which is going to let White and Caruso catch back up again.
Well, they're going to come back together then as they make their way towards the halfway point of this race. A few more laps to come yet, and well, Thornton still holding off Morton for now. An update on Sam Parker, meanwhile, further down the order, running E12, having a bit of a battle with Davison and Bark, so we'll keep you updated on that as we do see them all making them out the opening corner. More drivers, of course, being reminded not to run off onto the AstroTurf there at turn number 1. That's why the major track limits places where the stewards will be penalising them if they use all the runoff surface there, because they are expected to keep within the white lines. But as our drivers continue to stay within the limits for now and push their own abilities to limits, I should say, that was very close there into Ireland. I think that was the two Harris family members going side by side for a brief moment, and how they managed to survive that, only they will know.
Well, they will have a bit to talk about, I'm sure, afterwards as well, as I think maybe I heard Jonathan Palmer's helicopter coming into land maybe somewhere around this Oulton Park circuit. But the road sports out there, everyone loves these. A bit of dust out there over Ireland as well, so I wonder if someone has clipped the grass there. It's a pretty scary place if you do clip the grass, but Thornton is currently holding on then in the lead as they head over down towards the chicane once more. And so it's looking to see how far up Scott Helm can get, but the Harris brothers fighting themselves is exactly what he wants to see happen at this stage. And as he said, Parker losing out one place, but still in that 12th place, and is in a comfortable position in order to try and drag this front group back. He's got to get hold back of this car that you can see going through the screen there.
Well, it may be a 20-minute race like all of ours, but it really is as well a bit of a test of mental endurance, this one, because you can't focus on the early stage of the race. Whatever you lose at the start, whatever you gain, that has happened. Now you've got to settle in the long ride, stay in the pack, and this is where it's a test of patience here, and that's why you're seeing Thornton and Morton battling each other. It's brilliant for us as viewers at home, it's brilliant for us here in the commentary, but for them, they've got to try and break into room if they want to avoid the rest of the fighting behind. Of course, both drivers find themselves in a relatively unfamiliar spot of being right at the front of the field, fighting all the way through. They have had wins this season, but right now it does seem as though they've both mutually sort of come to an agreement, at least for a lap, which is, perhaps we shouldn't be fighting each other as much, because what we're doing is just bringing everybody else in. And well, as you were saying earlier, Chris, the fact that if you look to people like Caruso in the 88, he's got a lot of pace on tap, not using them, perhaps doing a bit of tyre protection as well. Last couple of laps, suddenly got 100% and really try and steal this one away.
Yeah, could do, so let's keep an eye out for that. I think Thornton has got the speed of this group at the moment, so he's able to keep out front, but like I say, we've seen him make mistakes late in the race, and he is still having to defend as they head it. The Harris brothers are really costing each other time. They're going to have a lot to talk about. They have been absolutely going, having fun out there, side by side at every single opportunity. They'll be, whether they'll be friends or not by the end of it, they'll still be brothers though, so they got no choice in that. As we look at Helm looking to see whether he can make him another place, and in fact I think he's just having to defend from the Harris brother, so yeah, he is going to there's a little bit of a argy-bargy. They went into Britain, so again you have to be single file by the time you get out of that, but so that is Harris overtaking over the top of Thornton then this time through.
Well, Harris makes a move there, and that's important to get him some points, but look at this, they're going to try and go for 4 wide, not quite 3 wide under braking there in towards the Hislop chicane, and right now, well, it is going to be the second member of the Harris family who's been swarmed as they roar the way on through, and the number 96 there of Harris makes his way on through, albeit Oliver Crawley and Buck all queuing up there. I mean, I thought we were going 4 wide for a brief moment. I thought they were going to try and prove that she can do it.
Yep, Sam Parker's up there, but you're exactly right, it was definitely 3 wide, and that would have been breathing everyone, that would have been uncomfortable. But Sam Parker making another place up, and there she's at the trail end of that pack, the angry pack that you might there. Thornton now heading towards us, still in that lead. Number 12 of Morton looking to see whether he can do a little feint to the inside, does cause Thornton to go and tuck to the inside, which is going to compromise his speed as they come out here. This will be his best opportunity, Morton, to take that lead, but unfortunately he's got White and Caruso absolutely there to see whether they can do anything to deny it. They're going to come side by side then as they come towards us. Morton has got the overlap, and he do anything about holding the momentum? No, but Caruso looking down the bottom of White this time.
Now watch out for Caruso. I think now with 8 minutes left, Caruso has timed this and said, right, now I'm going to start to show myself a little bit more and expose that I've got a bit more pace, but further outside, down the bottom into the top 10, that is getting so close as Parker and Buck right now fighting absolutely tooth and nail over 10th place there. And Parker trying to move a little bit further forward is Sam, as we will see how they come out of that fight by the time they get to Shell Oils and back. Further down as well, we've also got some battles going on for 17th between Watson, Chapman and Khan, so we'll keep you abreast of that in the background. The stories everywhere up and down this running order, to be fair, but at the very front is where all the excitement really is coming to the boil, as we do see some of the drivers make their way out towards Shell Oils, and then the rest of them come back to us, and there we can see our top 5 all together for now. However, the rest of the field is inching closer and closer, little
Harris
by
up to
little.
4th though, Caruso dropping down into 5th. and I think it's still Morton and White then in the second and third. So yes, it has a little bit of a shuffle there. There's another gap back now to the other Harris brother. So I wonder whether there was a little bit of RG into the Shell Oils that time through. So a little bit of a reordering, but Thornton it is ahead of Morton, then White, then we've got Harris and then Caruso behind. So a little bit of an upset there. Then we've got Aaron Oliver in the yellow car, 74 spinning there. That's the Chapman recovering down at the Britain's chicane.
Well, Chapman's had it go round, but he's going to now get it pointed back in the right direction. I do wonder whether Charles Harris has said to Will Harris, I don't know how he's communicated, he said, go away, I don't want to fight you anymore, and Will said, okay, I will, I'll just go up the order and go chase down 4th place.
Drivers very well know the hand signals that mean that, yeah.
Well, we won't give you a demonstration of those hand signals, ladies and gents, but let's keep this civil. But as they make their way into the braking zone there, well, that was a look up the inside on Will Harris by Caruso. Didn't quite get it at work, took a little bit of sneak peek. That's cost him all the momentum up the hill, and now that's going to be Charles Harris looking around the outside of Dearly to get the inside. So keep your eye in the rear of the picture on the all-yellow machine. Left of the battle, Caruso, and then the top 4 come through. Charles Harris may be up into 5th place here. Has he got it done? It's going to be a squeeze, and if so, I think he may just get it. We'll have to wait and find out as they come down the hill. But meanwhile, bobbing and weaving from side to side, that is Nathan Will Harris, and well, our 2 leaders 2 wide through Cascade. I think they've got the memo now, which is we're just going to fight all the way to the end, and this is going to make it exciting.
Coming down to that final 5 minutes, though, positioning and tactics all come in as well. Know where your speed is. A little bit more wind out there this time through as they go 4x4 as they go into Island Bend this time. Heading round towards Shell Oils, and Sam Parker was side by side with Crawley as they went round Cascades, as were Aaron Oliver as they heading out there as well. Here come our leaders then, Thornton, and it is Morton sitting there. Now we've got Harris, William Harris up into 3rd place then, over the top of Oliver, and then Caruso has dropped back behind Aaron Oliver in that lap as well, so he is finding himself losing places. So rather than finding that speed, he's lost a little bit. He's just ahead then of Scott Helm in that battle. Then it was Crawley and Sam Parker in the queue as well. You can see them all coming down the hill together then. Harris losing a little bit of a place, though. He's back down to 4th place, but Aaron Oliver in the yellow car is up into that 5th place, so he's having a good bit of speed late on. Here's their little bit further trailing pack as they head through Britain. There is in fact, that's number 5, so we did lose Scott Harris at some point, didn't he? Because he was battling his brother, so he's a big loser there and finds himself towards the back.
Yeah, Scott Harris further back. As we just took a little peek to what's going on further back. In fact, we see a bit more of it. That's a bit of a lock-up, and Scott Harris really struggling. As that's a bit of a run wide there as well from, I believe, that might have been on number 58 of Platt. But back from the bottom end of the top 20, back to the very front of it. 4 minutes to go. 2 more laps after this one to go, if my maths is correct. And right now, Thornton and Morton still push each other onwards with White there. Will Harris, meanwhile, he's watching on in 4th place. But keep in mind, you've also got there Oliver and Caruso all staying together. But on the inside, that is going to be lovely move there from White, but just misses the mark and runs out White. Too much speed, and we'll find out on that inside line. You've got to brake much earlier if you want to keep it on track, so that's cost him a bit of time. But down the hill, in towards Cascades right now, this top 6 fight is squirming onto our pictures, and then even behind them, well, that battle for what is 8 through to 12. Sam Parker's dropped back to 12th place, I should point out, but right in the thick of it. It's all chop and change.
Not only did White lose momentum around the outside, he also cost himself another track limits infringement. There's an automated sensor there that has definitely caught him 4 wheels off the track, and that you only get to do that a couple of times before you start getting penalties out on track. So Thornton still managing to control out front, doing a good job. There he is, but now he's got to Harris, William Harris, right on his tail, who's made it over the top of Morton this time through. Aaron Oliver finds himself in that 4th place, then White, and then it's back to Caruso, who's still hanging on in there, but he's got a bit of work to do to get back to that 4th place, and in fact he's trailing just a touch. As then we see the yellow car of, in fact another car, they're side by side as they come back. That's Scott Helm trying his best. He just doesn't have the ultimate pace this weekend as Chris Buck is on the grass. Does he get it stopped? He does, but that's Crawley, I think, spinning around there. Sam Parker making a place up. Dan Crawley, that's bad for him in the championship. He was in that top 10 of the championship, and it's unfortunate, found himself losing places. He's not going to lose too many though, but he will have an awful lot to do. He's going to have to lick his wounds and come back for race 2 later on today.
Well, indeed, he's got to mentally reset there, and I wonder if we might get a replay of that later, exactly how he was turned around, whether his own volition or not. But it gets very close, and of course there are always going to be moments where it gets contentious. Meanwhile, Meanwhile, this is contentious. This is a change to the very front, and that is Will Harris up into second, fighting for the lead. One more lap to go, and suddenly the lime green machine is absolutely tearing its way through the field.
Started 8th on the grid, and he's come all the way through to the front where he has been for quite a lot of the season, so doing what he needs to do to get back in it. He did have a track limits infringement in qualifying all the way that must have made fastest lap, and he found himself 8th, which was exactly where you don't want to really be. But this battle of front 5 cars, front 6 cars have been together all the time. Then a little bit of a pregnant pause. And I don't think it was it Crawley? It wasn't Crawley that spun around. It was someone else who's dropped down the order.
I think Baslington.
Yeah, so Baslington was the spinner there as we watch them all come through cascades then. So this will be their penultimate lap around this Oulton Park circuit for the Roadsport in race 1 of 2 for them this race weekend.
Well, they only have 2 races here, but they are being absolute superstars right now as Thornton literally having to go defensive every corner. Ireland, he's made it the slowest run through Ireland that any of them are going to take this time. They head up towards Shell Oils. They'll come back to us very shortly, and well, as they do, will it will still be Thornton leading? We wait to pick them up, and there they are, and he's just holding on, coming through the right-hander then in towards Britain's. You can see behind, that's a dive up the inside there. That is very tight there in the fight for 5th place, and well, a bit of a slide loose there, so Thornton's going to lose a lot of momentum here coming up the hilltop. Oh, Harris is going to try and go around the outside. He'll be forced to. Don't think Thornton's going to give him an option, but down they come. Looks one way, then the other, but the whole field is scrambling here, Chris. There's only 4 major quarters to go, but right now it is so tight.
Are we on penultimate lap or are we in the last lap? It's going to be awfully close as they come towards the line this time through, aren't they? So let's keep an eye out for that as they head over. With only 30 seconds, it might well be this checkered flag this time. Let's keep an eye out for that as this long line of Caterham Roadsport cars head up towards it. Here's Drew, 24 seconds to go. Are they going to make it back? Scott Hans, William Harris seeing whether he can do anything about Thornton. Thornton has been in the lead of every single corner of pretty much every single lap, and that is the 13 of Baslington. Another problem there for his car as it's side by side for then 8 seconds. Are they going to get to the line in 6 seconds? Are we going to have the checkered flag this time? Who's going to take this win?
Well, we'll see. As the clock goes to 0, the checker flag surely may wave or may it not. We'll see. The checker flag does wave, and it's going to be by a slender margin. Thornton just holds off Morton, who in the end got back ahead of Will Harris, who finishes 3rd. Oliver takes 4th ahead of White. That's your top 5. Caruso fell to 6th towards the end, but still a valiant effort ahead of Scott Helm, who just could not pierce his way through that top 6 pack. And then it will be none other than Charles Harris ahead of Crawley and Buck, who completes your top 10. Sam Parker, best the rest in a length, just missing out on the top 10 finish by 3.5 attempts, and your top 15 completed by Davison, Searle, Pontes and Morling. But goodness me, as this race comes to a close, what an incredible race. And well, with that checker flag in the end, I think Thornton will be very glad it was the checker flag. I think he couldn't do another lap of all that.
No, and but what a well-controlled race, considering it shows he had the pace in that car, because he managed to lead nearly every lap, and I would never have bet on that ahead of, well, seeing the battling pack that he had behind him. But Morton and Caruso, White, Harris, Evans, all, and Scott Helm sort of clinging on in there, doing everything they could. And Sam Parker started 11th, ended 11th, but it doesn't really describe the full extent of the race that she had. And hopefully we'll be able to hear from her in a few moments' time as she jumps out of her car and turns from racing driver into presenter. But yeah, what a great result. And Thornton on a bit of a run at the tail end of this season. He's running out of races to keep pushing forward, but he's doing what he needs to do right now.
Oh, indeed. Over the last 4 races, 3 podiums in 4 races, and 2 of those being wins. So Brian Thornton, this is definitely looking to be a very strong run through the season. And well, as we do look to the pit entry there and the exit of the final corner, let's bring you those provisional results subject to any insurance inquiries. And for race number 11 of the 2025 Bilstein Caterham Roadsport Championship here at Oulton Park, it was victory for Brian Thornton, led every lap, dug in deep and delivered by 1.5 attempts over Alistair Morton, who will be very happy with that result and means that he picks up another podium. He hasn't had too many this season. William Harris finished 3rd, gutted to miss out on 2nd, but to be fair, given where he started, I think he'll take that one with open arms. Ahead of Aaron Oliver, who took 4th place. Oliver White was 5th. Luciano Caruso was 6th after battling for the podium for the majority of the race. Scott Helm and took 7th place in the end. Our championship leader really struggling to pierce his way through the running order. That's going to have big permutations in the championship when we go into the 2nd race this afternoon. And then Charles Harris, Daniel Crawley and Chris Buck completed your top 10. Best the rest of the length was Sam Parker ahead of Andrew Davison, with Ivan Searle and Eduardo Pontes completing your top 14 finishers. Fastest lap, interestingly, was the man who unfortunately ended up with 2 spins, Baslington, a 157.77. So where everyone was fighting, Baslington had a bit more breathing room on the circuit and got to deliver quite a good lap and pick up a bonus point for it.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just hearing in the background as well, so they're going to keep to our timetable as far as the lunch break goes, so it's going to be an abbreviated short lunch break for us. No chance to get it all sorted, but you can see all the cars arriving back, and I know that Sam's going to be getting going. We'll let her get out the car, but what a race for Roadsport, and we've got everything we've seen now, we get to see all again, plus 3 more races on top of that, and that's all happening in a single day. Can you imagine how busy that is for the race driver? It's incredible.
Oh, indeed, it's absolute pandemonium, but somehow they make all the chaos look logical and ordered here, and it's been absolutely fantastic racing, ladies and gentlemen. I think without further ado, we are very shortly going to be getting a word from our winning drivers and drivers up and down the order of the Roadsport series. So I believe we're going to be hearing from Ian Woolhouse and Sam Parker down in the Parc Fermé.
Yeah, so we're coming into that lunch break, but don't go anywhere. I would leave it, if you're going to go and grab a cup of tea or anything, go and do that, but leave us on in the background, because we are going to be back up and running, and we're going to be keeping going all the way through the lunch break, so we'll have some entertainment for you. But yeah, I think Sam's just about getting out her car down there, but we will be coming back after lunch around 2 o'clock with the Seven Championship UK, the second of their 3 races. So yeah, it's great to see. But yeah, I think Sam is just about be ready to get out of the car. Sam Parker's jumped out, turned into a racing driver, into a presenter. Let's hear from her.
Alrighty, well, over to Sam Parker very shortly, and Ian there as well, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to leave you in the hands of our racing driver turned presenter.
Well, that was a fantastic race from my perspective, and these guys weren't, there wasn't a massive gap in this race, which was great. I could see them up front having a fantastic battle. So, Brian, from pole to win, fantastic job.
Brilliant.
I'm
speaking your language now, mega. I never say that back home. I'm going to get shot in Ireland over that. Hello to Jane, Sean, Joshua, and Lucy, all at home. I love you guys. There we go. There's all the nice bits out of the way. That was tough work. Yeah.
This track's relentless, right?
Yeah, and you think you're going to get a break, and then all of a sudden the cars are on top of you again, and you go, oh God, we've got to go to work again. But it was great crack, really clean race, and great fun. Just great fun, banging headache, but other than that.
Ooh. And, just got to say, Brian commentated at the Snetterton GP round, which I raced in, and you didn't take part, but you were on the commentary for 2 hours with Alex Coombs. 3 well, you did the academy as well, didn't you? Yeah. And how was that? It was fantastic.
Really good fun. Certainly a big appreciation for Cheesy and all the crew and yourself that have to do this round after round after round, because it's easy to talk for 2 hours, but to do 20 minutes in different segments and know so much about everybody, it's hats off to everybody in the commentating team. So yeah, it's not as easy as it looks, and if anybody thinks they can do it better, come try it.
There you go.
All right.
Brilliant. Well done, Brian. Right, where's Alistair? There he is. He's over here. Alistair, they're together. Yeah. Guys, come and talk together, because you're second and third. Camera's over there. Little bit of a wing, light cluster hanging off there.
Yeah. Well, first of all, I'm really happy. Yeah. I've qualified second and first time I qualified second, been third a couple of times, never quite made it onto the podium before, other than Kerbera. So I'm just delighted that I've made it here today. Put myself in a good position with qualifying second. With Brian at the start, I think we traded places a couple of times over the first couple of laps. Brian, credit to him, he knew where to put the car. He knew where to put the car to stop me getting past. He did a brilliant job. He deserved to be first. I was really happy with second. Looked a bit dicey at moments, a couple of points where people were coming through, and I was worried I'd lose it, which is one of those. But managed to get the places back, managed to get back into second, out-dragged Will to the line, so he came from third out the last corner. So I'm really happy with that. Brilliant, really happy for my first podium.
Yeah, congratulations, well deserved as well. 11th, so I started 11th, I dropped back, had a terrible start, made up places, then finished 11th.
So it's always nice to make up places, even if when you academy, I always drop back, and it was fun coming back through, isn't it? Yeah.
So there was a lot that if I say started 11th, finished 11th. It wasn't quite that simple. There's a lot that went on in the middle, but it was a brilliant race.
Well done, Sam.
Thank
you
very much. Will! Yeah, well, it's lunch break now. We've got time to
kill. It's his first podium.
I know. He deserves the time, doesn't he?
He does.
But congratulations to you. So he beat you to the line then?
He did. I got a bit greedy. I got over to second and then tried to go first on the outside in the last corner, which is never going to work. And then he just drove past me to the line, but it's all right. I've never come third, so it's...
There we go. It's a third place trophy to add to the others.
Yeah, exactly. It's great. So yeah, I'm happy.
And starting third, obviously, later on, so higher up than where you started today, so you'll be happy with that?
Yep, should win the next one.
There we go. That's it. Watch out, Brian and Alistair.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Well done, Will. Right, well, it is lunch break, but obviously we have a little bit of time. So I'll tell you what, let's go and speak to these guys down here and hear how it was from their perspective. Benoit and Charles, how was the race from your perspective?
It was eventful. I think we dropped back off the back of the group in front of us, and then we were just battling. I was battling with Heinrich until I binned it into one of the chicanes, and so I fell right to the back and then chased back. It was like changing places constantly. And then Ben went off on the last lap, and I think there was even more change.
Heinrich at the end, went off the third corner, but it's on me this one, but no, we're a group of 5 or 6, and always changing position was amazing, and some good respectful racing.
Yeah, really good, really eventful again. Yeah, started 11th, finished 11th, but a lot went on in the middle.
It was great track, really good track.
Brilliant, well done guys. It's lunch break now, so I'll tell you what, these guys need to get to the podium, so I'm going to hand the microphone back to Ian. Where is Ian? He might have disappeared. So I'll tell you what, I'll hand back to the guys in the commentary box, and we'll catch up with you again shortly. I need a drink. I'm really thirsty. It's getting very hot here now, so see you guys very shortly.
Well, in playing the game of Where's Ian, well, I'm very happy to say that Ian's with me. Good to have you with us in the commentary booth, Ian.
Paul. Yeah, sorry about that, Sam. I have disappeared. I've disappeared into the commentary box to come see you as well, Paul. Well, look, what have you made of the morning's racing so far?
Oh, it's been incredible, hasn't it? I mean, lights out a checker flag, all 4 races. Yet we've had a few safety cars, yet we've had a few incidents. But to be fair, it's been incredible racing. And to think we get to do it all again this afternoon. We've got plenty more to come.
Well, we still have, hang on, let me have a look at the times over here. We've got 7 races still to come up next after the lunch break. Is going to be the Dutch Barn Vodka Caterham 7 Championship UK. We've got a start procedure, I'm not too sure what that is, but then we go straight into the 20-minute race, don't we? So plenty of action still to come this afternoon. If you're watching, of course, at the Caterham YouTube channel, we can see. So get your comments in that live chat. In fact, Paul, you very kindly just got it up for us as well. Some of you getting in contact with us. Cameron Crawshaw there says, great racing. Dan Bartlett's remarkable to see how many wheel arches still intact and not flying left, right, centre. Dan also goes to say good afternoon, Bark team, and the chat as well. So yes, bet you won't know who it is. Says it's the truck racing on today. That's next week, by the way, next week. So yeah, plenty of action coming up this afternoon. What have you made of it so far in that live chat? Let us know. And also, I love to do this, Paul. I love to find out where people are watching from as well. If you're in the UK, whereabouts in the UK are you? If you're overseas, where are you in the world? And what are you doing? Are you out with the family today? Are you at work? You let us know. So anyway, Paul, as I said, a lot coming up this afternoon. Very quick question for you.
Sure.
Okay, a little quiz question for you. Don't be looking at my my screen.
And I won't look
okay?
at all my notes up in front of me.
I've borrowed Chris's laptop here, so if you don't mind, Chris. Right, what year was Caterham Cars founded?
Oh, goodness me.
If you know, put it in the live chat. Don't Google it. There's no prizes. It's just for fun. Pop it in the live chat. I want to know.
I want to say 1976.
You're not right. You're close. You're close. 3 years out.
1973 it would be.
Yeah, it is 1973. Congratulations. Well done. Headquarters in Dartford in England. There you go, Paul. I'm very, very impressed indeed. Have you had lunch yet, by the way,
No,
Paul?
not yet.
Okay, well, I have, and I can safely say that on the Caterham hospitality menu today is very nice beef lasagna. So can I just thank everybody at Caterham for their wonderful, wonderful hospitality. So very, very nice it was, Paul. You're not able to go either because we have a race starting in 20 minutes. Well, the cars will be released from assembly in 20 minutes, so you won't be able to go there. But again, please do get your comments coming in. Let's just have a look at that. Somebody says, super commentary. That's from Three Wheelers Racing. That's definitely for you and Chris there, Paul. Dan Bartlett, again, how you're not wrong. Thankfully, this was a fantastic, clean race. Yeah, we've had some great races. What's been your highlight of the day so far, Paul?
Oh, it would have to be the Roadsport race we've just had. I mean, the fact that we saw them go 3 wide, even try 4 wide at one point here at Oulton Park, incredible. And for it all, of course, our race winner. I mean, I don't think Fortin could have done it any longer, to be honest. The amount he had to absolutely dig in. But there's our timetable for this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. You've got another 7 races to come. And like Ian mentioned, we are going to run to the original schedule. So at 2 o'clock, we will have our starting procedure for the Dutch Barn Vodka Caterham 7 Championship UK. And that will roll straight into their second race of today. After which we'll then come to our Caterham 7 270Rs, then back to the 310s, then to the Roadsport, so their final race of this event. And then we rinse it all again for what will be the Caterham 7 UK Championship, the 270Rs and the 310Rs. And that will be our running order. Of course, we're running everything as far as we can to schedule. We'll keep updated as things go. Should we see any more red flags? But hopefully not. And we want to continue that wonderful tempo of racing. But I think with that, what we might do, ladies and gentlemen, and I think if the team will let us, because of the fact Chris and I might need to grab a spot of lunch, and in fact I can see Chris is teasing me right now with beef lasagna right behind me.
Oh, Chris has got the last one.
Oh,
no.
Come on, no. All right, I'll just settle for my packet of wine gums today, that's fine. They've got different colours, therefore different flavours. I think we might take a pause there, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll be back at just before 2 o'clock for the build-up.
Wait. Just before I let you go. Just before I let you go.
Another test question.
Another test question. We're at the international circuit. What year was the first race on the international circuit here at Oulton Park? You can do it. What year?
I want to say 1984. I don't know why.
No, it's actually close to the year that Caterham was founded.
Oh, goodness.
Close. Not bang on, but close.
75?
75.
There we go.
1975. Although the first, on the original circuit, the first race was what year, Paul Walsh? What year was it? On the original circuit, the first ever race here at Oulton Park?
It's got to be in the 30s, surely. I can't remember. I'm not looking at my notes up there either.
If you're right, either you're right or Wikipedia's right.
Was it in Wikipedia?
One of you is just very wrong. Original 1953. I've got for the original circuit, but this is Wikipedia, so it could be, might not be right. So I've just literally come in, borrowed Chris's laptop, and just Googled Oulton Park.
Citation needed on that one.
Citation needed on that. Right, anyway, I'm sorry. You need to go eat. There's a timetable on your screen. Danny, myself, and Sam are going to head over to the assembly area, and we'll catch up with some of the Dutch Bar & Vodka Caterham 7 Championships coming up very shortly. Everybody, we'll see you in a minute. Bye bye.
Well, welcome back after the lunch break, back on the grid at Oulton Park, which is a nice treat for us. We have the Caterham 7 Championship UK cars some of them are here already, some are still making their way out. So let's go and hear from some of the drivers and see what they think about their last race, which wasn't that long ago, because it's all compact today in all their 3 races in one day and qualifying, which is obviously quite a lot. So yes, a lot to deal with. Harry Senior there, and Matt Armstrong and Justin start first and second, and then we've got Craig Story. Good finish for Craig. I'm going to come and speak. Hello, Craig.
Hi Sam, how you doing?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Not too bad, yeah, not too bad. Bit tired from race 1, even though it was only 3/4 of the race distance, but yeah.
It's relentless though, this track, isn't it? When you're in a race, I mean, it's relentless just in testing, but in a race, you know, you literally can't shake any car, it seems.
This track is so demanding. It's my, like during testing Thursday, it was my 3rd time here ever. So hard to learn, so many corners, and then yeah, add in another 14 Caterhams into the mix, and yeah, it's so tiring. And we squeezed it all into a day as well, so you know.
Just to add to the challenge.
Exactly, yeah, endurance is definitely going to be key in race 3, I think. But yeah, looking forward to it.
Definitely, yeah. It's but this is a great spot for you. Well done in race 1.
Yeah, I seem to pull it out the bag in quali. Just got in a good tow and got in a good position towards the end of quali, and managed to hold on in there for the race. It was unfortunate they ended under safety car. Obviously, would have liked to have done the rest of the 6 minutes that were there. But yeah, no, looking forward to seeing what I can do in race 2.
Well, good luck. I just want to give your daughter a little shout out. She's made me, if I can just pop the microphone between my legs here, while I find it. But look, she's made me a little loom band that's got my initials on it, SP. So yeah, she's made me one before that matches my car, and I left it at home. So when I told her, she made me another one. So it's so good of her. Yeah, I got the luck. So yeah, well done, and good luck for the next one. Right, let's have it. I'm going to come and speak to Carl Jones. He's already covering his face. He knows I'm going to come to him. But Carl is AM champion last year, and he's come back. He wasn't racing this year, but he's come back just to, shake the car off, and because he's missing it. You're missing it, aren't you?
Oh, I was, Sam. Yeah, massively. And yeah, I've been beating myself all year, thinking, shall I? I'd actually retired at the end of last year racing, and I thought, no, I can't. So the boss indoors said, oh, if you want to go and do it, do it. So
here you are.
Yeah. And yeah, just today, I just went on yesterday, just love it, just absolutely love it. I think, oh God, I really miss it. So just see what we're doing next year, really.
Yeah. The thing is, I know how much it means to you, and obviously being AM champion last year was such a great way to end the season, obviously, and then with the mind of thinking that you're going to retire. But you know, why should you retire? Come back, and this is, you've done well you haven't been in the car at all, have you, this season? And here you are in a good finishing spot.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I was here last Tuesday. We had a bit
here we go. Here we go.
Yeah, we had a little bit of a test session. I went with Ben Klukas, my coach. So we had a good day. I was quite surprised, really. I was a bit shocked when we started, because we'd done the first session. I said, how am I doing, Ben? He said, yeah, not too bad, but you're 5.5 seconds off. So I was a bit shocked. I thought, oh my God. But yeah, I've been really, really pleased with today, and just hope we can get a little bit further up grid. So
brilliant. Well, enjoy every moment. Thanks, and enjoy this race.
Lovely to be back.
Good. It's lovely to have you back.
Thank you very much.
And there's Debbie there, his wife. It's always lovely to make you spin round there, but yeah, hi Debbie. Yeah, it's always lovely to have them back in the paddock. Tom Eden, let's have a quick word with Tom. Hello Tom, how was you? I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, good, thanks, good.
How was your race 1?
It was really limp. Really, yeah, it wasn't great. Just one of those races. Yeah.
But you enjoy this track?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, the track's amazing. It's probably one of my favourite circuits. Really good.
It really suits Caterham's though, doesn't it?
It does. It's great. It's so good. But yeah, love it.
Yeah, good. Well, hopefully,
Yeah, just
You're-
pull the finger out basically. Just, yeah, simple
Just
as
have a
that.
word with yourself then.
Thank you.
Brilliant. Well, enjoy it.
Cheers, thanks. Take care.
Right, let's have a walk on down. All the teams and guests are starting to come on the grid now. I'll have a quick word with Dale. Hello, Dale. You made your debut back, didn't you, at Zandvoort?
Yeah.
And how was Zandvoort for you?
It was good actually, yeah. Yeah, first and second race was good. Had a bit of an issue in the third, but no, all round it was alright, yeah.
Happy to be back in the car?
Yes, it's great, yeah. Oulton Park's a good circuit, so yeah, really enjoying it.
And obviously you raced with your brother at Zandvoort, but he's not come back. He just did Zandvoort, did he?
Yeah, I think he's just interested in the European rounds now, so yeah. Probably see him next year.
Oh, will we? Ooh, is he going to come back?
Yeah, probably for the European round, I reckon. Yeah.
Brilliant. Well, enjoy this race, and then you've got another one to go. So it's compact, isn't it? A lot in one day.
Yeah, it's all going to happen in this race, I think.
Elbows out and all that. Yeah. Brilliant. Well, have a good one.
All right, okay.
Oh, and then we've got James Hall next. So James obviously stepped up to 420s this year from 310. I think he's been really enjoying this car. So let's have a word with James. Hello, James.
Hello, Sam.
How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Yeah, just looking forward to a second race with hopefully a bit more racing in it.
Yeah. How was the first race then?
It was fun. I really enjoyed it. The few sort of clear laps we had. It always gets frustrating when you have to sit in the car and there's a few incidents, but hopefully everyone's all right. Well, I can see most of them behind me, so yeah, could have been better, but I was all right, so can't really complain too much.
Good. And still loving it, I think, aren't you?
Still loving it very much. So yeah, well, I was having a great battle just at the beginning with Mark, who I usually do that with, and yeah, it's just a shame it was ruined by a safety car, but yeah, the little racing we had was very good fun.
Yeah, good. Well, hopefully it's the full 20 minutes for this one.
Great, yeah, hopefully very much so. Thank you very much.
Brilliant. Well done, thank you. Right, let's have a walk on back. There's a lot of people around the Oakmere car here. Let's go and have a word with Johnny. Johnny, don't go anywhere. You've got lots of guests. It's your local track, isn't it, this one?
It absolutely is. Team Oakmere local track, and particularly for our local driver Steve, who's got this amazing, admiring crowd. We didn't know we had friends at all, so this is a remarkable revelation to all of us. But yeah, absolutely amazing to be here at Oulton Park, best circuit in the UK. So yeah, just literally a couple of miles away from our dealership, so it's just perfect to be here. Weather's turned up, you've turned up, he's turned up, they've turned up, so all we need to do now is go racing.
That's it, yeah, not long to go.
Yeah, exciting.
What a great day for the guests, though. They get so much racing in one day. Are you loving it?
Steve, what have they said?
Oh, what have they said? No pressure for Steve.
Look at the eyes, eh? The eyes say it all. Yeah.
Oh, potential Academy drivers here.
Would you recommend it, Sam?
Absolutely. I did Academy last year. It was the best thing in the world. So, yeah. And then I'm in Roadsport this year, so I couldn't give it up. I had to do it another year.
No, absolutely. Just have to keep going, don't you?
Yeah.
It is, I'm afraid, a little bit addictive, isn't it?
Slightly addictive, yes.
But it's but great fun. Great fun.
Yeah, brilliant. Well, thank you very much for talking to us.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Good luck, Steve. There you go. It's nice, isn't it? The local dealerships. We've got quite a few across the country, Caterham dealerships. So this is, Oakmere's local one. So they've come up to, obviously brought a lot of maybe potential customers, Caterham customers and guests, and obviously friends and family of the drivers. So, right, I'm just going to have a quick word with, I'll going to speak to Darren McCormick. Sorry to dive in there. I'm just going to, how are you, Darren?
I'm okay, yeah.
How are you enjoying Oulton Park?
Testing was really good. Qualifying was quite good. Again, I'm still learning about the tow, and then obviously, unfortunately, someone took me out in race one. But the car feels fine. A little bit stiff, but ready for race two.
Good. Well, yes, I did see the unfortunate moment, but you managed to. They drag you out, and you drove back. So at least that's good.
Yeah. It was just unfortunate. And I was going around the outside of Mark and Dale. And I don't think Mark saw me and just caught me, so it's one of them things, motor racing, unfortunately. So we go again.
That's it. You move forward from here, though, I think.
Hopefully.
Yeah, brilliant. Right, I'll let you get sorted. That's the whistle. That's for us to get off the grid. So I'll hand back to our commentators now, and I'll see you in a little bit.
Thank you, Sam. And well, that was our grid walk there for the upcoming race in what is none other than Dutch Bar and Vodka Caterham 7 Championship UK, ladies and gentlemen. So great to hear, not just from our drivers, but also from friends, family and team members up and down the order. But speaking of the order, this is how they'll line up for race number 17 of their 2025 campaign. And well, they start where they finished from race number 1, and it is Matthew Armstrong who lines up in pole position, with Justin Armstrong father alongside our pro and pole sitter ahead of the am pole sitter. Behind, well, he wasn't happy with how race number 1 ended because he wanted a victory. Harry Senior starts third for this one, ahead of Craig Story, with Harry Cook and Cole Jones lined up together on row number 3. And on row 4, you'll have the likes of Tom Eden and Dale Head. Keep your eyes out for them. They're two very quick drivers, and if they can get things nailed down, they'll be absolutely going on the attack. James Hall and Mark Kendall line up on row number 5 to complete your top 10. And indeed, both drivers there looking to move forward, particularly James Hall, who enjoyed the racing minus the safety car period, and we're hoping for racing all the way through the 20 minutes. Steve Metcalf starts this one best the rest in 11th place, ahead of Darren McCormack. It will then be Chris Fraser and Gary Curtis 13th and 14th, and last but not least, demoted by 10 places as a result of a penalty, as was adjudged through that instant that was between Darren McCormack and Mark Farmer. It is Mark Farmer who starts 15th of our 15 starters. And that's your grid for this second race of the day for the Caterham 7 Championship UK. And well, Chris, we've got plenty more racing to come this afternoon, and we're getting it underway with our Premier Series to find out who is the best of the best in the UK.
Yeah, second of their 3 20-minute races over the course of this weekend then. You can see them all lined up there, sort of in those alternating grid spots, so not side by side like we see in the other championships, but you can also see the weather out there, still cloudy, still grey, but it's not cold, and like I say, the cool sort of air edge that while we haven't got the sun out there, it's in the car. We love this. They're going to have slightly tired tyres as we move into the second of their races. They have one set of slick tyres per race weekend, so they will start to be wearing them away. We saw Harry Cook coming through the field to try and join his Pro-Am buddies at the front of the field in race 1, and we're going to see whether he can continue that progress. He's just got a couple more drivers to get through to get up there. And we also saw Justin Armstrong squeezing through just as the safety car got thrown into that second place, importantly denying Harry Senior of important points over Matt Armstrong. And we saw how disappointed Harry was in Parc Fermé, and it's understandable. That was a kind of 3-point swing just on and he definitely had pace in that car. So he'll be looking to see what he can do. All he can do is keep plugging away, but a 3-point swing away from his championship rival is not what he was after in race number 1. But it will be a motivation, no doubt, to move forward into that race. This race number 2, we'll see them again a little bit later on. So again, they have to make sure they finish this race with all of their wheels pointing in the same direction as we see them come down towards us over the hill and down into the Knickerbrook chicane. You can see how hard they're weaving their tyres as well to get that heat in. We saw Matt Armstrong have an absolute disaster on the first start until he got a reprieve. He was all the way to the back of the field after stalling, and got all his Christmas presents early, and as the race was restarted after Gary Curtis ended up in the barrier. I didn't see whether Gary Curtis was back on the field, but hopefully he's got his car back all together as we watch these 7 420R cars, the underlying car model. But this is the 7 Championship UK. A British champion is what they're aiming for, a national racing championship, the top flight of Caterham Motorsport in the UK.
Indeed, Chris. And well, just as our drivers make the way on through, of course, we had some panning shots there to show our marshals, who we again say a big thank you to for all their hard work. And also we need to give a shout out to one set of volunteers who definitely have had their work cut out for them so far today. Our safety car driver and his observer, Elliot Danaher, and also Sean Clark, who have been munching away at their Haribos, as I've been reliably informed, from inside the car, thanks to a good friend of mine, Gareth Newton, who's normally here helping out with the marshals as well. But a shout out to all 3 of them. Gareth couldn't be here this weekend, but Elliot and Sean in that safety car are ready to take action when needed. Hopefully we won't see any more safety cars this afternoon, and we want to see the racing keep on flowing. But indeed, a fantastic race to get us underway for this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and we are only moments away from going green flag racing again, Chris. It's going to be a feisty one, and I think the big question mark is going to be, could we expect Harry Senior to carve his way through into the lead?
That would be where my money is at. I think he's got the motivation, he's got the speed in that car, and he will want to get that really quite heavily in there. Also watch out for, like I say, Harry Cook coming through, but the battle for those, the AM Championships also raging on. As we see the cars then pulling up into their grid spots, time to get their second race underway as we wait for the green flag.
Alrighty, well, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we get this afternoon underway because race number 17 of the 2025 Dutch Bomb Vodka Caterham 7 Championship UK gets underway here at Oulton Park, and the lights go out, and with it, well, look at that, the Armstrongs immediately converging together. They know that they're going to have Senior looking up the inside. He takes a quick look, but it's not going to be enough there. And meanwhile, our full place starter there of none other than Craig Story, he sees an opportunity. Oh, that's a big run wide there. Now, who is that who's gone wide?
I think it's Darren McCormack, so we heard from him on the grid, and that's not how he'd won his first corner to go. Track limits and lost out in there, but we can see Chris Fraser back out there, so after the cloudy smoke that he ended in, it looks like they've got that car back out in time for this race. But it's Matt Armstrong coming towards us then in the lead over the top of Justin Armstrong. Story is now ahead of Senior as well, so Senior's lost out a place. He tried to attack forward, and then we've got Carl Jones in that fourth place, as they say, coming back to us and racing after being the AM champion last year. Good to see him out there having fun and maybe thinking about resurging into the championship from next year on. But here is Matt Armstrong then doing what he's doing, and now Justin Armstrong can do what he wants to do, which is act as blocker and give his son a little bit of a break out front. It was good to see them having that little first-second moment, wasn't it, in there. Craig Story looking to see whether there's anything to happen. He can't do it down into Knickerbrook this time through, but Harry Senior be watching that gap with interest. He wants to make sure he can push forward, but he knows exactly what Justin's trying to do, and he'll have to remain calm at this point. There's James Hall following on, the two yellow cars, following on from Tom Eden as well.
Oh, indeed, and at the back of the picture was a big squeeze between Darren McCormack, and I believe that might have been Fraser coming through his lock chicane. In the end, McCormack had to back out, so therefore he's still running it back, but he's caught up to the field already, and as the field now makes its way towards the end of the open lap, well, we can already start to see Matt Armstrong run away, but here comes none other than Story looking up the inside here, trying to get all the way in versus Justin Armstrong. He knows what's going on, and understandably it's completely legal. Justin Armstrong right now fighting his own race for second place and allowing his teammate and son to run away with things, but one lap down, and Matt Armstrong leads by a second with Justin Armstrong right behind. But look at this Story trying to look round the outside. He's throwing everything at this. Harry Senior queues up behind as well. Big sideways slide there from one of the runners a bit further back. They're pushing it absolutely to the limit. The lunchtime break has not dulled their nerves whatsoever. And well, a little bit further back there, we do a bit of side-by-side between the other Harry on the grid and one of our drivers.
Yeah, so it's good to see Harry Cook there just following on now between those front four, so he will be back in that battle side by side. Craig Story round the outside of Island Bend this time through. Can he make it into Shell Oils? We've got that camera picked up here, so Craig Story has made that move, and now Harry Senior and Harry Cook going side by side. Looks like Harry Cook might make that. He's being on the receiving end, and out onto the grass goes Harry Senior. He had to get out of the brake pedal there, out of the accelerator to give himself a chance as they come through. Britain's then using every single last inch of that curb, but it's now another car that Harry Senior sees in front of him, and one of his main rivals throughout the course of the season. So it's again another car that's not going to be easy to pass. And Carl Jones still defending from Dale Head. Then it comes through with Tom Eden and James Hall as well. So that's the running order. But Matt Armstrong's now got a really nice comfortable gap out front. Justin's done what he needed to do for his son and for the championship, and for his own championship. He's going for that AM championship as well, and doing everything he needs to whilst also managing that. But look at the gap that there is in front of Craig Story now. But Craig Story, he'll be fabulously happy to be in that second place at this stage of the race.
Oh, 100%. And the point for Story now will be is play the game of catch-up versus Matt Armstrong if he can, but also try to hold off everybody as Justin Armstrong looks around the outside again, squeezes Story to the apex there, and in the end Armstrong just gets ahead. He is absolutely digging into this one. Meanwhile, Harry Senior there having to constantly be in a back and forth here for fourth place. He's been pushed backwards. He's not been unable to go forwards here, and I won't be surprised if we see Harry Cook dice up the inside. Yes, Cook does. It means that we're going to see Senior run all the way out there. That will be a track limits warning, but as they come down into turn number 2, well, right now the battle of the two Harrys here is absolutely reaching boiling point. Well, as long as they keep it clean, we do not mind, but it's getting very fierce out there.
Craig Story was a big loser there. He got squeezed around and got left nowhere to go, showing the edge of the track. And in fact, Harry Senior was also on the grass all the way round through Denton's that time through. But here comes Justin Armstrong and does manage to stay ahead. Cook just behind him. Harry Senior survived that dicey moment as they all came together. I think Craig Story had a bad exit, and Harry Senior was squeezed all the way to the edge of track, beyond the edge of the track. But I think he'll get away with that, given that he will get away with that, given that. So as we watch the rest of the pack trying to chase through, there's Story, Carl Jones, Tom Eden has made a little bit of a move up there as well over the top of Dale Head, who's got in front of Jones there. So he'll come down absolutely side by side, no move there. So again, Justin Armstrong chopping across in front of Harry Senior, and it's now Harry Cook then that takes into that second place. So 5th place on the grid to now 2nd running in this race. Harry Senior will be wanting to dispatch with Justin Armstrong as quickly as he can.
Well, he's going to be very happy about that, Harry Cook. Given the way race 1 went, this is going to feel like a big rebound for race number 2, and this is really going to level the playing field between Senior and Cook for the run-up spot in the overall championship. However, of course, I don't think Senior is just going to take that. I think he'll be more concerned about trying to get to the front of this field and seeing what he can do. However, well, Justin Armstrong there has now got Harry Cook right up his inside, gives just about the bare minimum width available, and well, that's going to be Justin Armstrong holding on. You can see again the two Harrys now looking to go side by side, as it's going to be Cook on the inside into turn 1. Senior tucks in, tries to follow the leader of the scrap. Armstrong a little bit sideways there on entry, but he gets the car settled down in the end, and now Story queues up behind. But this is bringing this whole pack from 2nd through to 10th all together. Hall is right at the back of it, and Kendall is only a further 3 seconds back, and he's closing. I get the feeling at this point, Chris, it's going to be our leader's going to be off on his own, and then the rest of the field are all going to be in a pack.
Yeah, cork in a bottle. Another reason that Senior would have been disappointed in Park Ferme, as he could read the story of the race, and this is exactly what he knew would happen with the acting interference, acting as that positional barrier, and really denying him that chance to go and move forward. So he, that's the reason we saw him when he was a bit dejected. But nevertheless, it is a great race here between Harry Cook, who's broken away slightly over the top of Justin Armstrong. Then comes Harry Senior. There's our leader making their way back through Britain's. He's got a nice comfortable gap at this point, being comfortable just trying to hit all of his points. And there is Chris Frazier with Hall just behind him as well. So Harry Cook and side by side then for that 3rd and 4th place. Harry Senior round the outside then, but he's going to go onto the grass. He's going to just makes it to the right side of the tyre barrier. He's going to have to defend now from Story, who's got the inside line. He is going to have the momentum around the outside. I think he's going to be living to live another day, but nevertheless, that's not what he wanted at that stage of his race.
Oh, 100% there. That really will potentially have the prospect of rattling Harry Senior, and it's not the way his race wanted to go, and you can see the damage it has done. Thankfully, he was able to rejoin, and everyone was able to expect and await his presence back on the circuit. But now the fight for 2nd, that opens up a little bit, albeit Senior's immediately coming back here quickly because the fight for 2nd is getting so intense. But it is naturally now potentially putting a risk in, which is this long pack from 2nd through to 10th is going to branch out into smaller packs, and therefore Senior's at risk of being pulled even further back. However, he's at the head of that little group right now, and well, meanwhile, I think Cook and Justin Armstrong, whether they're going to settle down or not, well, that's going to be a question here. I think as Matt Armstrong just runs off into distance, 5 seconds, and pumping in the fastest laps. Everybody else behind, meanwhile, running on average a second a lap slower at this point because they're right in the scramble.
Absolutely, the scramble definitely makes a difference. Also, Harry Cook has got those relatively newer tyres. He hasn't had the 20 minutes or so of qualifying on top of everyone else, so he started in qualifying with the used previous set of tyres, so he's got a brand new set from the last race. Obviously they are now starting to degrade, but like I say, he's just got that slight tiny advantage, and you can see that's dragging Justin with him, but you can see how fast that Senior car is, and just how much pace there is, how he came across that gap in a very short order and has pulled happily clear of Craig Story, who's still leading over the top of Jones, Eden, Head, Fraser and Hall, who we see going through out there. That Hall looks like he might have a move going out there, but Harry Cook is in separation, and Harry Senior has gone through then into that 3rd place. Did this lap what he tried to do last lap. I think the damage has already been done for the win of this race, but he's going to still see whether he can get that 2nd place, and ideally with the fastest lap to minimise damage.
Oh, and somebody rejoining there after having to take to what was the runoff area chicane for the purposes of his laps into Knickerbrook. The only one thing, of course, that we do have to keep in mind, Chris, is if a safety car were to happen, then suddenly all this gap that Matt Armstrong's carved out would be for naught. So right now, that's always a big question mark here. We want to see the racing carry on for the full 20 minutes, but Armstrong will have that in the back of his mind, that if there is a safety car, he's then going to have to do all the work again. So right now, for both Cook and Senior more so, he needs to get to the head of his pack and then hope that the racing gods side with him a little bit, because they sided with Matt Armstrong all the way in race number 1. But here comes Senior looking up the inside. Cook immediately lifts off the throttle there. You can see it in the way he derated, heading in towards the braking zone, and as a result, well, for Senior just tucking in behind, and well, he knows at the end of the day he might as well tuck in behind Cook. There's no point fighting.
Yeah, Senior's got all that pace in the car. He's got 10.5 minutes left of this race. Can he bridge a 5-second gap to our championship leader? That's the story. And can he keep Cook behind enough that he's not going to interfere with that progress? So no, he's not, is the answer to that, because they are side by side into Ireland. Cook's going back into that second place. He is not willing to, and not even contemplating trying to get across that 5-second gap. He wants to just make sure he's going to take that second place. So that's the mentality there. Harry Senior's got very different intentions from Harry Cook, but unfortunately that's just going to be where he sits. He's just got to also keep an eye on his mirrors and make sure that Justin Armstrong, whatever he does, he doesn't want to let him back through and to act as interference. These two do look like they've got the pace over Justin, though. In fact, Justin's pulling to the inside there. Is he either gone off or has he broken a drive shaft? One of the two looks like that's going to be a parking retirement. So that's the end of Justin Armstrong's race. So it clears that obstacle as far as Senior goes. And in fact, Senior's also cleared the obstacle of Cook, because he's now into that second place once more. And Cook will have to cling on for everything he's got, because Senior's got so much speed in that car.
Or indeed, as they cling to each other, it'd be interesting to see what exactly has happened, or understand what's happened with Justin Armstrong's car. But that's very unfortunate there. The AM leader, well, that's definitely going to knock the wind out of his sails as he tries to bring the AM championship to a near close. Meanwhile, going out wide there, at Druids Bend, that was Craig Story taking all the road, plus plenty more in value-added tarmac. Well, as our drivers come charging on out of Lodge Bend, it does seem as though this fight for second place now is really allowed to focus in, and it's our two prime drivers, Cook and Senior, together. Senior is up into second, and in the rear of the picture, well, right now, AM leader Story inherits the lead from Justin Armstrong. He's been passed around the outside there by Jones. Fluid move from Jones. He'll be very happy at that one.
Great for Jones just to come back into the championship this round and actually just show that he's lost none of his racing, and he won't mind me saying he's one of the senior members on this grid, and just really shown how you can haul it to all these drivers out there, and great to see that indeed. As we watch Mark Farmer also still making his way back through after that grid penalty from the race, but Senior's managed to hold on this time through over Harry Cook, so the slightly increased pace of Senior there, holding on over the slightly better tyres of Cook as they head round. There's a British Fossils car of Cook as they head into their turnkey simulator solutions there for Harry Senior as well. It's important at this level to have a little bit of input and income to help you support with your racing, but most of these drivers do self-fund. It's still one of those things about Caterham. We do it because we love it, not because we get any money out of it. And as we see Craig Story there coming down towards us, Jones just holding in his real laps. Then it's Tom Eden, then Dale Head, then Chris Fraser.
Oh, indeed. Well, absolutely fantastic racing between us so far. But one thing I noticed as they went through Britain's, Chris, Senior, the way he's attacking this circuit right now, I mean, he's driving as a man possessed. He needs to if he wants to chase that championship down. But we talked about the fact that he is such a quick driver, and even he said it in his post-race interview after race one, I know I'm the fastest guy here, and it really shows the body language of that car. He's pointing it at every apex and exit like no other. And in fact, look at the gap between Matt Armstrong and Senior. That's coming down. It's not coming down at a huge rate of knots, but it's coming down pretty quickly.
Yeah, there's half a second on the timing screen. Let's watch over the line this time. So it's 4.5 seconds the last time they crossed the line. It does put it visibly closer, doesn't it, this time? So what is it going to be? I predict somewhere in the 3.5 maybe. So has he taken a second out of him? It's 4.2 seconds though. So he did take another 2 or 3 tenths, but it's not going to be enough, is it, with only 7 minutes to go? He really needs to move it on. But there's the pressure of Matt will be looking in his mirrors, and he'll see that it's Senior there, and that pressure can be enough to put you off. Chris Fraser side by side with Dale Head as they head into Cascade. So that's pretty uncomfortable, but they sort it all out by the time they head downhill in that left-hander. And again, I think Harry Cook is just happy to let Harry Senior draw him forward here. Let's see whether they can do anything. If he doesn't get anywhere close to the leader within the last couple of laps, I think he'll then start thinking about how he can race on. But at the moment, I'd be quite happy seeing they're getting dragged along by this rapid Senior as he heads into this lap. And so 4.2 last time across the line. Let's see whether he can move it another few tenths forward. And as he gets closer, obviously the toe will then become more important and will start affecting him more. At the moment, he won't be really getting any toe from that, but if he gets within another second, he will likely start feeling it.
Oh, 100%. Was they make the way through? Of course, actually, we should have mentioned to Fraser, who I believe had the non-finish in race number 1. So the fact he started and carved his way all the way through to 8th place, he's having an absolutely happy run. See if he can get even further up in that AM order, perhaps chase down the bottom end of the AM podium. Well, there'll be Tom Eden, who will be his target if he wants to be able to do that. But here we continue to look at our top 3. Then you do have that 3.5 second gap or so to Craig Story, who seems to put a bit of a rubber stamp on that AM lead, at least for now. Albeit I think Jones and Eden will be right there with him. And well, here they come to us as our camera focuses a little bit more on the AM lead battle here. And well, keeping in mind, And that with Justin Armstrong having to, I think he's still out there, Justin Armstrong, but I think that he's having to nurse the car around given the pace. It does mean this is a golden opportunity for these guys to close up to the AM Championship leader, and Craig Story really wants to be the man to close it most, albeit up the inside goes Jones. It's not quite enough, however. Jones definitely baring his teeth, and Tom Eden, meanwhile, I think he's just going to be looking at us and thinking, keep it up, guys. I've got a plan here. I just need the right time to execute it.
Absolutely, yeah, exactly what he's thinking there, as Chris Fraser is in the middle ground over Dale Head, and James Hall there as well. So, yeah, as they're heading into this sort of latter part of the race, 5 minutes to go, there's the time to move if they're going to. 3.8 seconds for the lead last time across, so that's 4/10 on that one lap. 5 minutes to go of this race, so that's going to be maybe 3 laps for this 7th Championship UK car. There's Tom Eden chasing on the rear end of Jones, who's hounding the rear end of Story as they go through. There is our second place and fastest driver out there on the track, hurling himself and Cook back forward. You can see our 3 Pro-Ams at the top of the field then, so it's all sort of settled itself after that topsy-turvy qualifying position. Here's Story then. He's had a bit of an adventurous race so far, was up into second place, but now finds himself in 4th place, but still in the lead of the championship. Over the top of Jones, our kind of guest driver for this weekend, who's taking points away then from Eden in that 4th and 6th place on track, 3rd place.
Well, indeed, and as they make their way into the final quarter now, the wind picking up a little bit as well. I'm noticing from the trees there. That's going to potentially assist or alternatively work against drivers, depending on where they pick the wind up. Fastest lap of the race, by the way, last time around, a 44.371 from Harry Senior. He is definitely pumping the laps. He was 3.5 tenths faster this time. Armstrong at 44.72. Senior, meanwhile, as he comes across the timeline, at 44.37. My good lord. In fact, no, faster than that, 44.179 I've got here on TSL. Senior right now is pumping those fastest laps.
Yeah, absolutely. So it just shows how fast that car is and how much pace he's got in the race. So we'll keep an eye out for him as he's still managing to drop that gap every single time. And I think I measured it, we've probably got 3 laps still to go. So he's still got that's going to leave him another 1.5 seconds if he was just running that pace. But given that he will start picking up the toe, you can imagine that this can come together. He is doing the impossible. Can he make it happen by the end of this race? Let's watch out.
Well, and indeed, whilst that's happening, I mean, you could see in that photo, the image there, the fact that Cook has fallen off to 2 seconds behind Senior. Not because he's not trying, he just cannot match the pace of Senior at this point, but I think he's going to have to settle for the 3rd place as the AM lead battle makes its way past us here and then onwards towards Britain's. But again, still Story holding on. He is being pressured by guest driver Jones, a previous AM champion, of course, in 2024. So Jones right now right at the tip of the spear in terms of the battling, and Tom Eden finds himself having to battle his way past the driver he probably didn't expect to have to do battle with today, and that of course is Jones. He's definitely proving himself to be right up there, the very best of the AMs. But as our 56 leader makes his way on, you can't miss him given the fluorescent yellow and pink machine. Wonderful colours on that car. Well, that top 3 in AM definitely right now very firmly together. Meanwhile, coming back to the front, there you can see the gap between the top 3. And it is Cook right now falling away as Senior continues to push harder and harder. But what will it be this time around with 2 laps to go? We'll find out. But before we find out that, we have to find out the question of, is Jones going to go around the outside of Story? He's going to try it, but Story immediately runs him out of road there. And I think Jones was just simply trying to get Story to make a mistake. But as they come across the line here, penultimate lap for them. And here comes Jones.
2.8 seconds to the lead now. He has halved that gap as it was 5.5 when we started. And there's Jones round the outside of Story. Then that's going to get tasty as they go in. 2.8 seconds. He really is going to start picking up the feed now as Jones now goes down the inside of Cascade, but Story has the momentum around the outside and holds it on there. Chris Fraser's managed to get across that gap and has got ahead of Dale Head now. So there is Cook in that 3rd place. He's tailing around. So, but still side by side. These have been side by side for the last 3 or 4 corners. They are going to go on to their penultimate. Well, this is their penultimate lap, so they'll have one more after this to sort out these battles, but also to see how close Senior and Armstrong can get. Armstrong will be looking in that mirror and just wishing this race would finish a lap sooner than it's going to. It's going to get tight towards the end. I think if I was Matt Armstrong, I'd still feel pretty comfortable about that, but it's getting less and less comfortable on a lap-by-lap basis.
Oh, indeed, and just to interrupt the racing with a post-race time penalty that's been applied, it will be applied to Jones, who's running in 5th place at the moment, 2nd of IAMS. A 5-second post-race time penalty has been awarded for track limits. Whoever Jones finishes now, he has to demote him back by 5 seconds. It's going to put him a bit further back, and it suddenly means, if they're not aware of it, Fraser is actually chasing a podium in AM at this point.
Yeah, absolutely, and he might well have seen that. They put a sign out on the start-finish straight, but obviously you're generally quite busy. Here is that battle then, as we just saw third place Cook going through our screen, but at 45 seconds, so they will be coming across the line. There is our third place car. 2 leaders. How far? Let's look at the gap on the timing tower on the left. You see it 2.8 the last time over. He was at least 0.5 of a second quicker than Armstrong that time. So what is the gap as they go? 2 seconds as they head into that last gap. You're still going to put the bet onto Armstrong, but Senior's going to get close.
Oh, and meanwhile, whilst we've been looking at the time tower, this brilliant side-by-side battle for the lead of AM. Well, Jones right now, he may have a post-race time penalty pending, but it's not going to upset him as he finally finishes the move that started at the final corner, ends at the first corner, and around the outside, take the AM leading up into 4th place. And Craig Story right now, well, with Tom Eden right behind, I think he's thinking one thing and one thing only, which is, I've got to get back at him. Well, our leaders have just torn their way past our camera, and well, as we see them head through Island Bend, there is a third place man of Harry Cook, a very lonely Harry Cook at the moment, 7.5 seconds off the leaders. I think he's backed it off entirely, and here is our leader. Meanwhile, and well, Chris, Matt Armstrong right now, we look at his mirrors and thinking objects are appearing closer than they seem.
He will do, but I think he'll also feel quite comfortable. What an epic, heroic battle to try and grab that gap. He is going to get close because the toe is going to help him all the way up the hill here, but he's not going to make it. He's done an awful lot just to be within that 2 seconds. I think it's been closer than that, maybe within that second by the time they get to the end. But Matt Armstrong has clung on in there. I think he owes his dad a beer or two, doesn't he, for that interference he acted in the early part of this race, because otherwise I think Senior would have happily taken to the lead and maybe even disappeared off down the road. So he's had all his presents and now presents from his dad as well. So yeah, absolutely. But they're heroic effort, great effort by all the drivers out there. But well done to Matt Armstrong on another win.
Oh, 100% was they make them out the final corner for Matt Armstrong. It's going to be music to his ears because he won in race number 1 this morning, and he takes victory in race number 17 of the Caterham 7 UK Championship ahead of an absolutely heroic drive from Harry Senior to recover the second place and only finish less than a second behind at the end. It's then going to be Harry Cook who takes third place. He'll be happy with that one, having finished 5th in the previous one. In the battle for AM victory, it is going to be Craig Story who takes it just ahead of Craig Jones, but Jones will be demoted as a result of a 5-second post-race time penalty. So it'll be Story in 4th, Eden in 5th, Fraser in 6th, who holds on to the final spot of the AM podium ahead of Dale Head, with then Jones setting him back into 8th. Kendall just picked Farmer to the line there in 9th. They were pretty much a photo finish at the line. That's your top 10, and then it will be James Hall in 11th ahead of Darren McCormack, with Curtis and Justin Armstrong completing your finishers in due course. We did unfortunately have the retirement of Metcalf, but what a race, and our race winner there. For Matt Armstrong, yes, he was aided by teammate and dad Justin Armstrong, who proved to be the cork in the bottle, but at the same time he had to deliver those laps to pull up that gap, and that gap in the end is what kept him safe, despite the absolutely ferocious pace of Harry Senior.
One more lap, I think, right? I think that's probably what we came down to, and that's a well-balanced race, isn't it? But here's the official results subject to all the normal classifications.
Oh, indeed. Matthew Armstrong then your winner after another 12 laps of racing by 8.5 tenths over Harry Senior, and Harry Cook round off the field a further 11.5 seconds behind. Craig Story took the AM win in 4th place. Well done to him, ahead of Tom Eden, who was never quite on the pace to beat Story but stayed right with him to the finish. Chris Fraser in the end finished 3rd in the AM class. He'll be absolutely ecstatic about that one, given the fact he had a nightmare race number 1. He was ahead of Dale Head, who was 7th, with Carl Jones, Mark Kendall and Mark Farmer completing in top 10. And Mark Farmer, congratulations to, given the fact he started from the very back of the grid. James Hall was best to rest in 11th, ahead of Darren McCormack, and then Gary Curtis and Justin Armstrong completed all of your race finishers with an absolutely incredible fastest lap there from Harry Senior, a 43.84, and I do wonder, Chris, whether that might be a potential lap record there.
I think that's, yeah, if it's faster than the last one. We had 43.89 in the last one, so it's close, just faster there. So Senior takes over that lap record from Harry Cook from the previous race.
Oh, indeed. Well, an absolute monster of a lap there, really setting records ablaze. And as we do see our cars making their way gradually into the pit lane, well, of course, ladies and gentlemen, very soon we're going to be cut into Sam Parker, who's going to get a word from at least our top 3 finishers, if not from further in the field. In fact, I think Sam's in position. She's just waiting for some cars to come into purview. So we'll cut over to Sam Parker down in Parc Fermé.
So Matt Armstrong makes it 2 from 2. So fantastic race for him, but he was on his own most of the time, wasn't he? Which I think he was probably quite grateful of that. But a fantastic drive from Harry as well, Harry Senior and Harry Cook, but Harry Senior really closed that gap, and I think if there'd have been another lap in the race, he would have been right on Matt's tail. So yeah, brilliant from him. We're just waiting for them to get out the car. I'm sure they'll be definitely needing that water, because it's well, the wind's picked up quite a bit now, but it's still very, very intense in the cars and very hot. But well done to Craig Story as well on first out of the AMs. That's fantastic. And Carl Jones, Carl's still got it. Matt, fantastic, well done. You were pretty much like on your own that race, weren't you? Mega like lead from the start, from almost the start.
Yeah, I got let me come over here. I got a gap at the beginning, which was good, and then I had a few issues with the car, which was a bit concerning. So Harry obviously caught me, but luckily I got the gap at the beginning. So yeah, can't complain. It was on my own all race, so they're a bit boring like that, but you take them.
Yeah. Especially when you're out front, you're like, yep, I'll take that. See, it makes it a little less stressful.
Less stressful, but I did see him coming, so I don't know what problems that we had, but I was losing a lot of speed in the straight, so we need to fix that for the last one.
Yeah, well done. 2 from 2.
Thank you very much.
Well done. Right, let's go and have a quick, sorry, you got to back up. Just going to go and speak to Harry. Harry, mega drive from you to close that gap on Matt. Well done.
Yeah, a couple laps short, I think.
Yeah, I was thinking exactly the same.
Just started to get a sniff of a toe. I think my fastest lap was the last one, so which would only make sense if we had a toe.
You got the fastest lap.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
So well done.
So, extra point. Only one difference then, but yeah.
There we go. It gets it's so close at this point, isn't it? Penultimate round.
It's too close.
Yeah.
I want to be 30 points clear, not chasing that. But
Yeah.
oh well.
I know. It's quite stressful, isn't it? Really, I suppose.
I think more so for him than me. Being the chaser is a bit, it's
Yeah,
kind of
true. Yeah.
it's kind of his gap to maintain, right? All he can do is his best, not mess up. And then I'm just there to pick up the pieces if he does, but we'll keep pushing him to the last round for sure.
Of course. Can't wait to watch it all.
Thank you.
Well done. All right, let's go and speak to Harry Cook. Sorry, guys, just coming in behind you, Craig. Well done on the AM win.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Harry, congratulations on third. How was that race for you?
It was good, thanks. Yeah, after the bad qualifying, I sort of got a better starting position this time. Quite a lot of fighting going on early doors, but then sort of me and Harry tried to catch Matt, but then Harry just broke away, unfortunately, and then I was sort of by myself. I was really trying to stay with him, but I just sort of ended up 5 seconds that way and 5 seconds that way, so yeah.
Well, at least it's just an easy ride, ready for race 3 later.
Yeah, and I think if I have an okay result, I get third in the championship, I think, so that's a good first year, I think.
Absolutely. First year in this, when these guys have been doing it much longer, yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Well done.
Yeah, thank
Look
you.
forward to later. Right, next up is the Edge 270R Championship, so they will be out very shortly, so I'll hand back to the comms guys.
Thank you, Sam, and well, goodness me, ladies and gentlemen, some brilliant words there from all 3 of our podium finishers, and very interesting to hear, Chris, particularly from Harry Senior, the way he put a bit of a spin on that one, essentially saying the pressure's not on me, the pressure is on Matt Armstrong as the championship leader. I mean, definitely putting on a very brave face on things, and the fact that he's chasing everything down as much as he possibly can.
Yeah, so and we're coming into the final. Well, there's potential that Matt can take it in the next race. He's got that many points that it won't matter then what Harry can do. So I keep an eye on the points as best I can, but there is at least a chance here that Matt Armstrong can take that championship in the next round. But you can see the next race out there on track. Then the 270s ready for their second 20-minute race. Louis Darling managing to make the best of it with that win earlier on, and Jones, Heighton, Wheatley. So let's see how they can do.
Oh, indeed. We'll see how they can do it. As we did see there, a few of our spectators, they're all enjoying the buffeting of the wind, and they've got themselves appropriately dressed there. And indeed, we are into the autumnal season in the United Kingdom, which can only mean one thing: pack everything when you go on a road trip somewhere, because you don't know whether it's going to be warm, cold, or somewhere in between. But as all of our drivers make the way on through, well, coming up very shortly, ladies and gentlemen, is the second racer today for the Edge Caterham 7 270R Championship. And, well, we will be walking through that grid in due course. But we're going to be now, I believe, be cut into an interview from earlier on, and this was Sam catching up with one of our drivers.
Oh no, not Matt Armstrong.
Struggling on the brakes. Yeah.
It's just completely different though, isn't it? The Porsches are so heavy compared to these.
Yeah, and the way you put the power down is completely different. I find I'm coming into corners, obviously going slower in this car, but feeling like I need to be going in quicker. So I'm braking later, and it's just a bit of a struggle, to be honest with you.
Yeah, but
it's good fun, great fun. Yeah, great fun. It's good to see everyone back. I plan to do a few more next year again, but yeah, it's difficult getting in, from a Porsche.
I think it's probably hard in the championship to switch from one to the other, switch your mindset.
Yeah, and I'm in the mindset I want to do one in the Porsche. I don't want to do too much of this and carry bad habits over into the Porsches. So yeah. But good fun nevertheless.
So you were out at Donington last weekend, weren't you? No, you didn't miss that one.
It was my last one.
Oh,
was
yes.
not kill.
Yeah.
So I had a P3 at knockout in class, a DNF and a P4. So doing all right.
Yeah, the results are coming.
Yeah. Hopefully next year will be the year where I try to get somewhere top 3.
For your second year of racing, I think you're doing pretty good.
It's been a big jump, I'll be honest. I expected quite a shock actually going into that because them guys are quick and they're very consistent. And I'm not.
Well, hopefully the consistency will come next year then.
Time, I hope.
Brilliant. Well done, and enjoy today's race.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dean.
Cheers.
So hearing there from Dean, who will be making his way onto the grid very shortly for what will be race number 17 of the Edge Caterham 7 270R Championship for 2025. And we're talking about their learning habits in the Caterham versus learning habits in the Porsche. But still, right now, it's Caterham's all the way today, and this is how they'll line up then for their second race. Lewis Darling lines up on pole position, knowing that win in race number 1 has helped him close the gap to Ben Wheatley, and he's going to try and do it again in this one. Django Jones joins him on the front row of the grid, having picked up what for Django was only, I believe, one of his very first podiums of the season. Nick Hyton we line up in 3rd place with championship leader Ben Wheatley, knowing that he's got a bit of work to do. Even with the fastest lap in race number 1, he's got work to do to settle the score. He starts 4th, and then Harrison Cavers begins this one in 5th, ahead of Tim Hardcastle, with Andrew Bailey and Jasmine Shaw behind on row number 4. Starting 9th, it's Dean Burden, who we heard from only moments ago, and Arif Hanif, who enjoyed an absolutely brilliant race number 1 in only his second time out in the Caterham 270 machine. Well, now he'll be looking to go on the attack once again from 10th place. Best of rest 11th is going to be Gary Cross, with Graham Finlayson giving him company there from 12th place. In 13th, it's Andrew Mackay, and Brian Joyce joins him at row number 7 in 14th place. Andy Palmer, one to always watch out for. He always tries to deliver a spectacle. He'll be starting 15th ahead of Anne Hall, with Craig Jarvis and Henry Speaks making up your final full roller grid, and a special mention to Henry Speaks, who was looking so quick in race number 1 until it all ended up in the grass at Denton's. Watch out for our 37 driver. He'll be trying to carve his way through, as will Paul Oglesby, who starts all the way from the very back of the grid, having picked up a penalty from race number 1 as a result of the incident that played out. And so that's your starting grid of 19 drivers, ladies and gentlemen, and was a weave and wind the way through, of course, coming into this race. I know Chris is furiously working on the spreadsheets at the moment. One of the big question marks of this weekend is, can Ben Wheatley close things out before we head to Silverstone in a few weeks' time? Race number 1 would suggest he's not going to close it out, because Lewis Darling has closed that gap a little bit. Race number 2, however, Lewis knows he's got to do even more to keep his hopes alive.
Yeah, 2 more races, and I think he's got to do more than he's already done. He needs cars between him and Ben. I will, like I say, I'll try and keep abreast of scores as we go, but obviously it's more important for us to commentate on that, and we can always call champions later on when they finally get properly elected. But I will try and keep you abreast of whether he's done enough. He's certainly heading in the right direction, and it's all in his favour right now, especially as he's ended up that race with that fastest lap, which closes that point gap by 1 more than it would have been had he not got it. So you get an extra point for that fastest lap. Louis Darling, though, was pretty good in that first race, wasn't he? He was in control out front, having to protect his lead, and did a great restart and made his way all the way up there. But it's Django Jones in that second place then, and Ben Wheatley's got a little bit of work to do with Hyton in between them as well. So we saw, though, the race was pretty feisty, wasn't it, for the 270s? We saw some wings flying, we saw some cars in the barrier and things, so I'm going to hope to see all that tidied away, and let's get to some really good Caterham racing action for the 270s, second of their 3 20-minute races this weekend.
Oh, indeed. And well, they may have been our very first race of today, where, as Chris mentioned a moment ago, so it was a spectacle all the way through. Indeed, I think they definitely set the tone for the rest of the racing that's been to come over the course of today. But as the last of our cars make their way into position, ladies and gentlemen, we are not too far away from going racing once more. In fact, the final couple of cars will settle into position, and for Lewis Darling, look to him on the front row on the left hand side of your screen. He needs to make this 2 from 2 and make sure Ben Wheatley does not carve his way through. But who is going to be your winner in race number 17 of the Edge Caterham 270R Championship for 2025? Well, they all wait for the red lights. The lights go on and they're out as quickly as they went on. It's lights out and away we go here at Oulton Park again. And well, good start there from Darling as he pulls across. Now he's got all the road surface to play with. Meanwhile, in the fight for second, it's a rather tame start for many of our drivers here. I think everyone get a bit more of a mature head on this one after the chaos of race number 1. I wouldn't be surprised if perhaps the clerk of the course has gone to them and said, look, you all need to calm it down a little bit. But I think it's going to be the proverbial calm before the storm here, Chris, because they clear the first 2 corners A-OK, into Cascades they come, and now we're up to racing speed.
Yeah, looks like Oglesby was demoted to the back of the grid then after race 1. He's the green car there, looking to see whether he can make his way through as we go 3 wide. Why not? Ben Wheatley down the inside. You can't do that, but he's going to do it anyway as the rest of them flow down 2 by 2. Ooh. In fact, that's Heighton off wide. Then Cavers, Everett, Bailey and Hardcastle going to make their way back through. So that didn't work out for Heighton, who was on the outside of that 3 wide. Said it wasn't going to work, but it kind of did. And now Ben Wheatley is in the lead of this race, then over the top of Louis Darling, Jones, and then we've got Hardcastle just behind them. So and following up from Hardcastle, Cavers as well. So it's all shuffled itself, and Ben Wheatley finds himself in the lead, where he's found himself many times this season.
Oh, indeed. Wheatley very quickly progressing his way to the front of the field, but Darling immediately come back at him. 2 wide they come in towards his lots, but Wheatley's going to hold on to position for now. He's exactly where he wants to be, and now he can really try to dictate the flow of this race, which as championship leader, when you do have a sizable advantage, that's what you want to do. You want some control, and you want to make your rivals absolutely have to sweat for the results out there, because again, you'd lose nothing by finishing directly behind them or finishing in one place in front of them, but they've got everything to lose by comparison, as we see the swap back there, and now it's Darling back into the lead. That's happened through Clay and into Water Tower. But as we come from out of focus into focus right now, our leader's 2 wide again to complete this opening lap, and well, it is going to be Darling who gets ahead for now. Jones, meanwhile, keep an eye out for the number 8 driver in third there. He's actually looking for an opportunity, albeit that he's using the track plus a bit more, because that's the grass there. He almost used all of it, but across the line they go, Chris. It's been an interesting first lap, more to come.
Yeah, he was shown the edge of the track and he munched it all up, didn't he? Including a bit more, taking that to that grass, and yeah, didn't seem to slow him at all. Cavers looking to see whether he can get past Hardcastle. There's touch or contact as they go into Denton's. We saw that go wrong the last time. Oglesby has made up a couple of places over the rear of the field, but as they come down through Cascades this time, then there's a lot of action out there in this 270R grid already, as we're going to wait for them to appear with us down at the area. Waiting for them round the Iron Bend. There they are. So Louis Darling does take the lead. In fact, Wheatley is down into the 3rd place now. Hardcastle's made that place up. Heighton fighting back after his grassy moment ahead of Cavers, but Darling is still out there in front over the top of Django Jones, and after that grassy moment he's meant to make his way all the way up into 2nd place. So he was very enthusiastic after that first race, wasn't he? And he's looking forward to it as he just clobbers. In fact, both of them clobber that little curb in the air, the little bit of green area there. But be careful of doing that too many times. It might get the attraction of a marshal, but nevertheless Henry Speaks also having to fight his way back through, isn't he, after it's locked up there from Hardcastle. Double lock up of front, both his front wheels he's going to have to take to the grass, and that's going to move him in front of Heighton again, but Heighton will probably have to gain that place back, as I think he gained an unfair advantage with that cutting of the chicane.
Yeah, most definitely. I get the feeling that Heighton's not going to be too pleased that that place is not given to him, given the fact he was on for the move, and then Hardcastle just out-braking himself in that full double lock-up there on the front. Well, he had to take to the grass, otherwise he would not have made the corner at all. We'll have to see whether they address the position. Normally quite respectful racing, to be fair, and well, that respect is being shown at the very front here, as it's the battle of the 69 and the number 8. Darling right now still defending the inside, but Jones doesn't take no for an answer here. The previous time around he explored the grass on the right hand side. This time he explores the tarmac on the left hand side of the circuit, so he's using all the circuit plus value added tarmac. And well, 3 wide into turn 1 they go. That's Wheatley up the inside. He absolutely nails it under braking. That's bold, and I don't think Darling or Turty Jones expect it to come, but it's not over yet. 3 wide into Denton's they go, and Sonny Wheatley has the reverse Moses manoeuvre pulled on him and he falls backwards. I think he was just simply flashed himself up the inside of the pen saying, "Hi guys, don't forget about me, I'll let you fight a bit more."
Cavers and Hardcastle also had wheel-to-wheel contact there, 3 wide through Denton. We saw how that ended earlier on, and naturally Wheatley withdrew his nose from that gap which was going to disappear. So sensible driving there after what was a bit of a dive bomb, wasn't it, into turn 1. He gave the others an option to leave him room or suffer the consequences, but Darling overall, I think it all ended up as fair as racing a B. Django Jones out onto the grass, so that's not grippy, lost the momentum, had to get out of the throttle. There's really nothing to be doing for Wheatley. Again, the sensible head there. Heighton coming up quickly behind, isn't he, to see whether he can do anything, and it was him that was fighting with Hardcastle as they went into the Cascades that time. Hardcastle having to capitulate and move backwards slightly. Side by side then, or trying to aim for a side by side. A little bit of a hand signal there. I wonder if there's a yellow flag maybe out sometimes where that, or maybe just saying work with me. I can't see a yellow flag or a green repeater, so I think he was just saying work with me, let's pull ahead, Jones, because these are the two, Jones and Darling, the two young chargers of this field. Let's see what they can do in the race 2.
Oh, 100%. And now I know why I can't get any first-class stamps from my local post office. It's because Wheatley's bought them all to make sense of that delivery schedule. But what a send it was earlier on, but now he's got to try and do it all again. But as they continue to fight each other, well, the top 4 definitely trying to break away, albeit for how long's the question. As Wheatley looks to the inside again here, trying to get on the inside of Jones. So he's going to disrupt the flow of Jones's race. Meanwhile, Darling is able to hold the lead for now. Very sideways there, coming out of the final corner for Jones. But to be fair, I think that's where he's just driving on the limit. Here comes Heighton, meanwhile looks to the inside, thinks better of it, then thinks about it again. He's playing hard to guess here. Well, Wheatley on the inside there, not a spectacular move into turn 1 this time. Jones scoots around the outside, and now Nick Heighton says, okay, how about I give it the old college try? He's going to try and go from the outside of Denton's to the inside of Cascades. Will it work out? The answer is yes, it will. He simply nestles in there. I think a little bit of compliance from Wheatley, to be fair. He saw it coming, and Wheatley doesn't need to do anything daft here, to be fair, because it's his championship to lose. He won't want to fry it away. As the fighting furback, Cavers, Hanif, Short and Burden, they're all queuing up together in the fight for 7th. Speaking of which, Arif Hanif is on course for his best result of the season if he takes that 8th place at the end, and I think he will be as happy as if he finished on the top step of the podium.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of speed in that car. He's just got to keep it all under control, pointing in the right direction. Heighton, I think he's used up one of his track limits infringements there, but it took him around the outside of Wheatley, so I think he'll say that's fair enough. I think I'll better to risk taking a track limits penalty and take that early move. Oh, Jones is out wide over the curves. That's going to cost him speed. That's going to give Darling an advantage, and you can see Heighton is going to be the one making for an attack move down into Nick Brook for this time through, but I think it's all going to end up nose to tail. Hardcastle, Bailey, the next 2 up on there. Cavers, Hanif, Shaw, all part of the chasing battle. This still all could come back together again, and maybe is likely to do so. If these front 2 start battling, it will hold everyone else up, and that chase pack will quickly become back involved. Cavers there following heavily on Bailey's rear panel, but you can see the front 4 have just got that little comfort gap right now. Louis Darling again pulling the speed in that car over the top of Jones, Heighton and Wheatley. There is Wheatley in that 4th place, Jones in the middle of the pack. Wheatley looking to the outside, kind of saying I didn't want to do anything, and then throwing another move down the inside. Oh, absolutely locked up from Jones into the last turn there. That's not what Louis Darling will want to see. In fact, he goes all the way out onto the AstroTurf, and there's another sensor out there, so that'll be both of his track limits infringements now used up. He's not got any in the bank. The next one will be a 5-second penalty, so he'll have to pay attention to that. But it's still now Heighton over the top of Wheatley, so Wheatley, no matter what he does, he can't get to the front of them and make it stick at the moment.
Yeah, every time he seems to pass somebody, it's just a situation whereby another driver gets put in his way. It's the never-ending obstacle course here if your name is Ben Wheatley, albeit I think he's enjoying the entertainment of the racing, but the problem is right now he wants to get towards Darling, but he's not been given an opportunity to do so. We should point out there is a post-race 10-second time penalty pending over Burden's race for a false start, so therefore he's currently in 10th. That would chuck him all the way down essentially to 17th place, so just keep that in mind, ladies and gentlemen, towards the end of the race. Burden right now definitely will not be staying in 10th place if that penalty sticks all the way at the end. And well, as we continue to focus on what's on the screen right now, we're not even halfway through this race yet. It feels as though it's been longer than that, but it just goes to show you how close it is. And on the back of this top 4 group now arrives a number 6, piloted by Hardcastle.
Yeah, absolutely. So front 4 is now a front 5, and it's not too far before Cavers are going to become involved in that as well. Louis Darling trying to throw the toe just as much as he can, not able to do so. Heighton's definitely got speed in that car, but he again is maximising that chicane as much as he can while staying within those track limits. Ben Wheatley ahead of Jones at this stage. Jones has had a bit of a rock and roll and roller coaster journey through this race, but he's still there, he's still in the battle, and he will still be there there by the end of this race, no doubt, as they head up then into Druids. This daunting right-hander, really quick double apex. You can see how the cars slide on their way in as they throw the car to the first apex and then hope they don't run out of speed on the exit, all making a good fist of that as they head down into the final bend there. Louis Darling now having to defend from Heighton. Little bit of a kind of showing of mud guards there. Hopefully they're all going to remain attached, which they do, but that's going to give Wheatley the run now. Who does he choose? Where does he go? How does he use that speed? What can he do about it as they come into turn one this time then? Wheatley again is using his head and saying, actually, I don't need to push it at this stage. If that had been later in the race, I think he would have made something happen.
Oh, indeed. We looked one way now. He's keeping everybody. Gets him. But look at this from Jones. Has had an absolutely mammoth toe off of them coming out of turn one. Down the hill they come. So Jones looks up the inside. He'll definitely pass Wheatley for a brief moment. But I think he wanted all three of them there in one go. Well, unfortunately, that would be a bit greedy. He's not allowed that. But as they make the way down Lakeside then and in towards Island Bend, well, here we can see the scramble, and it is Darling who's literally leading them all. Hardcastle up the inside there of Wheatley. Tries to take a bit of a cheeky look. Doesn't quite get it at work, but says to Wheatley, look, I'm here. Look at me, not the cars in front. I'm the captain of this race now. And as they come charging the way out of Shell Oil's corner, they all settle back into a pack of 5, line astern, but keeping us guessing every single time. And for Wheatley, I think right now he's really playing a bit of a mind game here, as we do see Heighton there decide to put his car up on 2 wheels rather than 4, cutting the curb as much as humanly possible at Britons. I think Wheatley here just trying to probe and, well, in doing so perhaps goad them into a mistake. I mean, Jones hasn't been impartial to a mistake so far, Heighton less so, and the same for Darling.
I'm going to read his psychology a bit different. I think he's acted as the caution. He's capitulated on a number of different occasions, but that's only seen him moving back through the field. So I think that change of mindset will now start coming in as far as, all right, me being a little bit cautious here is costing me more than it's gaining. I'm going to actually throw a bit more caution to the wind and start moving forward. Whether that's the right decision, it's just as a racing mind, I think that's what will be going through his head. He's still fairly safe, but now that Hardcastle's starting to force him into battling for that 5th place, I think that's where the psychology changes and he will want to start moving forward with a little bit more assertiveness. And here comes the first one. He's looking down the inside. Is he going to fling it down the inside? He doesn't back away like it was before, but Heighton and our lead battle with Darling there. Darling's been consistently out front for nearly all of the racing laps that we've done so far. He's done a great job of managing it all in a really difficult situation, so great job for him. But Heighton's now going to have a look down the inside. Wheatley's down the inside now already of Jones. Said he's going to start looking to move forward and give less room, and I think that's the first sign that that's happening as they go into Denton's. This time contact between Darling and Heighton then. There goes one of the wings of those two cars. I said it maybe wouldn't be attached by the end, and a little bit of debris being collected by everyone else. They should be able to continue that without any kind of safety car clear up. It's all be broken away and move to one side. But as they head down through Cascades then, Darling looked like he had lost the lead to Heighton that time through, but he's going to try around the outside. A little bit of dust and maybe debris off of the car. In fact, it's the nose cone.
Wide.
It's the nose cone. Was that Wheatley or is that... No, it wasn't Wheatley, so that must have been Jones then. So that contact has meant his nose cone, and he got caught up and he wasn't able to go. And I think he maybe also had some exhaust pipe or wadding getting released from that car as well. So that's released one of the cars from this lead battle, but Hardcastle quickly comes and joins the fray, and it's not too far back. There is Django Jones with now Sons his nose cone, and it's Cavers, and then Oglesby has made his way all the way through up to 8th place from the rear of the field. What a great run he's had.
Well, he's had an incredible run as Oglesby. You can see him there in the rear of the picture, and well, he's going to try and look for another place, but doesn't quite make it happen this time. But the fact that we've seen Django Jones now have to drop entirely back, well, the top 3 now close together. Darling is going to be given a bit of breathing room here, as Wheatley's going to try and pick his way past Heighton, and you can imagine that Heighton might be running a little bit of damage on his car. That might be hurting him at certain points on the lap, albeit we can't quite see where it's hurting him, if at all, at the moment. But the gloves have come off here in this lap, and well, they've got a few more to go before all's said and done. But you can see now Darling really trying to break the toe, weaves one way then the other. That's not going to help him too much, because Ben Wheatley now tucks up the inside, or does he? No, he backs out there, plays caution. Discretion is the better part of valour. So Wheatley falls back to 3rd place, with Hardcastle staying right there with him. But up towards the next lap, and as they head across that line, well, now that gap to our leader stands at the best part of half a second, as Wheatley again just probing around the outside there and backing off at the last possible moment. Really has got his race face on now, like you say, Chris. I think your analysis was spot on. He now really sees the point. I've got to make some progress here, even if it means put myself a bit more at risk.
Again, because we've lost Jones from that battle for the time being, Oglesby making another place over the top of Cavers that time through. But as he's lost one of the cars, it brings it back to his favour again, so he can relax a little bit more than he was before when it was a 5-car battle. But Darling back in front then over the top of Heighton after a scare. Going down into that really does show how he really wants to just stay at the head of this field for as much as he can. But Wheatley in that 3rd place. Hardcastle bringing Jones back to the battle as well, and Jones will have a little bit of needle there, won't he, now that he wants to get back to that lead battle where he was looking very comfortable as well, had the speed in that car as they head into Britain's then. Darling going to use all that curb. In fact, it's a lot more curb used by Heighton that time through. He used every single bit and a bit of the grass, which is pretty unusual. He's putting his car under an awful lot of pressure there, all the suspension having to work extra hard, and we've seen already with Justin Armstrong going out potentially with a drive shaft. You can break your car. Heighton locked up his front left there as they head into Knickerbrook chicane this time through. All coming back together again now for the front 5 cars, isn't it? With the 6th car not too far behind.
Oh, indeed. And Nick Heighton has a really good point. He really is clattering the curves at these chicanes, practically mounting them and even knocking the bollard around there. And, well, I can imagine the suspension of his car might be feeling a little bit worse for wear, but still, these cars can take a knock or two. And as they head through Druids Bend, well, for Nick Heighton, it was 3rd place in race number 1. Natural progression would be 2nd place in race number 2. But I don't think he's quite done the maths there. I think he wants to go from 3rd to 1st, understandably. He wants to get the biggest possible score he can. However, to do so, he's going to have to really try and dig his way past a very committed Louis Darlington right now, who is refusing to budge an inch. 4 minutes left on the clock, so there is going to be a couple more laps to go. Further back, meanwhile, we've got more changes afoot here, as we do have, I believe, a bit of a scrap further back for 7th place, and that was practically 2 wide on entry there. That was between Bailey and Cavers. They're still scrambling over that, but look at Oglesby, Chris. I mean, he's catching up to this. I wouldn't be surprised if he's right there on the final lap.
I was just about to say, he's going to be in this lead powered battle by the end of this lap. I think he's catching up, and as they're battling and slowing each other down, he's able to come across those gaps with the bit between his teeth as they're looking to see them coming down here into Island Bend. This daunting left-hander, absolutely over 100 miles an hour for these cars as they head in. Oglesby trying to get across that gap a little bit, that bodywork and debris. Round the outside goes Jones on Hardcastle, still got the speed in that number 8 car, but he's going to be suffering with the wind getting underneath that bonnet, so he's going to have to stay in the tow, and as soon as he pulls out the tow, he will start suffering from the wind slowing him down, acting as an air brake. But it's Heighton now over the top, and in fact side by side between our championship contenders there. Louis Darling losing the rear of that car. Ben is going to have a run on him as they go into the Knickerbrook chicane this time through, but I think he's going to be able to defend to the inside, but it's going to bring everything together, including Jones back into the battle, so Darling's going to protect the inside. Wheatley lets that happen, holds Jones back, but is now Heighton sideways as he went through the left-hand element of the chicane this time through, and they head on out and round towards the hill and up to Druids once more.
Well, these cars are very loose by default. I mean, as we go on through the specs, they do get a little bit more grippy compared to the Academy car, but the point is this shows you how hard they're pushing themselves right now to be going sideways, corner after corner here. Well, as our top 5 becomes a top 6 gradually, with Oglesby now only a second away, chasing after Hardcastle and Jones there. Well, Jones right now trying to get even further forward, albeit that drag from the loss of the engine count is not going to help him. 2 wide they come into the final bend, and that's Heighton battling hard, albeit we can see Wheatley still looking left to right here, really playing the game of waiting for the prime opportunity. 2 laps remain then, and as they come across that line, it's Heighton, Darling and Wheatley. But Wheatley there in 3rd place, really watching how this all plays out as Darling now. I wonder if there's a little bit of frustration building for Darling because he's controlled this race for so long, and now suddenly it's almost as if it's all slipping out of his fingers.
So he's back to the front now, so it's all showing. It's there is tension building here, though. I can feel it, and it's they really do need to remain vigilant, because the only way you can keep this kind of intense racing going is everyone remains absolutely vigilant and careful in order to make that happen. But it looks like we're going to have a move around the outside of Heighton as they go absolutely onto the grass. Then Darling still managed to hold on over Jones, who's back in there. Heighton still showing his nose to the inside. Darling's out-braked himself into shell oils. He's going to use the long way round. He's not going to have any speed as he exits the corner, and here comes Wheatley over the top. Then Jones still trying to protect, and Wheatley is still having to keep his sensible head on in this as he sees madness going on all around him. What a race this has been, but like I say, I hope they do manage to keep their intention, keeping all of their focus on the racing around them. Let's get this to the line.
I think they might have got it all out of the system in race number 1 earlier, all the scrappy parts. And right now we are seeing an absolute highlight reel of a race. That's a big lock up there for Jones. He won't make it. He's going to weave his way through the slalom. He'll rejoin, but he'll rejoin most likely towards the back of this pack. In fact, no, he's going to practically rejoin where he left, but he's going to come through. Run out of road there. I think Jones wanted to carry the momentum, but everyone else said, no, you don't. No free passes here. But as they head up the hill, it's Heighton, Darling, Wheatley all together, and Jones trying to stay close, but they're going to have this lap plus 1 more, and And right now, this is the build up to the crescendo point here. Hardcastle's fallen back off. Well, no, Hardcastle hasn't fallen back off this. I'm getting confused with Bailey there. And well, Oglesby's right there with them. So 6 drivers. One can win it. Who's it going to be, Chris, as they make the way onto the final
championship? Absolutely squeezing to the inside there. Darling's lost a little bit of his rear grip. His rear of his car is flapping all over the place as Jones now shoves his car straight back into it. Here comes down to then it's Heighton still in front. Darling still manages to hold on. He is having to use every single little bit of racing mind that he's got Jones still in that 4th place. But it is Darling really having to squeeze Wheatley then to the inside, knowing that Wheatley will give him that space. He doesn't need to beat him out there on the track, and Darling absolutely needs to take the win of this race, and that's what he's doing. But he is losing rear end grip because of the overheating his tyres. See if he can hold on round this final lap of the race then.
Well, the tyres absolutely burning hot. Everything right now is going to feel as though it's not cooperating, but he's got to still try and muscle his way through to the win. Into Island Bend they go. 2 wide on that outside line in the end. Nick Heighton falls back, so Darling's back into the lead. Wheatley, meanwhile, has to try and keep Jones at bay. How Jones is keeping up here with more of a hot rod of the car this time, given the amount of engine panelling that's remaining. Well, that's a big question mark there, but I think it's all because he's using the toe so strategically to his advantage. Oglesby's up into 5th, got ahead of Hardcastle at the end of the previous lap. Oglesby could yet be a factor in this. He might be able to steal away a podium, but the very front right now, we really do have 2 of our big 3 contenders. And well, it is going to be Heighton who just tries to get back here. And well, that's confidence from Darling. Says, I'll just take the race in line, thank you very much. Heighton, meanwhile, had to look up the inside, and Wheatley not close enough there as Jones goes defensive versus Oglesby. So Oglesby's going to pull the 4th place man away, and now we're down to 3.
Now we're down to 3 in that lead. It still could come together by the time we get to that last corner. Druid still will draw the cars forward, but Heighton does look like he's comfortable in his positioning. I think everyone just Darling out front wants to hold on there, and I think everyone would just be happy to finish the race now, but they've got a whole corner to go, which we know that anything can happen, and Darling is having to defend. So Heighton is going to try around the outside. In fact, he's going to dive down the inside. Wheatley's already there though. Wheatley squeezes down the inside into the final bend.
Oh, goodness me, well, they come out the final corner, and it is going to be surely 2 from 2 for Darling. Well, he's going to be dragged all the way to line here, but it is going to be Louis Darling who holds on just ahead of Ben Wheatley for the win. Then it'll be Nick Heighton in 3rd, with Paul Oglesby fighting all his way from the back of the field to 4th. What a drive from the number 18 driver. Jones will take 5th ahead of Hardcastle, with Bailey and Shaw rounding off your top 8. Hanif will take a best result of the season in 9th ahead of Cavers, who gradually fell backwards, but still a good effort from Cavers. And there'll be best of the rest there for Cross in 11th place, with Speaks, who started from the back as well, finishing in 12th ahead of Palmer, and Finlayson completed your top 14. And then it will be Joyce who finishes in 15th place, as we do see Joyce crossing the line, and we've got a bit of time before Mackay arrives at the scene of the finish line. But we'll see him there in the rear of the picture shortly. Oh, goodness me, Chris. I mean, we're getting excited. I can tell our broadcast director, Simon, who you guys and girls at home can't hear, of course, he's getting incredibly excited because he has all the cameras available to him. This has been an absolutely incredible race, and in the end, well, Louis Darling, to be fair, that was a test of championship mettle, and he has passed it with flying colours.
He can't do any more than he's done so far, which is, just take those 2 wins that are available to him. He's doing everything he can. Unfortunately, I think also Wheatley's doing everything he needs to hold on in there. Again, we'll do some points scoring, and we'll just see how that all lines up for coming into the final race. But that was spectacular. Oglesby has a story all the way through from the rear of the field to get 4th place. What a spectacular drive after that.
And fastest lap with it.
And fastest lap with it, so equivalent of a 3rd place. But here are the results as they stand now.
Well, provisional results, ladies and gentlemen, for race number 17 of the Edge Caterham 7 270R Championship for 2025. Louis Darling taking a victory by 300ths at line over Ben Wheatley, with Nick Heighton as much he huffed and puffed for victory. In the end, finished in 3rd place. Paul Oglesby took 4th, having started from the very back of the field, so what a drive from him in the number 18. That is a story in itself, and that could be one of the drives of the season there that's gone slightly under the radar, but still, he was right there at the end. 200ths behind him, Django Jones in 5th. Missing a bit of engine cowling in the end. It all came flying off after a bit of contact with Nick Heighton, but still holding on to 5th. He can't complain at that. Tim Hardcastle, a very happy 6th place in the number 6. That's quite poetic, with the number 31 of Andrew Bailey in 7th ahead of Jasmine Shaw, and there was Arif Hanif and Arison Cavers who round off your top 10. Gary Cross was best of the rest in 11th ahead of Henry Speaks, with Andy Palmer and Graham Finlayson completing your top 14. Fastest lap of the race, Paul Oglesby there, 55.61, and well, we get the opportunity to take a bit of a breather, ladies and gentlemen, here in the commentary booth. But Ian Waterhouse is down in Parc Fermé, and we are going to be hearing very shortly from our top 3 finishers on what has been one of the highlight races, not just of the day, but of the season in the 270R Championship.
Oh my word, I just don't know what you say to these Caterham races. Lou Darling at the double in the 270R, so he's got to be a bit happy, man. Let's let him get out of the car first of all, get his helmet off, because I just want to see a big beaming smile, I think. Look at that, you can't see it, he is laughing underneath that helmet. That was incredible, as it always is with the Caterhams, isn't it? Louis, at the double today already, that one was special. Huh?
It's a good feeling, yeah, it's a good feeling. It was a bit harder this time with Nick and Ben, but it was good racing. You can't go wrong with that, the amount of racing we had. But me and Ben at the line, I thought Ben actually had that then, and so he came in here. But fair play to him, yeah, and fair play to Nick as well. We all did quite well. So
can you make it 3 from 3 later?
I'm hoping so. I'm hoping so.
Good man. Well, we're going to find out, aren't we? Let's grab Ben very quickly as well. Ben, it doesn't get much closer than that, does it?
No, and getting pushed on the grass on the. My heart was in my mouth then. The proverbial was twitching. Put it that way.
Well,
I'd say that, honour.
Yeah, you can say whatever you want.
I don't think I can.
Well, I have to apologise if you do.
No, of course. So that was do or die, last lap, see whether we can make it stick. And I was just conscious I didn't want to run into the back of Louis. It's not a fair way to end the race. But yeah, came back in one piece, even with a bit of carnage in between. So yeah, good points. Good to bring it home, and hopefully we can go one better in race 3.
Going to do it all again a little bit later, Ben. Top man, thanks for talking to us as well. I want to find Nick as well, if we can. Nick, shaking it. just said he's getting too old for this. I don't believe that. Come on,
50 next year. This is brutal.
Talk us through that race. It was eventful.
Well, I think I ended up back in 8th. I got it onto the grass going through Ireland on lap 1, so I made my way back from 8th to 1st, I think, at one point.
Yeah,
and then it's just brutal, isn't it? It's a massive tow round here, and you can't. You can defend as much as you can, but sometimes it's just not working.
We're talking of age, it's 3 races and a qualifying in a day. It's a lot. Eh?
I'm going to have my Weetabix, I think.
Go have a sit down. Come on, mate. Good luck later as well. Yeah, a lot of racing action. Everything taking place today only. A reminder, if you are tuning in on YouTube, hello, good afternoon, everybody. No racing here at Oulton Park tomorrow. Everything in one. Wall-to-wall racing for the rest of the day. As ever, please hit that like button, hit that subscribe button as well, so we can get as many people watching as we possibly can. Next race coming up very, very shortly, the 310s. I would like to say Sam Barker did have a quick catch-up with some of the drivers over at Assembly Area, so let's hear from her now. Sam, over to you.
Right, so now I've got Richard Coop, father of Will Coop, who we spoke to earlier. Richard, you've been doing 310s this season, haven't you? And obviously now you've got your son in it as well, which is fantastic. But how have you been? How have you taken to the 310?
It's been a hard car to get used to. So I hadn't been racing for 25 years, and so I've then come straight into 310. So it was a hard car to get used to. William called it brutal actually today, and I think it's about right. It's they're quite a tough car to drive, but I've kind of dragged myself up, and I'm getting there with a bit of performance now. So good.
You had your first AM-class podium in Zandvoort.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, that was a big moment. Yeah, I was really pleased about that. So we'll try for another, shall we?
That's it. Let's go for it. Yeah. Oulton Park, you enjoying it?
Yeah, it's a great track. Yeah. It's a great track. It's quite unforgiving. If you get it wrong, then really it's going to hurt. No, it's a great track. Really technical, but yeah, enjoy it. Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Well, I look forward to this one. Good luck.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks, Richard.
Well, that was hearing there from the more senior member of the Coop family there only moments ago, and a big thank you to Sam Parker for catching up with our driver earlier on. So from the 270Rs, ladies and gentlemen, we up the power to weight ratio to 310 now, and it is time for race number 17 of the Vertex Caterham 7 310R Championship for 2025. And your grid will be thus. Taylor Flanagan looks to try and make it another run to victory if he can. He starts on the front row of the grid, pole sitter ahead of Lars Hoffmann. Behind them on row number 2 will be Charlie Lahr and Philip Bianchi, with row number 3 going to James Empson and Ryan Wilby. That's your top 3 rows, and then we will see from all Pro-Ams, we'll start to come to our AMs, and on AM pole position is Harvey Lawrence ahead of Stephen Lancaster. Keep your eyes out, they can expect some brilliant battling between them, and Harvey Lawrence of course looking to seal the deal in the AM Championship before the day is done. Alex Vincent begins this one in 9th place ahead of Peter Mott, who rounds off your top 10. And there's your first 5 rows, but we've got a couple more rows here. And well, as we then look to the second half of the grid, it'll be Jeff Price, who starts 11th here, best of the rest ahead of Richard Coop, with Gareth Lucas and Oliver Kibblewhite on the 7th row of the grid. And then row number 8, it's Robert Lowe and William Coop there. So that's how they all line up. We heard from William Coop at the start of the day. We just heard from Richard Coop there. So the Coop family, it's a big family occasion out here. And that's one of the things we perhaps don't talk about as much, Chris, is the fact that a lot of these teams, whether they're just privates, independents or a fully fledged team, a lot of it's father-son or mother and son, father and daughter racing in Caterham's. It's a big family affair.
It really is. The whole paddock is, because of the way it's all structured, and everyone starts, pretty well. A lot of people start in the academy all together and then go up through and rise through the ranks alongside each other. All the drivers get to know each other, but so do the friends and family and other people around the paddock, and it just becomes that group. And we do have paddock parties and the like throughout the course of the season as well, to just bring everything together, and it really does a good job of settling some of the needle that arrives throughout the course of a year. These drivers know when they're pushing their limits, and mostly it remains friendly. There's always those rivals, but let's focus in here on the 310R Championship, the 4th level of this, and we saw earlier on a fantastic race, wasn't it? But it is Taylor O'Flanagan, and he just has to, he's getting very, very close to clinching that title now. So we see the green flag at the back as they're going to set off on their green flag lap, so a chance for them to see all this course and warm everything up. Really Lars Hoffmann, again, just his main aim has to be to finish ahead of Taylor O'Flanagan, but Taylor O'Flanagan now just needs a reasonable couple of races, nothing special, and even if Lars Hoffmann has the perfect end to the season, he's going to start struggling. But I do see so Charlie Lowe in 3rd place on the grid.
Yep, Charlie Lowe in 3rd, our winner from race number 1 there, being put to 3rd place.
So I remember should explain then, because we do a different qualifying system for the 310Rs. It doesn't happen every single round, but it means the second fastest lap is what set the qualifying position for this race. So again, that's different in this series than any others, and it's one of the differentiators between the 310Rs. So that's why Charlie Lowe is in 3rd place, and confused me very slightly, but it is nevertheless Taylor Flanagan and Lars Hoffmann, the 2 championship winners out front. As they go around then, and we see there William Coop, and remember that story of him rising from Roadsport all the way to 310, as we see those families out there on the banks enjoying their racing.
100%, and some great stories how drivers have come through the ranks. And keep in mind, of course, Caterham racing, it really is one of the starting points of road racing around the world, but particularly in the United Kingdom, where a lot of professional drivers will begin their craft in the Academy Series. They'll work their way up, they'll even race in the 310s, and then potentially go on to other disciplines of racing as well, go on to be GT3 drivers, for example. But you learn a lot of your craft and trade racing these very lightweight machines. Half a tonne, plenty of engine power, and you've got to be the one to wrestle it and tame it all. Or the 310s really almost at the precipice of what is Caterham racing. The only thing higher, of course, is the 7 UK Championship, or the 420R, but we are looking at a power to weight ratio here which is close enough to a Porsche 911 effectively.
Yeah, and when if you take one of these cars out onto a track day, you'll see how rapid they are, and it really does teach the drivers everything they need to know about racing. It's very, very raw, so it is literally your right foot connected via a cable to the throttle body, everything. There's no ABS, there's no driver aids in any way. It's entirely up to you, and the car is such a fantastic balanced machine to be driving around. It's you can see why it's lasted the test of time. It's just everyone who drives a Caterham will explain, or will try and explain what it feels like, but ultimately it just offers fantastic racing at a budget that no other racing championship can offer that sort of same closeness and evenness for the budget. And as you say, we see all these drivers, or a lot of these drivers can even go up into GT racing, into the professional world, and they do very well because they are used to absolutely fighting tooth and nail. It's absolutely nose to tail racing, and very few other racing series sort of offer that. There are obviously other club racing series that do it, but it's why we have such success up in the upper echelons as racing, and how some people all, do make it all the way to the top.
Oh, 100%. But from those who one day want to make it all the way to the very top of British Motorsport, to those who want to make it to the very top of the 7 310R Championship, well, their green flag lap is complete. The tyres are as warm as they're going to get them, so are the brakes. But without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, as our last place driver of none other than William Coupe settles his way into position, new to the car, of course, this weekend, well, we're about to get race number 17 of the Vertex Caterham 310R Championship underway, and they will all look to lights. On the left-hand side, the red lights go on, and it's lights out and away we go here for the second race of the day. It's a good start there from our pole sitter O'Flanagan, but look at this, as it's going to be Hoffman immediately trying to cut across. Isn't successful in doing so, so he's got to take the long way round. Charlie Lower defending that third place despite some pressure on Wilby, and then the rest of the field come charging on through. Big sideways moment there for what was Robert Lower as he tries to recuperate some places he's lost, but down in towards Cascades they go. O'Flanagan going defensive there, very solid defence, and now Hoffman, well, he knows he hadn't been able to get the jump right at the start, now the hard work begins.
Yeah, and it took Hoffman half a race before, didn't it, to catch up with the lead battle and get himself fully stuck in. He's done that by the second corner. Charlie Lower down the inside as well, so he is going to demote Taylor O'Flanagan had to use every single last millimetre of the track there, threw up even a bit of dust, so he would have been again, lap one, I think he's willing to let that one go, but Charlie was absolutely shoving it down the inside. So where it took him half a race last time for Hoffman to get involved in that lead battle, he is now there straight away. Bianchi back in that fourth place. He's had fourth place for nearly the whole of this race weekend so far, hasn't he? As we watch the rest of this field run through, Rob Lowe really bumping over the curbs that time, and William Coupe, after a great start in the last race where he moved up about 4 places before dropping back, he's not quite made the progress this time through, but equally is still holding on in there, seeing and learning every single time. We got a lock up there looking into the really powering on through. Is that Emerson? I don't know whether it's a green car for sure. No, it is the number 67 then.
So that's Richard Coupe, I believe.
Richard Coupe, so yeah, William's dad, all the way through the chicanes there. But it is now Charlie Lower over the top of Hoffman, over the top of Taylor O'Flanagan and then Bianchi in that fourth place.
Well, of course, for Charlie Lowe, he picked up what was his maiden win of the season in the previous race. He'd like to make it through 2 from 2 and therefore make his mum extremely proud. I expect she gave him a massive hug after we had that interview with him after the race. But right now, he knows he's got 18 minutes plus a final lap between himself and making it 2 wins of the season if he can. But it's much easier said than done as they come across that timeline. And, well, it is Lower ahead of Hoffman, followed by O'Flanagan. That's your top 3. Bianchi, or Mr. Fourth Place, as he's gradually becoming known at this point, holds on to 4th, ahead of Lancaster and Lawrence. Then it's Wilby, followed by Vincent, Imson and Mott. That's your top 10 as we see a bob and weave a bit further back there, and that is Richard Lucas going sideways, and Gareth Lucas as well with him, so they're all pushing each other onwards. So as the drivers continue to roar the way on around here, well, the gaps are starting to open. However, the battling is not going to calm down because Lower's got Hoffman going around the outside of him.
Yeah, good to see Hoffman's car right back and onto the pace, isn't it? Right back in this battle and pulling clear this time of Charlie Lower in his lime, or the fluoro yellow, isn't it? But when you see it from the side, you can see how much more blue there is. Team Perry's Motorsport, and then it's Taylor O'Flanagan behind and trailing on with Bianchi behind them, and Lancaster up into 5th place. So good movement from him in the part of this race. And here comes the Lawrence as well. So the AM battle is now over the top of Ryan Wilby, who's dropped backwards into the clutches of that AM battle. Emson also dropping a little bit further back than he would want to. Again, not having the best starter because his qualifying position, or his second lap in qualifying, wasn't quite as good as it needed to be. Charlie Lower all the way down to 4th then. Taylor O'Flanagan somehow in the lead.
I'm amazed Bianchi let the 4th place go there, to be fair to him, but joking aside, so Charlie Lower having a bit of a slip there, but perhaps Bianchi's decided, you know what, I'm going to change tact a little bit, because he was, to be fair to him, Chris, he was a little bit peaceful in race number 1. It's almost as if he sort of said, you know what, I'll get involved if I want to, but in this one he's definitely sort of put out a bit of a statement there, which is, you know what, if Hoffman and O'Flanagan are having a little bit of an altercation, I'm going to get right in there nice and early. Perhaps by taking a bit of a different approach or pacing his race differently, he might be able to make some progress.
He's got less on the line, hasn't he? He's not going for that championship, or he's not going for the top of the championship, therefore he can throw down the inside, knowing that they've got to really pay attention and take care of each other's race. They will go nose to tail and tooth to tooth as they go millimetres apart. You'll see this get a bit of a squeeze on, absolutely not letting Taylor, in fact holding him outside to that outside line, letting Bianchi have a run down the inside and letting Charlie Lower have a sniff as well. So it just shows the intent there. The body language of that car out on track is very assertive, and it's saying this is my piece of track and there's nothing you can do about it, which again, as you get into the 3-ton-hour championship, the drivers know exactly who's in the upper hand and who has to capitulate, and he was actually pushed Taylor Flanagan even a little bit wider than maybe he was entitled to at that point. But we all nose to tail, and Taylor Flanagan, by the time we get to Island Bend, is back in front then. So it didn't work out in the long run in that half lap we've been watching them, but nevertheless it's all still together, and it just shows the intent of the cars.
100%, and right now intent's going to be key here as they go deeper and deeper into the race distance. And there you can see Charlie Lowe now looking to sneak his way back up the inside, but of course he had to back out there because it's a quick switch from a right curve into a sharp left chicane. And well, for Charlie Lowe, he's back into third place, leads for the time being, albeit Bianchi will be right behind him there, and the two AM leaders of Lancaster and Lawrence, they're not too far off either. Lancaster having a very good run at the moment. He'll be hoping to pick some more up before the day is done. All this field, to be fair, not really breaking apart right now. That's your top 10 all together in a long train.
Yeah, absolutely, and we've seen that plenty of times this year as well, as the rest of the field all getting drawn along by that sort of, it's in Formula 1 it'd be called a DRS train, wouldn't it? But it's that tow drawing them all forward, and the fact that they are all rapid drivers in their own right. See how stiffly sprung this 310R is compared to, say, the road sports from earlier on. As they do touch the curb, the cars really do get flung up in the air as the stiffness of the anti-roll bars and all the suspension around them sort of pings them into the air. But you'll see a bit later on when we watch road sport again, they kind of ride the suspension, ride the bumps a little bit more smoothly. But that's part of having a more race-focused car. And when the time you get this 310R, which is still underlying the Academy car that you bought 4 years ago, as we see Charlie Lowe down the inside of Hoffman. That's exactly what Taylor Flanagan we want to see out front. They're going to be battling. They're both used up. Also a track limits infringement there. Lancaster still holding on ahead of Ryan Wilby. Then we got Peter Mott and various others as they head down. Then Emson still further back than he would potentially want to. And let's see whether he can do anything in his green Kermit car as we watch them further back. Lucas ahead of Richard Coop.
Or indeed, he'll try and push forward there and try to take on all of his rivals as much as he can, albeit at the moment at least it looks like he might be playing the game of wait and see. But at the very front as they all go absolutely to the limit of what the outside tyres grip will offer there. Indeed, I think if they carried any more speed into Island Bend, we would have seen synchronised rallycross there between all of Caterham drivers. Flanagan, he's trying to break away. Oh, Lowe's had something go wrong. He's going slowly there. I think that might be a car that's parking up because we've lost Charlie Lowe.
Definitely a mechanical there. He's only just strapped in a new engine, so I don't think it'll be an engine, but you can easily snap an A-frame. Like I said, we've been seeing them hitting these curbs pretty heavily, and there are various components that, if they have got any weakness at all, will show themselves. So unfortunately, that's looks like that's the end of Charlie's charge for this race. Hopefully he'll be able to get back out there, but it is O'Flanagan out there back in front doing what he needs to do as we watch that AM battle fighting through. Lancaster currently heading that over the top of Harvey Lawrence, but they've got Wilby in between them. Vincent, who showed such a strong pair of heels in race 1, is still in that third place, but he's got a bit of work to do if he wants to get another AM win this weekend. But there is Taylor O'Flanagan heading towards us, Hoffman trailing him, and then Bianchi's. How many times have we seen that this season already? And we're going to see it again here at Oulton.
Oh, 100%. And well, the one upside to Charlie Lowe having to, by looks, soon retire the car, at least bring it to the pit lane, if your name is Lars Hoffman, is the fact that you don't have Lowe between you and O'Flanagan, and you can really now start to focus on grafting this race. Albeit Bianchi's with them, but you can already start to see a little bit of a gap open there. Our top two now starting to abscond a little bit. They have been the two stars of the season, to be fair, and the points tables definitely demonstrate that. However, do not rule out Philip Bianchi, who will now look at this and think, right, I'm on course for a podium, but can I potentially put myself in between and perhaps even take second place off of one of them? Well, we will see. As we also do see there none other than Empton and Price running quite close together. But looking back to our leaders coming to Island Bend, the top three definitely putting a bit of light between themselves and the rest, with our AM leader of Lancaster here still doing a fantastic job, to be fair, keeping his position nicely, albeit will be right there with him. And it's going to be Harvey Lawrence here, who I don't think will be too upset about finishing in 6th place, because he won't really lose any ground on his way to a potential AM crown, but he would ideally like to take that 5th place off of Wilby if he could, just to minimise the damage a little bit. Wilby, however, I think has got other ideas on this one, as they play drag race down towards what will be his lops again.
Absolutely, as they head down the hill, then side by side. Harvey Lawrence is on the inside, lock up from Lancaster. Then is he going to get that stop? No, he's going to head over the grass, an uncomfortable place. He's sideways, he's going to lose all the momentum. And in front of them, as that was all happening, Wilby still managed to hold on over the top of Lawrence then, so as they head up the hill and towards Druids once more. O'Flanagan really has got his pedal to the metal though. He's drawing a little gap over the top of Hoffman. Hoffman though is just about clinging on the end here. He knows how much this is important, but Flanagan has also got the fastest lap of the race. That's another point in his favour at this point, and that's everything that Hoffman doesn't want to happen. And as they come back together then into the final corner, and again Bianchi just holding station, watching, knowing that he doesn't really, as a driver, you don't necessarily want to interfere with a championship race as well. There are different mentalities to have. Like I say, you can say it doesn't matter to me, so I'm just going to throw it down the inside, throw cautions to win better. I think Bianchi also appreciates the drivers and wants to make sure they have as tidy and clean a race as they can. There's Lawrence still having to fight and hold on Vincent from behind while still trying to work out how he can get in front of Wilby and therefore give himself a bit of a defensive manoeuvre with an pro-am in between himself as they head down Cascades once more. 10 minutes of the race to go then.
Oh, 100%. So we've gone from the first half of an absolutely exciting race now to a second half. Looking at big questions answered in the championship if things go a certain way. But as your top three slide their way through Island Bend, and then we do have fourth all the way to ninth place together here. Lancaster through to Empson. Well, right now Empson at the very back of this needs to try and pick his way through. However, I think it's going to be a lot easier said than done, because whilst he may be a Pro-Am driver behind a pack of AMs, those AMs right now are definitely demonstrating some phenomenal pace out there, and also the fact that the intelligence, they know when to fight, they know when to run as a train, and that's all part of the art of the draft here in this Caterham racing. And well, we come back to the very front, and Hoffman versus O'Flanagan, not quite going to work out. Hoffman looks one way, he looks the other way. Now he's going to try and look around the outside Knickerbrook corner. O'Flanagan says no you don't, holds his line. Bianchi meanwhile continues to watch. I wonder if he's making sure he doesn't want to intervene as well, so that way he makes sure he receives a Christmas card from both of them this year. But either way, well, you can see how much they're running away from this. So the pace of the top three, 1.5 seconds faster than the rest of the field.
Yeah, it's really good to see Bianchi though in that lead battle and showing the pace that he has in that car, because he'll give him the confidence, and hopefully we'll see him back next year and really trying to put on that charge. 3 wide, why not? Let's do that into the final bend as they head down through, as we watch the chasing battle. Lancaster, Ryan Wilby, then Harvey Lawrence and Vincent as they head into Empson, still trying to fight his way back, not making it. As we said earlier on, the only difference between AM and Pro-Am is the distinction of your race results from the past, whether you've won a championship or whether you have, as we've got side by side. Hoffman again holding Taylor O'Flanagan to the outside of the track, so that's the second time he's done that, and that is going to allow Bianchi now up the inside. Bianchi's saying, right, okay, you're going to do this around and play around on track, I'm going to go and take the lead, and he's going to go around the outside of Cascades. Is he going to hold on? Hoffman holding in there at the moment, Taylor O'Flanagan in the second. Ryan Wilby now over the top of Lancaster, Vincent over the top of Empson. Where's Harvey Lawrence? Harvey Lawrence has lost out at least 3 or 4 places there as he went round that left of Cascade, so he's got it all to do to come and fight back again, but I think his championship's still over there. But it is Taylor O'Flanagan now into 3rd place as Bianchi does assert his authority. Says, right, okay, I'm going to take that 2nd place, and watch out Hoffman, because I'm going to take that 1st place as soon as I can.
Oh, indeed, and Philip Bianchi really has worked his way into this position now to go on the offensive, but of course both O'Flanagan and Hoffman are not going to let themselves be rolled over here. And well, for Philip Bianchi at this point, almost made a 2-for-1 special coming through Cascades, couldn't quite get it to work out, but he definitely made one, and now can he get the other ones, the question. Well, over the hilltop and downhill come very shortly towards Knickerbrook corner, and as he does so, well, no move there. Meanwhile, further back, the fight for 4th and 5th stay static, 6th and 7th take a look at each other, and in the fight for 8th, 9th and 10th, Empson, Mott and Price. Well, that was Mott trying to take a cheeky look up the inside of Empson, and Empson's still holding his ground right now, not able to move forward, but not wanting to fall backwards either. So all these drivers being very smart about it, and Mott and Bryce, they are in their own little needle fight for 2nd place in the AM Championship, so therefore they'll be looking at each other thinking about getting the upper hand on one another, as meanwhile the higher places in the AM class are running off into the distance, but not running away from each other. Our top 3 as they head back to us here. That is Hoffman right now, just keeping O'Flanagan behind again. Bianchi has fallen back to 3rd, but I think that might be just as much by choice. And 3 wide we go again as they head towards the start-finish line, only for Bianchi to say, no, I'm just joking, I'll back off and go to the outside now and make it 3 wide. He's keeping us all guessing.
I'll tell you what, if Bianchi does get in front, he's got a good chance of winning this, and I know that's what he'll be thinking in that car, because these two are not going to stop battling each other. Hoffman is going to shove it down the inside of Taylor O'Flanagan wherever he gets the opportunity. He knows he has to. That's his only way he can continue his championship. Taylor O'Flanagan's got one hand on that trophy already and really does want to do it. Harvey Lawrence not able to make any progress this time through, so he is still in that 10th place, following on behind Price, and he has got a bit of work to do to fight his way back to the front of that pack. So he's got a little bit to do. Ryan will be still fighting with Lancaster and Vincent, and it is Taylor O'Flanagan back to the front then over the top of Hoffman in that 2nd place, and it's Bianchi in that 3rd place as they head round Shellows. What a great corner that is. You can see the banking that really holds those cars down. Seen a couple of drivers try the higher line, but a bit dusty today. I don't think it's working out. But the yellow car of Taylor O'Flanagan is still out front, as we have seen many times this season already. But it's constant shadow is that Hoffman car in 2nd place.
Oh, indeed, they've been absolutely inseparable this season. Whilst the results have constantly gone the way of O'Flanagan in terms of wins versus his rival, to be fair, if the wind had blown a different way on a given day, you can imagine it would be the opposite way round. They really have been two absolute class rivals there. There's been nothing between them. And, well, that has really set the scene here for this penultimate round of their championship. But in the fight for 4th, will be ahead of Lancaster. He's finally found his way through. Lancaster, the AM leader, now has Vincent right behind. They're still pushing each other as they make the way tighter and tighter towards the Druids Bend. But nothing between those two, as meanwhile our top 3, Bianchi falling back a little bit. O'Flanagan goes defensive. Hoffman looking around the outside here. This is going to be the setup, but it'll be all about momentum now as they come out of Lodge Corner and on towards Deer Lee. But what can Hoffman do here with the draft? And the answer is look towards the outside into turn 1. O'Flanagan sees it, however, and puts himself nice and comfortably in the middle of the road and says to Hoffman, what are you going to do? And Hoffman, in the end, he tries to go all the way around the outside. He'll be given the space, a little tap between the two of them. They give each other just enough racing room. Bianchi thinks about 3 wide into entrance, decides not to, but Hoffman does look down the inside of the Cascades, but thinks better of it, as meanwhile that was a bit of grass being kicked up there by Vincent.
Yeah, absolutely. It was very close onto the AstroTurf on the exit of turn 1 there as well. Like you say, it was a bit of a move from that chase pack. Millimetres between these front two. Again, seen that plenty of times, but it is Hoffman right in front of Taylor O'Flanagan at that point. And it sounded a bit tyre squealy in the background there, didn't it? But Bianchi is in that 3rd place as they head round then. So yeah, absolutely nothing given. And let's say Hoffman just knows that he can't let anything move. As if Taylor O'Flanagan has the speed in that car, and if he does let a gap go, that'll be it at that point, and he knows it, and he is doing everything he needs to do to keep his car fully in that battle.
Oh, 100%, and well, they've got this lap plus potentially 2 more, and we will have to see how many they do accrue. But whilst things calm down briefly in the battle in the top 3 behind, that is the fight for 5th between Vincent and Lancaster that makes its way to his lots. And in the end, it looks like they've both stayed where they were for the time being. Will be breathing a sigh of relief that he's able to stay clear of the AM drivers for at least a brief moment, and then got embroiled into their fight. But our top 3 still pushing each other onwards here as they come out of Water Tower and in towards Druids once more. But Bianchi this time a lot closer and perhaps thinking about making a bit of an assertive move. O'Flanagan will see it coming if he goes, thinking the fact that it's not the first time in this race that they've definitely gone toe-to-toe. It's going to be Hoffman putting it in the middle of the road, and well, O'Flanagan's going to try and go around the outside. He does it there. That's a brilliant move under braking. And right now, I think Hoffman's going to be thinking, how on earth did he do that?
Penultimate lap then, but yeah, absolutely, he'll be watching that. I was going to say, Hoffman is having to go defensive quite early to try and keep these drivers back, whereas Taylor O'Flanagan, when he's out front, he's able to take more of the racing line, not having to do that. So this is a crucial point of this race. We've got 2 laps of this 310R race to go, and can Hoffman do anything about making a drawing back towards Taylor O'Flanagan? I think he's going to do it because the long straight here will allow him to get back into the battle. Ryan Wilby is now best of the rest, head of Vincent, Lancaster, and Lawrence has got past a couple of those drivers, so he's now back into 7th place, 3rd place in his class. There is that battle, but you see Hoffman having to try and tuck to the inside, but Taylor O'Flanagan not having to defend just yet. There's that extra speed that he's got in that car. Hoffman, though, will see. Well, Taylor O'Flanagan very late into shallow wheels. That's going to see him slow down around the outside. That's a move that's going to be able to. He's still on the inside as they go into Britain's, and he is going to have the momentum around the outside. So he made it work, but it was a bit dicey, that one, and he won't want to have next time as Hoffman really rides that curb, flings the car up in the air, bounces over the exit curb as well, having to do everything to try and keep with it.
It is crazy to think these two are absolutely throwing everything in this one, including the suspension rods at this rate. I mean, O'Flanagan with that mistake managed to convert a mistake into a bit of a defensive position, did that well, and then Hoffman, like you say, just chucking it over the apex curve there, leaving nothing up to question. And Bianchi, I was watching this and thinking, okay, where do exactly I get involved? And well, he's just got to wait here and see if an opportunity comes up. I think right now, the two in front, the two leaders, they might just have that extra 1-2% here. It's not much, but it is the difference. But here they come through Druids Bend. And well, Hoffman right now is close. He's not close enough initially, but now it's going to be run down towards the final corner. O'Flanagan puts it in the middle of the road, gets Hoffman to guess which way to go, and Hoffman in the end looks the outside, but Bianchi's there to block him off. So in the end, Hoffman's not going to have an opportunity to come back at this. And for Taylor O'Flanagan, we may have fallen short in race number 1. It went the way of Charlie Lower, but in race number 2, it's a drag race to the line. And right now, on this final lap, he's got everything to play for here right at the end.
Yeah, absolutely. So he is out front again as they did go 3 wide. I thought Taylor O'Flanagan missed a trick there, which he doesn't do very often. He could have gone to the other side of the track to force Bianchi's to draw Bianchi's car forward with the toe. You can actually use your own toe as a defensive weapon, and he could have done it that time, and he didn't. He chose to defend to the inside. So Hoffman had a little bit of a sort of allowance there to take that second place once more as this chase battle still comes through. 22 seconds, so we are definitely onto the last lap as they head towards us into Island Bend. Over 100 miles an hour, they'll pitch that car in, 115 odd before they kill some speed to get this car. The AAA 8R Toyo's just desperately drilling. He's wide again as he flings that car, really isn't able to get that car turned in. Lost him some speed again as they head out through into Britain's chicane this time through, but we've seen that he's able to carry the speed through Britain's quite nicely. But Hoffman going to ride that curb once more, a little bit smoother this time through, absolutely on nose to tail. So Taylor Flanagan's going to have to defend to the inside. There's only a couple more overtaking opportunities. This is one of the bigger ones.
Well, here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. If the last lap was the build-up, now we're going to see it all come absolutely exploding onto our screens here. And to Taylor Flanagan, he's shown time and time again that he can be the lead car and he can keep Hoffman at bay. Hoffman takes the peak up the inside, doesn't quite work. Through Knickerbrook corner they go, and right now for O'Flanagan it is literally 4 corners between him and victory, but Hoffman's got to try and find a way back. And for Lars Hoffman on that number 70, what can he do right at the end? Well, the answer is he's going to look to go too wide here into Druids. He's going to look around the outside. He does get ahead. Bianchi meanwhile watches this and thinks now's my time to pounce. O'Flanagan meanwhile has got to try and counter attack here. Lars Hoffman goes right in the middle of the road. O'Flanagan looking around the outside. He's already ahead. He's got the speed. Onto the brakes they go, and O'Flanagan does it again. He goes round the outside. He did it at the midway point of the race. He does it on the final lap of the race, and it's a drag race to the line, and it is going to be by a whisker Taylor O'Flanagan who takes victory ahead of Lars Hoffman, and then it will be Philip Bianchi who completes your podium with will be in 4th place there ahead of your AM winner of Harvey Lawrence, and then we will have Lancaster in the run-up spot of the AMs, 6th on the road ahead of Vincent, Mott and Price in a brilliant 5-way fight for the AM win, and then we will have Lucas finishing in 10th, just about there, literally by a slender margin versus Richard Cooper, who just missed out by the best part of 100th or 2, and then we've got a bit of time before we do see Kibblewhite, Lowe and also William Coop finish your top 14, and with it all 14 of your finishers, because we unfortunately did have the retirement of both Empson and Lower. And goodness me, Chris, what a race there. Flanagan and Hoffman kept us guessing all the way through, and Bianchi, to be fair, did brilliantly to stay with them.
I think he's just happy taking those trophies home, isn't he? But also Harvey Lawrence getting back to the AM win from where he was 10th place just a couple of laps back, so great moves in the latter part of this race to get back to that win. But yes, there is Taylor O'Flanagan. He definitely has that one hand on the trophy now. I'll do the maths before we get to the final race a little bit later on this afternoon, but he can certainly do it. If he wins once more, there will be nothing that Lars Hoffman can do to defend that championship as they head into the final round at Silverstone. But I will keep an eye on that, and it'll all be provisional obviously because there's still stewards and all those kind of things to go, but it's like that move around the outside was absolutely spectacular. I couldn't believe that Hoffman even managed to do the Druids move. But here are the results subject to all of those steward inquiries and things.
Well, after a brilliant 11 laps of racing for race number 17 of the Vertex Caterham 7 310R Championship, Taylor O'Flanagan takes victory by 14 hundredths over Lars Hoffman. Philip Bianchi, 3rd place there, but had the fastest lap of 53.58. Well done to him for the bonus point. Head of Ryan Wilby, who rounded off your top 4 of Pro-Ams. Your winner in the AM class, he was 5th on the road. Harvey Lawrence, who did a fantastic job of weeding his way through the pack. He was ahead of Stephen Lancaster only by half a tenth at the line, with Alex Vincent round off the top 3 of the AMs. Peter Mott, well, he took home what was 8th place ahead of Jeff Price and managed to outclass his rival for 2nd place in the AM Championship ahead of Gareth Lucas, who completed top 10. And it was Richard Coop in 11th ahead of Oliver Kibblewhite, with Robert Lowe and William Coop finishing your 15 finishers of this race. And what a race it was. But as we can see in the background there, all the drivers gradually making their way into the pit lane, and as they all quickly skulk their way into that pit lane, well, it's perfect timing, ladies and gentlemen, because down in Parc Ferme we've got a very eager Ian Walthouse waiting to have a chat with our top 3 finishers of this race in the 310R Championship.
Oh, hello everybody. Yes, welcome down to Parc Ferme. Very happy Taylor O'Flanagan here. Let's go have a quick chat. Taylor, come on. That's how you do that, eh?
Yes.
a bit happier now.
Yeah, it was a great race with Lars, you know, super close, great racing, and yeah, just managed to flip it. Had a good run at the last corner, so
you and Lars, you're like joined in a hit this week.
I know, yeah, there's not a lot in it whatsoever, as you can probably see from a few nicks and scrapes, but it's amazing driving, so yeah. Very happy.
So you're saying, right, I'm stood right by your exhaust.
Yeah, it's been doing some work.
It has, hasn't it? Well done. You got to do it again later as well. Lars, right, you and him been joined at the hip. Is it your turn in race 3?
Yeah, for sure. So, take care.
And that's it. That's it.
That's it. Yeah. All right. Win the race.
4:40 or 5:45. 5:45. There you go. Race 3 for the 310Rs. Remember that. Philip, let's have a quick chat if we can.
Yeah,
breathless stuff, isn't it? out there?
I'm still catching my breath, to be honest.
Look, it's a lot for you guys to do in a day, isn't it? Qualifying session in 3 races. How are you coping with it?
It is. It's quite similar to a test day, I thought, but then the added stress of actually racing, etc., tires you out.
I was going to say, the competitive action must drain you a bit.
Much more tiring.
Are you happy, P3?
Very happy. I was fighting for it race 1 today.
Yeah.
Just couldn't quite catch, and then I was happy to find myself with Taylor and Lowe's. I'm not sure what happened to Charlie, but I think he must have had a mechanical problem or something. So I'll take it.
He's had his win today, and look, race 3 a little bit later. What are we thinking?
Race 3 is always interesting because it's reverse grid, so I'm not sure what number they're going to pull. We'll see. Hopefully it's not 10.
We'll find out. Look, that's so Phil. Thanks for talking to us. Really do appreciate it. Yeah, great racing indeed. That's not it. More coming up for you as well. In fact, we've got Sam out in the road sports in a minute too. They're all in assembly, ready to go out on track. So let's hand over to commentators Paul and Chris.
Well, that was a quick word with our top 3 finishers from the 310R Championship. But as our drivers for the Roadsport Championship make their way out for their final race of the day, let's go back to some time earlier on today where it was Ian or Sam catching up with one of our drivers.
Right, here we are in the assembly area. It's actually the second and final race of the weekend for the Bilstein Roadsport Championship. Andrew, I'm coming over to have a quick chat because everything happens in one day here at Oulton Park. Are you a fan of that? Do you like it?
Yeah, definitely. Great circuit, and actually quite a big fan doing the one-day thing as well.
Yeah.
It works really well. I mean, it's a long lap, and it's quite a tiring lap, and that was quite an intense first race actually as well. But it was great fun. I had a quite good battle with Sam.
Yeah.
For quite a few laps, but she got the edge on me. So
round 2 now.
No, we'll try. We'll give it a go.
Right, you got Sunday off then. What are you doing tomorrow?
Washing this, ready for testing, and a week and a half time at Silverstone.
You're a week and a half.
No, I've got to be at work on Monday as well.
Look, what are we going to do in this race?
Well, I had a really good start in race 1. So I reckon I can maybe, if I do the same again, hopefully pick up 2 or 3 places. Top 10 would be lovely.
Yeah.
If I can.
How do you rate your season?
It's okay. Yeah, it's okay. Balanced. You always want to do a bit better, don't you?
Oh yeah, I appreciate the honesty. What about next year?
Ordered the 270 parts already. So the plan is to, and this is also going to change colour. Okay. So the bare aluminium's going to go.
What's the scoop then?
I can't.
Is it red?
No.
Blue?
No, I can't say.
Yellow?
But it will not be silver. Aluminium next year.
It will not be silver.
No.
Look, Andrew, thanks so much for giving us a massive clue there. Top man, enjoy the race, won't you? Cars coming in, as you can see, not long to go. The final race of the weekend already. You're right, Chris, for the Bilstein Roadsport Championship. Time to hand over to your commentator, Danny, before you get run over. Time to hand over to Paul and Chris in the commentary box. Boys, enjoy. It's going to be a cracker.
I don't know how he does it, Chris. I mean, Ian, every time he's interviewing down there, he injects the absolute life from the paddock right into the veins of the interview. And, well, now we've got plenty of life to come here in another Bilstein Caterham Roadsport Championship race, because as they make their way onto the grid, they'll line up as they finish from race number 1, and it's Brian Thornton who looks to try and make it 2 wins out of 2 here ahead of Alistair Morton. They had a brilliant set of battles in race number 1. We can expect even more in this second race of their day, and what is race 12 of their championship. William Harris, he begins this one in 3rd place ahead of Aaron Oliver. Keep your eyes out for Aaron Oliver, who did a fantastic job in fighting hard to 4th place in race 1. Can he go one further and get on the podium? That's the question. If not, Oliver White would love the opportunity. He starts this one 5th ahead of Luciano Caruso, who started off very strong in race 1. Pace fell away as the race went on, and also I think he got caught up in the shuffle of the pack. Scott Helm, championship leader coming into this weekend, was nowhere to be seen other than 7th in race number 1. What happened? We don't know, but what we do know is he's now got to carve his way through the field, but Charles Harris will be trying to keep him honest from 8th place. Daniel Crawley and Chris Buck, they complete your top 10. We've got a lot of drivers on this grid, ladies and gentlemen. That's just our first 5 rows. Then we come to row number 6. And best of the rest there, Sam Parker, who fell just short versus Buck for 10th place. But Parker absolutely loved the battling, and when I did catch up with her as we went to lunch, she said, I'm absolutely exhausted and I've got to do this all over again this afternoon. Well, I think we're going to be excited to see what Sam can do from a length on the grid. Andrew Davison starts 12th with Ivan Searle and Eduardo Pontes completing the top 14. On row 8, it's Chris Morley and Craig Evans with Heinrich Watson-Miller and Alistair Kinnear on row number 9. And then completing your top 20 is Zena Al-Jalili and Stephen Harris. There's your top 20 starters. We've got a couple more rows still to go, however. Row 11, James Platt and Jimmy Wire with Scott Darling and Charles Chapman on row number 12. Final full row of the grid is Tim Newman and Benoit Kahn. And then last but not least, 27th, Liam Baslington. And well, that is how they're all going to start, ladies and gentlemen, for what will be race number 12 of the 2025 Bilstein Caterham Roadsport Championship here at Oulton Park. A brilliant grid ahead of us, Chris, and we'd expect, much like in race number 1, it's going to be the rhyming battle of Thornton and Morton, but behind them, plenty of big stories to unfold here in the championship that is technically being blown wide open as a result of race 1 now.
Yeah, so even though Scott Helm still on normal points is leading, he doesn't lead when we get to drop scores. There's still 3 races to go, so it's all still absolutely to play for. But yeah, it's Will Harris that's got that slight advantage on drop scores, right as we said. So Will Harris there in that 3rd place, and Scott Helm quite distant there. You can see his orange roll cage just coming through the chicane now as they go through. So he's got a little bit more work to do. But yes, it's good to see them. We're also missing a couple of the drivers this weekend as well. So you know, it didn't make any difference in that last race. It was fantastic racing all the way from lights to flag. 20 minutes again, but this is their final race. They only get 2 races this weekend, but they will be out there, and let's see how this all comes together. Can Thornton make it 2 from 2? Can Morton actually reverse that naming nomenclature which we've got? And Will Harris found his way up that 3rd place, so plenty to see about. Luciano Caruso was also fully involved in that battle, but like you say, drifted just very slightly at the end of that race. And then we had that full-on battle in that sort of tail end of the top 10 as well, didn't we? So it was really nose to tail right throughout this whole field. 27 drivers there this weekend, so great to see them all there. Liam Baslington was the fastest guy out there, but we saw him have a couple of issues and he didn't get to finish the race last time through. So can he do anything from the rear of the field? But let's see whether Brian Thornton can make it 2 from 2 and sort of realise some of that that potential he had last time. And thanks very much to Brian for doing commentary duties last time out for the Snetterton round of the Grand Prix and the Academy race. Great to see him in the comms box. And here he is in his 33. Let's see how this second race then for the road sports goes this weekend. Final time we're going to see them today. Road legal car, second step, last year's Academy graduates, showing how much they've learnt this season, putting on a fantastic race earlier and looking forward to more of the same now.
Oh, 100%. As all our drivers get themselves into position, we can see many of you enjoying yourselves there in the Bark YouTube chat. We give a quick hello there to Becky Davies, who says good afternoon, and good afternoon to you, Becky. Also, we say hello to Adam AP, also to Dean Sheesby, Robert Hanson, and Sean Cook there. And well, as everybody makes their way into position, well, it's so great to have so many of you tuning in. And like Ian said earlier, don't just say hi, also let us know where you're tuning in from, because we know some of you tuning in from UK or further abroad. But right now, coming to where we are here at Oulton Park, as all our drivers get themselves into position. It's a huge grid, to be fair, but they just about squeeze them all on before one of them ends up parking downhill at Deer Leap. 27 cars, ladies and gentlemen, for what will be race number 12 of the 2025 Bilstein Caterham Roadsport Championship. There are plenty of questions over who's going to be the champion. This is not the finale. This is the round before the finale. And as all of our drivers finally get themselves into position, our last place started ours. The green flag goes up. They all look upwards towards the lights. They're in the top left corner of your screen, ladies and gentlemen. And for their final time today, the lights go on, the revs rise, and it is going to be race number 12. That is go, 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 as they roar their way away. It's a good start there from Morton, and Morton's going to be battling him on the inside all the way down. But look at this behind. It's 4 wide as they all scramble into the corner. They're all going to have to try and filter this one out. Oliver having a good start there. So did White. Somebody gets it very wrong. Someone goes around as well. The rear of the pack gets caught up. It's all gone very wrong there. And also further up, we've had a spin as well. So we've had 2 spins coming out the first corner. A bit of a messy start, Chris.
I think that'd be a red flag restart. There's cars and cars not able to move there. Unfortunately, there's a little bit. So yeah, cars with tyres not facing the right direction, and that's never a good thing. Is that one of the Harrises there at the back of the field that caught up into that battle? We saw a spin rear of the pack, which meant that I think that fingers, thumbs up to say all good, but yet unfortunate. It looks like maybe even is that Bailey's car, but you can see the red flag has been thrown. And they say the drivers will all be looked after by the marshals, got to their position, but it will be a full restart, full 20 minutes, and let's see where the rest of the field are, to see how that all lined up. But they will scrap that race, and it will start from a full regrid once they've cleared these cars away.
Oh, well, one seems to be going there, albeit I think the right-hand side exhaust pipe might be hanging a little bit low on the car. We'll have to wait and see what they'll be able to do, but as they'll get ready there, well, we do also have the ambulance out there. That's as a precaution, but well, we were going to try and get a replay. Here we go, Chris. So what exactly happened?
So there was definitely an incident further up, but there was a spinner as it came into our field near the rear, and one of the drivers that we saw there trying to recover just had nowhere to go. And but you can see it's all compressed. There's 4x4, so we need to keep an eye not only into this compressed pack, but the spinner is somewhere in the pack that's coming through the corner now. Just start to see. In fact, it is one of the Harrises, isn't it? Is it Chris Buck or maybe that's even? There we go. So it's the number 8 made contact with the car that is spinning there. It left one of the pink cars coming through here with absolutely nowhere to go. And a bit further forward, it is Harris got caught up, and it's a double incident. You can see one of the cars, the pink car that got contacted with the car that spun around, absolutely jumped into the air and lost one of their front wheels. So not a tidy start. Well done to other drivers for making it round that. Who else have we got off in the gravel and the grass?
Well, I think we might have had what was Khan and Newman both have a bit of an excursion coming out of the opening corner. But to be fair, great awareness from so many. That could have been far, far worse.
Yeah,
that
definitely
goes to show you the fact that whilst these drivers, they may not be the most experienced out there, they are what we like to refer to as novice plus for the purposes of in the ladder of the Caterham Motorsport. The fact, one of the first things they're talking about is awareness, what to do when things do not quite go right. And as I'm reminded there of the fact I didn't quite get the lunch break that my colleague alongside me did. I'm very jealous of his lasagna, to be fair. Thank you, Mr. Race Director, for reminding me of my hunger issues. Joking aside, though, we have fun here, ladies and gents, and we do at the British Automobile Racing Club. Well, it won't be quite a lunch break, but it definitely will be a bit of a breather for all the drivers as they all make their way through. There's your number 19, and that is the car of none other than Morling, who right now, well, out the car. Oh, in fact, in the car still there, as I do notice him just behind the roll cage there. Black helmet and camouflaging him against the rubber on the roll cage. But I think they are just having a conversation about the state of the car. And we are under a red flag, and we will be resuming the race as soon as it is safe to do so, as our marshals do all the hard work there. Of course, if it's a good day for the marshals, they technically don't have to do anything other than perhaps wave a flag or two and just watch the racing. But when it all goes wrong, they're the first on the scene. And, well, they are absolutely pivotal for us to go and racing. We always say thank you to our marshals, to our stewards, and everyone in between who enables us to go racing.
Just looking at, is it the number 26, the other car involved?
Yes, that
there?
is.
So just that's Zena and Algelie. So she's got caught up in that. She had to absolutely know where to go. But I can see her walking in the background just onto the recovery truck there. I can see her just at the rear of her car. So that's a really unfortunate end to her race early in this part. So she's just being checked over by the medical staff. But it's such a shame for her. She's had such a great season. Really loves her racing, and but it's not been a perfect end to this Oulton Park round for her. But I can hear all their cars sort of getting themselves back to where they need to get to, and it won't be too long before we can go and watch that. But her car is getting hauled onto the low loader, and let's hope that she'll be back for Silverstone with us.
Oh, 100%. And the nice thing about the fact we've been running quite well to schedule so far is the fact it's only just hit 4 o'clock, which is when this race was originally meant to get underway. So I think we might be seeing our full schedule carrying on once we do go racing. But very unfortunate there for Senator Al-Jalili. And whilst the car is loaded onto the loader, we meanwhile see everybody right now. They're being told by the marshal there, this is where you're meant to line up on the grid. I think so. We're going to be saying, but yeah, I already got ahead of this place. Why am I being sent back a couple of places? And well, because the race will essentially be restarted from the very beginning, because we didn't put even a corner beyond us, let alone an entire lap. So therefore it is essentially a full reset, as meanwhile we can see plenty of work ongoing to clear turns 1 into 2, also to make sure the road surface is clear of any debris, if there's any fluid, etc. All being expected, and the Orange Army absolutely in full force right now, doing all the hard graft there. And of course, as a driver, Chris, at this point, and naturally, because it's such a close community, at first you're probably thinking, is everybody else okay driver-wise? Because you're here to win a race, but you don't want it to come at the cost of another driver. And then secondly, of course, you've got that itch going, when am I going racing again? Yeah,
absolutely. Like I said earlier on, you've got to let the adrenaline settle, because you've only got a certain amount of that, and you need to make sure it's saved for when it's important. So again, it's all skills and working out. You can see the winners and losers in this sort of restart, can't you? Where the drivers say for some people it'll be disappointing the restart's happening. For others, it'll be a blessing, like we saw for Matt Armstrong earlier on, in the biggest possible way, wasn't it? But marshals, like you say, so on behalf of all the drivers here today, we do really appreciate all the work you do and all the hard work that you have out there. And so it's important for me to say that, and for us to say that as many times as we can, because whilst they enjoy their motorsport, we can't do what we want to do, which is go driving, without their help, support and enthusiasm. So and ever so many thanks on behalf of all the drivers here. But we will get this Roadsport race back and up and running.
Oh, indeed. And, as we get ready to go once again, we're talking about hand signals earlier on by drivers and marshals. I think the marshal there pointing them where to go, though, that was the signal for, oi, you go there, which I think that's one of the most common things we talk about in hand signal language there. And, as everyone gets themselves set, you can see the marshals picking up some of the body work, which, to be fair, a lot of this body work, they'll just toss it to the side, but they've got to clear it at the end of the day, because if it ends up punching a tyre or anything along those lines, it's the last thing we want.
Can be very slippy as well. It's all fiberglass, and that's why you'll see the slippy surface flag given if there is debris on the track. It makes a little sense if you think, well, that's not a wet track. But no, if there's a bit of bodywork on there and you get that caught under a tyre, it's just the same as having absolutely zero grip on a tyre. So that is the reason you'll see slippery surface flags when there is debris. But the marshals will clear away everything they can see, and as best they can sweep up that mess. You can see all the drivers, though. It will be a full race restart, so they will get another full green flag lap before forming up and then taking the 5-second board and then the green lights. But you can see them just taking the shortest line to go to take that low loader back and take Zena's car back to the paddock, where hopefully it will be taken away to get fixed ready for Silverstone on the 3rd and 4th of October.
Well, indeed, not too far away, to be fair. You think it's the 6th of September today. Where has the year gone? The championship has actually flown us by. I must admit, when I woke up the other day and saw we were in September, I started to sit there and think to myself, it'll be Christmas soon. But Christmas has come early here this weekend at Oulton Park. We've had some absolutely superb racing so far, and we're not out of it yet, ladies and gentlemen. There is even more to come, as the low loader finally makes a late apex there into the pit lane. It comes on through, and therefore it will mean that we are very shortly going to see the restart, and it will all begin with a green flag formation lap there, as we do see our marshal getting ready to raise the flag, and everybody absolutely set and itching to go. Well, I can tell you one thing, Chris. When we do go racing, I think there'll be a bit more caution into turn one. Not that our drivers weren't cautious, to be fair, the first time around, but I think it'll be on their minds. You know what? Perhaps back it off just a little bit more.
Across UK motorsport, turn one at Oulton Park is notoriously tricky. Any car running wide, it's easy to lose the rear of your car and spin around, and that, or anytime you have to get out the throttle and make it so, every time you have to get out the throttle, it means that the rear of your car could step out. I think that's one of our new drivers, unfortunately. He's obviously got caught up in that battle and melee as well. So he was new in this weekend, and I think that's an induction of fire, isn't it, to have your car taken away on the low loader as we go through the course of this race weekend.
It can only go up from there, though.
I think it was Heinrich, so Heinrich, Watson, Miller. Hopefully he'll get that all nicely fixed up and back out there. I think we've got the 2 low loaders out the way. There was another car a bit further down the road. Hopefully that's managed to make its way on its own steam. We'll then get to see who has made the restart. There looks like there might be a couple of gaps up here where that sort of secondary incident happened a bit further down the road. So let's see who's survived that melee as they come past our screen. But equally, like you say, they've all got to now just concentrate on making it through turn one. They really do want to make it to the end of this race. It's where all the points are given.
Oh, 100%. And just out of curiosity, by the way, of course, these cars do have quite sizable radiator grills on them, but they run in the dirty air of each other a lot. I mean, are there any worries at all when you're going racing about any potential engine overheating, or just the engine getting hot in general, and also being sat out there on the grid for quite some time?
So most of them will be probably sat without their engines on. They're very absorbent, especially down here at the Roadsport level. They tend to be able to take whatever's thrown at them. It's only when the temperatures really get into the 30s and you have followed another car nose to tail. But even the road sports at that point, their engines are less stressed. They haven't had all the extra upgrades and the extra speed and power. But it's as you go up through the rankings, it does start becoming a bit more. And when you get to the 420s, the overheating can be pretty critical at that level. But no, for the road sports, it's not something you really think about, and certainly not unless the temperatures are at a point where you're thinking about passing out because of being overheating in the cockpit.
Oh, fair play. Well, we definitely haven't got any temperatures like that today, but the sun is in full force here in the county of Cheshire, and as everyone makes their way on around here for the restarted formation lap for race number 12 of the Bilstein Caterham Roadsport Championship. Well, very soon, ladies and gentlemen, the village, a little Budworth nearby, is going to ring with the roar of what will be 1.6 litre Ford Sigma engines, and our Roadsport drivers will be very keen to get this restarted race underway. And of course, just to give you a quick recap with regards to how your rows look, Brian Thornton and Alistair Morton are your drivers who sit on the front row of the grid, with their battle from race number 1 continuing into this one, with William Harris and Alan Oliver on row number 2, and Oliver White and Luciano Caruso, Scott Helm and Charles Harris start on row 4, and your top 5 rows are completed by Daniel Crawley and Chris Buck. That's your top 10. But always keep an eye out for the number 7 of Sam Parker starting 11th, as we do have the ticker board at the bottom of the screen. That will walk you gradually through the grid as well there, so you can see how everybody lines up. And of course, one of the things about this, Chris, is with the fact that a couple of drivers further up the order, from those who start towards the back, they're out of the race, they've retired. It's a golden opportunity here for some drivers who may not perhaps finish inside the top 10. Suddenly, there's a couple of places potentially available to them.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just, you're always, as a driver, just looking for anything that's available. And like you say, the gaps suddenly open up in front of you. Well, you're going to take that regardless of how it all happens, as we see them coming down towards here. So Thornton, Morton and Harris looking to warm their tyres as best they can. Aaron Oliver made some good progress through in that last race and sort of kept it stuck there by the end. So he'll be looking to see what he can do. But yeah, there'll be some opportunities behind to move up into the sort of middle part of that top 10. And who knows what happens beyond that, because once you're in the tow of the cars in front of you, you can see Crawley, Buck and Sam Parker there. They're going to be drawn forward into that battle. They do have to remember, though, to leave that gap in the grid of any cars that are missing. It's very easy to get disorientated. It's very hard to find your grid markings again, especially around here at Oulton Park, where you've got alternate grid spots, you've got side-by-side grid spots, and you've got the bike starting spots as well. So it really is tricky to find your starting spot. And if a car disappears in front of you, which you're using as a reference point, what do you do? So this is all part of learning. And how do you be a racing driver? How do I know where I am on the grid, etc.? It's all part of that thing, and most of them have got it by now, but who knows when there's a car missing in front of you. Let's see whether they all get it right this time.
Oh, indeed. And just whilst they're making their way back to the grid, we've had a hello in the Mark YouTube chat from Elliot Danaher, who is part of the safety car crew. I believe he's the safety car driver, and I think he might have been the man we saw stood out of the safety car, pointing to our drivers to say, you need to go over here, etc. So hello, Elliot. Hopefully you get to enjoy the comfort of the safety car and perhaps the air conditioning in there, but good to hear from you. And Dan Bartlett there also giving them a hello in the chat. chat. But from the chat, back to Oulton Circuit, and well, half of our grid already in position. They all thread their way into the grid slots. Looks like they're all pretty coordinated at the moment. Nobody seems to be taking a cheeky place further up the order than they should do, which is always good to see. And ladies and gentlemen, we're not too far away from restarting this race. Remember, this is round number 6 of 7 in the 2025 Bilstein Caterham Roadsport Championship. And with this race, it is race number 12 of 14. It's their final race of today here at Oulton Park. Everyone's in position, the green flag goes up, you know what time it is, it's time for lights to go on, the revs will rise, and as they do, look to the top left corner of your screen, you will see the red lights go on, there they are, but when will they go out? It's lights out, away we go here for the restarted race, and this time, well, it does look as though Alistair Morton's had the better start, but Brian Thornton gets the better run in the end. He'll get a nose ahead and behind. It's going to be a 2-3 wide scramble here, much like it was in the original version of the race. But now the corner they go, everyone's safely through this time, and as they head down towards Denton's, it looks like immediately a few drivers at the front trying to get out of the 2 wide and into one line astern.
Yep, so it is Thornton who made it. Both times he didn't quite get the move off the grid, but his second to third gear change seemed to be where he excelled there and actually made it ahead of Morton, who was just having to hold on in there. William Harris was looking good in that third place, although he's now having to defend heavily from Aaron Oliver behind him, but they are going 2 by 2 by 2 as they head round Island that time, nicely adjusted by them all. And in fact, that Scott Helm looks like he's all the way up around the top of Aaron Oliver, so he's made a great start to this race. Maybe decided he'd eat his ready brek before getting into the car this time, so he certainly had a nice lunch, I'm sure. Not to rub that one in too much. Thornton, though, out front, losing the rear of the car slightly as he really did ride those curves. Remember what I said about those curves and how much more compliant the road sports are and how you don't see them pinging in the air quite the same as you do with the upper echelon. So watch for that as they come down the hill towards us into Knickerbrook this time.
Well, as they make their way back to us here, it's looking to be a good run so far from a pole sitter, and well, the man is starting second alongside him, right with him here, as all the field now nose to tail, line of stern, no look for changes here, but the field is starting to fan out a little bit as our number 58, the very colourful car, makes its way up the hill, and that being the car of none other than Platt there. And well, Platt trying to make some progress since the start, but our leaders all come charging through Druids here, and at least for now the remainder of this lap looks as though Thornton, I was going to say they were going to calm down, no, in fact immediately Thornton now pulls out, looks to the outside here, licence plate and all, tries to go for the move, but then backs off and looks to the switch back here as they come towards the end of lap number 1, but he sets himself up a huge toe here, and well, 2 by 2 they go. You would think this is a rolling start. No, it's not. It's lap number 2 that's getting underway, and defence has to be played here for Thornton.
So he's just had a bit of a relax in the paddock, hasn't he? Now he's about right back to having to defend every single corner, every single inch. A little bit of side by side there. Is that between, yeah, I think it is between Helm, who is up into that 4th place, looking to take 3rd place. May well get that done. Aaron Oliver got squeezed over the grass to the inside, but Scott Helm does indeed take that place over William Harris, who's losing positions as he heads into the second part, or the early part of this race, as the rest of the field all still nose to tail as they head up here towards Island Bend. That daunting fast left-hander side by side. Let's do it side by side. Why not? It's not scary enough already. The rest of the pack all coming through as well. This Roadsport, you can see the rear of that car leaning over. Also the windscreen light, but what a great move by Morton, squeezing to the inside. Thornton had nowhere to go, had to stick to the outside, and therefore does lose that place for the moment, but it will be back and looking to see whether he can do it. Scott Helm then into that 3rd place. Better for him in this early part of this race. Got the bit between his teeth, working out how he can do it. You can see those front tyres absorbing the bumps and bounces of this Oulton Park circuit, running around the full 2.69 miles of this Oulton Park circuit. You've got plenty of gradient in the way as well as they come 3 wide down here, so having to defend Morton there down to the inside quite heavily, that's going to cost him a little bit of speed as they head through the chicane this time.
Oh indeed, and well, completely back and forth here between them. It really is a game of tug of war at this point, and well, we're only on lap number 2 of what's going to be at least a good 10 laps here if my mental maths is correct. But as they head up the rise, well, Thornton, Morton and then William Harris, that was your top 3 on the end of the previous lap, but right now Scott Helm is really the man who's on a mission after a miserable race number 1, which really carried on from what was a miserable time at Zandvoort in race number 1. He seems to be making a habit here of having a difficult race 1, a much better race number 2, and well, he definitely wants things to click together here. As you can see, what is the orange roll cage there, and the upside down help me licence plate. Well, I think that might be more than a cry for help at that point, but as they make their way up the hill in towards the end of lap number 2. Our leaders here look to go too wide as they come past us, and it is going to be Morton still ahead for now, but Thornton right there with him, and Helm meanwhile now up into third. William Harris tucked in behind, but not for long because Oliver's going to try and pinch the place off him for fourth.
And does do so. So it's a change for the lead as well as a change for fourth place that time through. Sam Parker fully involved in that battle for the top 8 or so drivers as they head down into Cascades this time. And it's looking like Dan Crawley also squeezing his car through to move up a couple of places in this phase of the race. 15 minutes of this race to go as they are waiting for the cars to come into sight over the hill. Here they come then, 4x4. It's like NASCAR racing rather than anything, but Thornton is in front. The rest of the field all as close as they were at the starting line. There's Dan Crawley following along from Scott Harris. Aaron Oliver still managing to hold on in his yellow car, but there is Scott Helm, lost out a little bit of position. In fact, he's in that third place now, isn't he? So he's still where he needs to be in this second race. The rest of them all head then up to Britain's this time through, watching to see who's going to do it. All single file at the moment, that's where they're going to have to stay. A little bit of a jump there, wasn't it, Thornton? But he absolutely flung the car through the right-hand element to take the left-hand element and speed him off down the road. So I think he's going to be okay into the chicane this time.
Oh, indeed. And meanwhile, someone who's perhaps not okay, he's had a bit of a slow entry into this race. Caruso dropped down to 8th place. Has got Buck right over the back of him. Parker's also right there with him as well. So it looks like Caruso, again, much like in race number 1, it's earlier on in this race, he's been reeled backwards and fast to go very... yes, that's Caruso, and to go very defensive there versus Buck and Parker. It's almost as if Caruso, he just... I don't know whether he's perhaps something's not clicking here, but it's just as if he's always on the back foot.
Could be anything. Could be a little bit of a niggle in the car as well. But equally, if you just get shoved out of line, it's really difficult to go and take your place and get all your speed and momentum back, because as soon as you lose a mile an hour, everyone's going to try and chomp at your rear panel and will slow you down even more. So it can be, once you get shuffled out of line, you can quickly find yourself disappearing back down the order, especially in such a competitive field, and Caterham's in particular, the way the toe and the aerodynamics work. A little bit of bodywork flapping there from, I think, Dan Crawley's car as he heads over the line this time through, but he's done some good progress. He's up into 6th place. 6th place as he went over the line that time. But Thornton does take that lead over Morton, and then it's still Scott Helm holding on there over the top of Aaron Oliver. William Harris not finding the early part of this race quite as good as the last one, where he was making that move forward. Or he certainly did by the end of the race, didn't he? He sort of made good places, and then it's White and Caruso and Buck, and they're all sort of in that secondary chasing pack. There's a little bit of a gap at the moment between White and Caruso.
Oh, 100%. And right now in the Tour de Oulton Park for Roadsport drivers, it is Caruso really leads the second pack, which is 8th all the way through to Davison in 12th. But meanwhile, it is your top 7 that are absconding off into the distance right now, with Thornton and Morton giving us all the entertainment right at the front. And that's too wide coming out of Shellwell's corner, but who exactly is that? I believe that is Oliver, yes, who right now still battling there with William Harris. Crawley on the back of them. That's going to be tight there, going in towards the chicane, puts it up onto 2 wheels for a brief moment. How he managed to glide over that without scraping the underside of that Caterham off, I do not know. But I can tell you one thing, that was bold from Aaron Oliver. That's going to move him into 3rd for at least the time being, but it means our top 2 now have a bit of breathing room to play with, albeit I say briefly, because look, they suddenly will come back together.
You don't want to do that too many times with such a robust use of the curb, shall we say. Again, your A-frames, your radius arms, your oil sump is all at risk if you start doing that too many times. And but it's nevertheless, it's worked for him that time through, didn't it? So he will take that as a lesson and hopefully solidify that position. But here comes Thornton then towards us, ahead of Morton, as we've said, but it's now Aaron Oliver over the top of Scott Helm into 3rd place, though Scott Helm losing a place that time through, and he's got his championship rival William Harris behind him.
Oh, well, as they come back to us now, 12 minutes still to go at the end of this lap. Brilliant fighting Oliver up the inside. That is very bold. That is a lunge and a half there. And I don't think Morton saw that coming until the last moment, but it's worked, because Aaron Oliver now, he breaks up the rhythm, but here comes Helm. They're going to make it 3 wide. In fact, they're going to go 4 wide. No, it's decided that's not going to happen. But what is going to happen is that now we're going to see Oliver and Helm going side by side, albeit Oliver will take the place back. So Thornton and Morton still your top 2. Oliver 3rd, Helm 4th, William Harris 5th. Crawley still trying to poke his nose in versus William Harris. The 14 and the 17 doing battle. And well, with all this fighting, what it's also done is brought that second pack, which was headed by Caruso. Now that's right back onto this. We actually now have a top 15 all running together. In fact, separated by only the best part of 5 seconds, nose to tail.
Yeah, look at that. A bit more movement in the trees as well. If you can take your eyes off the action, means that the headwind, and especially with these Roadsport with their windscreen and lights and number plates, etc., they will start giving even more of a tow as they head and push that moving air away from their little 125 horsepower. I say little, it's 130 or 60 horsepower odd car with very little weight in it is a significant performance. They've got the same Toyo tyres on them as the rest of the 270s and 310s, so they've got plenty of grip, and as we said already, they've got a rear anti-roll bar and a brake bias valve to play with this season as well, over the top of what they have at the academy. But we can see Aaron Oliver back into that third place. Scott Helms holding on to that fourth place for now with Harris just behind them. Dan Crawley is the man on the move. Can he make any further forward progress, or is that as far as he's going to get in this race? Still got 10 minutes, still got half of this race to go. Then we've got that chasing pack, including Buck and Sam Parker there, who battling. I think Evans has got involved in that this time through, so she's lost a place this time through, but she'll be looking to see and is fully involved in this battle as they head towards us once more. Thornton to the inside, having to go defensive. Morton has to go to the outside. Is that going to give Aaron Oliver a look down the inside? And then Scott Helm squeezing Scott Harris to the inside as well. He will carry that momentum around the outside, but it's a little bit of a bump there, I think, wheel to wheel, and it is now Harris who's got the momentum and speed, and there's maybe an opportunity for Crawley to make another place up.
Quite possibly, as they come across that timing line then, and in towards the opening corner they go. Your leader still holds on, but Aaron Oliver definitely up into second. Morton tucking in behind, and Helm keeping Crawley and William Harris behind him. Also, special mention to Craig Evans up into 10th from 16th place start. He's definitely made the most of this race so far, and he looks to battle with Parker. In fact, he's got ahead of Sam Parker, who's dropped to 11th as a result of their altercation, but still plenty of fight in between as they come back to us here. It's really what's coming over the mountain. It's not a monster, it's a Roadsport machine. And Thornton right now going defensive into Island Bend. Aaron Oliver, however, is really throwing caution to win. Looks one way, he looks the other. He says, I've got grip for days here. And as he looks around the outside, going to carry all that momentum around, slings the car up behind in the number 10. Aaron Oliver here really is looking to be a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, he is. He's got a good speed in that car, and I think it was just a bit unfortunate in the last race. He got swallowed up a little bit towards the end, but he is absolutely flying along at the moment, and that's better than his testing. He was didn't have the best testing this weekend, let's put it that way. So he is out there in that second place, recovering his weekend. Thornton just out in front. Thornton doing everything he can, and again, a bit of a defensive masterclass, and he's really absorbing all of that pressure. Aaron Oliver now has made the mistake, so he's going to cost himself a place. Scott Helm going to get back over. In fact, it's not Scott Helm, it's Morton over the top of him, but Scott Helm, he's got a tyre rub now where he had to contact maybe a tyre. So did he hit the tyres on the way through the middle part of that lap? Is that what caused him to go wide? Certainly looks like it. That tyre rub is going to affect him. Hopefully it will take only a couple of corners before it rescinds, but that's hopefully won't affect him too much, but at the moment it is causing a bit of smoke.
And that's unfortunate there, and that's where the tyre's rubbing against the mud flap effectively, and the problem with that is it will cause drag on the tyre and naturally will slow him down on the straights and any acceleration zone, and also make the car a little bit less stable on the corners. He's going to try and push onwards here as much as he possibly can, and definitely not the way he wanted to go for Aaron Oliver, who was chasing his first win of the season up until that point, and had 2 podiums previously, but the rest of the field carries on with Oliver falling backwards, still soldiering on there with that rub. Look as though right now William Harris trying to get back ahead of Scott Helm for third place, and Helm in fact got William Harris trying to go around the outside into Cascades. You don't see that often. You don't normally go around the outside of Cascades. That is bravery and then some, but I think William Harris has had his bravery pills, if not his Weetabix, over the course of lunchtime. And meanwhile at the very front of the field, Thornton and Morton again, they're back to the usual antics, but it is going to be William Harris who's now up into third.
Yeah, he has taken a trip backwards in the field and now come back forward to that third place, so yeah, great for him. I still think Aaron Oliver might have clipped the tyres as he turned left through the Knickerbrook chicane that time through, and that's what sent him wide and also caused it. If it's not too bad a rub, in fact there is one of our cars stuck on the outside. That's in a dangerous place. He is right by they are right by a gap in the barrier, so hopefully they can just drag the car backwards and out of the way. And hopefully that doesn't mean we need a safety car, but equally it's a bit dodgy where it is right now. They've got a whole lap to try and recover it. Thornton though is still there, and it is the number 12 of Morton behind, Harris behind them, and then is that Crawley up now into 4th place? I think it might be. Let's keep an eye out for that, and then behind them is White, Oliver Caruso and Buck is all still following it, trying to work out who that is. I think it's still maybe Crawley in 5th. As they head up the hill then towards Druids. Keep an eye out for that. Hopefully they can get that car cleared away before they come down there. Otherwise we will have a safety car released fairly soon. But at the moment the battle's carrying on. Aaron Oliver's still fighting. It's going from bad to worse for him at the moment. It does look like the tyre rub's finished, so hopefully that won't cause a puncture or any more friction as he goes down. Oh, absolutely! Wheel-to-wheel contact there as they went in. That was really uncomfortable. millimetres, in fact minus millimetres between those two cars, but they kept all their wings, so no harm, no foul. Crawley looking on to see whether he can do anything. Thornton still having to defend to the inside, still no safety car being deployed at the moment, so hopefully that car's gone away. Let's get this race to the end. 5 minutes left, or nearly 6 minutes of this road sport race then.
Oh, indeed, they're enjoying an absolutely brilliant battle, these two right now. Thornton and Morton absolutely going all in, and I believe that car that was parked up, unless our TSL is designed to glitch, was that Scott Helm potentially. Just I've seen him drop off the timing tower, but we'll get you an update when we can, ladies and gentlemen, because that could be a huge
the yellow
change.
flag's still out there.
And that would be going down the run of Lakeside up towards Island Bend. It would be on the outside of the circuit, but the inside.
Right, I can't see his roll cage, and so yeah, it does look like he's had an issue out there. We saw him launching over the curbs, didn't we? Maybe he has had a mechanical off the back of that that robust use of the curbs, as I think I called it at the time. Either way, the drivers who are remaining in this race, they're having to acknowledge and slow down for those double waved yellows to show that a car and people and personnel are on there. You need to slow down and be prepared to stop. So that is the messaging. If they don't do that, or if someone feels like they didn't properly acknowledge that, they can be taken to the stewards and they can be excluded from the race. It's extremely serious infringement if that does happen. But at the moment, it is Thornton ahead of Morton, as we've said plenty of times. William Harris in that third place. Then we have White and Crawley in their battle for that, who's going to be into the top 5 of that race. Aaron Oliver's recovering back. The smoke's gone away. Sam Parker seeing whether there's anything she can do. She's up into 9th place now, so she's made her way back through a couple of those drivers, and with Scott Helm losing out with one of our championship chargers, our championship leader coming to this weekend, also going to the wayside. So can Sam Parker make it into the top 5? Let's see whether that can happen. Side by side then for our lead as we come in to start our 8th lap.
Oh, indeed, not too many more laps to go. 4 minutes left on the clock.
Flag in that final corner, I think. Yep, there was a yellow flag into the final corner, so let's see what's happening there as well as we head across the line.
Oh, indeed, yellow flags now, 2 different places on the circuit. And you're right, good spot there. You've got eagle eyes, Chris, I'll tell you that. And, well, as our top 5 make the way through, they're going to be nose to tail there. And, well, no real change on that. Yellow flag really neutralising the run into the opening corner. And then they're going to come down towards Cascade, getting ready to fight, only to realise, no, there's still a yellow at Cascade as well.
I think it's been removed. I can't see it on that screen.
I can't either, actually. But we can see Aaron Oliver there trying to take a poke up against the inside of Caruso for 7th place. In fact, it's Sam Parker up into 7th now, I think.
Yes, she's definitely had a good run, as they say. In fact, I can still see that yellow flag in the back end. So it's just as they exit Cascade, that's going to affect the run into turn 1. But the green flag means that they can overtake as they head into Island Bend as well. So that car will be covered under yellow flags maybe for the next couple of laps, and that will probably see us to the end of this race. But it is this top 5 who are still nose to tail. Thornton has absorbed so much pressure over the course of this race. He's only relented the lead on maybe at 1.5 occasions, and it is Morton who's seen more laps than not in that 2nd place. But William Harris still hounding away and pushing forward, and with Scott Helm out, that's going to be good for his championships. Won't be how he wants it to happen, but nevertheless that is what's happened. Sam Parker is just behind Chris Buck then in that 7th place, so making good progress forward as well in her race.
Oh, indeed, and that result would definitely help Sam Parker on her way to ambitions of securing a top 10 overall come the season end. But on number 24 there of White, he's absolutely in charge. Oliver White, no doubt about it, looking for every which way to try and get onto that podium. And for Oliver, well, that would be our first podium of the season, which he'd love to take. Indeed, there are a number of drivers here who are looking to go for first results, including Morton, who would take his first win of the season with Alistair Morton if he's able to find his way past Brian Thornton. But right now we're seeing it once again as they head in towards the final corner. Believe yellow flag may still be here. We'll try and see if we can discern if it's still flashing. If it's not, in fact, I believe it may have gone the yellow flag here. So as a result, we are racing on the best part of 90% of the circuit now, which is great. We go on to what I believe is going to be our final lap.
Yeah.
We're just going to miss out on 2 laps.
Can see the final lap board out there, so this is definitely the last lap of this Caterham Motorsport race. The last action we're going to see from them until Silverstone, beginning of October. But it's Thornton still leading as they head then onto that last lap. Can Sam Parker catch up and overtake Chris Buck on this last lap? Thornton defending a little bit to the inside. That's going to cost him a bit of speed and momentum as they head down towards Island Bend. It's that yellow flag still out on the exit of Cascade. I don't think it should affect too much regardless, so hopefully that will be able to continue this battle. There is another car slow there, isn't there, as they head around it towards the last lap of the last corner of the race, but they will pull back into the pit lane or into Parc Fermé, and that'll be them. I think that's the number 4 car, so that is Kinnear Alistair Kinnear not having a good end to his race. But meanwhile, out front then, Thornton is in the lead over the top of Morton. Harris is tucked up behind Morton, looking like he wants to do something. He's not going to be able to do it through Britons, but he might be able to have a run as they head into Knickerbrook. Then we've got White and Crawley, absolutely nose to tail for 4th and 5th. Can they do anything about it in this final bit? And then a little bit of a gap before Buck and Parker come through.
Well, they come down to us then, heading towards the Hilltop chicane. It is nose to tail between our top 5. Nobody wants to pull out of the toe right now. They're all waiting until the very last couple of corners here. But if your name is Brian Thornton right now, the pressure is on all the way to the finish. He's looking to be in a comfortable run as they run their way up through Clay Hill. But now here's the test of technical ability. And if he doesn't get it right at Druids, he'll be vulnerable versus Alistair Morton all the way to the finish here as they come through the double right apex. A top 5 that's been absolutely brilliant. They survived the test of this race and the rigours as well. Buck behind in 6th, trying to keep Sam Parker at bay. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen, one more corner and a checker flag awaits. Will it be 2 from 2 for Brian Thornton, or will Alistair Morton find a way round? Well, I think the answer is going to be clear as they come out the final corner. It may have been Alistair Morton who threw everything at this, but for Brian Thornton, he's just going to hold on as the checker flag waves. Is he going to make it? Yes, he is. Brian Thornton takes back-to-back victories here at Oulton Park ahead of Alistair Morton, with William Harris taking to the final spot of the podium. Oh, goodness me, that came off right at the end.
I don't think he realised it was the final lap. Sam Parker did overtake Chris Buck into that final corner. She got 6th place in the end, so great for her, a final corner. But yeah, I don't think Evans realised that was the end of the race and just hit the back of Buck's car. Hopefully both their cars will be okay.
Oh, goodness me. Well, a bit of a surprise there, but with surprises, of course, we've had some absolutely superb racing in this one. And, well, as quickly as they started, they've come to a close. The last couple of cars are making their way through, including Darlin and Newman, who have just got to finish their races. But goodness me, ladies and gentlemen, what a run all the way through, and Brian Thornton in the end holding on. And well, the man who was 4th place coming into this race weekend, suddenly at that 4th place in the championship might be looking more towards the top 3 here as we do look to the finish line there. And let's bring you those provisional race results subject to any stewards' inquiries. Brian Thornton then, your winner, holding on for another 10 laps. I do not know how he does it. I don't think we know how he does it, but to be fair, we're going to find out when we go to Parc Fermé. Alistair Morton in 2nd place there, really a solid effort, but just could not bring his first win of the season on the board. However, does make it another podium. He'll be absolutely ecstatic with that. William Harris fought hard, and in the end, well, he adds another podium to his championship campaign ahead of Oliver White. Great effort there from Oliver White, and I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Chris, that's Oliver White's first podium of the season.
Okay, yep, don't know.
Oh, fair play. No worries. I thought I'd double check with the statistics man just in case, but no worries at all. Daniel Crawley in the end in 5th place ahead of Sam Parker, who did brilliantly to finish 6th. Huge points haul there for Sam. Chris Buck held on to 7th ahead of Craig Evans, with Aaron Oliver and Andrew Davison completing the top 10. Eduardo Pontes was 11th best of the rest, and it was a further 10 seconds back to Liam Baslington, with Stephen Harris and Ivan Searle rounding off your top 14 finishers. Fastest lap, well, that went to Evans. That was Craig Evans on lap number 10, the final lap of 57.91. An absolutely brilliant lap there. And well, as all the drivers cool on down, well, I think we're going to be doing the same as what we did after their first race of the day, which is Sam Parker's going to jump out the car, have a very brief breath of fresh air, and then go from racer to presenter.
One of the best things about finishing 6th is we don't have as long to wait before she can jump out, grab that microphone, and talk us through her race, and also the drivers that she could see. It was all within reach, wasn't it? At the end there, it was great progress from all these drivers, but fantastic. You can see all the marshals waving at our drivers, and the drivers all waving back. It's fantastic to see that. Here we go, so marshals doing all the hard work of having to tidy away the mess that these road sport riders have left. But they've been pretty good, haven't they, today? They've given us some really good action, and given how complicated and dynamic those situations were with cars out on track, the fact that the stewards had confidence in our drivers to respect the yellow flags, respect people being near the edge of the track, shows the trust that they've got as well in the drivers around. We can see all that picking up pieces and manoeuvring into places where they want to move their lunchboxes lit. They've probably had their lunch as well today.
I'm being reminded of lunch every moment here, goodness me. Thank you, Chris. But as they all get themselves set, well, I think, ladies and gentlemen, we may have Sam Parker in Parc Fermé now and about to get out the car and catch up with our top 3. So just had to bear a little bit longer, ladies and gentlemen. I think everything is just getting sorted down in Parc Fermé, to be fair. But as our marshals there walk across the circuit, And well, I think we are going to take a breather, ladies and gentlemen, and it'll be over to Sam Parker very shortly to bring you post-race interviews for race number 12 of the 2025 Bilstein Caterham Roadsport Championship here at Oulton Park.
Right, I am going to hand this over to Sam, but Sam, I just wanted to say, what a race! Congratulations!
Oh my gosh, that was amazing. That was so good, but absolutely exhausting. Yeah, yeah, it was so eventful and just amazing. Yeah, thank you. Yes. Oh gosh, yeah, lots going on as usual. But let's go and speak to these guys. Another win for Brian. Brian.
Hey,
2 for 2, fantastic. Well done.
Hello, Caterham Days Mammy. I said I'd say hello to her. And hello to all my gang at home. That's nuts, isn't it?
Yeah,
I
you
said
enjoy
a big
that?
prayer this morning, so all this goes to God. Thanks for that. I mean, it was amazing. I was literally praying and praying, so it was amazing.
Yeah, and Alistair second again.
I mean, it was great racing, and then I saw on the restart, Will was totally out of position, so I think a few got unlucky with the restart and some got lucky. So we lost, I think there was 5 cars down.
Yeah, quite a few.
It was quite nice because there was no passing on the most passing positions. So
Scott Helmer's parked up on the way to Ireland, and everybody.
Scott. Thanks, Luciano. Cheers, boys. Thanks for taking one for the team.
Yeah, it saved us, didn't it? Gave us some breathing space.
Race.
Yeah,
Did you enjoy it?
I did.
Yeah.
Yeah, loved
Good
it.
stuff.
Yeah, well done, Brian.
All right.
Let's grab these two before they walk away. Well done, guys.
Hey, Sam.
Another
Good to
podium
see you
for
again.
you. You're on a
Yeah.
roll. Fantastic.
Yeah, it's like buses, they come along all at once. Yeah, it was a brilliant race. First of all, I hope everyone's okay. Obviously, there were 3 cars involved in something at the start. Don't know what happened, but I just hope everyone's okay from that. Race itself was great. It was a bit of a repetition of the one earlier. Brian and I swapped places for the first couple of laps, but he just knows where to put his car to defend. He did a really good job. We had a great race with each other. Will was giving me some hassle from behind as well, but it was brilliant racing. Lots of yellow flags coming out all the time. I was just waiting for a safety car and it never quite came at the end there. But yeah, it was brilliant.
Yeah, really good. Yeah, Oulton's been good, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been good to me at least, definitely. How did you go?
6th.
Well done.
Thank
Amazing.
you. Thank you.
Is
It's
that
my
your
highest
best
finish. Yes.
Well done, Sam.
Thank you very much.
Really good job.
Thank you. Right, let's go and speak to Will. Goodness me. Sorry to interrupt, guys. Ian, Scrutineer, and Will having a little chat there. We need to speak to third place man again. Another third. Fantastic. You just want to add to the third place trophies, don't you?
Exactly. I don't have many, so I'm trying to rack them up a little bit. That wasn't as fun as the first one.
Really?
I didn't think. It was a bit messy, right?
Yeah.
Red flag, a couple of people not finishing, including Charlie. I don't know what happened, but
He got spun around in front of me, actually. Not it happened in front of me. Who tagged him? I'm not sure, but he got spun around there.
And his car doesn't look too bad, but
Yeah.
I just seemed to lack pace in that one, really.
Yeah.
I was all hyped, ready to win, but I was fighting to stay with them, really. So I was just defending for third, but
That's it, isn't it?
yeah, it was hot as well.
Very hot.
Very
yes.
hot. But yeah, good fun.
Yeah, brilliant. Well, well done, well done. That's the whistle I heard coming from somewhere over there. So whether that's them going out of assembly, it could well be, because obviously there's a few cars to pick up on the track. So hope you enjoyed watching that. Still got loads more Caterham racing to come. The Dutch Barn Vodka 420s are up next. So I'll hand back to Paul and Cheesy.
Thank you, Sam. Well, we now get set, ladies and gentlemen, for what will be race number 9 of today, and that is going to be a return from the lowest of our divisions here this weekend, all the way to the very top, because we will have race number 18 of the 2025 Dutch Barn Vodka Caterham 7 Championship for the United Kingdom. But before we go racing, and indeed we see our drivers making their way out there behind the safety car at the moment, I do believe that it was Ian who had an opportunity to catch up with one of our drivers earlier on today in preparation for that race, and well, we're going to cut back to that interview, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, it's the last dance, everybody, here for the Dutch Barn Vodka Caterham 7 Championship UK. Yes, round 18. Before then, we head over to Silverstone for the final meeting of the season. We've come down to see Craig, who's got quite possibly the brightest car here in the paddock at Oulton Park. Ray, it's good to see you again. How's your weekend gone so far? You happy with things?
Yeah, very good. Yeah, I basically stuck in fourth for race 1, race 2, fourth overall, but first and second in AM. So yeah, happy with that. But
2 categories, aren't we? Pro Am. So pretty special week. How's your season gone overall? How do you rate it out of 10?
Started off very rocky, and it's got gradually better ever since. So yeah, this weekend's definitely surpassed any expectations for me. I kind of thought the championship was pretty much sewn up in AM, and now I'm like, oh, maybe there's a chance. So yeah, we'll see how race 3 goes, and then obviously on to Silverstone. So
do you like this format? 3 races in a day, qualifying. It's quite a lot, isn't it?
No. Do you know what? The endurance side of it's actually quite fun, but it's very tiring. There's not a lot of space between. So if if there are any issues, it's hands on deck.
I tell you what I miss the most is not going out on Saturday night and have a nice cup of Diet Coke.
Exactly, yeah, Diet Cokes. Yeah, so after race 1, it was a bit weird.
Yes.
Prepping for race 2 instead of grabbing a bit.
Look, Craig, best of luck for this race, mate. Thanks so much for talking to us. Really appreciate it. Yeah, here we go. Final race of the weekend for the Sevens. It's going to be an absolute cracker. Paul and Chris, over to you, my friends.
Thank you, Ian, and well, brilliant to hear there from the man who really has been the story of the day so far in the AM class, Craig Story, absolutely delivering and back-to-back 4th places overall. I don't think he's going to complain about that at all, Chris, as we get set then for the final race, and I wonder whether he'll make it a 4th place again, as in fact we get our grid. So we'll go straight through the grid then, ladies and gentlemen, for their final race here at Oulton Park International, race 18 of the championship, is going to be Matthew Armstrong, who lines up on pole position. He'll be joined on the front row by the man who's trying to take the championship crown away from him, but could fall short if the results go against him here, Harry Senior. Harry Cook lines up in 3rd place with Craig Story, the AM pole sitter, starting 4th, and then we'll have Carl Jones and Tom Eden on row number 3 just behind. Watch out for Chris Fraser. He did a brilliant run in race number 2. Can he move further ahead from 7th place on the grid in race number 3? If not, Dale Head will definitely be looking to go head-to-head with him and take him on, starting in 8th. Round off your top 10. It's going to be Mark Kendall and Mark Farmer. Keep in mind, Mark Farmer started from the very back of the grid and he carved his way through as well after what was a post-race penalty from race number 1. Starting in 11th from row number 6, you'll have James Hall, and he'll be in the company of Darren McCormack, with Gary Curtis and Justin Armstrong on row number 7. And hopefully, whatever the technical issue was with Armstrong's car in race number 2, they've been able to get on top of it, but he's going to have to carve his way through from 14th place. And the other retiree of race number 2, Steve Metcalf, if he's out there, he'll be starting 15th place on row number 8, but will only starting position. But to be fair, I'm sure he'll find friends in front of him very quickly early in this race. As they all make their way around to the green flag formation, that Chris, well, it could be a championship wrapped up here if results go a particular way. I know it's all provisional, of course, but there's a lot at stake now if your name is Matt Armstrong or Harry Senior.
Yep, so as my mediocre calculations would I would put them at, I think if Matt Armstrong gets 3rd place, it doesn't matter what Harry Senior does. If he finishes ahead of Harry Senior, it doesn't matter what he does. So really, Matt Armstrong can take it, and at that point he's got enough points that he wouldn't even have to take part at Silverstone. He would still take it home. We operate a drop score system where a driver can drop 3 scores throughout the course of the race weekend, so therefore if life gets in the way, they don't have to make a decision between going to a wedding or going to a racing. Obviously the racing would win.
100%, they're wedded to the racing, right?
But nevertheless, from my calculations, if he gets 3rd place, there's nothing that Harry Senior can do. I think we will likely see Harry Senior take the win of this. That would be where my bet would go. He's got so much speed in that car, and a lot of he knows what's at stake as well. But Matt Armstrong has been absolutely there or thereabouts, and he was saying he was having some straight line issues in that first race, which isn't going to help him. But Harry Cook, so our 3 Pro-Ams all back at the front of this field, ready to start, and there's Matt Armstrong getting a lot of heat in the tyres at the last bit. Last opportunity for them then, 3rd of 3 20-minute races. The last time for us to see them until 4th and 5th of October at Silverstone. Looking forward to those finales. But can Matt get that all wrapped up before that final round? We're about to find out. Can Chris Fraser make his way back through and move on and up? Can Harry Cook do anything about getting a win before the end of the season? He's in the right place for it now, isn't he? Let's see how it all goes ahead. Final time, 7 Championship UK here at Oulton Park.
Oh, 100%, and that's always a big question. Can Cook finally get a win on the board? He's always been the bridesmaid, but never the bride, as we like to say. But as our last couple of cars get themselves into position, ladies and gentlemen, and with it all the safety cars also pull up behind, well, for the final time for their weekend here at Oulton Park, the lights go on, and race number 18 of the Caterham 7 Championship UK gets underway here as they roar the one away. A great start there from Harry Senior, already around the outside. Matt Armstrong tucks in, as per perhaps would be the script, but you can see that Harry Cook holding on to 3rd place, but under a lot of pressure from Story, and also Jones in particular behind, who's got ahead of Craig Story right at the start.
Yep, Jones made probably the best start of everyone there, but it was a great start by Harry Senior. He they don't run side by side in this grid, they're alternate grid positions, so he's overtaken, about 5 metres in his start, so great for him to take that around the outside. But as we know, Matt Armstrong only has to control this, and he will know that going into this race. He'll have had his team Parker Motorsport, just checking all those details as they head through this time. Here comes Harry Senior then in the lead over the top of Matt Armstrong, and actually Cook saying, I know exactly what's at stake for you here, I'm not leaving you a millimetre. But Chris Fraser contacts, that is Tom Eden, isn't it? So that is both those cars looking a little bit damaged. So it looks like Tom Eden's got a broken car, whereas Chris Fraser looks like he is going to get there. Thank you to the marshal getting rid of that bit of bodywork, but I think we are going to have a car to deal with heading out of there, and that might well be a safety car. But there's Gary Curtis coming through the rear of the field, Senior, Cook, and then Armstrong. Then it's Jones and Story, 4x4 as they go, or 4 wide as they head into the Knickerbrook chicane a little bit further. Mark Farmer just making his position over the top of McCormack. Then Justin Armstrong from the back of the field already made up 4 or 5 places over the top of Hall, and then Gary Curtis there we see tailing that field. But that car is stricken. That's Tom Eden out of this race, and the marshal's going to go and check that they are okay. Obviously, if you make contact with a car like that, you can have all sorts of problems. Things like broken fingers if you get caught in the wrong direction. So hopefully he's all good. But we have got a safety car release, so hopefully these drivers will see that it's happened. Matt Armstrong dropping quite a lot away in that little phase of the race. Little hand signals to say, yep, there is a safety car, and they will be thinking already about the restart. What do they want to do? Making sure their tyres are kept nice and clean in the. You won't see as much weaving other than to keep them clean, because at this stage of the weekend they're starting to get a little bit tired. They've already seen 2 races and qualifying, and maybe even a Super Pole, so their slick tyres they will be still used for their testing, but at this stage they've lost their the real biting grip that you get when they're brand new. There's Chris Fraser being able to join the rear of that pack, so contact between him and Tom Eden as they went out of Shell Oils that time, causing this latest little bit of disruption.
Well, indeed, it's unfortunate there for Tom Eden. You've got to feel for him, because the way the results have gone over the course of the day, a 7th in race 1, a 5th in race number 2, and with a fastest lap in race number 2, he was on course to potentially chase down a podium in race number 3 if things have gone his way. But it's all come to an abrupt halt, and well, as a result, well, hopefully the cars are okay and he's all okay, and we'll see him back at Silverstone in a month's time. But it hasn't clicked together with him, but conversely, who it's clicked together for is none other than Farmer. In fact, started 10th up to 7th. He's had a very happy start to this race and looking to make some progress, but great thing to see there that Fraser's able to keep on going, and I suspect it's just where the two pinched each other coming out of Shell Oils, or the recovery trucks there on standby getting ready to do any work. And you see a car going down the...
That's a 310, so that's in fact that's a Roadsport, Harrison Cavers I think, or maybe a 2... I can't I'm just making it up as I go along, but that wasn't one of our cars, so not a 420R as they head around. But you can see all the yellow, so under a safety car you get yellow flags waved at every single marshal's post, as well as an SC board to indicate that it's full course yellow and a safety car is out on track. Anywhere where there is a truck or a metering, you'll get a white flag to show that there is a slow moving vehicle, so or a course vehicle out there, so they will get that as quickly loaded onto the back of that truck as possible. But there's also, that's what the flags are for, they're to signal to the drivers what is going on the track ahead, and in that period where there are drivers or marshals out on the track, you will have double waved yellows. That is the most severe caution that we will run under a safety car especially, and the drivers as we said earlier, should be prepared to slow down and be prepared to stop if they need to. And like I say, there's a lots of signalling going on in the marshals. That's all the jobs that they do. It's up to the drivers, and it's their job and their imperative job to go and make sure they follow on all of those signals to the best of their ability. If they don't, they will get called to the clerk of the course. They will get penalised. But it's the same for every racetrack. And when you first start out, that's a lot a bit daunting. But as you get a little bit more experience through your racing career, it's easier to work out, and you get better at being able to process all that. It's a bit like when you first learn to drive. You've got an awful lot of road signs sort of coming at you quickly, which becomes a little bit more natural as you get a bit more experienced on the road. Same for racing drivers. But we can see Tom Eden getting drugged back, so even though he lost a bit of power, it still looks like his car's capable of forward momentum, and the recovery truck will take him to the closest point he can that's safe, whether that's all the way back to the paddock or if there's a safe place in the midfield that they can drop that car off.
I'll tell you one thing, he's getting one heck of a tow compared to the tow he normally gets in the racing.
I think that's your worst pun yet. There we go, though. As they go around Shell Oils, then a good chance for us to see that angled and the banked corner. They'll see that car has been cleared. So another thing you do as a driver, so there's that white flag showing a horse vehicle or slow moving vehicle. There's the double or the waved yellow flag, safety car board. So everything's on show there, and all these marshal posts. I imagine that course vehicle will potentially, in fact I think it probably will take their rein, so they will have to follow that at this point. There is no safety car in front of them at the moment, is there? Can I see the...
No, it doesn't look to be.
So the safety car will have to come and collect them this time through, and now we've got the truck safety car, so there is the safety car, so he's going to wait till the next lap round before they pick that up. So he's just missed them on the way through this time, but they know what to do. They'll stay behind that course vehicle, and they're experienced drivers, so they'll make sure that things are as tidy as they can be. But it'll be a slightly slower visit back to the start-finish straight, waiting for that truck to go ahead.
Oh, indeed. Well, they'll be patient, our drivers, to be fair, but of course this all bites into the race time as they then do make the overtake. And is that one of our drivers that go backwards? Trying to discern the door number there, not quite visible, but what we can do is we can definitely see those who are running out there. We'll get you an up down that when we can, ladies and gentlemen, because that's a surprise and not a welcome one to be seen as they all come through. The safety car will pick them up shortly, because they will go on to lap number 4 effectively, albeit they will be at what will be full course yellow pace, which neutralises their running speed, and the safety car will be waiting for them on the run in towards Denton's. In terms of who that is in the pit lane, just waiting to see if we get an update on our timing screens that you guys and girls can't see at the moment.
Yeah, there's the safety car, pick them up now, and I think it might well just be a single lap, so I think the lights will be going out on this. The drivers again will be processing where they saw that course vehicle. Will it get back to the pits in time? The safety car will take a bit of a slower lap to let that happen, and as long as they still have enough time to make sure everyone can see the lights of the safety car going out. There's no pits to car radio. You don't get like in endurance racing, you don't get told a yellow flag or a safety car is ending. It's all about the visuals, so they must do it in a position where all drivers have a good opportunity to see that the safety car is finishing. But it looked like the course vehicle was making good and sufficient progress round that it will be able to clear to Parc Fermé. So I think we'll see a bit of a slow lap round to get to the kind of Druids area before those lights will go out and we will get racing underway. You can see Harry's ready to go already. He's really got the bit between his teeth. Like I say, if Matt Armstrong stays where he is now, though, he's doing enough just by sitting in that third place. There's nothing that Senior can do, even if he wins and gets fastest lap, so there's nothing he can do to overhaul that, and that would involve him getting a perfect next race as well. So
lights out on the safety car there, I've just noticed.
Yeah, perfect. So we are going to go and get going, so that means at the point that the lights go out on the safety car, Senior becomes that safety car. The other drivers will have to stay within 10 lengths of him. As you can see, the car getting dragged back into pit lane as he gets tucked away into a position of safety, but it is now Harry Senior who defines the speed that everyone will take, and he gets to choose when to accelerate. He can't choose to accelerate and then brake once more. Once he chooses to go, he must do so, but he also cannot overtake the safety car before the safety car is into the pits. So it's a bit of a sort of a cat and mouse as to work out when do you go on the accelerator without having to come off the accelerator again, and he will again probably leave it until a point where he's happy that he's got a little bit of momentum over the driver behind. So maybe you'll see him doing a bit of weaving and a bit of slowing down, and then he'll boot it. But the safety car is really not pulling clear of him, so at the moment he's not got much flexibility to do. Not often you'll see the safety car car just kind of accelerate away now and give him free rein. I think they have now put their foot down a little bit more, haven't they? So yep, lights on the safety car. So it is now up to Harry Senior. He'll see him disappearing around that corner, and then he'll know he can go whenever he wants.
Well, we await the restart, ladies and gentlemen. Harry Senior is going to dictate the pace before we go green flag racing once again. 10.5 minutes will be on the clock when we come around, but Harry Senior says it's go, go, go as they roar the way out of Lodge Bend, and we are back racing in for the second half of race number 18 of the Dutch Barn Vodka Caterham 7 Championship UK. And what a controlled restart there from Harry Senior. Absolutely nailed it. Harry Cook finally played catch up. Matt Armstrong, meanwhile, well, he knows the odds here. He's standing third as the fight for between Jones and Story. Well, that definitely now adds another chapter into it, because it does look as though Craig Story trying to get involved there a little bit more, but everyone's safely away once again. Change of places there. That is Armstrong making a bit more progress there, up another place potentially. Now up into 8th. He did start this on the restart 9th, but at the front of the field, side by side there between the two Harrys, and that is going to be Senior ahead. Does he get it to the end of the corner? Yes, he does. But now he's going to carry all the speed all the way to Shellow's corner. Goes defensive here, and well, right now I can tell you one thing, that's a recipe for success, and Harry Cook is absolutely delivering it as they come charging around and in towards Britain's chicane.
So Harry Cook looking for his first win, and don't forget, like I've said a couple of times already today, he didn't do qualifying on these new tyres, so he has an extra 20 minutes of life in this that the other drivers don't, and that's going to be becoming more and more relevant. And I was going to mention it earlier, and it looks like that was the grip that he needed around Island Bend that time through. Harry Senior having to sit into that second place, and remembering Matt Armstrong doesn't have to do anything other than sit in that third place, and in fact if Harry Senior doesn't win, I think that goes down to about a 5th place. So it's one of those things. It's going to be a really dynamic situation as to whether Matt can get it done, but as long as he stays in that third place or above, I think he's going to be all good regardless of what happens. But Harry Cook is where he wants to be at the end, but he's got 9 minutes between now and then to see how can I defend from what has been the driver with absolute pace in there. Harry Senior to the outside then, really good restart as well. It was just the Islander, the straight with the toe down there, gave him that little bit of a toe, and Harry was able to get through. And in fact, it's Harry squared at the front, isn't it? Matt Armstrong seeing whether he can act as interference, but again, he'll know what he needs to do. Won't want to take any serious risks, although why not take a serious risk without putting it through down the inside. Again, Jones is not too far behind at this point, so he is really looking in his mirrors and thinking, well, I can't sink any further down, and Jones has really had a bit between his teeth. Great to see him back in this series and shoving it up here with the Pro-Ams at the front of the field.
Oh, 100%. As they come on down there, more exchanges ongoing, including their bit of a battle between Kendall and Hall for 9th place as they squirrel over that, coming on through Cascades. But at the front, it's 2 by 2 almost here as they roar the way through the left hand of Island Bend, and it is still going to be Harry Senior ahead, albeit Armstrong has now got ahead of Cook as a result of their battle in turns 1 and 2. Oh, look at that. That's a change for lead of 4th place. That is going to be Story ahead for now, but the problem is he goes from a right-hander into a left-hand chicane, and that is going to enable Jones to get back ahead. So Jones there slices his way back in. Brilliant work there from the 2024 AM champion, and well, Craig Story's been made to work for this a little bit more and trying to make it another 4th place. Well, right now Jones says I don't think that's going to happen, but at the very front here right now, the man who was lightning quick in race number 2, he absolutely hauled around here. Harry Senior, he can't break away at this time.
Looks like Matt's maybe got that straight line under control, so he was saying it was a little bit slow in a straight line on the tail end of the last race, but it looks like he's fully involved in this battle. He's made its way ahead over the top of Cook at this phase, so Cook now back into that 3rd place. They head down then towards the final corner, and they'll head over lodging into Deer Leap. Armstrong in that 2nd place. Harry Cook at this point happy to sit there and actually let themselves be drawn away. Let's reduce the variables is what's going through your head at this point. If I sit here and wait a little bit, I don't have to deal with the cars behind me, whereas if I do start having to fight Jones, I'm going to be in trouble. But he shoves it down the inside using the extra little bit of grip that he's got there. Matt Armstrong lets that happen without too much problem. Again, his thought process will be exactly the same. I don't want those trailing cars to come here. Jones has shown pace, as has Story, and Dale Head there nicely in the DPR Motorsport car in that 6th place.
Whilst that's happening, Justin Armstrong is now moving closer to Farmer in the battle for 7th. Only 6 tenths between the two of them. They were very close coming down to Cascade. And we also do have a grand battle for 10th between Hall, McCormack and Fraser. So there's battles happening everywhere you look at the moment. We may have only really had half the race distance in terms of a full race pace, but these drivers are not wasting any opportunity to go toe-to-toe here as the sun gradually begins to start setting in the Cheshire countryside. But our top 3, they stay line astern, and behind them it's going to be 4th, 5th and 6th. Jones, Story and Head all together. Keep your eyes out for Head in the fact that he's staying right there with the 2 AM leaders at the moment. I think he fancies his chances. Armstrong peels out meanwhile, thinking about it in towards his stops, and in the end nowhere near close enough to do so, so he's going to wait his turn there in 3rd place. This top 6 very firmly close together, and you're right, Chris, in the fact that right now for both Cook and Armstrong, they're both in that place of whereby they don't want to fight, so lose the leader, they risk bringing everybody else behind them into contention, but they both want to hurry up.
Yeah, they're both seeing the gap appearing in front of there, but Matt Armstrong may have been moving out there just a bit of clean air to keep his car nicely cooled off. We said that when he gets up to this level, their overheating can be a problem. He's done it a couple of times on a straight there, so I think he is worried about that cooling. The other thing I noticed last time through was Harry Senior did what I sort of said earlier. He gave Harry Cook the toe, pulled him ahead of Matt Armstrong, and let Matt Armstrong slip into the clutches of the car behind. And in fact, that straight line speed may be a thing. Look at the gap that's appeared between him and Harry Cook really quickly. So a couple of times he's had to pull out of that slipstream, maybe from that overheating, and that does look like he's dropping backwards towards that group behind. That will take away his chances of getting the championship or sewing it all up this season. I think he's still in the prime seats, even if he does have to take it to Silverstone, but nevertheless he'd like to get it done here, get it done. But yeah, that Senior move, we're drawing Harry Cook this time last lap through with the toe over the top of Matt Armstrong. Great move, great thought process, and shows a brain that's working hard in that car.
Oh, 100%. And as the 2 Harrys get closer together, meanwhile the fight for 4th, that was Jones and Story started to get a bit firm with each other, heading for Island Bend. I believe Story has taken the AM lead back, so our number 56 driver making some progress. Well, oh goodness me, that was Senior taking a huge chunk of the curve, and then the bollard with him. Thankfully that bollard's flexible, as otherwise that right hand side suspension would not be as flexible anymore. And well, coming down towards us here from the hilltop, Senior definitely pumping in the laps. He set the fastest lap as well at 44.646. A former cry from the record he now owns of 43.9 if I remember correctly from race number 2. But the point being that Senior right now definitely once again demonstrating he's got so much pace in his fingertips.
You know, and that Britain chicane is a good example. He's been so accurate and quick through there all the races that I've watched. He's the one that really does able to get that car all the way to that inside curve. The fact that he can even hit that bollard is pretty good going. It's hard to haul these things. They're pretty heavy when they've got the slick tyres all up to temperature. They uses a lot of muscle power just to drag these cars around the circuit, but he's doing a great job of it. And in fact, it's back to the position where it's Matt Armstrong versus Cook now. Senior has broken a little bit clear, and when we saw him do this earlier in the weekend, he was able to pull to quite a nice gap, wasn't he, over the top of Cook. So Matt Armstrong still doing everything he needs to do. He's still in that position he needs to take it. There's Cook using up one of his track limits infringements. 143.88 by Matt Armstrong that last time, so that is equaling, I think, or nearing equaling the lap record. Contact head between Head and Jones that time. Oh, that was a little bit uncomfortable, wasn't it, those two? They were lucky to get away with that.
My goodness, I'm amazed they survived that, to be fair, the two of them. Literally rubbing wheel to wheel, but somehow they made it through Cascades, and well, as a result, that's a runway for Matt Armstrong. Can he get it back to the tarmac?
Big gravel coming up, and there's a barrier. He's going to spin that car into the gravel. That's a well done for getting it stopped, but that is, I think, the end of his championship charge.
Well, the double yellow's been waved there. I mean, everyone goes around him, but that is definitely going to curtail the full process of wrapping it up here today.
Do you know what? He probably could have, if he kept his foot in then, and maybe there was a chance. You can see how bumpy it is on the outside there. He chose to keep his foot in a little bit longer there than I think maybe was to be honest, I've seen so many accidents around there where you just can't do anything. So I may be talking around the course there, but his rear of his car stepped out. There's nothing he could do at that point, and he was very lucky to stay out the barriers and out the gravel. Hopefully he can get that car pointed back in the right way. Justin, his father here, would have seen that happening and would have had side, but that is going to be the end of the chances of actually grabbing the trophy today. It will go to Silverstone, and so Harry Senior still got it all to do, but at the moment, can he hold on to this race win over Harry Cook? Harry Cook is in that second place, looking like he's back in control again after that gap has disappeared. He doesn't have to look at his rear view mirrors at all now. He's got no one there. He can use those extra newer tyres, see what he can do. Only 1 minute and 46 left as they go over, so I think they're going to get 2 more laps just out of this race as Harry Senior leads Harry Cook.
Well, as they roar the way on through, an interesting prediction was made by one of our viewers coming into this race after the safety car restart, and that was none other than Harry Peasnor saying that Jones to take 3rd place when the safety car ends. Well, he's battling now for 3rd place between himself and Story as they come charging down into Cascades again. And Sonny, for these 3 AM drivers, this race result is going to take a bit more significance because it is going to be pop at an overall podium once more.
Yeah, and again, as long as they haven't got any other podiums, it means they won't change class at this stage of the season. Remember, if you get 3 outright podiums during a season and you're an AM, you will get promoted to Pro-Am. That's how the classifications work. He clobbered the end of the curve there, just ran out as he dropped onto the grass, but Harry Senior still managing to hold over Harry Cook. The British Fossils car with the turnkey simulator solutions just in front there in that blue car. Great to see Harry Senior doing so well this season, as well as Cook, our 310R champion. They really have shown they've taken this step up. Both of them sort of driving the 310R variant before, and Harry Cook, I'd say, is a really sort of well-renowned car in that 310, and it was Harry Senior did the Caterham Graduates Championship. Not always, he's done a few of the sort of official Caterham rounds, but he really does click with this 420R machine, this CSUK racing machine. It really knows how to pedal it around these cars and has been quick from the very off. Look at the gap they've got.
Yeah, the gap is absolutely huge. 5.5 seconds at the start lap. I reckon it's close to 6 seconds now, if plus, as they roar the way on through. It's so big, it's huge, like you say. And as they come charging around to go on to one more lap,
it's going to be close, but I think we're going to do it.
In, and I can see as they make the one through, there is.
Yeah, last lap board is there showing it.
Well, one more lap to have a showdown then. Harry Senior leads, but it is Cook who sets a personal best there as they come across the line and roaring the way around. Well, it's going to be one more turn at the Oulton Park circuit, but Chris, I think Harry Senior might have this in control, albeit Cook, I think, is not going to let it go if he can help it.
Harry Senior needs all the points he can get. He can't afford to let those points go, but Harry Cook wants that win. He just, so you can see it's just out of reach. Story is over the top of Head. Evans has, Jones has dropped back there a little bit, so he's not going to do that. Farmer, then Justin Armstrong from the back of the field makes his way through as the rest of them all come through. But there is Harry Senior then. He needs all these points even to keep that hope alive as he heads to Silverstone. But Harry Cook, it's just out of reach at the moment. But by the time they get to the Druids, I think all that gap will have gone from the toe again.
Well, we'll see how much the gap comes down, but between these two, it's the battle of the two Harrys, and it has been incredible. Like we like to say, it's Harry squared at Oulton Park, but right now, who's going to get to the root of the answer here? Well, coming down the hill and in towards Hislop's, it is going to be close.
So quick through that chicane, I just don't know how he generates that speed, but he does it every single lap. It's not a fluke.
Oh, indeed, he's just so consistent through there. Like you say, Chris, the pace he carries out of Britons, he could literally teach everybody how to run around there, I get the feeling, because he just has a magical way of extracting the most. But out of focus on one camera, they come into the focus now for Druids. But look at that camera.
That's one corner. That's from one corner. That's all from that chicane. It's amazing the speed it gives him all the way up and over the hill.
Oh, it's incredible. And for Harry Senior, well, everything is coming together. Now, Armstrong may have had it all going wrong at Island Bend. Only a couple more laps to go. But for Harry Senior, the championship will go on. It will go to Silverstone. The checkered flag gets ready to wave. And Harry Senior takes a victory here today in race number 18 at Oulton Park. It is going to be Harry Cook just behind, still waiting for his first win, but adds another podium to his clutches. A great job there. That's his 9th podium of the season. In AM, it will be 3rd place overall for Craig Story. He takes what will be another overall podium, I believe, adding to the one he's had previously, ahead of Head. And then it will be Jones who rounds off the AM podium in 5th place. Justin Armstrong came through the field into Vision 6. Brilliant effort there from our number 23 driver, ahead of Farmer, with Fraser, Kendall and Hall completing your top 10. It'll be McCormack who comes home in 11th, just pipping Matt Armstrong to the post, and then Curtis will be finishing in 13th place there with the unfortunate retirements of both Eden and Metcalf. So 15 starters, 13 finishers, and what a race, Chris. We had a long safety car period, but to be fair, we had 10 minutes of brilliant racing. It kept us guessing all the way through, and a late spin from Matt Armstrong has been the recipe for a great set of results, because as we see here, provisionally, Harry Senior keeps the championship alive in the 2025 Dutch Barn Vodka Caterham 7 Championship for the UK. 1.1 seconds clear of Harry Cook with some lightning quick laps. Craig Story, 3rd place there, an overall podium, but the AM win for the man who had to dig in deep to keep Dalehead and Carl Jones behind him. Justin Armstrong was 6th ahead of Mark Farmer, with Chris Fraser, Mark Kendall and James Hall completing a top 10. Dan McCormack was 11th ahead of Matthew Armstrong, who in the end managed to recover to 12th place. Will be gutted to know he's all lost out there. And Gary Curtis in 13th complete that finishing order, with retirements of both Tom Eden and also Stephen Metcalf, who didn't make it to the grid. But what a race.
What a race indeed. It's fantastic. And Oulton Park's really been a treat, hasn't it, for the action we've seen today. And a little bit of everything, a little bit of crashing, which we obviously don't like to see. But the action has been so close that it's one of those things, isn't it? And but they're mostly absolutely fantastic all the way through. Seen some, just brilliant racing. And I'm glad that we're going down to the final round. Even if it's a little bit unlikely that Harry Senior can do it, he still keeps it alive, and we've still got those stories to see through to the end of the year. And Matt Armstrong will still take an actual a trophy home with him, even though he was so far down, because he was third place in that, even though he was near the end of the field. But great to see them all out. I can't wait to see them all out again at 4th, 5th of October at Silverstone. And hey, if you're watching on TV, why not get down to Silverstone, watch this for real in just over a month's time.
Well, indeed, some fantastic spectator spots then. It will be, I believe, the Silverstone International Circuit.
That's right, it's the southern circuit on the Silverstone track, yeah.
So it'll be one of the fastest circuits, one of the fastest configurations, minus the Grand Prix circuit, of course, and that's going to lead to some absolutely brilliant running from our Caterham 7 Championship UK runners in their 420R machines. But as they make their way into the pit lane, ladies and gentlemen, well, of course, we do have our man with the microphone. It's none other than Ian Waterhouse, who's ready to get some interviews with our podium finishers and hear all the stories of our drivers.
Yes, hello everybody, welcome down to Parc Fermé. Harry Senior. It's been a tricky day at times, but he's finally got it into first place in race 3. Harry, perhaps not quite the day overall you're looking for, but come on, P1, a good way to end the day, eh?
Yeah, finally able to show the pace I felt I've had all week.
You've been lightning all day.
Yeah, I mean, a couple more laps in that last one I would have caught Matt, so yeah, good result. I'm not sure what happened to Matt, I didn't really see it, but suddenly he wasn't there anymore.
Yeah, he dropped right down the order.
Yeah, I don't know, but yeah, finally was able to show that pace.
It's nice to see you smiling, Harry. Come on. Yeah, I love you, man. Harry, congratulations. Great racing, isn't it, mate?
Yeah, that was probably the best race of the day, I think. I just tried everything to stay with Harry. I even, you get 3 track limits, so I was like, I'll try 2 just to stay with,
I love that. I love that.
But I'd try anything, because I was hoping I could have a last chance on the last lap, but I mean, I managed to stay P2, and I'll be happy with that. So,
have you enjoyed the hectic schedule today?
Yeah, I have actually. I think I prefer it because we have Sunday off as well, I guess. So,
Will you be a day off then?
Probably watch the Formula 1. Yeah, more racing. Yeah.
Well, I won't give pole position away. Great to see you, mate. Take care. Congratulations. I did want to find Craig Story. It was Craig Story who actually ended up in 3rd place. He's not parked in the right place. I don't know if I can find out where he is. Actually, I think he might well have disappeared. Oh, there he was. Craig. Sorry, I didn't see you there. Mind you, I couldn't miss you actually, can I? Right. I think you've parked in the wrong place.
No, I know they just directed me there, so yeah, I just went there and thought,
It was like a little bit earlier. Job done. Happy?
I'm very happy. I said to it, didn't I? I've been on 4th, and I wanted to get there, and managed to slip into 3rd. Obviously, it was unfortunate for Matt, and him rejoining the track was a bit of a interesting moment. But all trouble missed. Got the job done, so very happy.
You can relax now, go enjoy the rest of the day and enjoy your Sunday off.
And the Coke, the Pepsi, was it?
Diet Pepsi and other soft drinks are available. Definitely nothing alcoholic. Well done, great. Good stuff. Right, next race coming up very shortly, 4270Rs. I was actually over at Assembly not too long ago. I had a couple of chats with some of the drivers. Let's hear from them now. Right, Craig Jarvis. Do you want to hear a little joke before you go out for your race?
I'm all up for it.
Good man. Did you hear about the pirate who made it as a race driver?
No.
He's just signed up to race in the Caterham 270R. Craig.
That's a good one.
There you go. Yeah, there we go. That one's free, by the way. You can have that one. Craig, how's your day gone?
It's been alright. It's good. I mean, I'm right at the back, so it's. I've worked out how to keep myself competitive. I go against my best time because there's no other cars in front.
Well, race yourself.
Race myself.
Look, why is it so good racing with Caterham?
It's a good team. It's a real sort of family spirit. It's good mates. I've been 4 years with them now, and you meet a real good bunch of people. It's good fun.
Now, I know you sort of say, I just go against my time, but as soon as those lights go out, you're a racer at heart, aren't you? You want to make up places, right?
Yes, everybody gets that red mist, I suppose you call it, but it's, it gets the blood up, it's good, yeah.
Excellent. And look, today it's been a busy day, hasn't it? Are you kind of Do you prefer doing the weekends, the 2 days, or are you quite happy with this one day? You get a day off tomorrow.
Oh no, it'd been nice to sort of stay and have a beer tonight.
Yes.
with a day off.
I missed that. I missed the social side of that.
Yes, yeah. Big deal. A couple of the guys thought they booked hotels for 2 nights. They didn't realise it was just the one day. They didn't even look at the timetable. So
there you go. It's a party in Little Budworth tonight, isn't it? Look, Craig, thank you so much for talking to us. Great to have you along as well as always.
Cheers,
and we'll
thanks
see you soon.
a lot.
Take care. Right, there we go. Final race for the 270Rs taking place right now. Paul, Chris, over to you boys. Enjoy. Me hearties.
Oh, absolutely brilliant there. And hearing it from Craig Jarvis, one of our many drivers up and down the field of the 2025 Edge Caterham 7 270R Championship. And well, they've got their final race coming up very shortly, Chris. And here's how they all line up, ladies and gentlemen, on the grid for what will be their final race of the day. It's going to be not Matthew Armstrong, in fact. This is the grid from our previous race there, but sometimes some technical hiccups come. So we'll just give an opportunity for our grid to be refreshed there. And there we go. As quickly as that, some magic's made. And it is going to be Lewis Darling who lines up on that front row of the grid. As we do see there, the grid go away. In fact, we get a lovely view of all of our drivers making their way into position in preparation for their green flag formation lap. And as they get themselves set, well, then we get the grid back up the screen, and that's absolutely perfect to see. Lewis Darling lines up on pole position after what was a brilliant race number 1. He's followed up with a brilliant race number 2, back-to-back wins. Can he go for the trio? That is going to be the challenge that confronts him. Ben Wheatley lines up in second there, and well, the championship leader, knowing that a fourth and a second, well, if he can add to it with another podium here, he'll be well on his way to putting a hand on the championship going to Silverstone. Behind them, it'll be Nick Hyton and Paul Oglesby, and credit where it's due to Paul Oglesby, came all the way from the back of the field to finish fourth in race number 2. A lightning quick drive that was perhaps overshadowed by the batting in the top 3, but to be fair, he fought his way past the likes of Django Jones, who starts 5th, and Tim Hardcastle, who starts 6th. On row number 4, it'll be Andrew Bailey and Jasmine Shaw, with Arif Hanif and Harrison Cavers completing your top 10. So for row number 5, we've got plenty more rows to come. In fact, we've got another, I believe, 5 of those rows, and let's walk you to 11th, and it'll be best of the rest Gary Cross there ahead of Henry Speaks. Unlike Oglesby, Speaks did not quite have the race he wanted in race number 2, made some ground but nowhere near as much, with Andy Palmer and Graham Finlayson line up on row number 7, and then we have Brian Joyce and Andrew Mackay who line up on row number 8. From Mackay, it's then going to be Anne Hall and Craig Jarvis, who we heard from only moments ago, and then Dean Burden will line up last but not least in 19th place. And that will be how they line up for what will be race number 18 of their season. But as they get themselves set and ready to go, Chris, we've got 2 more races to go, and it's our 270Rs now, our 310Rs a little bit later. But for our 270s, of course, well, it's going to be a testing race, because really this has been a day today where we've taken the norm from the last couple of rounds, we've put it all in a bottle, shaken it, stirred it up a little bit, thrown it back out into the circuit, and it's led to some brilliant racing.
Louis Darling's had such a good run of form in this tail end of this season, really has taken it to Wheatley, who looked like he was going to run away with it at the beginning of this year. However, Wheatley still absolutely firmly has one hand on that championship trophy, and if he beats Louis Darling first and Louis Darling is second, then it looks like they're going to be absolutely even on points. And actually, again, all these are rough calculations, but it does mean that Louis Darling would just, by a tie-break, take it through into Silverstone. But you can hear that there'll be 3 more rounds then. So we're looking to see whether Ben Wheatley can beat Louis Darling by 4 points, or 3 points, in order to secure that championship here today, a point that he wouldn't need to race at Silverstone. Again, all provisional, and don't take my word for it, but that's where we think we're at. So Ben Wheatley just not been able to do that this weekend, though. Louis Darling has been absolutely resolute in his defence out front, just as we've seen from Brian Thornton in the Roadsports. Just absolutely solid. Just every time he drops back a position, he goes and immediately gets it back again. Willing to put it, millimetre to millimetre, wheel guard to wheel guard, and the other drivers sort of complying with that. Wheatley having to deal with that whole mindset of, I need to protect this championship. And behind him, the hard-charging Oglesby, having a not such a good opening race, being demoted to the back of the field for those indiscretions, but coming all the way through to 4th place, showing what speed he's got in that car as well. And all the while, the Henry Speaks having that issue where he was into the barrier on the first race, but Hyton, Sampson, Hardcastle, Cavers, all involved in the battle. It hasn't been easy, and that's why it's even more impressive that Louis Darling has managed to keep in control of this all the way through to this stage of the weekend. 20 more minutes for them to keep that all under control. Bit of issues, couple of incidents along the way, so hopefully all this field will now get it to the home, and let's take this through to Silverstone.
Oh, 100% with you on that. Was they gradually trundle their way through. There is your pole man, the number 69 machine of Lewis Darling, that gets ready to see if he can make it 3 from 3 and keep the championship very much alive and beating going to the Silverstone International Circuit in a month's time. But joining on that front row of the grid, as we walked 20 months ago, is none other than his main rival and the guy who wants to wrap it all up here, Ben Wheatley. 2 drivers. One has got nothing to lose. The other has got everything to lose. And Wheatley, so far today in the first 2 races, has definitely demonstrated smarts over brawn-focused racing, where he's focused on making sure the points come home with him. He just needs to get it right a third and final time today. However, as Chris was saying a moment ago, we've got so many drivers behind who are all itching to bite at a podium, if not a victory. Who is going to be your winner for what will be their 18th race of the season? Was the last couple of cars lock their way in? They'll be looking up to those lights in the top left corner of your screen, ladies and gentlemen. It's another 20-minute race. It's a 20-minute thriller, and this is going to be another chapter in their 2025 calendar. But who is going to be the winner? The lights go on. It's 2 red lights. And it's lights out, away we go here for their final race of the day, and it's Ben Wheatley has the better start initially, but in the second phase it's going to be Lewis Darling who gets ahead. Nick Hyton there immediately covers off the inside. He knows what's coming. A small lock up there on the front brake from Nick Hyton, but doesn't cause him any problems. The rest of the field now follows all through. 2 wide there between Oglesby and Hyton as well, and as they come down to Denton's, it looks like Oglesby here might be moving into third.
It looks like he's just going to lose it as they go in through the left-hander of Cascade, so he drops back into that 4th place, but showing his intention to move forward at that point. They all head up to Island Bend. You can, as we say, over the mountain. Here they come. Ben Wheatley down the inside, Louis Darling on the outside. Wheatley looks like he's going to take that. Then it comes Hyton, then Oglesby, Hardcastle, and there's cars behind them absolutely sideways. That Django Jones, another sideways. He's got his nose cone back attached to that car, and he wasn't slow when the nose cone was detached, was he? So, and then it's Cavers, and then the rest of them as they flow through Island Bend and out to Britain's for the first time. So watch them bouncing over these curves, not like the road sports. You can see how stiffly sprung these 270R machines, the 4th step of the 3rd step of the Caterham Motorsport ladder, and as they all make their way out to Nickelbrit for the first time.
Oh, and as they roar their way now over the hilltop and down it, while 2 leaders continue to be side by side here. Darling getting back ahead of Wheatley's. That's a big lock up there from Hardcastle. He takes to the grass. He tried to turn in, but in the end found out the grip wasn't there, so decided to take the rallycross approach instead. The whole field lets him filter back in. That's going to be your number 51 there of Harrison Cavers, who ends up having to get tucked back in. So as a result, that's going to cost him a bit of momentum going up the hill, but no real damage done there other than the bruised backside for a driver who went wide. So Hardcastle there will definitely be feeling that one, but coming all the way around for Druid, and now back to our leaders again. I mean, they are literally trying to go side by side at every moment on this circuit because there's so much at stake between the 2 of them, and Hyton meanwhile just watching behind. Oglesby tucks in, but it's going to be Ben Wheatley there, allowed to take the lead, but I get the feeling that Lewis Darling is essentially saying, you know what, I'll give you that for now, but I'm coming back at it by the time we get to turn 1 on the next lap.
Yeah, we'll watch Hyton as well, though. He's not been scared to stick his nose, and he's going to try and look for that 3 wide. He's going tight down the inside. That's a dodgy move this early in the race. He didn't really want to let a little bit of the race settle in before that all happens, but nevertheless, he's shown throughout the course this weekend. That's going to be so close as they go around Denton's this time. Ben Wheatley down the inside, but he's going to be on the compromised line, so Louis Darling is going to have to sweep around the outside there. You can see how the momentum works in these Caterham cars, how you can carry speed around the outside of the corner and make that move stick as they head then up to Island again. This left-hander Wheatley is going to be on the inside again, and that's going to make his position pretty guaranteed going into Shell Oils this time through. So overall, lots of swapping going on, but it's Ben Wheatley is averaging the front spot, whereas we've seen that with Louis Darling for the rest of this. There is Cavers behind Bailey and just ahead of the DPR Motorsport car there. So as they head up to Britain's, Wheatley ahead this time through. Oh, launches over the curve. That's actually slightly put him to one side, but it actually carried an awful lot of speed out there. I think these 2 are going to have broken free from 3rd place at their height, and they have indeed.
Well, indeed, they are pushing each other to the limit right now as Nick Hyton's got more to worry about behind him there as he battles with Django Jones. And you can see Paul Oglesby meanwhile just playing spectators there. Hardcastle dives up the inside there to keep Cavers behind him. Cavers definitely mounts some pressure. And Hardcastle right now, ever since his little excursion in the run up through Hislop chicane, he's not quite looked himself at the moment. I think he's just got to get himself back in the game here. Albeit Cavers, Bailey and Hanif will all be reminding him, yep, you're racing right now and you've still got 16 minutes to go. Give us that place. But as they charge away through Druids Bend, well, it's not going to calm for too long down, as our two leaders again, it's literally a repeat of the previous lap, albeit that's not to say it's boring. If anything, it makes it exciting. 2 by 2 they come through, Wheatley back up the inside, but then behind them, Highton and Jones, they continue to swap places.
So this position here, Wheatley takes the championship. He's got the fastest lap. He's ahead of Darling in the lead. So the 2-point gap there, that gives him the 3 he needs. They're going to swap back. So as soon as this swaps back, he has to go to Silverstone. That's how much we're going to see the backwards and forwards. And in fact, Jones takes fastest lap now. So even if now Wheatley gets in front, it doesn't matter. He's only got 2 points of the 3 he needs. So this shows how close this is to whether it has to go to Silverstone. Doesn't mean that it's not an easy job to go to Silverstone and just run the first race and get enough points. But nevertheless, that's what we're playing for here at the moment. Will he get the championship today, or does he have to go to Silverstone to go get it? And obviously, if anything happens at Silverstone, then it still could be in Darling's favour, and that's what the call we're making. But at the moment, Wheatley is in front. He's got 2 of the 3 points he needs. Jones taking that fastest lap just for now, with his nose cone fully attached. He's got pace in that car and moves himself up into 3rd place on this grid so far. So over the top of Highton and Oglesby, who have been the sort of eternal guardians of that, the rear of the front pack all the way through.
Well, Django Jones, of course, looking to chase down what would be his first win of the season, or a full podium in this one if he can. He has been very fast here today at Oulton Park. Race number 2, of course, not going his way as a result of the success ballast he gave himself by losing the engine cowling and increasing his drag.
The air brake.
Indeed, the air brake there, and as they roar the way through, what's the inverse of DRS? Do tell us in the YouTube chat there, ladies and gentlemen. But as our leader comes back past us, he's running right on the edge there, really right now, exploring the track limits, and then some. He'll get away with that. But behind, somebody's taken some gravel. I believe that might have been Hardcastle there, who's had Bailey cut up the inside of him.
It's going to be DIS, isn't it? Drag increase system. As they go round, then the Druids, this double apex left-hander. Hardcastle going side by side with Cavers as they head through. You can see the sun's out now in the evening air. Makes it harder for us to pick out what liveries are going on, but it's Darling out front over the top of Wheatley. And then Jones still showing that in 3rd place over the top of Highton. And then Oglesby clinging on in there, not making that forward progress at this point. Not quite got the speed in that car at the moment. Whether he's got an issue or whether he's just happy to sit there and watch. At the moment, 3 wide behind them as well. But Wheatley back into the lead. And Jones still has the fastest lap. So still at the moment, if it all ends even, it's still going to go to Silverstone. But there is Cavers, Hardcastle. It looks like Bailey as well down the inside of the blue roll cage as they head round. Caterhams will put their cars wherever, it's just one of the things the drivers do.
Oh, 100% they do that, but there is some logic to all the madness, we can promise you, ladies and gentlemen, as our leaders, meanwhile, go 2 wide into Ireland again. And, well, right now, Wheatley loves being on that inside line, and Darling, well, he just tucks in immediately here and knows where he can go some moves versus where he needs to back off. Very smart with his driving. Oglesby at the back of this top 5. As we see him run wide there, that is going to be Jones, they're taking a bit of a trip to the grass, albeit manages to keep it planted and carries on, but that shows you just how hard they're pushing and the fact that small mistakes here, well, they can be absolutely sizable, as Hardcastle a bit further back, still keeping Cavers, Bailey and Hanif behind him. He really is leading the 2nd pack of cars at this point. As our camera holds down, you can see them for a brief moment, and they roar the way past, and Hardcastle and Cavers continue to be side by side as they head in towards what will be his lops. There's your top 5, they're all nose to tail. There's a big change of places. Hardcastle there being passed by Cavers. Cavers finally gets ahead for a brief moment, but he's had to work that, and our 31 of Bailey screeching as he makes out the corner, uses a bit of grass as well, but Hardcastle out of sorts. He's going to be swarmed left, right and centre. It's like a pack of hornets here.
Henry speaks in that he's trying to draw himself through, isn't he? And then Shaw Palmer as well involved in that battle. So a really fantastic secondary pack of racing here, absolutely nose to tail and giving no inch. And there goes Wheatley down the inside. Darling having to take a little bit of evasive action. Highton back up to speed ahead of Jones, who we saw having that wide moment. There's another wide moment there. He might be starting to suffer from track limits if he does that too many more times. Outside line for Darling. He has the momentum around the outside, and I think he will take the lead as he heads around turn 1 this time. He does indeed. So Highton has been there about every single race, hasn't he? And just as he come to the tail end, he sort of just loses out the opportunity to win. As it begins these 2, he's sort of been dive bombed last time through from Wheatley just as they came into the final bit. But here we go then, nearly halfway through this race already for the 270s.
Oh, indeed, heading towards the halfway point, but we're nowhere near done with all the brilliant racing as our leaders come back to us corners now in towards Ireland. It's going to be Wheatley on that inside. He always enjoys holding a tight line here, really forces rivals off balance, and you can see that as meanwhile in the battle for third, where it's going to be the high line there for Django Jones, albeit by going high, immediately backs off. He doesn't want to go too high, otherwise he'll send himself out of onto the grass. So instead he decides, you know what, I'm going to back off the throttle and just go straight back into the tyre, Hyton. And well, I get the feeling that both Nick Hyton and Django Jones would wish the other wasn't there, and then they'd be able to focus on battling with the top two. I think they're both stopping each other from moving forward.
It's their choice again, isn't it? It's one of those things, it's how do you do? Do you battle? Do you slow yourself up? Or do you just let the car try and catch the gap up? Whilst you're seeing the back cars in front battling away, sometimes you know you can get away with overtaking opportunities as well. But Hyton, like you say, they're tripping each other up, but it's the battle for the championship out in front of them. And like I say, Darling needs that other car to act, Wheatley needs the other car to act as interference, so he'll be hoping to see them continue their battle and continue clinging on as they head off around Druids. You can see the cars, the 270R drifting its way through. They don't have the limited slip rear differential, but they're so stiffly sprung and with the rear anti-roll bars that we don't see the inside wheel slip that we see from say the Roadsport cars. Roadsport cars are quite significant difference between there. These ones have got wider track front suspension. They've lost all their windscreen, they've lost lights, and they've upgraded all of their dampers around, as well as having that bump in power. So it's quite a significant jump, Roadsport, to this 270R car. But Ben Wheatley has come in this season and absolutely dominated. He dominated a couple, raced with Ben Timmons last year as the only guy that could keep up with him as he went to his championship for the 270s, and Wheatley this year and just put on an absolute tour de force show early part of the season. But it's Louis Darling who has that momentum in this latter part of the season, clinging on in there to see whether he can do anything about this championship. But at the moment, Wheatley doing nearly everything he needs to do.
Oh, 100% Wheatley right now, really trying to take control of this final race of the day, feeling the confidence is coming to him, albeit as they make their way deeper. We're now at the halfway point, 9.5 minutes still on the clock. Hyton and Jones, they're still fighting. Oglesby now trying to get back into this. He's been a little bit of an observer for the last few laps, but now he's decided, you know what, it's now time for me to come and play. And at this point, Wheatley in fact has a bit more of a gap there coming out of Shell Oil's corner. It seems as though he's had a much better run, and is it me or is Darling potentially just coming a bit loose there through some of these corners now?
We saw it in the other races, didn't we, where the rear of his car just started stepping out as the race went on. As the tyres get hotter, the balance was maybe moving more to a waggly rear end, as we'll call it, so an oversteering car. But Ben Wheatley is also able to take all of his marks and all of the actual racing line. So while he's dragging the other cars forward with the tow, he's also able to maximise the circuit, which he's not been able to do for the majority of this weekend because he's been embroiled in these battles. There's Henry Speaks on his way back through. He's passed Hardcastle. Bailey's next on his shopping list.
Oh, indeed. Speaks doing a fantastic job, having started all the way back in what was none other than 12th place, has carved his way through into 6th, and well, that pack is 8.5 seconds off the lead as they all scramble left, right and centre, all trying to pick their places in this running order here. This is really a game of high-speed lane management, and well, right now Wheatley controlling exactly where everyone else is going to go as best as he can, albeit Darling, I think, constantly of two mindsets. He's trying to tell everybody else behind him, no, you're not going through, as Wheatley to take some grass on entry, completely misanticipates the width of the road, and Darling says, right, I'm taking that straight off you. A rare mistake from Ben Wheatley.
He would have been looking in his mirror there, seeing where Darling's car was, and the track actually takes a little bit of a kink in before it opens itself up, and he just turned left a little bit before the kink opened the corner up, and that's what saw him take a little bit to the grass, but no harm, no foul. He kept all the momentum, left enough scope around the outside, and he continues on his way. Hardcastle down the inside of Cavers, looking to see whether he can do anything about that as this absolute battle pack coming through here. Wheatley over the top of Darling still. So again, every other race so far, Darling's led most of the laps, but today and this race this evening, Wheatley has definitely made the most laps. Doesn't mean anything that he's going to take that win, though. We've seen the manoeuvres and changes in those final laps all the way through the day, and we're going to see that again today, I think. But Darling doing everything he needs to do. Like I say, second place at the moment. He's holding on in there. He needs to keep that to a 2-point gap to keep the championship alive as they head down the hill once more.
Oh, as they roar the way down the hill and come through the chicane. Darling there just taking a quick look up the inside to the outside, coming into Knickerbrook corner. The battle for 6th definitely is firmly also in a big question. Speaks Bailey, Hardcastle, Cavers, Hanif, Shaw, Palmer, Burton, Cross, Finlayson. You put them all in there. It really is the rest of the field, excluding the top 5, all fighting over 6th place. And well, as they continue onwards and our leaders make make their way past us. Well, right now, what is Oglesby going to do? That's the big question I have in my mind, because he's just been watching there. He's almost as if he's watching like a bit of a vulture waiting to pounce. However, with Whitley running out a bit wide, they're coming out of Druids Bend. It does mean Darling really starting to put the pressure on. Heighton's there with him, as both there, Jones and Oglesby both explore track limits and then some. So they're all using their tactical off-tracks, if you will, at this point. And now 6 minutes left on the clock. 2 wide, almost 3 wide. Heighton really tries to go for under braking. He squeezes in, and Wheatley there gets caught out a little bit and has to back off. I don't think Ben Wheatley expected that to be there.
No, he had a choice to make again there, and again he had to make the choice to just let that happen to him, but that's cost him time. If he hadn't, he would have had contact, and then it's all in the cards in the air as to how they're going to land at that point. So they go around the left-hander at Cascades. We're going to wait for them to come over the hill in Ireland. Here's that chasing pack. They've fallen a long way back, 12 seconds back. Such is the battle, the furious battle that they've been having. I think that was Henry Speaks finally coming out in front, so he's made his way all the way through that battle pack. Can he pull himself clear? Wheatley now having to fight with Jones into that third, and Oglesby shoving his nose down the inside where Wheatley doesn't want to see it. Little bit of a lock up there. Oglesby's been struggling a little bit with pace, I think. I don't think it's all about holding back. I think he just doesn't quite have the absolute raw pace at this stage, but that might come good as Heighton launches over that curve. We said he was feeling quite tired in Parc Fermé the last time we were speaking to him. Well, he's working hard this time through as well, launching that car into the air and landing it each time. But Darling and Heighton now going at it. Wheatley still holding on in that third place.
Coming all the way through here.
I saw a green flag, so there's a yellow flag with that car there,
yes.
slow. I think they're probably rejoining. I think that might have been Anne Hall.
Well, we'll have to find out next time they come around, but if it's gone wrong for Hall, we'll pick it up quickly enough, and hopefully that yellow flag will be cleared. 5 minutes left, wind still blowing quite gently at the moment, and all the drivers here enjoying their time in the sun. We'll get our top 5 still together, as Oglesby getting a little bit close to the back of Jones, not quite able to find a move, but what we can see, Wheatley cuts one way, then the other to try and look for a way through, takes a bit of grass with him, but Darling now's going to have Heighton up the inside, and Heighton goes to lead here. He's going to take it, albeit only for about 3 seconds, because Sonny, Darling says too soon, and as he makes his way looking around the outside, it'll be to the inside of turn number 1 that Sonny, Darling's going to make it, but here comes Ben Wheatley. He says, you know what, if we're all going to go 3 wide, I might as well go all in here. He's going to take 1, it gets very close there as they come through the corner. Ben Wheatley moves back into second, and Lewis Darling still holds on to lead, but Wheatley saying, you know, if Heighton can do it, I can do it too.
Poor Jones backing away from that, and I'm glad he did, because otherwise it's going to get a little bit squirrely. That's a Heighton locked up down the inside of Cascades. Easy to do that. There's a little ridge in the tarmac where you drop down into Cascades, and it's very easy to lock a wheel over there. Here comes that battle pack of all the other cars, and that is Cavers fighting Bailey, fighting Speaks at the front. Cavers down the inside, looks like he's going to overtake Speaks. Then comes Bailey, then comes Hardcastle, who's had a difficult middle part of this race. He was fighting near the front, wasn't he? And now he's drifting all the way back through that pack of angry racers. But now it's Jones over the top of Wheatley, who finds himself now just in front of Oglesby. So Wheatley is losing points at this stage of the race. 3.5 minutes left to go, so still going to at least get a couple more laps out of there, see what time they come across the line as to whether they get any more than that. But yeah, Darling back where he's been most of the race weekend, out in front.
Oh, indeed, and well, Darling right now really trying to make it 3 from 3 in terms of victories here, and we'll add a couple more. Big lock up there, that is just about stopped by Django Jones. I think if he'd gone any deeper into that corner, the tyre barrier would have been taking the car with him. And well, that's the top 5, so they have their theatrics, and then Sonny. And here's the rest of the field as they come down the hill. And right now, that rest of the field is being led by Speaks, who can't drop the ball. But everyone right now in a game of high-speed tactics, because every time you put out the draft, you're going to lose some pace versus everybody else behind. And right in the mix of it is none other than Bailey, who would love to take on Cavers. But the problem is Hardcastle is watching him like a hawk right now, thinking, how do I get in? Whilst that's happening, we come back to the front of the field. 2 wide there, and it's Lewis Darling still going defensive as Heighton tries to go all the way around the outside. He's going to be there on to what will be another lap. We've still got plenty more laps to go here. Nobody has won this race yet.
No, absolutely not. So yeah, we're going to have a couple more laps, like you say. Penultimate lap started. Louis Darling, where he's been most of the weekend, having to take a compromise line, as is going through the middle there. So Wheatley also having to go tight onto the corner. Jones getting back involved at this point as they head down to the left-hander.
We're coming down the hill and through Cascades. These drivers right now, they're doing absolutely brilliantly. 2 by 2 by 2 they come. Meanwhile, further down the order, and well, at the very back of that group, that is going to be of an exchange there, as we've had Palmer drop quite a way down. It looks as though they're having fun out there as the Mazda-inspired delivery machine continues its way on. But back to your lead pack we go on their penultimate lap. This is lap number 10. And we'll right now. Well, in fact, I've just noticed that Ben Wheatley's dropped all the way down and car off here. Not quite sure who that is or where that is, but somebody's taking a trip to the weeds.
Yeah, definitely. But there goes Dart. So it's Dart. The order is Darling, then Heighton, then we have Jones, then we have Oglesby, then, as you say, Wheatley dropping back and actually looking like he made a mistake out that corner as well. So he's lost a bit of momentum as he heads over the crest. We're not sure where that car pulled off either, so we'll have to wait and watch to see where that yellow flag is and whether that's going to be causing an issue. But this is their penultimate lap, just one more to go. We've seen Wheatley making up places on the last lap for the last couple of races, but at the moment he's in that 5th place. It's not where he wants to be. Darling's exactly where he wants to be, getting a couple of points between him and Wheatley.
Well, indeed, Darling doing an absolutely fantastic job here, and really is a test of stamina this race right now. And I don't know how Lewis Darling does it, to be honest with you. The way he is digging in time and time again. Nick Heighton is constantly knocking on his door here saying, let me through. And every time Lewis Darling is simply saying, no, you've got to want it a bit more than this. I want it a lot more than you. But Heighton looks around the outside, lock up with the front right brake. Just goes a bit deep, goes sideways, and he just keeps it pointing in the straight line. Well controlled there from Nick Heighton. But now we go on to the final lap. That's going to put him down to 4th because Paul Oglesby will be going up the inside of him into the first corner.
Yeah, no loss of momentum as well, so he might be up to attack from Wheatley in a couple of corners as well. But yeah, that was a case of he did have the momentum. You see how absolutely on the edge they are. He just didn't quite have the braking capacity, and a little front lock-up put him wide, and he did, like I say, very, very well to hold on to that. Jones absolutely nose to tail with the Darling out front as this Chase Battle Pack have their time in the sun round turn 1 as well, and it's still Cavers looking like he's fighting with Speaks continuously in this battle. Currently the blue car ahead Speaks, so Speaks still not going to break clear, but here comes Darling once more over the top of Jones, who's back into that 2nd place. Oglesby has now found himself in that 3rd place. Wheatley still just watching the cars in front of him. Is there anything he can do? A little bit of, was that something underneath the car? I think that might have just been the sunlight on the screen rather than anything else. I don't think he's got anything he's dragging underneath, but it might explain why he's drifted back to 5th place. But anyway, Darling in the good seats at the moment in the number 69 car, Williams Motorsport, going to look like he might make this 3 from 3. Can he hang on in the second part of this lap?
Well, we're not too far away from finding out. Half a lap to go here as they come through the Hislop chicane, and for Louis Darling right now, looking to be in control, doing everything right. He's done it right time and time again in race number 1, and in race number 2 the same. Race number 3, it has not all gone his own way. Ben Wheatley constantly put him under pressure in the early stages, but he's been able to break away, and ever since, well then it's been the rest of the field trying to get involved. But Jones is the only one now who can potentially take that win away from him, with Oglesby really being the cork in the bottle, stopping the progress of Heighton and also Wheatley. Down they come. You can see Oglesby there going defence in the rear of the picture. That's going to cause Heighton look one way. Heighton's engine cannons come loose. That's going to start to, it's going to obscure his vision a little bit, locks up the brakes. But whilst it's all going slightly backwards for Heighton and Wheatley, meanwhile for Louis Darling, it's going to be 3 out of 3 here at Oulton Park. He crossed the line, hand goes up immediately. He's celebrating that absolutely ecstatically. Jones takes the run-up spot, and 3 wide behind, it's Paul Oglesby who holds on to 3rd ahead of Ben Wheatley and Nick Heighton. Meanwhile, in the battle to be the best of the rest here, and we really mean it, it is going to be a brilliant drive there to 6th place. It will feel like a win in this long pack of cars. It goes to Harrison Cavers, with then Bailey Speaks, Hardcastle and Shaw complete your top 10. Hanif will take best of the rest in 11th ahead of Burden and Finlayson, who crosses the line there, and then it will be Cross in 14th place, and then we will have Palmer and Mackay very shortly coming on through, as there is going to be Palmer in a bit of a silent race, a silent end to his race, and then Mackay will be right there behind him and taking 16th place. But goodness me, ladies and gentlemen, what a conclusion to that race. And well, for our race winner, 3 from 3 for Lewis Darling. He keeps the championship alive versus Ben Wheatley, and well, as we were saying earlier on, the momentum has shifted in the second half of the season from Ben Wheatley to Lewis Darling, and that momentum definitely now in the clutches of the number 69 driver, who is making all things look nice, and he will take it to Silverstone International 9, that if he can make it another 3 from 3, he may just be able to keep things alive with certainty. But as the last lot drivers come to the conclusion of their race, I do believe that is just Jarvis heading towards his finish now. We're going to be getting your provisional results, subject to any stewards' inquiries, up on screen. And here they come very shortly, ladies and gentlemen. And it is going to be victory then for Lewis Darling by 3 tenths over Django Jones. Paul Oglesby, who spent most of the race in silence in 5th, crept his way into 3rd and kept Wheatley and Nick Heighton behind. Heighton with an engine counting that's going to need to be settled back down before they go to Silverstone. Harrison Cavers, 6th place there, ahead of Andrew Bailey and Henry Speaks. Tim Hardcastle, 9th there with his excursion to the grass, dampening his momentum, and in the end he couldn't quite recover from it. Jasmine Shaw was 10th, and then Arif Hanif was best the rest in 11th ahead of Dean Burden, but Graham Finlayson and Gary Cross completing your top 14 finishers. Fastest lap went to Django Jones on lap number 2 at 55.59. A brilliant lap there, a superb job, and well, we are just waiting now for all the drivers to make the way on round into Parc Fermé. But Chris, it definitely sets up a brilliant season finale at Silverstone.
Yeah, I'm glad it deserves to go back to the final. I say Darling's had a really great run of form, and it's a race of two halves, but you can see the cars coming in, so it won't be too long. Like I say, we can go to Sam, but ultimately, yeah, he's still got one hand on the trophy, not two hands, and he's still got work to do, and Louis Darling can still deny him, can't he? But yeah, Sam is ready for us down in Parc Fermé.
Alrighty, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we head down to Parc Fermé, where Sam Parker is going to be grabbing some interviews with our top 3 finishers in this wonderful 270R race.
Right, sorry, I was getting so sidetracked. These guys are absolutely over the moon. Look at them. They are so happy. I think they had a mega race. Oh my gosh, Django, let's come to you first. Second place, and I think you had a mega battle, didn't you, with Louis?
Yeah, me and Louis. We were only really together at the end, but just chasing him down the whole time. I came from 5th, and there's a lot of driving to get there, but unbelievable. It's been a great weekend, 2 P2s, first of the championship, and couldn't be happier for Louis as well. We're friends on and off the track, so it's just been a brilliant weekend. Yeah, really happy.
That's good. What a way to end the day.
What a way to end the day indeed.
Brilliant, well done.
Thank you.
Right, let's move round. I'll come round this way for you so it's easier. Go round and see Louis. He's over here with his team. Look, oh, that's so lovely. Louis, congratulations!
3 in a row.
3 in a row, no, that's amazing.
And to think, we couldn't even get to assembly in time because there's problems with the car, it wouldn't start.
Oh, no.
So the 420s were out and we were like, we need to get out, and it just wouldn't start at all. But the Williams boy's been fantastic today. I got it back out, and yeah, had to get a win for him, didn't I?
There you go, of course, yeah.
And I don't know what happened to Ben, but I was trying to work with him, but these lot were so much quicker behind us, so they were just keeping with us. So I was like, "Sod that, I'm going for it."
Just gotta go, yeah.
100%. But
Wow,
can't go wrong with that.
No.
Brilliant, like, literally a perfect weekend. So very happy indeed.
Yeah.
Very
This is
happy.
your track.
Yes, this is mine now. Now I claim it.
Yeah, well done. Celebrate later. Yeah. And Paul Augustby's on the podium. Paul, congratulations, Paul, on 3rd place. Where's Dunny? There he is. Yes, absolutely amazing. I bet you enjoyed that one.
I did, yeah. Yeah, it's been mixed up and down day. Yeah, good quali. Race 1, finished 5th, but had contact. Apparently I was out of my start box as well, so last place for race 2. Worked my way through, and then in this race I just sat behind chaos in front of me, and I'm like, I'm not getting involved in that. I'll wait for any kind of pickings and then go in the last lap. So the last couple of laps I put my foot down and got involved.
Yes, got amongst it. Brilliant. Well done. Well deserved.
Cheers.
Thank you. Right, Ian's got an interview for us, so with the 310 drivers, so I'll hand over to him.
Oh, and can you believe it? Just like that, it's the final race of the day. Yes, the 310R's about to get underway. Ryan, I want to come down and talk to you because I'm looking around at some of the fantastic liveries we've got, and yours has really caught my eye. Yeah. Tell me the story behind this, because you've got looks like lightning bolts and stars.
Yeah, just wanted to do something that stands out that people can see. So
it does that.
Went for a bright roll cage. Last year was just plain silver, but then there was someone else who had a similar one, so just tried to make it look different to theirs, basically.
What have you made of your day?
It's been great, yeah. Just hectic non-stop. You get out of the car, you get ready to get back in again. Yeah. But yeah, it's been great. Circuit's amazing, I love it, and yeah, it's great for racing.
One last dance. What can we expect from you in this race?
Well, it's reverse grid, top 10 reversed, so carnage is what you can expect.
Well, stay safe, won't you? Okay. Right, as we're talking to us, really appreciate it. Just stay with us 2 seconds. I just want to move down here very quickly as well, talking about liveries, because Peter Mott has got quite a wild livery as well. Peter, just talk me through this livery. I quite like it.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what it is. It's like sort of acid smoke or something, so it's a little bit wild, isn't it?
Did you design it?
Yeah, well, yeah, I did actually, yeah. But you know, my missus complained because she could never see me on the live stream. But the problem is when this is going fast, it just looks black. So I had to paint the roll cage and the wheels yellow. So it looks good standing still, but moving quick, you don't actually see it.
Well, she can see you on the live stream now. Give her a wave, hello.
Yeah, she's watching. Yeah, absolutely.
Best of luck, Peter. Great to see you again as well. Right, here we go. Final race of the day for the Caterham 310Rs. And in fact, for this weekend in total, the 6th meeting of the season for Caterham Motorsport. One more to go after this. So let's hand back to your commentator, Paul and Chris. Enjoy.
Well, thank you, Ian, and that was a word with a couple of our drivers on the grid for the Vertex Caterham 310R Championship for 2025, of which as they are escorted round to make their way towards the grid, at which point they'll get their green flag lap underway. Well, this will be their final dance at Oulton Park for this season, and as they all get themselves set, we'll very shortly walk you through that grid as we just get the grid updated there. No worries at all with regards to that. Of course, we will be seeing all the right names up there shortly. But what a race it was earlier on, Chris. I mean, we had a fantastic duel between our drivers out there. And of course, the big story at the front of the field, Taylor O'Flanagan versus Lars Hoffman. In fact, before we come to you, we're just going to... Well, in fact, we'll still walk our way through what happened earlier on, as it was a brilliant race.
Yeah, the 310s have been brilliant all weekend. And yeah, it's just been great to watch them all season long. And this is like the penultimate weekend of the year. They've got one more to go, but Taylor O'Flanagan does have the chance. I think he only has to finish in 6th place to actually take the championship ahead of moving to Silverstone. I'd like to see it go to Silverstone. Hoffman has had such a run of it this weekend, but it's Taylor Flanagan deserves the championship as well, you know, and it's just good to see. Hopefully Charlie Lowe will be back out there. We saw him disappear off earlier, and all the other drivers that we've seen. But yeah, I can see the timing screen hasn't yet cleared through from the last race. Going to tidy up for them to do. So as soon as that happens, we can get the grid. But it is going to be the reverse grid. So it's 10 spaces of reverse grid is an awful lot. You've seen that the field is how many cars have we got this weekend? But you know, that's a significant portion of the field who are going to be starting in reverse order. Look how far down Taylor O'Flanagan and Lars Hoffman are. That's always going to be interesting. And like I say, Taylor O'Flanagan only has to get you know, into that 6th place. But here is the grid that we've got.
Well, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, for race number 18 of the Vertex Caterham 310R Championship, they will line up as follows. A top 10 reverse grid sees Gareth Lucas start on pole, overall and Nam. He'll be joined on the front row of the grid by Jeff Price. Behind them will be Peter Mott and Alex Vincent. Keep your eyes on Price, Mott and Vincent because they have their own interesting little dynamic going on, and particularly between Mott and Price for the run-up spot in the AM Championship this season. On row number 3, you'll have Stephen Lancaster and Harvey Lawrence, and well, Harvey Lawrence being your AM champion-elect almost at this point. He's running away with that one, it would seem, with Ryan Wilby meanwhile starting in 8th place there. Well, he'll be looking to try and make a quick conquest, 7th place I should say. He'll be trying to make a quick conquest forwards, and we heard from him only moments ago in the wonderful livery at Silver and Orange Machine. Philip Bianchi, well, he'll be starting in 8th, and then we'll have on row number 5 to complete your top 10 the two big stars at the front of the field, Lars Hoffman and Taylor O'Flanagan, your winner of course from race number 2, and that's why he starts in 10th. Behind them on row number 6 in 11th it's Richard Coop in the company of Oliver Kibblewhite. Then on row number 7 Robert Lowe and William Coop, and on the final full row of the grid James Empson and Charlie Lowe. And if we do see Charlie out there after his early retirement in race number 2, well, you can imagine the 21 driver will be looking at this and thinking, you know what, I know I can win here, I'm going to go for it. And that's going to be the big story, I think, with this one, Chris, and the fact that we've got 2 contenders right at the front. For everybody else, however, it's, in a way, not saying it in a bad way, it's a bit of a free-for-all here.
Oh, I think it's free-for-all anyway, with the fact that our 2 main contenders are a 10th place and 9th place on the grid. Yeah, Charlie Lower is out there, so and James Empson in front of them. So that's a lot of fast cars at the rear of this pack. Can anyone at the front make absolute hay while the sun shines, get enough of a gap to then allow them to stay in front by the time we get back? That certainly will be on their shopping list, as we say, as we get in towards the tail end of this day. You can see the wind's just cut up a little bit more, and we will see that tow sort of having its effect as they head down then into it. But yeah, it's a absolute topsy-turvy affair, but this is the 4th step there, of the Caterham Motorsport ladder. It's 310R Championship, so it's 155 horsepower. They've got a limited slip differential as well as a few other tools, and bars and setup choices that they have as well. And they've also got this little bit of a topsy-turvy sort of grid system that they've got as well. So they have their first qualifying position is by their actual qualifying. Second fastest lap does the second race, and then we have this reversed field for the third race based on the finishing order of the second. So a little bit of dynamic nature to the course that we see in in other national championships around the UK. So it's just something else for them to factor in, to work through. And there is Taylor O'Flanagan. He just, like I say, needs to get to that 8th place, or is it something along those lines, or a bit further up to take that championship and not have to race if he doesn't want to. But there's a chance he will want to race in Silverstone anyway. But it's his choice at that point. And there is Gareth Lucas then heading us towards the field, and Jeff Price, who's again had some pace in that car over the course of various race meetings. Can he do anything about it? Can he use that gap that he's got out in front? But it'd be good to see how long they can cling on in there. I think we're going to see the fast drivers pretty quick smart up to the front of this field. They have a massive amount of experience, and the speed in those cars is frightening.
Oh, 100%. And of course, the one thing about this reverse grid race is it's no longer than any of the other races. It's 20 minutes, so it means there's no extra laps to try and carve your way through. You've got to get it done in the 20 minutes like you would if you'd qualified onto this grid. And as well, try and settle themselves in position where it will be our final race of the day here, ladies and gentlemen. It has been a brilliant day of racing in the Caterham Motorsport Saturday at the Oulton Park circuit. And well, for the final time, race 11 of 11 on our schedule is almost set to get underway. And this is race number 18 in the 2025 Vertex Caterham 310R Championship. 310 horsepower per tonne, these machines. They are the final step before you get to the Caterham 7 UK Championship. But as everyone settles into position, the pace lap is complete, and now it's time for the lights. And the lights go on. One more race to go then for these guys, and it's lights out and away we go there. And it's a good start there from Jess Price. In fact, he's had the better start initially, and is he going to get ahead into the opening corner? Gareth Lucas covers the inside, but Price is going to make it count here. Free wide a bit further back as they all make the way on through. A couple tries to run wide, one goes out onto the grass, but he's able to rejoin it. The whole field pretty much segues its way to enable him to rejoin. Taylor Flanagan and Lars Hoffman both made some early progress. Down to Cascades they come.
Charlie Lowe has just made about 8 places on that opening section. He is already with Hoffman and Taylor O'Flanagan as well. So unbelievable progress for him early in this race. Let's see how the front of the field's going. Jeff Price was in the lead. He's not going to be anymore. It looked like Peter Mott might be down the inside. Oh, he's got a car. Big accident. That's Jeff Price. We're going to, I think, we'll cut away from that. I think as soon as we can, let's show the rest of the field. But a big accident for Jeff Price as they went round Island Bend that time. So a big accident. Hopefully, Jeff Price will be hoping he's all very well. We will be looking
more immediately to a red flag there, understandably, ladies and gentlemen, for what has happened there. Unfortunate for Jeff Price, and we will give you an update when we can as to how that's all played out. But well, a difficult start to the race, and well, 3 wide into Island Bend. The result has been, as our field makes its way through, we've lost Jeff Price, and we might have lost 1 or 2 other cars. We will see as they all tuck through, but not the way we wanted it to start, Chris. But still, when we do get restarted, I'm sure plenty more race to come.
Yeah, thoughts with Jeff at this point, and that's where everyone will be. All the stewards, all the marshals doing their jobs. All of the jobs that they have to do out there, very important, and that's what we're going to be concentrating on now. And it might be that they can't have that race restarted at this point. Again, there's a lot of things they have to take into consideration, and we've got the curfew as well. But their primary aim at this point will be for Jeff Price and making sure he's okay. And anyone else involved in that, obviously we saw an angle there, it's a pretty horrific looking accident, so that's what we'll do at this point. You can see Gareth Lucas with a little bit of a smoke there on his tyre also, so maybe there was involved in that accident, but yeah, nasty accident.
Well, indeed, it does look as though our front 3 in particular all got caught up in that one, because we did see a slightly damaged car there for Lucas, and also I think Mott might have been caught out, but we will see what's going to happen. And well, as we do, our marshals of course spring into action immediately, red flags out there, and everybody executing all the procedures which they have gone through time and time again. This is, as much as we talk about the fact that incidents like this shouldn't happen normally, it is not unusual for our marshals. They are used to this when it does go wrong, and that's the thing with motorsport. It can go wrong.
The British Marshals are the best in the world. They'll be doing everything they can to make sure Jeff Price is looked after and that he is taken care of in the best possible way. Like I say, best marshals are in the world, and they all have their jobs. They know what these incidents involve. They do their training. That's what they do. But like I say, for now, for me, thoughts are with Jeff.
100%. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as we do take a bit of a breather from the racing there, in fact, we are just going to take a brief pause here in the commentary booth as well until we get any further updates as to what happened. So just bear with us a little bit. We are just currently under a red flag for what is the final race of the day here in the Vertex Caterham 310R Championship.
flipping the car.